Chapter 67. The Reign of Guns and Bullets. Heavenly Organization. Ding! The Divine level tank has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 sets of complete mining equipment, including mining machines, drilling machines, rock drills, rock grabs, tunneling machines, mining electric shovels, C4 explosives, etc. Oh. TSK, Gaozu smiled in surprise. He really needed something. He had planned to exchange his beautiful knife for a redemption point to purchase these equipment, but he didn't expect Tongzi Gu to give away the mining equipment for free, and it was all integrated and complete. There are also the 8 swords of the Luo Wang Yu King. All fragments have been accumulated, and the combat power of Tianmin has been greatly enhanced. However, making them somewhat underutilized on Hong Kong Island requires them to go outside and do big things. The next day, Emperor Gaozu summoned 8 people including Jing Xian and Zheng Gang to leave Hong Kong Island. As for Tianmin, it was handed over to Gao Jin, Li Wang and others for management. A few days later, Gaozu and his companions arrived at Ganghua. At present, the situation of Ganghua is not good. Although Ganghua has rulers, its strength is too weak. Faced with various armed forces, it can only defend 1.5 acres of land. As for the rest of the area, it can only be given to other armed forces. It can be described as quite suffocating. Gaozu originally intended to directly cooperate with the rulers of Ganghua, unify the entire Ganghua region, and excavate various ores. After all, the ore reserves of Ganghua can be ranked high all over the world, and the benefits involved are quite significant. However, Emperor Gaozu was even more aware of a fact: different skin colors lead to different hearts. As the saying goes, if you are not of our kind, your heart will be different. These people have a somewhat ungrateful nature. Supporting them will only bring the story of farmers and snakes in the future. It's better to be the boss yourself than to let others be the boss. Soon, Gaozu arrived in a village and had a round with the Dark Dragon organization. It's been several days since we last saw each other, and the aura of the entire Dark Dragon organization has become much stronger, filled with killing intent. It is obvious that in the trials of blood and fire, everyone has changed a lot. Zhu Gu. Seeing Gaozu's arrival, everyone respectfully shouted. Well, let's go in first. Gaozu glanced around and saw that there were not many decent houses, most of which were thatched cottages. Earthly houses could be considered luxury homes here. Gaozu couldn't help but marvel at the huge wealth gap in this world. Just like the cherry blossom country now, its overall economic strength has reached the 2nd place in the world, and there is a vague trend of surpassing the Eagle Sauce Empire soon. When the country is prosperous, life in the country will naturally improve. There is a saying that describes the current life of the people in Sakura country, such as the Ashu Lobster Teeth Festival and drinking John Bull red wine as water. It can only be said that luxury. Quickly, everyone reported the situation here to Gaozu. Overall, although Ganghua has many armed forces, their strength is not strong. Except for some local warlords and armed forces formed by external forces, the nominal rulers of Ganghua never dared to intervene. And in this gold mine dispute, the 2 biggest forces were the local warlord Zafi and a mercenary Bayabner. The 2 of them belong to a first-class force in this heavily armed Ganghua, similar to Hongxing and Dongxing on Hong Kong Island. After all, the Zafi army is a local warlord force that has been rooted for a long time, with a total of tens of thousands of people. In terms of weapons, there is a tank cluster mainly consisting of Su T-55 tanks, as well as a MiG fighter jet, dozens of mortars, and a scattered firearm, such as a replica AK, but the quantity is not large. The strength of the rulers of Ganghua is comparable. And Bobnar led 3,000 mercenaries, of which 1,000 were hired by the state of Ojo, and the rest were some locally recruited indigenous people. Although the number of soldiers was not as large as the Zafi army, the ratio of weapons in all aspects was very luxurious. Both sides have been fighting on the land of Ganghua for a long time, and they will touch any resources they have. After all, resources are equivalent to a beautiful knife. With a beautiful knife, one can purchase more weapons and equipment, recruit more people, and consolidate their power and position. It is said that power is captivating, and it is no exception in any country. After understanding the relevant information, Gaozu immediately had a countermeasure. It's simple. When the snipe and clam compete, the fisherman benefits. The Zafi army and the Bobnal mercenary corps are in the open. They are in the dark, waiting for these 2 forces to fight to the death and break the net, and then Gaozu will send troops again. Winning the gold mine is not just a matter of nailing a nail on the bench, but a stable thing. Zhu Gu, according to the information we have received, Bob NAR is preparing to launch a night attack on Zafi's troops tonight. Henny has immediately said, well, wait patiently for the result. By the way, this time I have brought you 208 people, 3 Apache fighter jets, and some weapons. You are familiar with the terrain around the gold mine. Go and arrange it. Tomorrow, the Yellow Dragon must take down the gold mine. Gaozu said calmly. Okay. Henny nodded and walked out the door with Zheng Gang and the others. It's really hot here. No wonder there are plenty of little black people here. It has to be said that without any endurance, it's really unbearable to stay here. Gaozu sighed and said. Gaozu immediately went out and hid under a banana tree. The gold mine is not far from this village, about 3 kilometers away. At night, the sound of artillery fire is continuous, and even Gaozu can see the flames rising in the darkness. It is obvious that Zafi's troops have already engaged in combat with the Bobnal Mercenary Corps. The next day, the sky was bright and clear at 6 o'clock. The result of the victory or defeat for both sides has come out. Although the Zafi troops have many people, their equipment is not good. In the face of absolute firepower, they are not a match for the Bobnal Mercenary Group and have suffered a disastrous defeat. Go ahead, take the gold mine. I'll wait for your good news. Gaozu looked at the team of over 200 people and said calmly. Although there are few people, the firepower configuration is absolutely powerful. Upon receiving the order, Hanny Smiles, Startling Salamander, Jun Gang, and others set off with their men. 3 Apache armed combat helicopters took off, and more than 10 military trucks started simultaneously, heading towards the gold mine in a mighty manner. Next is the real bloody storm. Arriving at a location 1 kilometer away from the gold mine, the Devil Commander duo led 30 snipers to the high ground, while the 8 Swords 8-person team of the King of Luo Wangyu was responsible for clearing the sentinels in the jungle. Meanwhile, Hanissima led the remaining troops in an ambush towards the location of the gold mine. They all have an AK gun king and carry RPG rocket launchers. At this point, the firepower configuration is several times stronger than that of the Bobnal Mercenary Group during its heyday, not to mention that the opponent also experienced a fierce battle last night and was extremely weak. Not long after, the Devil Commander duo had already occupied the high ground with their men, and each shooting position was enough to reach the position where the Bobnal Mercenary Group was stationed. In the jungle, on a big tree covered in blood, the startled salamander put away its dagger, coldly glanced at the corpse, and continued to move forward. In this way, with mutual cooperation, the large army led by Hanias has arrived in the mountains and forests, only 100 meters away from the gold mine. Bob and AR's team members are cleaning up the battlefield. The smoke of gunpowder filled the air, and the pungent smell of corpse oil mixed with the smell of sulfur was quite pungent, as if it were a human purgatory. For these mercenaries, it's just a routine scene. They are very skilled in doing things, without any dragging or trailing. I saw a bald man walking towards a group of prisoners, holding a machete in his hand and his face covered in coldness. He's Bobnar today, a disgusting person from the state. I saw him wielding a knife and falling. It was like slaughtering a chick, devoid of any humanity. Compared to it, the battle scenes on Hong Kong Island are nothing but small and incomparable. General, in half an hour, the cleanup here will be over. Do you want to go back to the camp for safety? I'm afraid Zafi will make a comeback. A female mercenary walked over and stared at Bob and AR. It's okay, let's go see the gold mine first. Bob and R threw down his machete and walked towards the gold mine with his arm around the woman. Ready, said Devil Commander John with a walkie-talkie on the mountaintop. Okay, Hanny has nodded in the jungle and said, bomb first, then attack. With that, 3 Apache planes with the unique roar of their engines arrived over the gold mine in the sky. Immediately afterwards, Hellfire missiles poured out one after another, targeting a mercenary group of over 2,000 people below. A regular Apache can carry 16 Hellfire missiles, while the Apache modified by Tongzi Gu can carry 32 upgraded Hellfire missiles. 3 Apaches are 96 Hellfire missiles, directly covering bombing. At the same time, Hanias and others brought up RPG rocket launchers, and more than 100 rocket launchers fired in unison. The land and air are shooting together, and the sky is filled with bullets. The spectacular scene stunned the mercenaries who were in the midst of victory. However, in the next second, everyone was cold all over and scattered away. But the sniper rifles of the Demon Commander and others were not placed on the mountaintop to bask in the sun. Bang, 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 bang. Barrett's voice shook the rocks, and the soil rippled. The bullets had already broken through hundreds of meters and arrived in front of these hired mercenaries. Bob Nar was the first victim. A bullet directly made his head bloom, brighter than a rose, followed by the second, third. Boom, 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 boom. With the landing of Hellfire and rockets, the violent explosion sound was like a sudden thunderbolt, and large pieces of soil were blown up, with yellow soil flying in the sky. If you observe carefully, there are still some human tissues among the yellow soil in the sky. Subsequently, a heart-wrenching scream erupted. Fake. This firepower. A surviving mercenary stared at the scene in front of him, trembling with fear. The crowd that was dense just now was now reduced to less than a few hundred people, and there were blood and bullet holes everywhere. He immediately picked up the heavy machine gun on the ground, adjusted its direction towards the sky, and was about to fire. A Barrett bullet pierced his head, and at the same time, Apache machine gun fire arrived as scheduled. Without a doubt, he was the one who died the most tragically among this group of people, while receiving special care from Barrett and Apache machine guns. Stop, leave the rest to us. Henias picked up the walkie-talkie and said to the 3 Apache pilots in the sky, it's not that he's fighting for any credit, but today he's going to personally destroy the entire Bobnal team, leaving no one behind. These scumbags don't deserve to live in this world. 3 Apache planes stopped their public attack and left gracefully. Hanias led numerous dark dragons and ghost soldiers to surround them. Although Bob and AR had already died, more than 300 people survived on the scene, all of whom were mercenaries with considerable experience and strength. In a state of panic, they raised their guns and concealed themselves. They are rushing over. Pay attention, pay attention. Someone in the crowd shouted, and many people immediately probed their heads upon hearing this. As soon as they found out the truth, bullets pierced their foreheads. Immediately afterwards, countless bullets poured out from the mountains and forests, and the dense firepower covered the entire scene like a web. These mercenaries also launched a counterattack. For a moment, amidst the mountains, gunfire and bullets rained down, and both sides engaged in face-to-face firepower confrontation. I don't know how long has passed, but the firepower of Hanicia and others is still fierce, while the mercenaries have run out of ammunition and food, exhausted both physically and mentally. They have fought 2 consecutive battles, staying up all day and night, which is a huge test for them. Suddenly, a group of people from behind the crowd came to kill, and these mercenaries immediately threw down their guns to surrender. Hanias and the others gathered around at the same time, and when he saw everyone trying to beg for mercy, he smiled. Any of these people who haven't been infected with blood, they all deserve to die. Hanici directly raised the AK and fired a shot. With the cessation of gunfire, the encirclement of the Bobnal mercenary group came to an end. At the same time, this means that the gold mines here are in the possession of Gaozu. At this moment, more than 10 military trucks came carrying smoke and dust. Go and inform Zuj, we've solved everything here. Hani Smila looked at a ghostly soldier and said. Immediately after, he stared at the crowd and said, clean up the battlefield, don't let some people live. In the afternoon, Gaozu arrived in a big truck. The scene has been cleaned up almost completely, and all kinds of bodies and things have been burned. Hani immediately went forward to report the situation. This time, besides wasting some ammunition, one person was not injured and the other was not killed. You did a good job. You immediately raised the flag and said that we will be in charge of the territory here from now on, and we will call it the Heavenly Kingdom Organization. Then find some people to come here and cut down trees, create a whole site, and at the same time purchase some building materials to build this place for future mining. Gaozu immediately made various arrangements. After speaking, Gaozu walked towards the gold mine. He arrived at the entrance of the cave and stared at the newly mined gold mine on the ground. Gaozu picked it up and carefully examined it. It was indeed a rock gold mine. No, it was not just a rock gold mine, but also an associated gold mine. Gaozu didn't know which rare metal was associated with it, and could only know through separation and professional testing. This trip was really worth it, greatly worth it. And this is just a gold mine. There are many mines in various territories of Gangwa, containing various rare metals. However, the rulers of Gangwa do not have the ability to mine them, so they have been guarding a treasure realm, but they are still very poor. Wait for the Heavenly Kingdom Organization to establish a firm foothold here and plot step by step. The future Heavenly Organization will have countless rare energy sources. Chapter 68. The curtain falls on the gold mine. The demise of He Shichong. Kowloon Films. As night descended, Gaozu meticulously assessed the combat capabilities of the Heavenly Kingdom Organization. Although their firepower was impressively robust, it proved insufficient. Moreover, the number of personnel posed a significant drawback. It is essential to recognize that extracting a gold mine necessitates a vast amount of manpower. Of course, the most critical issue was the chaotic state of Huzhou, where, aside from the armed forces within the borders of Steelfruit, numerous formidable external armed factions existed. After pondering this, Gaozu directly expended $60 million to acquire 6 million exchange points, a sum equivalent to 300 million Hong Kong dollars, which represented a considerable financial outlay for him. However, this investment was justified. Merely extracting the gold from the mine was worth over 2 billion. And should it be crafted into exquisite artifacts or exchanged in the Empire of the Eagle for US dollars, the profits would be substantial. Subsequently, Gaozu exchanged for 60 Altai main battle tanks and 2 Apache helicopters from Tongzigu, all heavy equipment renowned as the Iron Torrent. At this juncture, such assets were sufficient to expand their territory in Steelfruit. Gaozu also procured a significant quantity of ammunition, along with AKs, RPG launchers, and other equipment from the military factory. While weapons were plentiful, personnel remained a challenge. Although he could exchange for phantom soldiers from Tongzigu, the cost was exorbitant. Why not utilize what was readily available? If he could integrate the Zafi troops, the scale of personnel would naturally increase. With this thought in mind, Gaozu summoned Han Niji and others. Tonight, let us incorporate the Zafi troops. If Zafi resists, we shall make an example of him. If they all refuse, we shall send them to hell. Gaozu coldly declared while fiddling with the tea set. Yes, Brother Zhu. The group nodded and promptly set about their tasks. That night, the skies over Steelfruit would undoubtedly be turbulent, filled with blood and fire. Meanwhile, The rulers of Steel Fruit had also taken note of Gao Zhu and his associates' movements. However, upon learning that the Bobnar mercenary corps had been utterly vanquished by Gao Zhu and his men, they ultimately recoiled in fear. The following morning, Gao Zhu awoke feeling invigorated, sensing a marked enhancement in his physical prowess. Upon stepping outside, he encountered a throng of individuals encircled by the likes of Jinglu. Most were local natives, a sea of dark figures, under the cover of night. Only those with white teeth could be distinguished from the shadows. Brother Zhu, we have fulfilled our mission. The Zafi troops have surrendered completely, Han Niji reported, stepping forward. Excellent work, Gao Zhu replied, a satisfied smile gracing his features as he approached a dark-skinned man. You are Zafi? Yes, Zafi replied, his gaze evasive. The fear instilled by the previous night's confrontation with Zheng Gang and his companions lingered, and now, facing the mastermind Gao Zhu, his trepidation deepened. Follow my lead diligently, and you shall not be treated unjustly, Gao Zhu stated calmly. From this day forth, you and your troops shall be members of the Heavenly Kingdom organization. I will provide you with the finest living conditions and opportunities. Zafi, you shall retain your leadership, but any act of rebellion will be met with ruthless consequences. As Gao Zhu's words resonated, everyone knelt in submission. Zafi, how many mines do you control? Gao Zhu inquired. 3 small gold mines, 1 medium-sized gold mine, and 2 diamond mines, Zafi disclosed without hesitation. Very well, I shall dedicate myself to the full exploitation of these mines, and I will share a portion of the extracted resources with you. I expect you to fulfill your responsibilities. Gao Zhu warned. Steel Fruit is rich in mineral resources, particularly gold and rare metals, yet their production efficiency was lamentably abysmal. The extraction process resembled manual labor. In a future context, it could be likened to others harnessing nuclear capabilities while they were still manually extracting gold. It would be extraordinary to become affluent under such circumstances, merely guarding a treasure trove without knowing how to utilize it. Good, Zafi exclaimed, excitement illuminating his features. At the brink of life and death, at least he had survived. Zhengang, take him to inspect our equipment. Gao Zhu smiled and instructed, the rest of you, commence the expansion. The crowd dispersed swiftly. Meanwhile, a military vehicle approached, prompting Gao Zhu to squint as it bore the flag of Steel Fruit. Shortly thereafter, the vehicle came to a halt, and a small black man emerged. Greetings. I am Bell, the Supreme Commander of Steel Fruit. It is a pleasure to meet you. Bell greeted courteously. State your purpose plainly, Gao Zhu replied, exhaling a plume of smoke. He had no time to engage in political games, especially given that the Heavenly Kingdom organization had just stabilized, and the implications of their presence were significant. Steel Fruit has long been plagued by warfare and suffering among the populace. Now that your Heavenly Kingdom organization has vanquished Bobnar and incorporated the Zafi troops, we wish to avoid any military conflict that would plunge our citizens back into chaos. After deliberation, we propose an alliance with you. Bell promptly articulated the reason for his visit. In essence, he had come to capitulate, seeking to preserve their political standing in Steel Fruit. The military prowess exhibited by the Heavenly Kingdom organization was overwhelmingly intimidating. Within 2 days, they had effortlessly subdued both their chief adversary, Bobnar, and the Zafi troops. They dared not gamble on whether Gao Zhu might also strike them down, hence their immediate overture for peace. Very well, Gao Zhu did not refuse, as the immediate priority was to exploit the various mines. As for the annexation of Steel Fruit, he currently held no such intentions. A towering tree attracts the wind. One must not become a target without the requisite strength. 10 days passed, during which an array of weapons and equipment had been assembled. The mountain terrain was cleared, and the purchased construction materials were in place. All that remained was the passage of time for everything to be gradually perfected. Simultaneously, Gao Zhu departed. He entrusted the affairs of the Heavenly Kingdom organization to Jinglu and others, making his expectations clear, while establishing a foothold in Steel Fruit. They must expedite the refinement of gold, as he intended to amass immense wealth through these riches. The Dark Dragon organization had also set off to undertake missions worldwide, earning rewards for Gao Zhu. At Kowloon Group, Gao Zhu arrived to find Wang Fengyi reporting on the company's recent collaborations. Orders for beverages, fisheries, and other transportation with the outside world had multiplied several-fold, and the business at various docks was thriving. Currently, the company was flourishing. Is something troubling you? You seem distracted. And what happened to your hand? Gao Zhu inquired, frowning at Wang Fengyi's demeanor. I'm fine, just a little scratch, Wang Fengyi replied, her gaze evasive as she hastily placed the documents on the table and rushed out. Gao Zhu exhaled a smoke ring, contemplating the situation. Could it be that this woman has fallen into He Shichang's clutches? The implications of the scene were quite explosive. Just as Wang Fengyi exited, Yi Qiu entered. What is wrong with Wang Fengyi? Gao Zhu asked. She seemed off yesterday, but she has been quite diligent regarding the arms business lately. Yi Qiu swiftly replied. Arms. Wang Fengyi could not possibly be involved in arms dealing. Only He Shichong operates within the Red Flower Pavilion. It is estimated that He Shichong is pressuring Wang Fengyi. However, Wang Fengyi is reluctant to speak. He intends to remain uninvolved. To put it plainly, Wang Fengyi is merely one of his employees, and meddling in others' personal affairs is rather unethical. As for the arms, not only Wang Fengyi, but even if He Shichong brought the entire Hong waiting along, they would not be able to seize a single bullet. At 6 in the afternoon, Gao Zhu was just about to leave the office for home when Wang Fengyi entered with small, hesitant steps, her expression somewhat reserved and anxious. "What is it?" Gao Zhu remarked, draping his coat over his shoulders. "Brother Zhu, I have a friend who wishes to collaborate with you in the arms business. Shall we have dinner together?" Wang Fengyi mustered her courage to propose. "Sure." Gao Zhu nodded slightly. "Let us go." Taken aback by Gao Zhu's immediate agreement, Wang Fengyi hurriedly followed him. Soon, in a high-end restaurant, Wang Fengyi introduced Gao Zhu to a man. This man was none other than the unpredictable He Shichong. Wow. No wonder he is the boyfriend of the esteemed young lady. He is truly handsome. "Brother Zhu, I have long admired your reputation." Upon seeing Gao Zhu, He Shichong stepped forward with flattery. At his words, Wang Fengyi's face flushed. Gao Zhu remained silent. "Sit," he said coolly. "Wang Fengyi mentioned you are interested in the arms business?" "Indeed, I hope Brother Zhu will give me a chance. I can help you make the arms business thrive." He Shichong exclaimed enthusiastically. He had done considerable research to discover that the hottest AK rifles on the market were, in fact, Gao Zhu's enterprise. Hence his focus on Wang Fengyi. Wang Fengyi held a significant position within the Jiulong group. So He Shichong aimed to leverage the connection between her and Gao Zhu to establish a partnership. "Fengyi, if I recall correctly, you are now the leader of Hong Waiting. And you have begun its transformation, haven't you?" Gao Zhu addressed Wang Fengyi, ignoring He Shichong. Wang Fengyi hesitated. At that moment, He Shichong's gaze was fixed intently on her. "If there is something to say, speak freely. I will support you." Gao Zhu reassured Wang Fengyi with a pat on her shoulder. "Indeed, we at Hong Waiting do not engage in the flower trade. We will certainly not involve ourselves in the smuggling of arms," Wang Fengyi asserted, but did not continue, fearing that He Shichong might truly have her father imprisoned, harmed. "He Shichong, since your leader has stated this, the arms business is off the table," Gao Zhu remarked with a slight smile, his gaze coolly fixed on He Shichong. Very well, very well." He Shichong gritted his teeth, his frustration evident. Internally, he was seething. Yet he lacked the courage to confront Gao Zhu directly. According to Wang Fengyi, she was aligned with Gao Zhu. And even the Dongxing and Hongxing triads dared not challenge Tianmen. He Shichong certainly would not. "As we have no ties, let's forego collaboration. We shall take our leave." Having grasped the situation, Gao Zhu stood up, leading Wang Fengyi away. Soon, they returned to the estate, where Gao Zhu arranged a room for Wang Fengyi. He then descended the stairs. "Go. Eliminate He Shichong tonight. Such a person cannot be allowed to remain." His primary concern was Wang Fengyi's safety. "Understood." Gao Jin nodded and turned to leave. Back at the hall, He Shichong, recalling the earlier encounter, erupted in fury. "Damn it, rejecting the toast in favor of punishment. Go. Bring Wang Fengyi here. I intend to ruin this woman tonight." He Shichong's eyes glinted coldly. "Brother Chong, she is Gao Zhu's woman. If we harm her, we may provoke the wrath of that young man." The butcher, He Shichong's most loyal underling, cautioned. He was known for his ruthlessness, killing without a second thought. "What is there to fear? I will take responsibility if something goes awry. Once we complete this job, we shall leave Hong Kong," He Shichong declared maniacally, planning to use Wang Fengyi to extort Gao Zhu. "All right," the butcher nodded, gathering a group of underlings as they prepared to leave the hall. However, Gao Jin and his men had already arrived. A disagreement quickly escalated into violence. A mere 10 minutes later, the butcher was sent to his demise by Gao Jin. He Shichong met a similar fate. "Clean up and dispose of the bodies," Gao Jin ordered, surveying the scene. Though He Shichong's subordinates were a reckless bunch, they were but slightly stronger grasshoppers in the presence of Gao Jin and his companions, utterly insignificant. The next day, Wang Fengyi gazed at Gao Zhu's handsome face, a blissful smile gracing her lips. She had long harbored feelings for him, but had not had many opportunities to be with him. She never anticipated that this time it would be so effortless. In that moment, the anguish of her past seemed to dissipate completely. "Awake, are you?" Wang Fengyi, coming to her senses, noticed that Gao Zhu had woken up at some point and was intently watching her, causing her to feel a bit flustered. Gao Zhu smiled, pulling Wang Fengyi into his embrace. "If anything arises, you may speak to me. I will assist you. Do you understand?" Last night, Wang Fengyi had shared many matters with him. Her father had been imprisoned, and before his departure, he entrusted the Hong Waiting to her, transforming her into its leader. Simultaneously, upon discovering He Shichong's arms dealings, she demanded an explanation from him. In a fit of rage, He Shichong attempted to dominate Wang Fengyi, but she had to invoke Gao Zhu's name to avert tragedy. Thus unfolded the events of the previous night. MHM. Wang Fengyi nodded vigorously, resembling a chick pecking at rice. By the way, arrange for me to establish a film company. Gao Zhu contemplated before stating. At this juncture, Hong Kong's entertainment industry boasted numerous natural beauties, such as Li Jiasin and Zhang Manyu, all exquisite. Particularly, Hong Kong held an annual Miss Hong Kong pageant, wherein only the most exceptional beauties could be finalists. Establishing a film company would not only allow for the pursuit of beautiful women, but would also facilitate money laundering through box office revenues, all while generating profit, a myriad of advantages. All right, Wang Fengyi replied without much thought, inquiring about the name. Jiulong Films. Gao Zhu stated calmly. Good. Wang Fengyi buried her head deeply in Gao Zhu's embrace, savoring this hard-won moment of happiness. Chapter 69. The Macau Gambling God Competition. Gamblers gathered to test their skills. At noon, Gao Zhu arrived at the Tianmen headquarters, where Gao Jin and others reported on the recent operations of Tianmen. 2,000 individuals had joined Tianmen through various screenings. And currently, the roster boasted 12,000 members. These individuals were unlike others. In times of crisis, they were obliged to act and adhere to Tianmen's rules. Essentially, they were all deployable forces. By the way, have the suits and vehicles I requested been arranged? Gao Zhu exhaled a cloud of smoke. Prior to his journey to Hong Kong, he had entrusted this matter to Gao Jin. As the old adage goes, clothes make the man, signifying that the emblem of Tianmen must be properly represented. This is a matter of face. Just as enterprises possess their own culture, Gao Zhu's organization required its own culture as well. I have commissioned 20,000 suits at a cost of 40 million, of which 3,000 have already been delivered. The remaining ones may take a bit longer. In terms of vehicles, I have purchased 100 Toyota Crowns, 40 Santanas, 30 Hupao Benzes, in addition to a Porsche 911 and a Lamborghini Countach. Furthermore, each faction has been allocated a bus. The total expenditure amounts to 100 million Hong Kong dollars. A portion of these vehicles was acquired from Feihong, which has significantly reduced our expenses, Gao Jin stated candidly. Indeed, Gao Zhu nodded, acknowledging that such a configuration places us at the pinnacle of any company in Hong Kong, let alone within the realm of our organization. Although it may not suffice for the entire mobilization of the Tianmen personnel, it is certainly adequate. By the way, Brother Zhu, that rascal Jimmy has fled to the kingdom of Siam. Should I pursue him? Gao Jin inquired. There is no need. He poses no threat any longer. If fate has it that we do not encounter him, so be it. If we do, we shall eliminate him without hesitation. Gao Zhu replied nonchalantly. He is already in the kingdom of Siam. Crossing the sea to hunt him down would be a futile endeavor. Gao Jin nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further. Are there any movements from Dongxing and Hongxing? Gao Zhu asked. None at the moment. Gao Jin responded. In a few days, I plan to make a trip to Macau. I leave the affairs here in your capable hands. Also, keep an eye on the smuggling activities to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. And regarding Chen Haonan, that fellow will not let things rest easily, Gao Zhu remarked, narrowing his eyes. 10 days passed, and Gao Zhu arrived in Macau. This time, he was accompanied by the gambling prodigy Gao Jin, the enchanting Wang Fengyi, as well as Li Wang, Feng Yuxiu, and a host of shadowy soldiers. Safety was assured. The grand gambling tournament was co-hosted by the gambling king, He Hongxing, and the Macau government, and after months of promotion, the news had spread across the globe. Gamblers possessing a certain level of skill from various countries flocked to Macau, viewing this as an opportunity to make a name for themselves and to ascend the social ladder. This tournament was undoubtedly the most sensational event in Southeast Asia, with the ultimate victor earning the prestigious title of Gambling God, along with a mysterious grand prize. The inaugural Gambling God tournament promised a lavish reward, for without sufficient allure, how could subsequent events be organized? Gao Zhu personally registered Gao Jin under the name of Tianmen, spending 10 million for the entry fee. The tournament was set to commence in 3 days. Utilizing this time, Gao Zhu gathered information from various sources. The competitors were formidable, each renowned in the underworld. From the Wanhua region came the gambling lunatic Xiao Shaoqi, and from the land of cherry blossoms was the gambling demon Chen Jincheng. There were also the card master Jin Nong, the gambling hero Hussein, and other esteemed gamblers from different nations. This edition of the Gambling God Tournament was indeed a gathering of elites, with an intimidating display of power. Brother Zhu, these individuals are exceptionally strong. I fear that after reviewing their profiles, Gao Jin's expression became one of concern. Fear not, your talent and strength far exceed theirs. Be assured and bold. The future gambling god shall be you. Gao Zhu replied calmly. Gao Jin had received enhancements from his brother, rendering him far superior to the portrayal in films. Gao Jin nodded. Go rest now. Do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. Gao Zhu smiled. 3 days later, Gao Zhu, Wang Fengyi, and Gao Jin made their appearance at the Venetian casino. Their presence immediately captured the attention of many onlookers, for Gao Zhu and Wang Fingyi were strikingly attractive, one handsome, the other beautiful. They were a match made in heaven. As Gao Zhu approached the notice board, he glanced over the names, noting that the top 10 were all well-known gamblers, including the gambling demon Qin Jinsheng. The organizers had even set up a betting segment, with odds on who would emerge as the ultimate gambling god. The odds for the top 10 were set at 1 to 11. Continuing to scan the list, Gao Jin was placed at the 30th position with odds of 1 to 30, the highest in the casino. Clearly, the organizers did not hold much faith in the relatively obscure Gao Jin. Gao Zhu chuckled, unperturbed. Rather, he felt elated, as these odds promised significant returns. Without hesitation, he wagered $100 million on Gao Jin, relishing the thrill of the gamble. This act sent shockwaves through the crowd, sparking fervent discussions. Are you out of your mind? This is merely a gift of money. The rules of this tournament were straightforward, a draw for one-on-one matches until a single victor emerged as the gambling god. In essence, if Gao Jin were to lose even once, Gao Zhu's wager of $100 million would be in vain. Wait, how could you dare? Have you lost your mind? Even the organizers were astonished, unable to suppress their urge to caution him. Sir, are you fully aware of our tournament rules? Indeed I am, Gao Zhu replied. Very well. Do you wish to place your bet? The staff inquired. Typically, they would not bother to ask others, but given that Gao Zhu could wager $100 million, he was clearly no ordinary individual, and a reminder was warranted. Absolutely. Gao Zhu smiled and turned to leave. Shortly thereafter, the staff reported this news to the higher-ups. In the upper echelons, a gathering of individuals included the gambling king, He Hongsung, and several Macau officials. Truly, the leader of Tianmin possesses unparalleled audacity, He Hongsung remarked, narrowing his eyes. Should we adjust the odds? There are no shoulds. This gambling god tournament has surpassed my expectations, filled with talent. The notion that an obscure individual could claim the title is nothing short of a fantasy, He Hongsung stated coolly. The essence of gambling lies in discerning the strength of the cheaters. In this regard, both the gambling demon Qin Jinsheng and gambling lunatic Qiao Shaoqi are formidable adversaries. For a relatively unknown Gao Jin to aspire to seize the title of gambling god from them is merely an international jest. Who do you think will emerge as the ultimate gambling god this time? I believe it will be Qiao Shaoqi. He is young and has never faced defeat. Never faced defeat? Which of the top 10 has not maintained an undefeated record? I have greater faith in the gambling demon Qin Jinsheng. As the crowd debated, the gambling god tournament below had already commenced in full swing, with an atmosphere charged with intensity and excitement, especially among the surrounding gamblers, who were all abuzz. The caliber of participants was exceedingly high, with industry benchmarks present, individuals they rarely encountered, let alone consulted. Now, they had the opportunity to closely observe the masters at work. How could they not be thrilled? If they could glean just one technique, it could transform their lives. Consequently, the gambling tables were encircled by throngs of spectators, each fixated on the competitors, fearful of missing a moment. On Gao Jin's side, he encountered an opponent ranked 25th, hailing from the kingdom of Siam, who had enjoyed considerable success in the casinos. Despite the setbacks, they pale in comparison to the glory that lies ahead. Young man, it is solely by the name of Tianmin that you are able to participate in this gambling tournament. Without Tianmin, you wouldn't even have the qualifications to carry my shoes. As soon as the young man took his seat, he brazenly insulted Gao Jin, attempting to undermine his psychological defenses with his words. This is a tactic commonly employed by gamblers. Gao Jin remained silent, his face still adorned with a faint smile. Such remarks held no power over him. As the competition commenced, the first round tested the most fundamental aspects of the game. The young man rolled the dice, and after a vigorous shake, revealed his score. Next was Gao Jin, who focused intently, shaking the dice just 3 times before unveiling his result. 666, the highest possible score. Meanwhile, his opponent rolled a mere 222. It was abundantly clear that Gao Jin had emerged victorious in this round. For him, the skill of rolling dice was a basic ability. Whenever he desired, he could produce any score he wished. The young man was left speechless. Rolling a 666 with just 3 shakes was nothing short of miraculous. After a day filled with competition, Gao Jin secured a spot in the top 3, with the first place being claimed by the eccentric gambler Qiao Shaoqi, and the second by the gambling master Qin Jinsheng, leaving Gao Jin in third. The rest of the participants were eliminated. Now, they awaited the decisive match to determine the ultimate gambling master the following day. Upon witnessing Gao Jin's advancement to the top 3, the organizers could no longer remain passive and decided to alter Gao Jin's odds, changing them from 1 to 30 to 1 to 10. Simultaneously, the odds for Qiao Shaoqi and Qin Jinsheng were adjusted from 1 to 11 to 1 to 15. This amendment displeased Gao Zhu. However, the rules were set by them, and he had no power to alter them. A tenfold increase in odds was not entirely unacceptable. With the adjustment, bets began pouring in for Gao Jin. This was the shrewdness of the organizers, manipulating the odds to maximize profit. Should Gao Jin falter, they would have ample funds to cover the payouts to Qiu Shaoqi and Qin Jinqing. In blunt terms, despite Gao Jin's demonstrated prowess, they still doubted his capabilities. Today, they played with dice, but tomorrow's game would involve cards, a far more complex undertaking. The following day, at noon, the casino was still bustling with patrons. Qiu Shaoqi, Qin Jinqing, and Gao Jin were naturally the focal points of attention. Damn it, I refuse to accept this. If that brat had faced me yesterday, he wouldn't be basking in glory today, complained the gambler known as the gambling hero, Hussein. Oh please, every round he played was a guaranteed win. He rolled nothing but 666. Do you possess such skill in dice rolling? Shot back the card shark, Jin Nung. Hussein could only sigh in response. He understood Jin Ning's point well. He had studied the previous day's events and was frustrated that an unknown contender managed to reach the top 3. Jealousy brewed within him. Well, if you lose, you lose. Go back and practice for the next time. The most important thing now is to decide whom to bet on. You can't leave empty-handed, Jin Ning remarked. Eyeing the trio on stage. Qin Jinqing is impressive, but I have my money on Qiu Shaoqi. He is unpredictable, undefeated in battle. The outcome is bound to be surprising. I cannot match his gambling skills. Hussein declared with a deep breath. I differ from you. I place my trust in Qin Jinqing. He is steadfast, and this time, the title of gambling master is surely his. Jin Ning asserted, lighting a cigar. Ha ha ha, splendid. We shall each place a bet on our chosen. Hussein laughed. The sentiments of the others mirrored those of the two, as they too chose between Qiu Shaoqi and Qin Jinqing. As for Gao Jin, while he attracted some bets, the amounts were modest. Most were driven by the hope of small investments yielding large returns, with the majority of funds directed towards Qiu Shaoqi and Qin Jinqing. Gao Zhu intended to invest further in Gao Jin, yet his wager was declined by the staff. The reasoning was straightforward. $100 million was the maximum betting limit. In truth, if Gao Jin were to truly win, they would owe Gao Zhu $1 billion, equivalent to 50 billion Australian dollars. This amount represented the entire yearly revenue of the Macau casino. No one was foolish enough to risk such a loss. Cutting their losses was the wisest course of action. Gao Zhu could only think, you truly cannot afford to play. Soon, the showdown between the three commenced, again determined by drawing lots for matchups. And it was a one-on-one elimination format. Qiu Shaoqi drew a blank, while Qin Jinqing faced off against Gao Jin. The two sat at the gambling table, locking eyes. Nearby, the referee produced a deck of cards. After a round of competition, Gao Jin's hand proved slightly stronger than Qin Jinqing's, allowing him to secure a narrow victory. This outcome left the spectators in disbelief. It was merely a marginal win, especially for those who had wagered on Qin Jinqing, resulting in a sense of numbness as they realized their bets had gone awry. Observing this scene, Qiu Shaoqi furrowed his brow. Gao Jin's gambling skills exceeded his expectations. However, it could be argued that Gao Jin's victory was largely due to luck. Moving forward, he would have to yield and conform. Now, everyone, take an hour's break. The ultimate showdown for the title of gambling master will commence in 1 hour, announced the host. Gao Zhu, witnessing this turn of events, was not surprised. This was precisely the outcome he had orchestrated for Gao Jin. A narrow victory was ideal. If there were a complete rout, the odds might be altered by the casino, resulting in a potential loss of profits, originally projected at 150 billion Australian dollars, now reduced to only 50 billion. If the odds fell further, it would be tantamount to a trade fair. Such a scenario would be a catastrophic loss. Simultaneously, this result reached the ears of the gambling king, He Hongsun. Chapter 70. Gambling Master Gao Jin. Quite unexpected. He Hongsun squinted, a flicker of alarm in his gaze. In truth, who won or lost was inconsequential to him. What mattered was Gao Zhu's $100 million bet on Gao Jin, complicating his decisions regarding the odds. If they were to decrease further, it would create the impression that the casino could arbitrarily change the rules, inevitably leading to widespread dissatisfaction and jeopardizing the casino's reputation. How could they expect gamblers to visit the Macau casino with such uncertainty? Moreover, there was no need to lower the odds further. He did not believe that a mere novice could defeat Qiu Shaoqi. Mr. He, should we consider lowering the odds again? If that brat wins, we will have to pay out a year's worth of profits. His alluring secretary could not help but inquire. Meanwhile, surrounding officials displayed mixed emotions. Some rejoiced, while others were filled with dread. The jubilant ones celebrated the advancement of their ally, Qiu Shaoqi, to the final round, while the others lamented the failure of their investment in Qin Jinqing. In fact, this gambling tournament was intricately tied to numerous interests. It resembled a horse race, where each participant had their own bets among the gamblers. Winning would yield enormous profits, while losing would entail the forfeiture of all investments. What was initially a surefire victory in the gambling tournament had unexpectedly birthed a dark horse. How could they navigate this unforeseen circumstance? No need. He cannot win. This 1 to 10 odds actually present us with an opportunity to reap the rewards from the gamblers. He Hongson suddenly chuckled and said, "Go." Summoned the puppet master behind this young man. Among the officials, a middle-aged man wearing glasses spoke in a calm tone, "Go on." He Hongson took a deep breath and replied, "Very well." Soon, the female secretary met with Gao Zhu and explained her purpose. "Oh, the organizers wish to see me?" Gao Zhu laughed lightly, feigning surprise. He was well aware of their intentions. They merely sought for Gao Jin to concede defeat. "All right, let us go. Lead the way." After a moment's contemplation, Gao Zhu did not decline. Since he was already there, meeting the upper echelons of Macau would indeed broaden his horizons. Before long, Gao Zhu arrived at the top floor. Upon entering, he found a group of people staring at him. "Mr. Gao, please take a seat." He Hongson stood up, speaking amiably. "I am He Hongson. Allow me to introduce these individuals, who are the leaders of Macau." He promptly elucidated the identities of those present. Despite his reputation as the gambling king, He Hongson was well aware that he was ultimately at the mercy of the individuals before him. There is a saying that rings true. No matter how powerful a businessman or how formidable a figure in the underworld, one must bow in deference to those in politics. Otherwise, one's fate could be dictated by a mere word. This is not a fantasy, but a stark reality. It is precisely why many strive relentlessly for political power. As the ancients said, wealth and power are inextricably linked. Well, Gao Zhu greeted everyone and then took a seat, leisurely lighting a Gausher cigar. He said nonchalantly, "I wonder what purpose brings you to summon me." "It is this. We are jointly hosting the god of gambling competition for various reasons. Our primary objective is to raise awareness of Macau's casinos and, concurrently, to elevate the economy of the entire region." He Hongson asserted with righteous fervor. "Mr. He, let us cut to the chase. Such lofty ideals are of little relevance to me." Gao Zhu interjected sharply. His enthusiasm for the casino business in Macau was rather tepid. Although it was the central hub for gambling in Southeast Asia, where countless individuals from both the legitimate and illegitimate sides sought to curry favor, Gao Zhu had his own 1 billion laundering channel, rendering any need for compromise or sycophancy unnecessary. Thus, there was no question of quid pro quo or mutual benefit. "Let me be blunt. Let Cho Shao-Chi win this time. State your demands, and I shall fulfill what I can." He Hongson's expression shifted slightly as he spoke directly. "I'm afraid I cannot comply. Victory and defeat should rely on skill. Gambling king, please do not tarnish the name of the god of gambling." Gao Zhu exhaled a puff of smoke and smiled. "No room for negotiation?" Before He Hongson could respond, the bespectacled man flicked his ash and coldly fixed his gaze on Gao Zhu. He attempted to use the weight of authority to intimidate him into submission. "No room for negotiation," Gao Zhu retorted assertively. "Well, you certainly have guts." The man with glasses gritted his teeth, his expression icy. "Whether I possess guts or not, you lack the standing to judge. If you truly wish to know, send your wife over tonight, and I shall show you whether I have guts." Gao Zhu stood up and said coldly, "Why you? You will pay a heavy price for your words." The bespectacled man fumed with rage, nearly seething to the point of tearing Gao Zhu apart. However, in full view of the crowd, he had to maintain a semblance of decorum. Moreover, not all the officials present were his allies. "Ha ha ha." Gao Zhu sneered and turned to leave. With this minor episode concluded, the moment of ultimate confrontation arrived. Gao Jin and Cho Shao-Chi sat at the same table. Their demeanors were worlds apart. Gao Jin appeared calm and composed, while Cho Shao-Chi resembled a madman. His face alight with frenzy, exuding an imposing aura, truly a fitting embodiment of the gambling lunatic. "Concede, kid, some matters are beyond your control. Do you think that defeating Chen Jinsheng grants you the right to challenge me? Pathetic." Cho Shao-Chi's eyes, akin to those of a venomous serpent, fixated on Gao Jin as he spoke cuttingly. "Your words are akin to refuse in a restroom. Foul, filthy, and long-winded. If you can't handle the heat, get lost." Gao Jin retorted coldly. The art of gambling fears both psychological warfare and momentum. Once these two elements are absent, it is easy to become distracted in the ensuing actions. Much like the verbal skirmishes that precede a brawl in Hong Kong, morale is of paramount importance. To disrupt one's path, one must first unsettle their spirit. The match begins. Noticing Cho Shao-Chi rendered speechless, the referee immediately announced. Soon after, a new deck of cards was brought forth, displayed to everyone, and then shuffled and dealt. Cho Shao-Chi quickly picked up his 4 cards. 10, J, Q, K, a flush of hearts. Only one card remained unturned, and in this hand, he would either draw a 9 at the bottom or an ace on top, both of which were advantageous. Should the ace appear, Gao Jin would undoubtedly lose. Meanwhile, Gao Jin also picked up his 4 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, likewise a flush of hearts. The two players placed their cards face up on the table. Ha ha. You are doomed to lose. Upon seeing Gao Jin's hand, Zhou Xiaoqi erupted in laughter. The reason was simple. Although both hands were flushes of hearts, his hand held a higher value. As such, the probability of winning was significantly in his favor, regardless of whether the final card was a 9 or an ace. Conversely, even if Gao Jin drew a heart 5, he would still be destined for defeat. Unless an ace of hearts were drawn, he had no hope of recovery. After all, while there were 4 aces, only one was a heart. With this thought, Zhou Xiaoqi laughed maniacally. Gao Jin, this is a contest of gambling gods. The stakes have been set. Why don't we raise the ante between us? Gao Jin's expression darkened as he glanced at Gao Zhu. Gao Zhu nodded. Very well. What are your terms? I shall indulge. Gao Jin replied nonchalantly. With Gao Zhu's approval, he felt fearless, undaunted by Zhou Xiaoqi. It's simple. The funds at stake remain as they are, but let us wager on a single hand. Each of us shall put up 300 million patakas, and the loser shall leave an eye behind today. Do you dare? Zhou Xiaoqi declared with wild abandon. He had always operated this way. Inflicting pain on others brought him joy, earning him the moniker of the gambling lunatic. It was all about the adrenaline rush. Otherwise, how could one find satisfaction? Zhou Xiaoqi, that's unfair. Your hand is clearly superior to Gao Jin's. This is nothing short of taking advantage of someone in a vulnerable position. Do you have no shame? Indeed. If you can't play fair, then don't play at all. And adding conditions at the last minute? Truly shameless. The spectators scoffed at Zhou Xiaoqi's actions, deriding him with disdainful remarks. If you lack skill, then keep your mouth shut. What does it mean to be a god of gambling? A god of gambling creates miracles at the gaming table. Faced with the accusations of the crowd, Zhou Xiaoqi surveyed the room before fixing his gaze on Gao Jin, mockingly stating, if you wish to defeat me, your only chance lies in drawing a heart ace. Of course, that heart ace might very well be in my possession. Hence, whoever holds this heart ace shall be crowned the god of gambling. Do you dare to wager against me? Let us gamble. Why not? I have my sights set on your eyes. Gao Jin replied coldly. Very well. Upon hearing Gao Jin's acceptance, Zhou Xiaoqi revealed a satisfied smile. He then commanded his associates to place 300 million directly on the table. Gao Zhu sniffed in disbelief. He never anticipated that this audacious young man would stake such a sum outright. The exchange rate between AO yuan and Hong Kong dollar can be disregarded, establishing a ratio of 1:1. Fortunately, Gao Zhu always carried a bit of cash in his space, so he promptly turned to a secluded corner, retrieved 300 million Hong Kong dollars, and returned to the table, tossing the money down. You may commence. Zhou Xiaoqi swiftly turned over the final card. It was the 9 of hearts, which, sequentially, formed a straight flush of 9, 10, J, Q, K, all in hearts. Though it was not an ace, the 9 of hearts was still a formidable hand, just as he had asserted earlier, unless Gao Jin's final card was the heart ace. The title of God of Gambling today would undoubtedly belong to Zhou Xiaoqi. Did you truly believe you could win today? Your gambling skills are far too feeble to contend with me. Gao Jin retorted nonchalantly, before revealing his final card, which he slammed onto the table. The heart ace. Indeed. It was the heart ace, and now Zhou Xiaoqi's 300 million was irretrievably lost. No, even his very eyes were forfeit. Ha ha ha, you deserve this. Look at how arrogant you were. Now, without your sight, gambling will be impossible. Perhaps you will have to resort to blind massage. Laughter erupted from the crowd, who could not muster a shred of sympathy for Zhou Xiaoqi, for he had often played with similar stakes, causing countless gamblers to lose their fortunes and even suffer grievous bodily harm. The moment he beheld the heart ace, Zhou Xiaoqi was rendered speechless. His smile vanished, replaced by disbelief and shock, tinged with a hint of trepidation. His participation in the God of Gambling competition was not merely for glory. He bore the weight of providing economic value to those who supported him. Now, having lost, he could scarcely fathom how dire his future would be. Would he be dismembered, cast into the sea, or fed to dogs? Such thoughts were too grim to contemplate. As the crowd murmured, Zhou Xiaoqi suddenly drew a large black pistol, aiming it at Gao Jin, and fired. The bullet soared into the air, missing its target. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaoqi was swiftly subdued by Li Wang, who pummeled him mercilessly. Coughing up blood, Zhou Xiaoqi's suffering intensified as Li Wang's gaze turned icy. He thrust his hands into Zhou Xiaoqi's eye sockets, extracting 2 eyeballs and casting them onto the gambling table. A heart-wrenching scream escaped Zhou Xiaoqi, a visceral sound that pierced the soul and left an indelible impression. His visage could only be described as horrifying. One reaps what one sows. Gao Zhu observed this scene with a detached demeanor. In truth, he had anticipated such an outcome, instructing Li Wang to remain vigilant of Zhou Xiaoqi's actions. This foresight stemmed from his earlier meeting with He Hongsun and others. It was evident that Zhou Xiaoqi had numerous vested interests entwined with these individuals. A loss for him would entail significant financial repercussions for He Hongsun and his associates. who would not allow Gao Jin to seize victory and claim the title of true god of gambling so easily. Moreover, Qiu Shaoqi's reckless wager concerning his eyesight suggested a desperate gamble. If both matters converged without any precaution from Gao Zu, he might as well abandon the underworld and return home to raise pigs. The affairs of the underworld are far darker than what the average person perceives. At this juncture, gambling king He Hongsun and the bespectacled man arrived on the scene. Take him away, the bespectacled man disdainfully remarked, glancing at the sightless Qiu Shaoqi. Immediately, several staff members approached to escort Qiu Shaoqi away, covering his mouth to prevent him from divulging any explosive information. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the disruption. But rest assured, no one was harmed. We will provide a thorough explanation regarding this incident. As an official, the bespectacled man's words were articulate and precise. Coupled with his administrative attire, he exuded authority. Gone was the facade he had previously displayed. He now embodied the essence of a gentleman. With his pronouncement, the crowd expressed their relief, declaring it a false alarm with no significant consequences. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. The outcome is abundantly clear. The ultimate victor is none other than Gao Jin from Hong Kong Island. No, he shall henceforth be known as the god of gambling Gao Jin. The bespectacled man wore a forced and insincere smile as he faced the crowd. Chapter 71. A windfall of 5 billion. Peril abounds. A great escape. Congratulations, god of gambling. Congratulations, 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 god of gambling. Amidst the crowd's accolades, Gao Jin remained silent, gathering the 600 million from the table. Then fixing his gaze on He Hongsun. If I remember correctly, there is a reward for first place, yes? Ha, indeed. Of course, He Hongsun replied, blinking and regaining his composure. The first place reward includes equity in the Lisboa casino, the title of certified god of gambling, and a cash prize of 30 million. As He Hongsun's words resonated, the entire venue erupted in excitement. Wow, truly worthy of the gambling king. How grandiose. I had assumed this god of gambling would be a mere nobody, and that the gambling king would handle it casually. I didn't expect this. I must confess, my perspective was too narrow. Same here. However, considering Gao Jin's potential, he is destined for greatness. But given the number of renowned gamblers present, such as the gambling demon Chen Jincheng, the king of cheaters Jin Nong, and the gambling knight Hussein, who all fell short of the title of god of gambling, do you think this matter will be so simple? The interests at stake behind them are not just a few million, but billions. Now that their business has been disrupted by Gao Jin, how long do you think he can survive? Ah, you're right. If that's the case, this young man is doomed. Ha ha, being from Tiandao, it all depends on whether Tiandao has the strength to protect him. The fall of a prodigy can occur in an instant, and soon. The atmosphere grew lively. The surrounding crowd engaged in fervent discussions. Meanwhile, Gao Zu approached the betting counter, calmly addressing the staff. 10 billion US dollars, please. The staff member appeared exceedingly distressed. 10 billion US dollars equated to 50 billion AO yuan, a sum beyond their authority to mobilize. What, do you intend to renege? Indeed. You are the most renowned in Yenzhou. Surely you would not stoop to deceit? People stepped forward to support Gao Zu's demand. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. It is not a matter of inability to pay, but rather the staggering sum of 1 billion US dollars is simply too immense for us to procure all at once. We require a certain amount of time to gather such a substantial amount. Upon seeing this, He Hongsun immediately stepped forward to explain to the crowd. At that moment, his heart was bleeding. He had intended to earn 100 million US dollars from Gao Zu, but unexpectedly found himself facing a tenfold loss. No, it is imperative that we produce the funds today. Otherwise, it would signify a breach of trust on the part of your esteemed casino. And I trust that such a prominent establishment would not betray its clientele, would it? Gao Zu stated assertively, fixing his gaze on He Hongsun. There exists a rule in the casino. Matters of today must be settled today. Any wager placed must be redeemed. Otherwise, once time has passed, to put it bluntly, one might as well be disregarded. Thus, Gao Zu, under the scrutiny of many, had to reclaim the 1 billion US dollars. While this amount is indeed considerable, for He Hongsun and the entire Casino Lisboa, they could not afford to risk their reputation and be reduced to infamy. Go. Gather the 1 billion US dollars within an hour and present it before Mr. Gao. He Hongsun gritted his teeth and commanded those around him. For the sake of 1 billion US dollars, it would be foolish to sacrifice his status as a gambling king, tarnish the reputation of the Casino Lisboa, and squander a lifetime of hard-earned prestige. Even if it meant bankrupting himself, he must deliver the 1 billion US dollars to Gao Zu. In the following hour, Gao Zu sold back his shares in the Casino Lisboa to He Hongsun for a value of 60 million, and with an additional 30 million in rewards, along with Gao Jin and Qiu Shaoqi winning 300 million, plus the 1 billion US dollars still en route. Gao Zu made a staggering profit of 539 million Macanese patakas, Hong Kong dollars, during this trip to Macau. This far exceeded his earnings at Kowloon Wharf. Before long, the $1 billion was delivered amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd. After counting and confirming there were no discrepancies, Gao Zhu and his companions departed the casino Lisboa by 6 in the evening. Meanwhile, the news of the dark horse Gao Jin becoming the gambling god spread like wildfire. Numerous wealthy individuals and gamblers suffered significant losses due to Gao Jin's unexpected emergence. Gamblers do not merely exist within the confines of casinos. Many are among the affluent. This time, with so many notable gamblers participating in the contest for the gambling god title, they had already placed their bets on these individuals. Unfortunately, they had all miscalculated. He Hongsun sat across from a bespectacled man, whose expression was serious, and a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. As for He Hongsun, though somewhat displeased, he had weathered many storms and maintained his composure. Despite incurring substantial losses this time, he had at least preserved his reputation, and had even leveraged this opportunity to promote the Casino Lisboa. Losses can be compensated. I have conducted my investigation. This fellow has not left Hong Kong Island. Tonight, have the 14K send someone to eliminate Gao Zhu and Gao Jin. Is that acceptable? The bespectacled man coldly stated while fixing his gaze on He Hongsun. All right. He Hongsun did not refuse the request. The man was his protector. Even if he feigned reluctance, he had to comply. Soon, at the 14K headquarters, the leader, Hu Shuyong, returned, embracing two voluptuous and alluring women. Just as the three were engaged in flirtation, a phone call interrupted. Hu Shuyong answered. Hello, Mr. He. What is the matter? You are aware of the gambling god incident, correct? He Hongsun inquired. Yes, I am aware. Hu Shuyong replied with a slight frown. Such a significant event could hardly escape his notice. However, this was a matter involving He Hongsun and officials from Macau, with too many interests entangled, more than he wished to become involved in. Thus, he pretended ignorance, only to find himself approached nonetheless. Since you are aware, I trust you understand what needs to be done without further elaboration. Complete the task, and I will reward you with 10 million. He Hongsun remarked nonchalantly. All right. Hu Shuyong hesitated for a moment, but acquiesced. Just as he hung up the phone, one of his trusted subordinates entered. Boss, I have investigated thoroughly. This Tianmen is indeed the same one that previously dealt with He Lianxing, and Deng Bo and others have all been eliminated by this fellow. He has brought over 100 people to Macau, including the Blood King and the Lame God of War, Feng Yuxiu, all of whom are closely guarding Gao Zhu. If we wish to take action against him, it will not be a simple matter. Upon hearing this, Hu Shuyong fell into deep contemplation. The information indicated that attempting to move against Gao Zhu and Gao Jin would not be straightforward. Furthermore, should their actions come to light, it would offend Tianmen. Although this was his territory, the 14K and Tianmen, as well as the previous He Lianxing, had always maintained a non-interference policy, and there was no need to escalate to a deadly confrontation. However, he still needed to provide He Hongsun with an explanation, placing him in a precarious position. He asked me to kill Gao Zhu and Gao Jin. What are your thoughts? Hu Shuyong scrutinized his subordinate. How shameless. Winning and then wanting to kill the victor. It's utterly intolerable. Boss, I believe we need not involve ourselves. His subordinate argued. I know a bit about the ins and outs of this gambling god competition. Numerous wealthy individuals and officials have placed their bets on Xiao Shaoqi and others. Now that Xiao Shaoqi has been incapacitated, and the others have all failed, many desire Gao Jin's demise. We are not essential to that equation. My suggestion is to observe the situation. If someone does act against Gao Zhu tonight and he dies, we can claim credit. If he survives, we simply state we failed. If no one acts, we can send a few people tomorrow to stage a scene. The subordinate suggested sagaciously. In any case, we need not provoke Tianmen. Gao Zhu is far more ruthless than Jiang Tiansheng and the likes, and he acts without regard for consequences. I fear he might truly come to Macau wielding an AK. The subordinate reasoned convincingly and added, of course, our 14K is certainly not afraid of him. However, there is no need to provoke a madman and invite unnecessary trouble. Very well, let us proceed as you advised. Hu Shuyong conceded with satisfaction. This approach would mitigate risk, safeguard their interests, and provide He Hongsun with an explanation, a twofold strategy. You shall oversee this matter. If successful, I will reward you with 3 beautiful women and a bounty of 10,000. Hu Shuyong declared earnestly as he exhaled a puff of smoke. With the departure of his subordinate, the hall was filled with a vibrant spring ambience. What alleviates worries? Only the company of beautiful women. That night, Gao Zhu returned to the hotel, having legally converted over 5 billion in funds into Hong Kong dollars and transferred them to his account. While he was not yet a billionaire, the distance to that status was no longer significant. He was also aware that various factions would not easily let Gao Jin off the hook before their departure from Hong Kong Island. They would surely attempt to take action against him. Thus, Gao Zhu positioned Li Wang, Feng Yuxiu, and others throughout the hotel, establishing comprehensive defenses. With over 100 people stationed at the hotel, the management naturally opposed such arrangements. However, under the lure of Gao Zhu's substantial financial offer, the manager had no choice but to acquiesce. Such is the power of money. The following day, the hotel was surrounded by police from Macau, sending pedestrians fleeing in all directions. The reason was simple. Numerous incidents had transpired here the previous night: brawls, shootings, and even explosions, resulting in chaos and thick smoke still billowing from the hotel. Major media outlets flocked to the scene like sharks sensing blood in the water. Had it not been for the police intervention, these unscrupulous journalists might have stormed the hotel, compromising the integrity of the crime scene. Concurrently, various factions in Macau were closely observing this spectacle, speculating on the underlying motives. This incident was indeed monumental, marking one of the most bizarre mixed cases in recent years. A female head of the homicide unit arrived to assess the situation. From the wounds on the bodies, she discerned that the assailants were formidable, delivering lethal blows with precision. The faces of the deceased were predominantly foreign, suggesting they were indeed assassins. Go, summon the hotel manager immediately, and also retrieve the guest list from last night. Leave no stone unturned. She instructed the officers around her. Swiftly, the officers sprang into action. At the casino, a bespectacled man arrived to meet He Hongson clandestinely. Well done. But I wonder if anyone is dead? He removed his glasses and lit a cigarette, exuding a demeanor far removed from the elegance of the previous day, now replaced by a sinister and twisted smile. I doubt they survived, He Hongson replied nonchalantly. He had faith in Hu Shiyong's capabilities for over the years, who had adeptly managed numerous affairs on the darker side without a hitch. Although Gao Zhu could be challenging, this was Macau, the stronghold of 14K. Eliminating a figure like Gao Zhu and Gao Jin would be as simple as crushing an ant. Ha ha ha, with your assurance, I feel at ease. It's a pity they died too easily. This has jeopardized many of our significant undertakings. For the next Gambling King competition, be more meticulous. Such issues must not arise again. Remember, the casino business in Macau does not hinge solely on you. The bespectacled man coldly reminded him. Understood, He Hongson replied, his gaze icy yet maintaining a facade of cordiality. When under someone else's roof, one must bow their head. However, if push comes to shove, I would not hesitate to play a high-stakes game. After all, he was the illustrious gambling king of Macau, renowned across the seas, in the entire region. Who did not know He Hongson? His current restraint was merely a means of self-preservation. At the 14K headquarters, a trusted subordinate recounted the events that transpired at the hotel where Gao Zhu had stayed the previous night. Excellent, excellent. Hu Shiyong expressed his satisfaction. He had anticipated many individuals wanting to eliminate Gao Zhu and Gao Jin, but he was astonished by the sheer number involved. It could be said that the forces attacking the hotel numbered no less than 10. By the way, are the targets dead? Hu Shiyong inquired. If they were deceased, he could claim credit and rewards from He Hongson. If not, it would be entirely understandable that 14K had faltered against so many. Currently, the police have sealed all information and have yet to make any announcements, the subordinate reported. All right, continue to monitor the situation and inform me of any developments. Hu Shiyong lit another cigarette, exuding an air of calm. At the hotel scene, the female officer meticulously examined the guest list, ultimately identifying Gao Zhu and Gao Jin. Particularly the latter, who was renowned as the god of gambling and held a reputation on par with that of He Hongson in Hong Kong. Upon acquiring this lead, the female officer hastened to Gao Jin's room, only to discover it was the very room that had exploded the previous night. What is the status? Have you found anything? She inquired, glaring at the forensic expert. No, there are no casualties here, the forensic expert replied, shaking his head. This is bizarre. Shaoli, gather all hotel guests in the lobby. I need to verify each one. The female officer slammed her hand on the table, realizing that something was amiss. However, after assembling all the guests for questioning, she found no trace of Gao Jin or Gao Zhu. They had seemingly vanished. Unbeknownst to her, Gao Zhu and his associates had already boarded a vessel and departed. For Gao Zhu, leaving Macau undetected was a trivial endeavor. His shipping business, while not omnipresent across the region, had significant collaborations with nearby neighbors, including Macau. As for what would transpire next in Hong Kong, Gao Zhu was indifferent. Chapter 72. The Inception of Kowloon Entertainment. Wang Xiaoling arrives. A few days later, Gao Zhu returned to Hong Kong. During his absence, Kowloon Group's operations, both overt and covert, had been running smoothly without any issues, flourishing splendidly. Under Gao Jin's meticulous arrangements, no flower business was permitted in any of Kowloon's venues, which had attracted ire from various factions. However, they only dared to voice their grievances without taking further action. Dongxing and Hongxing remained silent, biding their time. Meanwhile, Kowloon Entertainment had officially been established. After days of promotion, tomorrow marked the grand opening, a day dedicated to recruiting actors, directors, and crew members. At 8 p.m., Wang Fengyi arrived at Gao Zu's estate, having missed him dearly after their time apart. Simultaneously, at the West Kowloon police station, Huang Zixin and Lu Kikang sat across from each other. That kid Gao Zu has returned from Macau. I suspect Hong Kong is about to descend into chaos. Huang Zixin exhaled a plume of smoke, fixating on Lu Qichang. Gao Zu, despite his youth, has ascended to the helm. His thoughts and experiences pale in comparison to Jiang Tianxing's, leaving many vulnerabilities. This young man previously engaged in smuggling operations in Simsha Sui. While legitimate business is profitable, it pales in comparison to the gains from smuggling. I suspect the establishment of Kowloon Group is merely a facade to cover up his smuggling activities. Lu Qichang remarked solemnly. It's a pity we lack concrete evidence. Otherwise, we could send him to Stanley Prison and achieve significant merit. Huang Zixin lamented. Indeed, Kowloon Group's business appears legitimate. Without evidence, we cannot even gain access to investigate. However, evidence is unearthed through human effort. We can adopt a different approach. Lu Qichang said, flicking the ash from his cigarette coolly. You mean? Huang Zixin and Lu Kikang exchanged knowing glances, immediately grasping each other's intent. Infiltrating Gao Zu's inner circle with their own operatives would enable them to gather incriminating evidence. However, such undercover assignments were fraught with peril. Firstly, the risks to personal safety were substantial. Secondly, finding suitable candidates for the role was challenging, as few would willingly engage in schemes with a crime lord. Moreover, relying solely on courage was insufficient. One needed intellect and capability as well. Lastly, loyalty posed a significant issue. Once involved in the underworld, one would confront a life of peril and temptation, where human integrity was often put to the test by greed. Ultimately, cultivating an undercover agent to infiltrate the enemy's ranks was a daunting task, with the potential for catastrophic failure lurking at every turn. The effort expended to embed Qin Yongren within the NI family had required immense time and energy. A single misstep could lead to utter disaster. This endeavor was labor-intensive and fraught with challenges. Do you have anyone suitable in mind? Huang Zixin took a deep breath. Recognizing the need to take a gamble for the sake of merit, unwilling to place all his hopes for promotion on Qin Yongren alone. Gamblers are well aware of the art of placing bets on both sides. The individual in question goes by the name of Wang Shaoling. She is someone I had earmarked several years ago during my time at the police academy. Her records remain classified, rendering them inaccessible to anyone curious about her training there. Lu Qichang promptly placed Wang Shaoling's personal file on the table. Huang Zixin glanced at it, his gaze momentarily flickering. Regardless of her capabilities, the salient point is her striking beauty. Her features are profoundly captivating. Her poise and physique are exquisite, far surpassing those of Mary. It would be a tremendous waste to present such a woman before the emperor. Hey, old Huang, do not entertain any thoughts about her. We must focus on our work. Lu Qichang remarked, noticing Huang Zixing's dreamy expression. Is it credible? Huang Zixing awkwardly set down Wang Shaoling's file and inquired. The credibility of these two aspects holds manifold implications, encompassing Wang Zixing's comprehensive ideology. To put it plainly, it pertains to the matter of her inner sense of justice. This is a fundamental prerequisite for an undercover operative, for without the support of conviction, it becomes exceedingly difficult to endure. Undoubtedly, her belief in the police force is unwavering, as is her commitment to combating criminality. How can I, after orchestrating this for so long, fail to manage a mere young lady? Lu Kikang replied with a subtle smile. Once upon a time, during discussions of this nature, he too was filled with fervor, believing that being a police officer was a noble profession aimed at eradicating harm and delivering justice. Yet, after enduring various incidents on the island over the years, he realized that true fairness and justice are but illusions, mere instruments for resolving issues for those in power. Just as he had chosen Wang Shaoling, it was ultimately for his own benefit, cloaked in the pretense of allowing her to pursue justice. All right, with the establishment of Kowloon Film tomorrow, I believe this presents an excellent opportunity to bring Wang Shaoling closer to the emperor. Huang Zixing suggested after a moment's contemplation. Exactly what I was thinking. Lu Qichang beamed a knowing smile. Let us pay her a visit. Shortly thereafter, the two discreetly arrived at a residential complex. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Qichang rapped on the door. Wang Shaoling peered through the peephole, her vigilance easing upon recognizing his face. In the next moment, a dashing woman appeared before Huang Zixing. Tall and elegantly poised, at the tender age of 20, she exuded a unique charm. Huang Zixing swallowed hard. Despite his vast experience with women, the sight of Wang Shaoling stirred his heart. In her presence, one could discern innocence, allure, and a fierce spirit. Officer Lu, what brings you here so late? Wang Shaoling inquired. Here is the situation. Lu Qichang promptly recounted the matter at hand. So, this is the emperor you speak of? Wang Shaoling picked up the photograph, scrutinizing it closely. I must admit, he is quite handsome. He hardly resembles a crime lord. appearing more like a cultured businessman. Indeed, this fellow is implicated in underworld activities and smuggling. Our request is for you to get close to the Emperor and gather incriminating evidence against him. If you can bring him to justice, it will be a significant achievement, and you'll be able to bypass the ranks of the police. Huang Ziqing asserted eagerly. Absolutely. I agree. I will ensure he is brought to justice. Wang Xiaoling replied without hesitation. For her, the pursuit of inner justice was paramount. Individuals like the Emperor, who are utterly irredeemable, must be incarcerated to prevent them from further endangering society. From this moment forth, your identity as a police officer will remain indefinitely sealed until you return victorious. Here are our contact numbers. Memorize them. And feel free to call us in case of emergencies. Lu Qichang said, gazing at Wang Xiaoling with satisfaction. He was pleasantly surprised by her unwavering resolve. He found himself somewhat admiring Lu Qichang's persuasive abilities. The two then shared some experiences about undercover work with Wang Xiaoling. It was well past midnight when she finally departed from the West Kowloon police station. The following day, the Emperor arrived at Kowloon Film, located on Hangshi Street in Tsimsha Sui, an area under the jurisdiction of Tianmen. The safety concerns were thus adequately addressed, thanks to Wang Fengyi's extensive promotional efforts. The news of Kowloon Film's establishment and recruitment attracted quite a crowd. The Emperor cast a cursory glance at the throng, feeling a tinge of disappointment at the absence of any familiar faces. However, this was to be expected, as Kowloon Film was merely a nascent company and had yet to lure any prominent stars. The selection process commenced swiftly, spearheaded by Wang Fengyi, while the Emperor observed, hoping to unearth any undiscovered talent. As time ticked away, the Emperor began to feel fatigued when a striking figure appeared at the entrance, instantly revitalizing him. This woman was known to him, Zhang Manyu. Her innocent visage bore a pitiable allure that instinctively evoked a desire to protect her. Soon, she passed Wang Fengyi's audition with flying colors. Following her was Zhong Chuhong, another stunning beauty, renowned for her performances in numerous popular works. By the end of the day, 10 actors and 1 director had successfully auditioned, while the crew was hastily assembled, reflecting a rather casual recruitment process. Despite the seemingly desolate atmosphere, this was of little concern. As long as a single work achieved phenomenal success, Kowloon Film would be propelled into the limelight, naturally attracting more exceptional talent. As the saying goes, every journey begins with a single step. Every endeavor requires a process and a foundation. At 2 in the afternoon, the Emperor gathered the 10 actors together, 4 women and 6 men, Zhang Manyu, Zhong Chuang, Wang Xiaoling, and Li Yan. The Emperor meticulously reviewed each individual's dossier, needing to study them in order to craft scripts and character profiles. Zhang Manyu and Zhong Chuang required no further introduction. As a time traveler, he was familiar with their works and could effortlessly recreate them. However, regarding Wang Xiaoling and Li Yan, the Emperor furrowed his brow, glancing up at Wang Xiaoling, who was indeed a striking beauty. Yet, the issue lay in the fact that she was the officer from the original weapon series. If she truly was Officer Wang Xiaoling, her intentions became quite apparent. Nevertheless, the Emperor chose not to expose her. All right, you may leave now, he stated indifferently. Once everyone had departed, the Emperor immediately set to work. Zhong Chuhong's Across the Seas, Zhang Manyu's Mongkok Kamen, Wang Xiaoling, and Li Yin's original weapons. At 11 o'clock that night, the Emperor submitted several scripts to the director, a man named Du Qifeng. With exceptional professionalism and skill, his involvement would undoubtedly be a tremendous asset to Kowloon Film. In terms of remuneration, Gaozu has been quite generous. While other directors might earn a meager few $100,000 annually, with bonuses possibly pushing it to $1 million, Gaozu has directly offered him a salary of $2 million. Along with a promise of future raises. After bidding farewell to Du Qifeng, the entire Kowloon film industry was left devoid of personnel. As Gaozu descended the stairs, an individual obstructed his path. Wang Xiaoling. Hadn't she already left for the day? What brings you here? Gaozu inquired, deliberately feigning ignorance as he cast a glance at Wang Xiaoling. Today, he had chosen to pay particular attention to this woman, whose stunning figure and audacious fashion choices were hard to overlook. If she were indeed aspiring to be an actress, he had every confidence in bringing her to prominence. However, if her intentions were otherwise, it would be an entirely different matter. I just wanted to express my gratitude to you, Brother Zhu, Wang Xiaoling said nervously. For a fleeting moment, Gaozu, positioned above her, found himself genuinely captivated. No need for such formalities. It's your remarkable talent that stands out, he replied with a smile, promptly making his way down the steps. Watching Gaozu's retreating figure, Wang Xiaoling gritted her teeth and hurriedly followed in her high heels. Suddenly, she let out a startled gasp and lunged towards Gaozu, wrapping her arms tightly around him upon contact. Gaozu turned to face Wang Xiaoling in silence, before effortlessly lifting her into a princess carry and proceeding downward. In the hall, Gaozu gently set Wang Xiaoling down and asked, "Are you all right?" "It hurts," she replied, her delicate brows furrowing as a hint of pain flickered across her face, exuding a pitiful demeanor reminiscent of a cherished memory from middle school, compelling one to offer genuine concern. You've likely just twisted it. It's nothing serious. I have a family remedy for sprains. A quick application will suffice, he remarked, his gaze fixed on Wang Xiaoling. Well, thank you for your concern, Brother Zhu, she responded, feigning hesitation before nodding in agreement. Internally, she was elated, surprised that her minor display of vulnerability had so easily swayed Gaozu. It must indeed be her enchanting beauty at play. Just as she was lost in thought, Gaozu swept her up once more, exiting the hall in a scene reminiscent of a romantic tale. As Wang Xiaoling gazed at the handsome face mere inches away, her heart raced uncontrollably. What a striking man. Unbeknownst to her, thoughts of Gaozu's notorious reputation flooded her mind. He was a ruthless villain, deserving of severe punishment. Perhaps even imprisonment in Stanley Prison, to prevent further harm to others. After a brief span, Gaozu escorted Wang Xiaoling into the estate. The sight of Gaozu returning with a woman left his subordinates utterly astonished. No way, is he actually seeking a wife for us? This was somewhat absurd. In their perception, the leaders of the underworld indulged in women, yet Gaozu was the exception. He would never stoop to seeking out such fleeting pleasures and never prioritized women. That evening, it appeared that this woman possessed quite a commendable appearance. Soon enough, Gaozu personally wrapped Wang Xiaoling's bandage with care. Rest for a few days, and you'll be fine, he said with a smile. Thank you, Brother Zhu, Wang Xiaoling replied with a slight smile. Where do you live? I can have someone escort you home, Gaozu offered as he lit a cigarette. Brother Zhu, I have no home in Simsha Sui. I just arrived from my hometown, Wang Xiaoling said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Her tears flowed freely, showcasing her exceptional acting skills at that moment. All right, you can stay here tonight, and I'll have Du Chiefing arrange a place for you tomorrow, Gaozu stated after assessing Wang Xiaoling. Thank you, Brother Zhu, Wang Xiaoling exclaimed, her excitement prompting her to grasp Gaozu's arm. The distance between them was merely a few centimeters, and Gaozu could distinctly catch her scent. It's nothing. Go on up to the second floor, he nodded. Understood, Wang Xiaoling replied, rising and heading upstairs. She hadn't anticipated Gaozu to be so unworldly. She had practically offered herself on a platter, yet he made no unreasonable demands, nothing that would align with the usual entertainment industry norms. It was truly remarkable. However, today had brought her closer to him, and now, all she could do was take her time. Gao Jin, from this moment onward, find someone to keep an eye on this woman and uncover who's backing her, Gaozu stated with indifference. Understood, Gao Jin replied promptly. Chapter 73, awaiting the arrival of the shipping storm. N.I. Yongxiao seeks assistance. The Crow requests a meeting. 10 days passed, during which Gaozu instructed Gao Jin to leverage the title of God of Gamblers to sweep through various casinos, achieving nothing short of a flawless victory. Amassing over $1 billion in funds within a mere 10 days, Gao Jin's reputation as the God of Gamblers was well earned, and he was hailed as such by the major casinos of the island. Upon learning of a plot from the Macau underworld to eliminate Gao Jin, they wasted no time in warning Macau. Anyone daring to lay a hand on Gao Jin would find themselves at odds with the island. Gao Jin would represent the casinos of the island in the future. Simultaneously, the Kowloon group expanded into new ventures, delving into real estate, retail, and infrastructure sectors. The military comprised land, sea, and air forces. Gaozu could not solely rely on maritime endeavors, as the land empire's business needed to be arranged as well. Moreover, the maritime sector was on the brink of a harsh winter, with a shipping recession looming on the horizon. Consequently, Gaozu would inevitably be affected. It was imperative to proactively manage risks and maintain them within acceptable limits. This was the essence of risk transfer. Furthermore, the impending shipping downturn would trigger a fierce competition among the three shipping tycoons, potentially giving rise to a true global shipping magnate, a significant transformation from shipping behemoths to financial tycoons. The so-called three shipping titans were, first, the king of charter shipping, second, Dong Haoyun of Orient Overseas Container Line, and third, Zhao Tsongyan of Huaguang Shipping. Each of these individuals helmed major shipping corporations on the island, possessing formidable strength, financial resources, and fleet size. When the storm struck, all three would face severe repercussions, and Gaozu would be poised to seize the opportunity. This underscored the significance of information advantage. Gaozu eagerly anticipated the arrival of the shipping storm. However, given his current financial capacity, it would be challenging to bring down all three competitors. Although the Charter King's shipping company was not publicly traded, his foresight, insight, and financial prowess were substantial. He had begun mitigating maritime risks since the inception of Kowloon Warehouse. The other two companies, however, were still naively expanding their fleets, oblivious to the impending dangers. While these two companies lacked foresight, they were both publicly traded and not to be underestimated. To engage with them, Gaozu would require ample capital. To swiftly gather funds within a short time frame, he could only await the gold mine from the steel fruit. Otherwise, with his current capital of less than 10 billion Hong Kong dollars, competing with the Titans would be akin to lighting a lamp in a restroom. Meanwhile, Gaozu also instructed the Tianmin faction to expand their territory. After all, the Tianmin members were prohibited from engaging in flower dealings, leading to a decline in various revenues. Collecting mere protection fees was far too slow to generate cash flow. There was only one path forward: seize the territory. To compensate for quantity with quality. A month has passed. In the Dongxing headquarters, Camel and others gathered, their faces heavy and discontented. Old boss, we are not like Hongxing. The expansion of Tianmin has significantly affected us. Our flour cannot even be sold. Are we really not going to retaliate? Said Crow, gloomily holding a toothpick. Indeed, old boss. We have lost quite a few venues to Tianmin lately. This cannot continue. Without a market, the brothers cannot survive. Wu Jiwei sighed. He was acutely aware of Camel's concerns. It was simply a matter of not wanting to provoke Tianmin and allow Hongxing to benefit from the chaos. However, Tianmin had already encroached upon their doorstep. With venues taken away, how could they sustain their flower business? Although Hongxing had also lost some venues to Tianmin, their livelihood did not solely depend on the flower trade, marking an essential distinction from Dongxing. Enough with the noise. Camel slammed the table, his expression grave. He had not anticipated Tianmin's audacity, daring to encroach on anyone's territory. They showed no regard for the rules of the Underworld. Uncle Ben, what do you think we should do now? Camel inquired of Uncle Ben. Uncle Ben, known in the Underworld as the White-Headed Elder, was part of Dongxing's elder generation, akin to Chuanbao and Deng Bo, all figures of some repute in the Underworld. Endure for a moment, and the storm will pass. Take a step back, and the sea will be vast. However, if they continue to overreach, we must give them a lesson. Uncle Ben stated calmly. Dongxing has been a long-standing society. We are not afraid of Tianmin. Camel nodded in agreement with Uncle Ben's counsel. Who among you is willing to confront Gaozu on behalf of the society? Camel addressed Crow and the others. It was impossible to engage in an all-out war with Tianmin over this matter, but a confrontation was necessary. Otherwise, the Underworld would think Dongxing truly feared Tianmin. Crow, Gaozu is currently expanding into your territory, and your flower business suffers the most. I believe it is only fitting for you to take the lead. Your reasoning is sound. The brothers will certainly support you, Lei Yaoyang remarked, casting a glance at Crow. Upon hearing this, Crow blinked. Although Lei Yaoyang's logic had merit, was it wise to take on such a thankless task without the society's backing? Was he truly a fool, enduring hardship for nothing? Damn, Crow, this is not your style. What is the matter? Are you afraid? If you don't dare to go, I will. C2 Haonan exhaled a puff of smoke, coldly declaring. Fear? That word has never existed in my vocabulary. Crow retorted with indignation, then fixed his gaze on Camel. However, this is not solely my affair. It involves the society's interests. I cannot shoulder everything alone. Camel chuckled, looking at Lei Yaoyang and the others. Crow is right. Let us follow the rules. You all can either contribute manpower or resources. I'll contribute. Lei Yaoyang pondered before speaking. All right. Each person will give Crow 400,000. Camel decisively announced. Crow, are you satisfied? No problem. Crow nodded. Good. I leave this matter in your hands. Ensure it is handled properly. Do not end up like a grasshopper, caught and killed. Camel cautioned, before departing with Uncle Ben. That night, Crow returned to the headquarters in Mong Kok, gathering a few trusted subordinates to discuss the day's events. Brother Crow, I believe we must take action. But we can negotiate first, said a bespectacled thin man. He was Fei Shi, Crow's top subordinate. I'm all for negotiation, but what can we negotiate? A third of my territory has been taken by Gaozu. It infuriates me. Crow slammed the table, shaking the ashtray thrice. The surrounding subordinates looked on, bewildered. But boss, isn't that how it's supposed to go? Negotiate first, then fight. That's the rule of the Underworld. Fei Shi stammered. Nonetheless, I find your point valid. Fei Shi, discreetly convey my message. Be cautious, and don't let anyone see you, or I'll wipe out your entire family. Crow said, straightening his expression and speaking with righteous indignation. All right. Fei Shi, taken aback, quickly nodded and turned to leave. The remaining subordinates exchanged glances, speechless. This guy is truly beyond help. What a table-flipping warrior. He should be called the face-saving warrior. Soon, Fei Shi relayed Crow's intentions to Li Wang. Negotiate. Go back and inform Crow that our brother Zeus at Mong Kok must be cleared completely. If he doesn't want to die, he should leave early. Li Wang said coldly to Fei Shi. All right. Fei Shi scratched his nose. After all, it was just Blood King speaking, exuding an overwhelming aura. Clearing Mong Kok? That level of arrogance rivaled Chuanbao's ambition to conquer the moon. Hey, Brother Zhu, Li Wang immediately reported to Gaozu, who was in Simsha Sui. All right, I understand. If he wants to play, I'll play along. Gaozu chuckled, hanging up the phone. Brother Zhu, what's up? Ni Yongxiao asked with a smile. Nothing. Just a trivial matter. Gao Zhu exhaled a puff of smoke. Mr. Ni, let us discuss serious business. It's late. What's on your mind? It's nothing major. I just wanted to have a chat with you. Ni Yongxiao sighed. Speak freely. There are no secrets between us. Gao Zhu said, flicking away ash and fixing his gaze on Ni Yongxiao. The timing of Boss Ni's death coincided with the prince's demise in the Hao gang. It's evident the other party still harbors suspicions about me. If this is true, it would greatly disappoint me. Gao Zhu thought, with such limited capability and vision. One is unworthy of being a godfather of the underworld. I have been investigating the perpetrator behind my father's death, yet I have no leads. You have been in Simsha Sui for quite some time, and you understand the previous situation better than I do. I hope you can assist me. Ni Yongxiao implored earnestly. Of course, it will not be for free. If you have any requests, put them forth, and I will certainly oblige. Ni Yongxiao's eyes reflected a deep melancholy. Hearing this, Gao Zhu narrowed his eyes. This young man was overly fixated on familial ties. The death of Ni Kuan had now become a psychological burden for him. Until it was resolved, he would remain trapped in his own turmoil, which was a painful plight. I can not only assist you, but also guide the Ni family onto the right path. However, I wonder if you desire this. Gao Zhu contemplated. Since the other party had sought him out, it was an excellent opportunity to win over Ni Yongxiao. Furthermore, it could result in taking control of Simsha Sui without any conflict. A twofold achievement. Of course I want to. Ni Yongxiao replied, anxious. All right, I can help you. But you must submit to me. Can you do that? Gao Zhu exhaled a plume of smoke, gazing at Ni Yongxiao with a languid demeanor. Ni Yongxiao was a talented individual, and Gao Zhu had long wished to bring him under his wing. However, doing so required a strategic approach. Either win his heart or subdue him. For the proud Ni Yongxiao, only the first option was feasible, the second was unthinkable. Thus, when dealing with someone like Ni Yongxiao, one must resort to cunning rather than brute force. Can you truly uncover the identity of the murderer who took my father's life? Ni Yongxiao hesitated before speaking. With the Ni family's efforts to cleanse their reputation, Ni Yongxiao held a degree of respect for Gao Zhu. After all, the Kowloon group was firmly established in Simsha Sui, and the philanthropist Yi Qiu was at the helm. He had no doubt that redemption was within reach. Moreover, it was his long-standing aspiration, or rather, the ideology that Ni Kuan had instilled in him. The underworld may be powerful, but it is still the underworld. And those who mingle in such circles will eventually have to pay their dues. Do you think I am jesting with you? Gao Zhu feigned dissatisfaction as he spoke. As an enthusiast of Hong Kong films, unraveling the issues at hand was a simple task, yet fully grasping Ni Yongxiao required a meticulous approach, step by step. Very well. I agree. Upon witnessing Gao Zhu's unwavering confidence, Ni Yongxiao hesitated for a moment, but ultimately acquiesced. He found himself with no alternatives. Now, go investigate your father's bodyguard. There should be clues. After Gao Zhu spoke, he rose and departed. This was the simplest puzzle to solve regarding the perpetrator behind Ni Kuan's demise. If Ni Yongxiao failed to uncover it, he would possess no value whatsoever. One could say Gao Zhu was merely placing a sumptuous feast before Ni Yongxiao, leaving only the method of cooking it to be determined. Meanwhile, Crow was busy paying respects to Guan Eryi, seeking his blessings. In the next moment, Fat Corpse rushed in, flustered. Damn it, where are your manners? Can't you knock before entering? Crow turned and glared, shouting furiously. Fat Corpse felt aggrieved. Speak up. What's the matter? Crow inserted 3 incense sticks into the burner, then settled onto the sofa, lighting a cigarette as he inquired. The Power King said that if we don't want to die, we should scram. He also stated that they are determined to dominate Mongkok. Fat Corpse replied helplessly. What? They want us to leave? Do they wish to provoke us in Mongkok again? Crow blinked, his expression darkening. How utterly arrogant. He exclaimed. After years of navigating this world, I have never encountered such insolence. Crow seized the ashtray and smashed it onto the ground. The ashtray, of decent quality, rolled over several times before finally coming to a stop. Fat Corpse was left startled and at a loss, gripped by fear. Damn it, they don't even want to negotiate. Just expect us to leave. Tomorrow, follow me. I want to see what capabilities this Power King possesses. Acting so brazenly before me, the Tiger of the Mountain. With a snarl, he added, Go, find 2 young ladies for me. I shall prepare some stir-fried pork with green peppers for them tonight. The next day, Gao Zhu arrived in Mongkok. Mongkok is a battleground coveted by many, ripe with opportunities, and everyone desires a share. Years of accumulation have led to numerous factions claiming their territory here. It is no exaggeration to say that one could count over a dozen gang names along a single street. However, all these factions would be systematically expelled by Tianmen. Gao Zhu arrived at the headquarters, where the Power King promptly delivered a detailed report. Among them, the most significant forces included the 13th sister of Hung Hing, Crow of East Star, and the Power King of Hong Tai. Indeed, They pose quite the hassle. Gao Zhu frowned, overwhelmed by the sheer number of factions. Tackling them one by one was simply impractical. It would be time-consuming and laborious, yielding little gratitude in return. Hence, he resolved to adhere to the rules of the Underworld, to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys, compelling them to retreat. The choice of chicken was crucial. Targeting Crow, the 13th sister, and Hong Tai was indeed a wise selection. Go, spread the word that Mong Kok is now under our Tianmen's control, Gao Zhu declared. If they were to play, they might as well play grandly, ensuring that everyone knew Mong Kok would soon belong to him. Gao Zhu. At that moment, a subordinate entered. Brother Zhu, East Star's Crow has brought a group of people and demands to see you. Chapter 74. Mong Kok must be cleansed. Hong Tai and Crow conspire. A meeting with knives drawn. Understood. Gao Zhu nodded, recognizing that Crow was indeed unwilling to heed caution. Shortly thereafter, Gao Zhu set out with his men. Crow had been waiting under the blazing sun for quite some time. Brother Zhu, allow me to introduce myself. I am Crow, the Tiger of the Mountain from East Star. Crow stepped forward, proudly presenting himself. Gao Zhu nodded slightly, acknowledging him. It's quite hot. Let us discuss this indoors. All right. Crow licked his lips in agreement. Brother Zhu, it's not that I lack respect for you, but your men assaulted mine and occupied my territory. You must provide me with an explanation. As soon as they were seated, Crow directly stated his intent. In the realm of the strong, power reigns supreme. Without strength, how can you demand an explanation from me here? The face of East Star holds little weight in my eyes. Even if your leader, Luata, were to come. What of it? Gao Zhu replied, exhaling smoke as he spoke. Brother Zhu, that's not quite right. Conflicts and victories are commonplace, yet no one can guarantee seeing tomorrow's sun. The life we lead is not solely for wealth. There is no need for us to engage in a deadly struggle. If you return my territory and grant my brothers a path to survival, I shall consider the matter resolved. What do you say? Crow, suppressing his anger, put forth his demands. Were it anyone else speaking thus, he would have already flipped the table in frustration. It was only due to Gao Zhu's position as the leader of Tianmen, commanding thousands of followers, that he was compelled to be so deferential. Crow, you put me in a difficult position. Gao Zhu glanced at Crow, a look of disdain crossing his face. Crow gritted his teeth, his expression trembling with fury. He abruptly stood, shaking his head, and fixed a fierce gaze upon Gao Zhu. Difficult? If it's difficult, then don't bother at all. As Crow spoke, he pressed down on the table and lifted it slightly. In the next instant, Gao Zhu placed his leg down upon the table, causing it to be firmly pinned to the ground, rendering it immovable despite Crow's efforts. This was a significant blow to his pride. Having traversed the Underworld for years, renowned for his ability to flip tables, to fail to do so before so many would strip him of all dignity. Veins bulged on Crow's forehead as he exerted all his strength. Enough with these trivial matters. It is impossible for me to yield. Not only can I not concede, but I also intend to seize what remains of your territory. I want Mong Kok cleansed. Gao Zhu took a sip of tea, coldly stating, no room for negotiation? Crow awkwardly rose, his eyes blazing with intensity. Get lost. I have no desire to cause a scene during the day. Gao Zhu surveyed the crowd outside, speaking nonchalantly. With the meager number of people Crow had, he truly did not regard them as a threat. However, given that it was daylight and the crowd was dense, he was reluctant to escalate matters. Otherwise, Crow and his men would have been beaten long ago. Fine, you just wait. Crow gritted his teeth and left with his subordinates. That evening, the news of Gao Zhu's intent to cleanse Mong Kok spread swiftly through the Underworld. Many factions were left in shock, cleansed, and moreover, cleansed entirely. Only someone as audacious as Gao Zhu would dare utter such words, counting the individuals of the Underworld, who among them does not possess immense ambition. However, the number of those capable of unifying an entire region is exceedingly rare. In the past, there was the D from Lianxing, who claimed dominion over Tsunwan. Aside from him, no one else in the Underworld has managed to unify a region in such a manner. Such arrogance. A wolfish ambition indeed. While Tianmen's strength is undeniably formidable, the notion of unifying Mong Kok is akin to chasing a delusional dream. This is nothing short of a self-destructive path. An elderly gangster in a tea house spoke with deep-set eyes. At his age, he has witnessed countless storms of the Underworld. Lei Luo is quite impressive, Isntihi. The four great families, including the Chaozhou gang, were once formidable, yet they have all vanished into the annals of history. Indeed, Brother Hua, he is merely lighting a candle in a restroom. The riches of Mong Kok are bountiful, with numerous societies. Among the smaller groups, just consider Hung Tai, Dongxing, and Hung Hing, each a dominant force. To offend them would be tantamount to certain death. Alas, it seems our youngest leader is destined to fall. Similar discussions echoed in the streets and alleys. No one holds any optimism for Tianmen. In a nightclub on Bolan Street, a veritable den of indulgence. Sister 13 was enjoying drinks with her companions when a cool-headed girl entered, exclaiming, Big sister, we have a problem. The Grand Ancestor has declared his intention to unify Mongkok. What should we do? Upon hearing this, Sister 13 set down her glass, her expression darkening slightly. She was well aware of the Grand Ancestor's reputation, demon ancestor, a merciless killer, a treacherous scoundrel. Indeed, any nefarious reputation can be traced back to him. It was only because the Grand Ancestor once stood atop Hung Hing and Dong Xing that he could make such claims. Otherwise, these infamous titles would have been the subject of far more severe discussions. Should we inform Mr. Jiang and have him come to mediate? Her sister continued. Boland Street was their sanctuary, and they had no desire to leave, let alone get embroiled in conflicts, for they were all women, and their strength was, after all, somewhat lacking in comparison. Moreover, the Grand Ancestor's notoriety was well known. No need. You go speak with the prince. I wish to meet him. Sister 13 pondered for a moment before speaking. Hung Tai. All members gather. Seated at the head of the table was Chun Mei, the leader of Hung Tai, known as Uncle Mei, who bore a resemblance to Dong Xing's Luo Tua. Surrounding him were the various hall masters of Hung Tai, Wang Bao, known as Uncle Bao, Bai Yun, known as Uncle Fat, and the prince, Chun Tai, the cherished son of the family, who was notoriously audacious in the underworld, with a history of every conceivable misdeed. Next was Hung Tai's ace enforcer, Wei Jixiang. I trust everyone is aware of the situation. The Grand Ancestor of Tianmin intends to unify Mongkok. What are your thoughts? Chun Tai surveyed the room, looking at everyone. Boss, that Grand Ancestor is not to be trifled with. He decimated the number gang. And as for Deng Bo and his crew, there has been no news from them at all, Uncle Fat said, rubbing his nose with concern. Indeed. My suggestion is to negotiate. Fighting benefits no one. Uncle Bao quickly concurred. The rest shared this sentiment. After all, at their age and standing, their hope was merely to maintain the status quo and enjoy a carefree life. Who would wish to return to the days of wielding swords and engaging in bloodshed? When one has nothing, one can fight desperately, but once a certain wealth is amassed, the priority shifts to self-preservation. Negotiation is futile. The crow went to negotiate today, and the Grand Ancestor didn't even show him any respect. Chun Tai lamented. If negotiation fails, then we fight. This is our territory. If he dares to come, let him leave in a body bag. The prince declared vehemently, his tone rife with arrogance. Tianmin's strength surpasses ours. A head-on confrontation is unwise. Chun Tai promptly countered the prince's assertion. I have an idea. If the Grand Ancestor insists on causing trouble, we shall ensure he pays dearly for it. The prince said coldly after a moment of contemplation. Speak. Chun Tai raised an eyebrow, intrigued. The Grand Ancestor has an old flame at the Mi Ji Lawn nightclub. We can use that woman as leverage. The prince suggested with a grin. By the way, Wei Jixiang, if I recall correctly, you have a good relationship with her. Should Tianmin prove obstinate, you will bring Ruby to me. No problem. Wei Jixiang hesitated briefly, but ultimately agreed. Very well, if this fellow truly lacks discernment, we shall proceed as you suggest. Also, immediately spread the word that if Tianmin dares to step foot in Hung Tai's territory, it will be a fight to the death. Chun Tai addressed the gathering. At the Mongkok Hall, the prince brought Sister 13 along. Brother Ancestor, you come to Mongkok without informing me. As soon as the prince sat down, he spoke with a hint of reproach. I've been busy these past few days, as you know, the Grand Ancestor explained. Then turned his gaze to Sister 13, saying, So this is Sister 13? Quite impressive indeed. You possess the spirit of Hua Mulan. The Grand Ancestor expressed his admiration for Sister 13. A woman carving out a place for herself in such tumultuous times must possess extraordinary capability and strength. Thank you for the compliment, Brother Ancestor. Sister 13 replied with a modest smile. During her first conversation with the infamous Grand Ancestor, she found him far less arrogant than she had imagined. Instead, he exuded a sense of cultured refinement. Brother Ancestor, I come primarily to discuss the matter of this territory on behalf of Sister 13. Might you grant me the favor of sparing her? The prince took a deep breath and looked at the Grand Ancestor. He rarely made public appearances in the underworld and would never plead for anyone. But his connection with Sister 13 was strong enough to prompt him to step forward. Prince, while I appreciate the sentiment, I have stated that Mongkok must be unified. The Grand Ancestor flicked the ash from his cigarette, speaking nonchalantly. In Mongkok, there is only one voice, and that is mine, the Grand Ancestor. Upon hearing this, Sister 13 and the prince exchanged glances. Brother Ancestor, though I am affiliated with Hung Hing, I can offer you a share of the future profits from this territory. Sister 13 promptly declared. Very well. In light of the prince's request, let us settle this matter as such. The Grand Ancestor did not press Sister 13 further. What he sought was an attitude, and Sister 13's was satisfactory. As for her territory, it was merely one street. Of course, it was primarily to give the prince face. Thank you, Brother Ancestor. Sister 13 exclaimed joyfully. Though she would need to part with some cash, preserving her foundation was already a significant victory. It was far better than having nothing at all. As for confronting Tianmin directly, she never entertained such thoughts, for she was acutely aware of Hung Hing's internal issues. While Hung Hing was large, its members were embroiled in mutual scheming. Seeking help internally was less advantageous than appealing to the prince. 10 days passed. The disciples of Tianmin swept through the streets like locusts, with thunderous force, seizing numerous establishments. Many societies were left in utter disarray. The underworld was engulfed in fear, prompting several societies to unite in issuing a warning to the Grand Ancestor to cease his actions. As for these so-called warnings, I pay them no mind. These individuals are merely a band of blustering pretenders. This evening, we must seize control of the Hongtai establishment, Gaozu remarked, casting a glance at Li Wang and the others. After several days of vigorous assaults, half of Mongkok has already fallen under our control, leaving only the Crow, Hongtai, and a few minor factions. However, Hongtai, being an entire organization, possesses strength far superior to that of the Crow. Capturing Hongtai would bring us one step closer to a complete dominion over Mongkok. Indeed, Li Wang and the others nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Chen Tai of Hongtai encountered the Crow. Crow, despite our numerous conflicts, it is time to set them aside. Wouldn't you agree? Chen Tai said, idly toying with a string of prayer beads. Speak plainly, what do you propose? The Crow replied, visibly displeased. Compared to his grievances with Gaozu, the animosity he harbored towards Hongtai was far greater, yet the current circumstances compelled him to collaborate with Hongtai to counteract Gaozu. It's simple. We lure the snake from its den and strike from the east, while our forces gather in the west. Chen Tai narrowed his eyes, a mysterious smile creeping upon his lips. Spare me your nonsense. Be more specific. The Crow retorted, dissatisfied. Very well. Chen Tai promptly divulged his scheme. You truly are cunning. Chen Tai, even Go Huang was not as shameless as you. Nevertheless, I concur. The Crow responded upon hearing this. Could you kindly clean up your language? Chen Tai seethed, wishing to strike the Crow down. Enough. Let us proceed as planned. Tonight, we take action. The Crow rose and departed with a flourish. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Li Wang rushed in, holding an item. Brother Zhu, there's trouble. The Crow intends to rescue Ruby alone and has gone out to the outskirts. This was brought back by one of his men. As he spoke, Li Wang handed a hairpin to Gaozu. Gaozu examined it closely. Indeed, it was Ruby's hairpin, one he had personally gifted her. A surge of uncontainable rage ignited within him. How dare they touch his woman? They say calamity does not befall one's loved ones. Yet the Crow is truly igniting a fire in the restroom. However, Gaozu refrained from acting impulsively, contemplating the Crow's intentions. Since he had rejected the Crow, he had anticipated an immediate retaliatory assault. Yet, after all these days, the Crow had only now revealed his hand, indicating there was more to this than met the eye. Is there any issue with Hongtai? What about Sister Shursan? Gaozu inquired, fixing his gaze on Li Wang. Sister Shursan is fine. Hongtai has been consolidating its forces these past few days, Li Wang replied earnestly. Very well. I shall go alone. You all continue with the plan. Bring down Hongtai, Gaozu declared, rising with a calm demeanor. After the others departed, Gaozu called the prince and Sister Shursan, instructing them to assault the Crow's stronghold. Once everything was arranged, Gaozu set off alone to the outskirts. Chapter 75, Rescue Ruby. Eliminate Hongtai Prince. An uninvited guest. Hello, Crow. Gaozu is left on his own. Upon witnessing Gaozu's departure, the watchful fat corpse immediately called to inform the Crow. Understood, replied the Crow, ending the call and turning to Ruby. I never imagined Gaozu would truly come alone for you. TSK, 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 our Mongkok beauty is indeed captivating. She has stolen Gaozu's very soul. Quite intriguing. Ruby remained silent, her face a mask of concern. She too had not anticipated that Gaozu would venture forth alone to rescue her. Yet, this was a trap. Wei Jixiang, I truly owe you this time. Without you, this woman would be beyond my reach. Noticing Ruby's silence, the Crow turned to Wei Jixiang. Enough, Crow, let us keep the chatter to a minimum. The Hongtai Prince. Sensing Wei Jixiang's unease, fixated on the Crow. Wait a moment. Do not kill Gaozu just yet. I wish to toy with him in front of that brat. After all, he has coveted Ruby for quite some time, and such a golden opportunity must not be squandered. Agreed, replied the Crow with a nod. Too lazy to engage further with the Hongtai Prince, considering him merely a spoiled brat. As time ticked by, Gaozu drove his vehicle towards the scene. After surveying the area, he noted that there were hundreds present, each wielding weapons. Lighting a cigarette, he stepped out of the car and made his way towards the crowd. The Crow approached, eager to speak, but at that moment, the Hongtai Prince, accompanied by Ruby and Wei Jixiang, emerged from behind the vehicle, his demeanor arrogant and imperious. The Crow felt irritated but opted to remain silent. Upon seeing the Hongtai Prince and Wei Jixiang, Gaozu's eyes narrowed. He sensed that this situation was more complex than it appeared. So, the Crow and Hongtai had allied. Yet what of it? Those deserving of death would meet their fate, and those who must be annihilated would be vanquished. Gaozu, are you surprised to see me? The Hongtai prince laughed heartily. You dare to covet my woman? Today, I shall have your woman before your very eyes. How does that make you feel? Furious, I presume? With that, the Hongtai prince yanked open Ruby's clothing, revealing a twisted smile. Ruby emitted silent sobs, while Wei Jixiang clenched his fists, teeth gritted, too cowardly to step forward, utterly humiliated. You shall meet a grim end. Gaozu stated, his expression unyielding. You dare to act so brazenly while standing at death's door? The Hongtai prince scoffed. Today, I shall expose your woman. Seeing Gaozu's defiant attitude, the Hongtai prince prepared to take action. Just then, even the crow could no longer bear it. Enough. Gaozu, despite all, was still the leader of the Heavenly Gate, a figure of considerable stature in the Underworld. His intent this time was merely to use Ruby to stabilize Gaozu. As for killing Gaozu, he would not be foolish enough to entertain such thoughts. Who do you think you are? The Hongtai prince retorted angrily. At that moment, the crow stepped forward and kicked the Hongtai prince away. The Hongtai prince stumbled to his feet, bewildered. Crow, what is your meaning? This woman must not come to harm. The crow replied coolly. We could have disposed of this brat at any moment. Why the hesitation? The Hongtai prince complained. If you utter one more word, I shall take you down myself. How is it that Shuntai produced such a waste of space like you? The crow swiftly removed his jacket and draped it over Ruby. She is unharmed, rest assured, he assured Gaozu. Indeed, Gaozu narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of menace evident. Gaozu, this time I do not wish to kill you. Cooperate and come with us. The crow stated directly, tossing a length of rope onto the ground. Crow, what on earth are you doing? Enough with this nonsense. Kill him. The prince angrily confronted the crow. According to their plan, they intended to use Ruby to eliminate Gaozu, while the crow's men would engage Hongtai's forces at Gaozu's stronghold in Mongkok. Holding the severed head of the ancestor, the Heavenly Gate was compelled to submit. And what of the crow? At this moment, it chose to play the role of the virtuous. Absurd, you foolish crow, you cannot play this game. Be gone. A collection of mindless wastrels. The crow lifted its cold gaze, gritting its teeth as it spoke. Indeed, the pact between him and Chuntai was to eliminate the ancestor. However, the ancestor commanded such a vast Heavenly Gate. To slay the ancestor? If that were to transpire, it would signify that the Eastern Star was declaring war upon the entire Heavenly Gate, essentially inviting calamity upon themselves. Would the camel not crush him? Furthermore, the Hongxing faction was still lurking with bated breath. He was brave, but not without reason. The Prince of Hongtai wore a pained expression. Ancestor, is it truly worth losing your life over a mere woman? The crow cast a disdainful glance at the Prince of Hongtai, then fixed its gaze upon the ancestor. Enough of this prattle. If you cannot play, then do not engage. The Prince of Hongtai drew forth a large black star, aiming it at the ancestor, speaking coldly. This sudden turn of events startled even the crow. The ancestor must not be killed. Ha ha ha, must not be killed? Is there someone whom my prince cannot slay? The Prince of Hongtai spoke with arrogance. The crow took a deep breath and rolled its eyes. Come, in my life. The ancestor regarded the frenzied Prince of Hongtai with an unwavering demeanor. No, I have spoken. Before your very eyes. The Prince of Hongtai narrowed his gaze and forcefully tore away the cloak covering Ruby. Go on, what are you waiting for? The Prince of Hongtai directed his gaze at those surrounding him. Yet no one heeded him. All present were allies of the crow, naturally unwilling to follow the prince's command. Crow, send your men forth, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The prince then aimed his weapon at the crow. You truly are a madman. The crow gritted its teeth. Go. More than a dozen rushed forth, encircling the ancestor, their blades glinting coldly under the moonlight. In the next moment, the clash of swords and blades ensued. A minute passed, and the ancestor stood proud, surrounded by the fallen. Truly, he possessed the strength of 10. The crow swallowed hard, fear evident in its eyes. Tales in the Underworld spoke of the ancestor's ability to confront 100, yet he had never believed such claims. However, the scene before him had already proven the ancestor's formidable prowess. At the very least, facing over 10 armed foes, he dared not claim that he would emerge unscathed. This is truly a nightmare. The Prince of Hongtai blinked, immediately aiming his weapon at Ruby. I concede your strength, but the initiative lies with me. Hands on your head. Kneel. Otherwise, I shall slay this wretched girl. Observing the ancestor's silence, the prince forcefully pressed Ruby's head down. I will count to 3. 1, 2, 3. The atmosphere grew tense, enveloped in an eerie silence. Since you have chosen this path, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The prince gritted his teeth. Glaring at Ruby, no matter, a corpse will suffice. In the next moment, he prepared to pull the trigger. Suddenly, a twist of fate occurred. The ancestor, unbeknownst to Wen, brandished a desert eagle, firing with speed and precision, a bullet piercing through the Prince of Hongtai's skull. This scene sent the onlookers scrambling for cover. Simultaneously, The crow drew its black star. However, the ancestor had already closed the distance. Seizing the crow by the throat and lifting it into the air, "Do you understand how infuriated you have made me?" "Yes, yes, I apologize, ancestor. I realize my error." The crow stammered, at that moment nearly losing control. Setting aside the ancestor's astonishing combat prowess, where had the gun come from? Hadn't it just been searched? Of course. The most crucial point was that he dared not kill the ancestor, while the ancestor was fully capable of ending his life. Humph. The ancestor cast the crow aside, swiftly drawing an AK and pointing it at the crowd. "If you wish to live, then leave. Wei Jixiang, the crow remains." As the ancestor's words echoed, the crowd peered toward him, and upon seeing the AK, their minds momentarily faltered. My goodness, an AK. What folly is this? In no time, the once mighty throng had dwindled to a mere 20 or so followers, alongside the crow and Wei Jixiang. "Ancestor, spare brother crow, otherwise, we shall fight you. You have a gun, but we do too," one bold follower warned, puffing up his courage. The ancestor raised the AK, initiating a barrage of fire. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets struck the vehicle incessantly, and in the next moment, boom, the vehicle erupted in flames. The Eastern Star members hiding behind it were sent skyward. Bang. A bullet whizzed toward the ancestor, who merely shifted slightly and evaded the ambush. "Rodent." The ancestor scoffed, unleashing a flurry of bullets that turned the assailant into Swiss cheese. Soon, calm returned to the scene. The crow's subordinates lay dead. Flames illuminated the ancestor's visage, his expression describable in only 4 words: unperturbed, serene as water. As if all of this were merely a trivial affair to him. In stark contrast, the crow and Wei Jixiang were paralyzed with fear, their bodies weak, thoughts blank. Mouths agape, as if to swallow an egg. Previously, they had only heard whispers of the ancestor's demonic reputation, never believing them. In this moment, disbelief was no longer an option. The ancestor set down the AK, lit a cigarette, inhaling slowly, draping his coat over Ruby's body. "Are you all right?" "I am fine, ancestor." Ruby steadied herself, feigning strength. The moment the blood of the Prince of Hongtai splattered across her face, she felt as if the entire world had crumbled. Though she was of a powerful stature herself, in the end, she was merely a woman. "You too, come here." The ancestor spoke coldly. "Ancestor, ancestor." The crow and Wei Jixiang crawled forth to stand before the ancestor. "Was it he who betrayed you?" The ancestor pointed at Wei Jixiang, fixing his gaze upon Ruby in inquiry. "Yes." Ruby nodded, tears welling in her eyes. "Crow, kill him, and you may live." The ancestor assisted Ruby to her feet, turning to glare at the crow before returning to the vehicle. The crow, one of the 5 tigers of the Eastern Star, known as the Mountain Tiger, possessed formidable strength. Wei Jixiang, the golden emblem of Hongtai, also held considerable power, though he was rather cowardly. Minutes later, only one of the 2 remained alive. Wei Jixiang lay in a pit, bloodied, frothing at the mouth, his eyes filled with terror, regret, fear, and remorse. "Ruby, please take care of my son. I implore you." Wei Jixiang summoned his final ounce of strength to unleash a heart-wrenching cry. Yet, Ruby remained silent, coldly gazing at Wei Jixiang. Her heart had already perished moments ago. Self-inflicted misfortune begets no mercy. The crow chuckled disdainfully, picking up the knife from the ground and slicing Wei Jixiang's throat. Meanwhile, the ancestor started the car, leaving without a backward glance. As for the crow, the ambition of the crow is vast. Were it not for the constraints of the narrative, the crow would not meet its demise. Keeping the crow alive could set the stage for a grand strategy in the future. Meanwhile, at the Hongtai headquarters, a confrontation with the Tianmen faction has already commenced. Despite its considerable size and numerous members, Hongtai is notoriously timid in the underworld, comprised of individuals who are fundamentally cowards. When faced with formidable figures like Li Wang, they simply cannot withstand the pressure. In the mere span of half an hour, the ranks of Hongtai began to disperse, with many fleeing. It is estimated that only 4 out of 10 remained at the scene. "Brothers, unleash your fury," Li Wang declared as he hung up the phone. Having learned that Gao Zhu had resolved the troubles at hand, with renewed vigor, he plunged into the fray, ready to showcase the bloody spectacle for which he is renowned. At the crow's lair, both the prince and 13th sister arrived simultaneously, and a violent clash was imminent. The long hours of the night stretched on, each minute a torment. After ensuring Rubney's safety, Gao Zhu returned to the headquarters, his movements, brewing tea, lighting a cigarette, remarkably deft. At that moment, a group of uninvited guests arrived, led by Chun Guozhong and Ma Jun playing such high stakes. "Are you not afraid of self-destruction?" Ma Jun remarked coldly. "Is it too grand?" "I don't think so," Gao Zhu replied, pouring tea into 2 cups for his guests. "Sit. Enjoy some tea. Can't you be a bit more stable?" Chun Guozhong said as he took a seat, sipping his tea with a sigh. "I assure you, once we have complete control over Mong Kok, no illicit substances will appear. and I will not cause you any trouble. Gao Zu promptly made this promise. Your aim is to gain total control of the docks in Mongkok, is it not? Ma Jun hesitated before sitting down, fixing his gaze intently on Gao Zu. How did you deduce that? Gao Zu raised an eyebrow. Your acquisition of the prestigious streets in Causeway Bay. Your dealings with 14K and He Lianxing all point to one clear path. You seek control over the docks in various districts. You aim to strengthen and expand the Kowloon group. Ma Jun explained. Indeed, the path of the gang is not one that can be traversed indefinitely. I must prepare for the future. Gao Zu continued. My ambitions do not conflict with yours. My intention in establishing Tianmin was to separate from He Lianxing. I do not engage in the drug trade. At most, I collect protection fees, which also safeguards the public's interests. Tianmin is unlike other gangs. We can alleviate your burdens, can't we? Gao Zu laid his intentions bare. Your intentions are commendable. However, your aggressive actions are provoking the police. Moreover, the waters of Hong Kong run deep. It is not as simple as you might believe. You would do well to temper your ambitions. Otherwise, regardless of your reasons, once the authorities take notice, no amount of skill will allow you to escape. Chen Guozhong warned sternly. Gao Zu's assertions were not unfounded. The emergence of Tianmin has indeed curtailed many chaotic elements. It can be said that wherever Tianmin is present, the populace enjoys peace and prosperity. There are no occurrences of plunder or drug trafficking. Public safety is remarkably good. Chapter 76, Mongkok's Unification. Repelling invaders. The formidable presence of Tianmin. Thank you both for your counsel. Tonight, I will trouble you too. My men will fully cooperate with you. Gao Zu smiled. He was acutely aware of the Hong Kong government strategies. Govern Hong Kong with Hong Kong's own hand. In essence, the message is clear. As long as internal strife persists, it not only distracts attention, but also facilitates the governance of Hong Kong by the authorities. This is the primary reason for the proliferation of gangs in Hong Kong. Not due to the government's inability to regulate them, but rather a deliberate choice. Gangs can exist, indeed. Many can thrive, but they will never allow one to dominate completely. Very well, Chen Guozhong said as he rose. Take care. I hope you can endure for the long haul, benefiting our people. As a police officer, he harbored a sense of justice. Yet his many years of service had revealed the harsh realities of human life, leaving him feeling powerless. Sometimes, when justice is not served, individuals like Gao Zu are needed to oversee the underworld and alter this predatory society. Whether or not Gao Zu might fall victim to the authorities was inconsequential. Even a single day of his potential to alter the current state of Hong Kong is a blessing. Indeed, I will, Gao Zu replied, rising with a slight smile. Let us go. Chen Guozhong promptly led Ma Jun away. At 3 a.m., all matters reached a conclusion. The entirety of Hongtai, including Chun Tai and others, was cast into the depths by Li Wang, and the Hongtai headquarters was seized by Tianmin. The domain of the Crow was similarly taken over by the Prince and 13th Sister. Within 3 days, while maintaining control over Mongkok, complete unification must be achieved. Gao Zu immediately dispatched orders to Li Wang and others, while also requesting the various hall leaders of Tianmin to mobilize troops to assist in Mongkok. No hall leader dared to defy Gao Zu's commands. Disobeying the orders of the Tianmin leader is the foremost rule of the gang. Those who resist shall face death without mercy. This will be led by the Blood Shadow Hall. In such circumstances, who would dare to risk their life for a gamble? Soon, news of Gao Zu's annihilation of Hongtai and expulsion of the Crow spread throughout the underworld, shaking it to its core as they began to see opportunities. According to the rules of the underworld, whether it be a flag raising or unification, one must maintain control for 3 days for it to be recognized. To hold such a vast area like Mongkok for 3 days, Tianmin must mobilize at least 10,000 men to secure every street and venue. Otherwise, with so many gangs in the underworld eyeing Mongkok, an assault could occur at any moment. Should any external force successfully raise their flag, the unification would be rendered moot. Tianmin could then only claim to be the largest force in Mongkok, akin to the former Number Gang. In Causeway Bay, at the Hongxing headquarters, Nangu, a seismic shift has occurred in Mongkok. The Tianmin faction is reorganizing the Hongtai turf, and Chun Tai and others are likely finished. The Crow is at a loss, having been assaulted by the Prince and 13th Sister, and reluctantly withdrawing from Mongkok. This morning, 13th Sister and the Prince even surrendered the territory they fought hard for to Gao Zu. It seems they wish to avoid conflict with him. Now, there remains no one capable of restraining the Tianmin faction in Mongkok. The Tian heir immediately reported the gathered intelligence. It appears the Crow and 13th Sister are opting for a change of allegiance. Chen Haonan mused, quickly perceiving their maneuvering. Hongxing and Dongxing have a long history of enmity, but it has not escalated to the point of mutual destruction. Given that 13th Sister and the Prince can now coexist peacefully in Mongkok without being targeted by Tianmin, It is evident that expelling the crow from Mong Kok serves as their pledge of allegiance to Gao Zu. Indeed, the Tian heir nodded. In that case, you and Shanji should keep a close watch on the situation in Mong Kok. As the adage goes, one must reciprocate. If they plant their flag in our Causeway Bay, we shall raise ours in Mong Kok. Achieving unification there will not be so simple. Chun Haonan coldly stated. Understood. The Tian heir promptly agreed. By the way, how many new recruits have we taken on recently? Chun Haonan exhaled a plume of smoke, his expression troubled. Since witnessing Gao Zu overturning Deng Bo, he too wished to emulate Gao Zu's recruitment strategy. Currently, we have only recruited 100 individuals. I believe there is no need for us to set stringent thresholds. If it were to be relaxed, at the very least, we could gather 1,000 individuals. Although the Blue Lanterns are rather unreliable, sustaining them wouldn't require a substantial amount of resources. The Tian heir pondered for a moment before speaking. He was well aware that Chun Haonan was emulating the recruitment principles of the revered Gao Zu, but the issue lay in the fact that Gao Zu offered generous incentives. Such benefits were beyond their means. Moreover, the individuals recruited by Gao Zu had essentially undergone a rigorous selection process, becoming the esteemed members of Tianmen. Directly entering its esteemed roster, something Chun Haonan could not achieve, as Hongxing did not belong to him, with such interests, positions, and benefits inadequately provided. And with Gao Zu's recruitment model glaringly evident, it would be exceedingly difficult to mimic Gao Zu's methods. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. Though Chun Haonan felt reluctant, the harshness of reality compelled him to acquiesce. Furthermore, keep a close watch on Shanji's behavior. I fear he may cause some trouble, and with our current strength, we cannot afford to clash with Gao Zu. Chun Haonan suddenly recalled Shanji and promptly alerted the Tian heir. Nodding in agreement, the Tian heir turned and departed. Numerous factions akin to Chun Haonan harbored ambitions to stake their claim in Mong Kok, clandestinely assembling their forces, poised to strike at any moment. Although inspired by the experiences of Hong Tai and the Numbers Gang, there is a saying, fortune favors the bold. Everyone yearns to strive for success, transforming their humble taxis into formidable beasts. 3 days passed, and Mong Kok stood unified. Tianmen valiantly defended the vast expanse of Mong Kok. Just as Gao Zu proclaimed, there could only be one voice in Mong Kok, and that was the leader of Tianmen, Gao Zu. Over these 3 days, numerous events transpired. On the first day, a multitude of factions surged into Mong Kok, even allying with the former subordinates of Hong Tai, attempting to seize a share of the chaos. This led to utter disarray in Mong Kok, with street battles erupting among the Triads. Yet, Tianmen's forces had not yet assembled, making it impossible to cover the entirety of Mong Kok. Fortunately, Chun Guozhong and Ma Jun, accompanied by the police, intervened, driving away several factions. Nevertheless, numerous factions still managed to plant their flags. On the second day, with Tianmen's forces fully gathered, they unleashed a relentless assault, sweeping through the major streets, showing no mercy to those who resisted. Feng Yuxiu, Li Wang, Gao Gang, Luo Tianhong, Gao Jin, and the ghostly soldiers all mobilized. Who could rival them? They proceeded to dominate Mong Kok with overwhelming force. However, these were merely minor factions, not deserving of further mention. It wasn't until the third day that the most intense and fervent challenge unfolded. Hongxing's Chun Haonan, Defei, and Long Niu each rallied their own forces to invade Mong Kok. Dongxing's Situ Haonan and Lei Yaoyang also stormed into Mong Kok. The Hongxing prince, Huashan, along with Wang Bao and his merciless assassin AG, joined the fray. Moreover, shadows of the 14K, Yamaguchi-gumi, and Sanlian gang lurked in the background. In summary, any faction with a modicum of power chose this day to invade Mong Kok, aiming to secure a piece of the pie. In the face of such immense profit, these individuals displayed a blatant disregard for Tianmen's authority. Yet, they still feared Tianmen, hesitating to mobilize in large numbers, engaging only in minor skirmishes. After a night of bloodshed, Tianmen successfully held its ground in Mong Kok, repelling all factions. News of Mong Kok's unyielding defense sent shockwaves through the underworld. Tianmen appeared utterly invincible. The streets buzzed with fervent discussions regarding this event. The various low-tier factions were abuzz with excitement. Good grief, Tianmen is truly formidable. To maintain such a defense is nothing short of a miracle. A miracle? Perhaps, but not in absolute terms. This time, it was merely that Chun Haonan had a larger contingent, while the other factions approached the confrontation with tentative intentions. Even at its worst, Tianmen was still a legacy of Lianxing. A dying camel is larger than a horse. Moreover, the leader of Tianmen, Gao Zu, was known for his ruthless nature, exacting revenge without hesitation, instilling fear in many factions, which prevented them from genuinely opposing Tianmen. Otherwise, Tianmen would not have been able to withstand such an onslaught. Oh dear. You truly speak without understanding the gravity. Indeed, Many factions did not exert their full strength, but consider this. If a faction deploys 100 men, 10 factions amount to 1,000. No matter how formidable Hongxing is, could they withstand such a scenario? The audacity to act tough before me. You are merely the strongest among the kings. Acknowledging the excellence of others is not as difficult as you think. What did you say? Do you want to fight? I am from Hongxing. If you have the courage, come and test me. Meanwhile, Gaozu was occupied with tallying personnel casualties and various interests. Overall, the casualties sustained were within normal limits. Over 10 had perished, and hundreds were injured. Gaozu did not neglect the deceased, providing their families with a substantial compensation of 1 million, alongside a commitment to ensure their safety. As for the profits, they were substantial. The collection of protection fees alone from the vast Mongkok constituted a significant income, not to mention additional revenues. It is no exaggeration to say that Mongkok could sustain the entire Tianmen. This was merely one of Gaozu's reasons for wanting to seize Mongkok. The most crucial factor remained the port business in Mongkok, which Gaozu was determined to claim. Although Gaozu lacked actual control over the port, exercising his own business under the guise of force was entirely feasible. Initially, Gaozu intended to acquire it outright. However, the complications involved were numerous. Both the Causeway Bay and Mongkok ports were already under ownership. Some belonged to the Charter Kings, others to Jardine Matheson, and yet others to Zhao Tsongyan of Huaguang Shipping. These individuals would never relinquish their ports. They could only await the impending storm in the shipping industry. When the time comes, they would actively seek Gaozu's acquisition. After all, a shipping company that does not wish to follow the Charter King's model of diversifying risk and solely engages in maritime business would find itself with no options besides urgent liquidation when problems arise. At that point, Gaozu would have the opportunity to exploit. The shipyards were already brimming with vessels, were they not? Bring the ships over, and continue pursuing the maritime business. By the way, pretend you saw nothing of the clandestine operations. When the time comes, Lao Gui, Yi Guohuan, and a Gui will take charge. If trouble arises, they will bear the burden. Remember, you know nothing and must not involve the Kowloon group. Do you understand? Gaozu fixed his gaze on Wang Fengyi, speaking earnestly. In terms of maritime and smuggling business, Gaozu had a grasp on risk management. He could sacrifice the smuggling business, but he absolutely could not allow any issues to arise with the Kowloon group. Sometimes, in the face of adversity, certain individuals must be sacrificed. Wang Fengyi nodded in agreement. By the way, how is the construction company I tasked you with? Gaozu inquired, stroking Wang Fengyi's head. He aimed to swiftly penetrate the real estate industry. It was a means of risk transfer. After all, with the impending storm in the shipping industry, his Kowloon group would also face significant repercussions. At that point, cash flow and capital chains would need to be robust. Otherwise, they too would be engulfed by this deluge. The construction industry is indeed a domain that can generate capital swiftly. All necessary approvals and procedures have been completed. However, as a small company, we have faced challenges. I have approached other firms and even the Hong Kong government, but they are reluctant to sell land to us. As for construction, that seems impossible. Well, I understand. It's no matter. In due time, we shall have our opportunities. Gaozu chuckled lightly, speaking in a calm manner. That evening, after bidding farewell to Wang Fengyi, Gaozu accessed the Tongzi Go. After accumulating for so long, he was surprised to find only a single divine-grade container. The odds were becoming increasingly incomprehensible to him. Nevertheless, the items produced from divine-grade containers are undeniably impressive. He remained quite expectant. Ding! The divine-grade container has been opened. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a fully automated, multifunctional heavy machinery factory. Gaozu opened the factory interface, revealing a plethora of heavy machinery. These machines pertain to road construction, real estate development, and more, encompassing all necessities. Upon seeing this equipment, Gaozu could only remark that Tongzi Gu truly understands him. With these machines, not only would Gaozu's approach to construction broaden, but he would also gain a competitive advantage. For instance, excavators, bulldozers, and cutting machines all belong to the realm of modern equipment. While there are similar machines in this era, the challenge lies in how Gaozu would procure them. It involves not only a technological upgrade, but also a significant acceleration of construction speed. Shortening project timelines and reducing costs are undeniably attractive propositions for any client. Without hesitation, Gaozu clicked through the interface in exchange for a complete set of equipment capable of supporting a large-scale project. The total expenditure exceeded 100 million Hong Kong dollars. Though it stung a bit, it was undoubtedly worthwhile. Before long, these machines would be operational. Once the equipment was in place, all that was needed was a project to showcase the capabilities of Kowloon Construction Company, and future business would surely be secure. The following day, after a night of contemplation, Gaozu had devised a strategy to address the current lack of projects. The target, Chung Kong Holdings. Much like Jardine Matheson, Chung Kong Holdings is one of the 4 major trading companies. They own substantial land on Hong Kong Island. Land, in this region, is a precious commodity. Securing such a deal could lead to immediate development. Chapter 77. Setting sights on Chung Kong Holdings. Enlisting the help of the shipping tycoon. Currently, although Chung Kong Holdings is under the management of HSBC due to operational mismanagement, they still hold the stature of a premier enterprise, and despite their financial troubles, they are not an easy target to manipulate. Moreover, there is an individual named Li Jiaqing who watches closely from the shadows. For Gao Zhu, acquiring Chung Kong Holdings is certainly no simple task. However, there are always more solutions than there are difficulties, right? Being a publicly listed company, the initial step to acquiring them must involve financial maneuvering, specifically by acquiring shares of Chung Kong Holdings. Ownership of shares is paramount. With this in mind, Gao Zhu called Wang Fengyi, instructing her to bring the relevant documents to Central. Soon enough, Gao Zhu met with Wang Fengyi. They entered a bond company. Zhu, you've arrived. Upon seeing Gao Zhu, Xiao Anna exhibited overwhelming enthusiasm, immediately linking arms with him and leading him upstairs. Witnessing this scene, Wang Fengyi pouted, angrily stomped her foot, and followed suit, all the while scrutinizing Xiao Anna. The white blouse accentuated her striking figure, while the black half-length skirt paired with black stockings added to her allure. The air was filled with a captivating fragrance. Wang Fengyi could only think how brazen this woman was. She was clearly attempting to entice her man, especially upon seeing the way Xiao Anna gazed at Gao Zhu. A roar echoed in Wang Fengyi's heart. Zhu, which company's stocks are you targeting this time? I will certainly follow your instructions for the acquisition. I assure you there will be no repeat of last time, Xiao Anna declared earnestly. Previously, Gao Zhu had requested a minor acquisition with a divided control approach, but the staff had inadvertently acquired too hastily, leading to complications. All right, Gao Zhu did not dwell on the past. This time, acquire Chung Kong Holding stocks in the name of Kowloon Group. Buy as many as possible. The requirements remain the same. Divided control and minor acquisitions. Gao Zhu stated calmly. Understood. Xiao Anna nodded, then stood to pour tea for Gao Zhu. Gao Zhu touched his nose, his gaze momentarily evasive. Observing Gao Zhu's demeanor, Xiao Anna merely smiled without speaking. Oh, you think you can still handle me? By the way, Zhu, I'll go prepare the necessary paperwork. You two enjoy your tea. With that, Xiao Anna departed. Humph. That woman seems intent on seducing you. Wang Fengyi exclaimed, fuming. Haha, you're overthinking it. Last time, all the dealings regarding Kowloon Warehouse were handled by her. I created immense economic value for their company. It's only natural they treat me with a bit of courtesy. Gao Zhu promptly clarified. Humph. Just now she was practically begging to embrace you. Truly shameless. Wang Fengyi retorted angrily. What's this? Are you jealous? Gao Zhu chuckled, wrapping an arm around Wang Fengyi. He had not anticipated that discussing business would lead to Wang Fengyi feeling upset. Indeed, even the most beautiful of women can experience jealousy. No, I'm not jealous. I just want to hit someone. Wang Fengyi clenched her small fist, speaking fiercely. All right, it's merely work. You will have plenty of opportunities to interact with her in the future. Don't act impulsively. Gao Zhu took a sip of tea and said. Before long, Xiao Anna returned with some contracts in hand. I'm here to coordinate with you. Upon seeing Xiao Anna attempt to sit beside Gao Zhu, Wang Fengyi immediately interjected. The two women locked eyes, and it felt as if sparks ignited in the air. Gao Zhu, unfazed, lit a cigarette. He was not inclined to involve himself in the disputes between the two women. Sometimes, such matters require resolution among women themselves. I have something to attend to. I'll be leaving. Gao Zhu stood up, speaking nonchalantly. Exiting the bond company, Gao Zhu made his way to Victoria Peak. Chung Kong Holdings had been taken over by HSBC under straightforward conditions. They had acquired 90 million shares of Chung Kong Holdings, equivalent to 23 of its equity. However, Gao Zhu understood that with his current standing, it was insufficient to secure those 90 million shares from HSBC. Indeed, Gao Zhu was regarded as a newcomer and minor tycoon on Hong Kong Island now. Yet, business collaborations hinge upon interpersonal relationships and sufficient credibility. In simpler terms, it involves leveraging one's reputation. However, Gao Zhu currently lacked that influence within Hong Kong's business circle. Thus, he had to seek assistance from the shipping tycoon. This was because the shipping tycoon shared a profound friendship with Shun Bai, the head of HSBC. Gao Zhu's objective was to have the shipping tycoon act as an intermediary for an introduction. You are Gao Zhu. The bodyguard at the entrance recognized him immediately. The number of visitors to the esteemed shipowner is truly countless on ordinary days. While he may not recognize everyone, he certainly recalls the audacious arrival of Gao Zhu, who almost clashed with him during their first encounter, leaving an indelible impression. Ah, you remember me. That makes things much easier, Gao Zhu remarked with a smile. One must wear a friendly face under the eaves. The head of security did not decline the request. Who knows if Gao Zhu is here once again to discuss significant matters with the shipowner. Please, Mr. Bao is inside. Shortly thereafter, the head of security emerged to announce. Gaozu nodded and entered alone. Gaozu, what a rare visitor. It is good to see you again. Upon noticing Gaozu's entrance, the shipowner looked up and said with a nonchalant tone, Mr. Bao, indeed. It has been quite some time. How have you been? Gaozu said, rubbing his nose as he approached. Quite well, of course. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have secured Kowloon warehouse. The shipowner replied, producing a box of Gaosherba and offering a cigarette to Gaozu, who accepted it and lit it. You seldom come without purpose. Speak. What brings you here this time? The shipowner inquired, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. I wish to acquire the 90 million shares of HSBC Holdings in conjunction with Hutchison Whampoa. I hope Mr. Bao can assist me. Gaozu stated his intent directly. Why not approach HSBC directly? What brings you to me? Your attitude was quite different last time. At that moment, a young man descended from the second floor. Speaking in a confrontational manner, Gaozu turned to look, his expression shifting. He recognized the man instantly, Wu Guangjing, the son-in-law of the shipowner. A future magnate in his own right, he was set to inherit the shipowner's empire and reach the pinnacle of success. And who might this be? Gaozu feigned ignorance, fixing his gaze on the shipowner. My son-in-law, the shipowner explained, then directed his gaze at Wu Guangjing. All right, this does not concern you. With a resigned sigh, Wu Guangjing turned and left. Mr. Bao, I admit my previous dealings with Kowloon warehouse were problematic, but isn't that the nature of business? Wouldn't you agree? Gaozu smiled slightly. Indeed, the business world is akin to a battlefield. Though devoid of gunpowder and flames, there are still hidden arrows. Your actions were not misguided. The shipowner nodded in acknowledgement, taken aback by Gaozu's insight at such a young age. It was as if two contemporaries stood before him, one preoccupied with romance, while the other grasped the essence of life, seeking the favor of wealth, a seemingly simple notion, yet one that transcended years of experience. I can indeed assist you. But why should I? The shipowner exhaled a plume of smoke and chuckled. Moreover, you and I are now competitors. My restraint in not acting against you has been courteous. Is that not so? The Kowloon Group is vigorously expanding its fleet and has secured numerous foreign contracts. In a sense, you are vying for my livelihood. He, as the wealthiest in the harbor, was disinclined to engage with a newcomer. In truth, his most formidable rivals remained Dong Haoyun of Orient Overseas Container Line and Zhao Tsongyan of Huaguang Shipping. For now, he did not regard Gaozu as a serious contender. Mr. Bao, should you assist me this time, I can ensure the Bao family's future remains secure. Gaozu spoke with an even tone. Such audacity. The shipowner's anger flared. What gives you such confidence? The Kowloon Group? Or your esteemed Tianshan society? In my eyes, you are insignificant. The waters of the harbor are deep. Do not assume that being a crime lord grants you the ability to navigate all matters. Let us not prolong this. You may leave now. Upon hearing this, Gaozu did not react with anger, but continued. Mr. Bao, you are unlike other shipowners. You ventured into real estate and retail ahead of time. Have you sensed an impending crisis? The shipowner's gaze hardened, fixating on Gaozu. This statement struck a chord within him, as his diversification was indeed a strategy to mitigate the risks of maritime trade, preparing for unforeseen circumstances. Few could discern this step besides himself. How does this young man perceive my intentions? What do you mean by that? Simply put, the profits from maritime routes are substantial, yet the competitive pressure is immense. Despite this, you, Mr. Bao, can still reap great rewards. I understand your aim to venture ashore, and your reasoning is sound. A storm in shipping is on the horizon. 1 year, 2 years, or perhaps tomorrow. When that time comes, the entire harbor's maritime business will be affected. I can see every step you take. This is my value. The road ahead is long. There are no eternal world tycoons, nor fixed harbor magnates, and certainly no Bao family that cannot falter. Assisting me now is akin to purchasing insurance for your family. Of course, I am not overly benevolent. Should you refuse my request, I will ally with the other 2 shipowners. You can mitigate risks with them as well. When the shipping industry falters, you will find yourselves back on land, competing fiercely, with only victors and vanquished, no true winners. The waters of the harbor are indeed deep, but Mr. Bao, long-term vision outweighs immediate gains, would you not agree? Gaozu spoke calmly. You truly are a prodigy, capable of seizing opportunities at Kowloon warehouse. This is quite intriguing. The shipowner regarded Gaozu with profound respect, a hint of astonishment and even wariness in his eyes. He could perceive the situation clearly, yet he was aging, uncertain of how many years remained. Imagining handing over the enterprise to Wu Guangjing, the future was a blank canvas. Still, one thing was certain. This empire, built with his life's blood, was his most cherished legacy. Was it not merely to introduce you to Shenbai? Why speak so profoundly? After a moment of contemplation, the shipowner revealed a long-lost smile. It had been ages since he encountered a rival like Gaozu, and the prospect was rather enjoyable. The key was that the opponent was a youth. As for Gao Zu's promise, it was merely a gamble, a precautionary measure. Thank you. I certainly will. Gao Zu replied with a slight smile, feeling a weight lift from his heart. Very well. Let us dine together this evening. The shipowner suggested after a moment's thought. No problem. Gao Zu nodded. Soon, the two began to engage in light conversation, with the shipowner sharing numerous personal experiences that, even in the future, would remain shrouded in secrecy. Yet, the shipowner had already ascended to the pinnacle of the harbor. Who would dare to scrutinize his past? That evening, atop Victoria Peak, the shipowner personally instructed his household staff to prepare a lavish feast for this occasion. Though prepared at home, the opulence and flavor of the dishes were undoubtedly of the highest caliber. At this juncture, even the esteemed Gao Zu had not anticipated such a scenario. The distinction between dining at home and eating out holds varied significance for this local Hong Kong individual. Soon, Shunbai arrived. Oh dear old Bao. What a grand affair today. Do we have esteemed guests? Upon entering the hall, Shunbai observed the bustling staff serving dishes and inquired. Indeed, we have distinguished guests. Please, take a seat. The Boat King smiled and ushered Shunbai to his place. Azu, allow me to introduce you. This is Shunbai, the head of HSBC. And this is Gao Zu, the boss of the Kowloon group. The Boat King promptly took on the role of intermediary, facilitating the introduction between the two. Hello, General Shun. Gao Zu smiled slightly. So you are the one who was hidden in Kowloon Wharf. Quite impressive. A true talent. Shunbai blinked and fixed her gaze on Gao Zu, smiling as she spoke. In truth, she never expected the Boat King to have orchestrated such a significant gathering with Gao Zu. Moreover, the Boat King's effort to make it so grand indicates his considerable regard for Gao Zu. General Shun, you flatter me. It is hardly worth mentioning. Gao Zu responded with a smile. Come, let us drink. We shall discuss matters later. The cups must be filled. The Boat King immediately interjected. To break the ice. A drink was essential, for without it, the initial meeting would feel awkward. Before long, the trio had reached the midpoint of the gathering. The conversation between Gao Zu and Shunbai had become more plentiful, and a certain familiarity was established. Azu, today, Bao is your host. You must have something significant to discuss. Shunbai, slightly tipsy, remarked. Speak freely. I shall assist you in any way I can. I want you to acquire 90 million shares of Chung Kong. Gao Zu said after popping a peanut into his mouth. What? You want them? Shunbai was taken aback. What for? Chapter 78. The deal is struck. The layout of the NI family. I intend to take over Chung Kong. Gao Zu stated candidly. The four major trading houses, HSBC, Chung Kong, Swire, and Jardine Matheson, loomed like mountains over the heads of the Hong Kong populace. In the past, these four firms controlled the economic lifeblood of the entire island. Their power was formidable, and no one dared to challenge these giants. However, times have changed. The people of Hong Kong have broken through the barriers imposed by foreign capital, yielding a plethora of commercial talents, such as the Boat King and others. Simultaneously, the fear surrounding these four trading houses has diminished, with many even contemplating the acquisition of these titans. Allow me a moment to ponder. Shunbai blinked, beginning to deliberate. Presently, Chung Kong was faltering, otherwise, HSBC would not have acquired a mere 23 stake. Initially, it was believed that obtaining this stake, through HSBC's endeavors, would enable Chung Kong to rise again. However, years have passed, and Chung Kong's economic performance has not only failed to soar, but has significantly declined. It could be said that this 23 stake has become a hot potato in HSBC's hands, impossible to sell. Gao Zu could certainly provide it, especially since tonight's gathering was orchestrated by the Boat King. However, he had already promised Li Jiaqing of the Yangtze Group yesterday that he would sell this 23 stake in installments. To backtrack now would equate to self-sabotage, a fatal blow for a bank. General Shun, this 90 million stake in Chung Kong is of immense value to you at HSBC. You must constantly be concerned about the stock price of Chung Kong. Moreover, your attempts to reform Chung Kong over the years have been fruitless, and the stock price has plummeted. I believe your losses are considerable. Allow me to take it off your hands, and you can minimize your losses. Gao Zu articulated each word deliberately. As his words echoed, Shunbai and the Boat King exchanged astonished glances. They had not anticipated that Gao Zu would be privy to such insider information. Prepared and poised. Old Shun, I believe Azu is correct. It is a ticking time bomb. If Chung Kong were to mismanage its operations as it did before, your losses would be substantial. The Boat King interjected after taking a sip of his drink. He held a certain stake in Chung Kong as well, and was acutely aware of its declining returns. It could only be said that profit margins had deteriorated year after year. It was nothing but losses. Ah, Azu, it's not that I am unwilling to assist you. Rather, you arrived just a moment too late. Li Jiaqing from the Yangtze Group approached me yesterday. He too is interested in this 23 stake. Shunbai lamented. Upon hearing this, Gao Zu furrowed his brow. Had he indeed arrived too late? You only have a verbal agreement. Furthermore, Li Jiaqing is paying in installments. How long will it take for you to recoup your funds? And what if he decides he no longer wants it? You would inevitably be embroiled in legal disputes. I can offer cash up front. Once the contract is signed, the funds will be transferred immediately. Gao Zhu asserted his conditions. General Shun, please consider. In light of this, Shunbai fell into deep contemplation. Gao Zhu's argument was indeed compelling. In business, one must act swiftly, for delay breeds uncertainty and complications. The only reason no one had purchased this 23 stake was due to Li Jiaqing's commendable character, which had led Shunbai to agree to the installment plan. However, with Gao Zhu now involved and offering immediate payment, it presented a favorable opportunity for HSBC. Ha ha ha. Well then, in consideration of old Bao's reputation, I shall sell it to you. But how much can you offer? Shunbai raised a glass and inquired. 650 million. However, 50 million of that is my goodwill towards you. Gao Zhu smiled as he spoke. Ha ha ha. No wonder old Bao supports such talent. I like it. Let's make it a joyous occasion. Come, cheers. Shunbai raised his glass, smiling as he said, cheers. The following day, Gao Zhu brought Wang Fengyi to HSBC to sign the relevant contracts. Simultaneously, Gao Zhu acquired a 5 stake in Cheung Kong from the Boat King. Consequently, Gao Zhu now held a 28 stake in Cheung Kong, making him the largest shareholder, entitled to attend the board meetings. However, Gao Zhu was not in a hurry to present himself at Cheung Kong's headquarters. He intended to gain controlling interest, thus granting him the freedom to act as he pleased. The reasons behind Cheung Kong's continuous losses over the years are manifold, but fundamentally, they stem from internal management issues, which Gao Zhu could effectively address. Now, he awaited Xiao Anna to absorb the stock shares, at which point he would directly control Cheung Kong. Just as Gao Zhu departed HSBC, he received a phone call from Luatu. Due to the incident at Wuying, he demanded an explanation from Gao Zhu. Discuss? There is no necessity for discussion. If you wish to fight, then fight. The conventions of offering tea and apologies hold no weight in my realm. Gao Zhu abruptly hung up the phone. Damn it. Ignorant youth, devoid of any sense of chivalry. Luatu, infuriated, slammed his phone onto the table. Old Ding, do not be angered. This brat has grown arrogant and does not respect anyone. Wu Jiwei remarked helplessly. Is this how it ends? Luatu expressed his dissatisfaction. Gao Zhu has repeatedly disregarded him. From the sand locusts to the crows, even his cowardice has begun to grate on him. Certainly, it cannot be dismissed. This young man's ability to consolidate power in Mongkok reveals his vast ambitions. I am convinced his next target will be Causeway Bay. Moreover, Chun Haonan will undoubtedly seek vengeance for Boss B. I have noticed that Chun Haonan has gathered quite a number of followers lately. He is amassing strength. We merely need to wait for Wu Jiwei to devise a plan. Then let us bide our time. Luo Mo contemplated for a moment and concurred with Wu Jiwei's perspective. As for Gao Zhu, he returned to Tsimsha Sui with Wang Fengyi. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Kowloon group, rows of cars were parked along both sides of the street. And Ni Yongxiao was sitting on the hood of a car, exhaling smoke. Upon seeing Gao Zhu, Ni Yongxiao broke into a smile and promptly approached. Brother Zhu. The surrounding members of the Ni family respectfully echoed, Brother Zhu, please have a seat. Gao Zhu nodded to the crowd and then entered the Kowloon group. What is the matter? No leads? Gao Zhu settled into his seat and lit a Gaoshirba cigarette, speaking nonchalantly. We have found something, indeed. My father's bodyguards have been bribed, yet these individuals refuse to divulge the identity of the mastermind, even at the cost of their lives. The hidden hand behind this is formidable, Ni Yongxiao lamented. After finally acquiring a shred of information, it has slipped away. Gao Zhu flicked the ash from his cigarette. Hesitating briefly, Ni Yongxiao, submit to me, and I shall not only assist you in uncovering the culprit, but also help you secure your position as the head of the Ni family. Most importantly, I can facilitate your redemption. Consider it. Gao Zhu directly extended an olive branch. Upon hearing this, Ni Yongxiao furrowed his brow. The terms proposed by Gao Zhu were exceedingly unreasonable. It is worth noting that he himself is a graduate from abroad, possessing a lofty perspective. In contrast, Gao Zhu is nothing more than a short mule who has never even completed elementary school. The thought of submitting to him is utterly unacceptable to Ni Yongxiao. Just this point alone is enough to incite his resistance. Furthermore, he believes himself to be the one in control of everything. I'm sorry, Ni Yongxiao replied with a smile. No matter, one day you will seek my assistance. Gao Zhu chuckled lightly, unfazed. He had long anticipated this outcome. However, every matter requires a process. And he is merely planting a seed in Ni Yongxiao's mind, certain that it will bear fruit in the future. Moreover, if Ni Yongxiao were to agree at this moment, it would only indicate his lack of composure. Well then, I shall take my leave. Ni Yongxiao, having lost interest in further discussion with Gao Zhu, stood up and departed. Gao Zhu watched Ni Yongxiao's retreating figure and smiled. It seems that to manipulate Ni Yongxiao, one must employ some unconventional tactics. In the matter concerning Ni Kuan's death, it fundamentally involves Han Shun and Huang Zicheng instigating events, a clash between justice and darkness. The pivotal figures in this scenario are Han Shun, Mary, Lu Jianming, Huang Zicheng, and Qin Yongren. Ni Yongxiao is merely a variable. After all, no one anticipated that a Dr. S return would enable him to dominate the 5 protectors of the Ni family, showcasing absolute control over them. Had it not been for Ni Yongxiao's appearance, the head of the Ni family would certainly not bear the surname Ni at this moment. It is likely that on the day Ni Yongxiao returned to Hong Kong, the Ni family would have undergone a significant upheaval. Soon, Gao Zhu summoned Gao Jin. In a moment, find a few people to spread the rumor that Ni Yongxiao plans to eliminate Han Shun and others. Gao Zhu stated calmly. Rumors may cease with the wise, yet Gandhi, Han Shun, Black Ghost, Guohua, and Wen Zheng are not ordinary individuals. They have long coveted the position of head of the Ni family. Previously, under the suppression of Ni Kuan, they Wu Ti have dared to act even with 100 times their courage. However, with Ni Kuan gone, they will not yield to Ni Yongxiao. Once the news breaks, they will undoubtedly spring into action. It is true that Ni Yongxiao has leverage over them, but when life is on the line, who cares about such matters? At that point, chaos will undoubtedly ensue within the Ni family. No matter how strong Ni Yongxiao is or how clever his mind, he will be unable to withstand the pressure from these 5 individuals. Moreover, there are the scheming Mary and Huang Zicheng lurking in the shadows. Things are about to get interesting. By the way, have you retrieved the videotape I asked for? Gao Zhu inquired. He had already begun strategizing against the Ni family, with the videotape being a crucial element. I just got it yesterday. It's in your drawer. I was quite busy yesterday and forgot to mention it. Gao Jin rubbed his nose and replied. Oh, and the tape was filmed by a private investigator at the behest of Qin Yongren. Qin Yongren must already be aware of Mary and Huang Zicheng's activities. Additionally, I have discovered that this fellow is related to the Ni family. However, it seems Qin Yongren does not feel a sense of belonging to the Ni family. Gao Zhu nodded, not angered. It is quite normal for Gao Jin, who manages many affairs, to overlook such details. Your investigation lacks comprehensiveness. He is not only a member of the Ni family, but also an undercover agent placed by Huang Zicheng beside Han Shun, secretly monitoring his superior. How intriguing. Furthermore, after all this time, he has yet to deliver the videotape to Ni Yongxiao. This fellow clearly scorns his own lineage. He is a ticking time bomb. Should he be swayed by Ni Yongxiao one day, it would be disastrous. Eliminate him. By the way, do not let the private investigator escape either, to prevent future troubles. In other words, if we eliminate Qin Yongren and the private investigator now, no one will ever know the contents of the videotape. After all, Mary and Huang Zicheng would never confess to Ni Yongxiao that they conspired to kill Ni Kuan. Furthermore, Ni Kuan's bodyguards, such as Luo Ji and others, have already been eliminated by Ni Yongxiao. Only a handful are aware of the truth. At that point, Ni Yongxiao will never uncover the truth. The initiative lies entirely with me, Gao Zhu. Good. Gao Zhu nodded and departed. Gao Zhu inserted the videotape into the VCR. Soon, the images appeared. Aside from some inappropriate footage, the most crucial content was the dialogue between Huang Zicheng and Mary. After watching the entire tape, Gao Zhu could only conclude that Han Shun has a commendable wife, devoted entirely to his ascent. However, the color of Han Shun's hat seems a bit unusual. The key point is that Han Shun remains oblivious, wholeheartedly working for Ni Yongxiao while attempting to uncover the true mastermind. What he cannot fathom is that the real mastermind is none other than his wife, Mary. That evening, the streets and alleys of Tsim Sha Sui buzzed with rumors that Ni Yongxiao, in a bid to solidify his position within the Ni family, was preparing to eliminate Han Shun and others. Although the information is currently sparse, it cannot withstand the test of word of mouth, and as it spreads, the narrative becomes increasingly bizarre and inconsistent. However, one thing remains certain. Ni Yongxiao's desire to completely control the Ni family is unwavering. Once the news broke, Tsim Sha Sui was thrown into turmoil. At the Ni family estate, Ni Yongxiao held a glass of red wine, his eyes deeply fixed on the bustling traffic outside, murmuring to himself, "Interesting. It must be you, Gao Zhu. I underestimated you. Let me see how you intend to play this." At the West Kowloon police station, Huang Zicheng was seething with anger upon receiving the news. The once tranquil Tsim Sha Sui was now on the brink of chaos due to this rumor. "Let us go? It seems we have a busy night ahead." Lu Qichong entered, speaking in a nonchalant manner. "Don't you think there is something amiss with this situation? Who declares their intent to kill before committing the act?" Huang Zicheng, now dressed in his uniform, fixed his gaze on Lu Qichong and Ling Qian as he inquired. "There is definitely something amiss. Without a hint of conspiracy or vested interests, society wouldn't be in such disarray. What are we police officers here for?" Ling Qian retorted with a light laugh. It wasn't that she didn't wish to collaborate amicably with Huang Zhiqing, but his lingering gaze made her feel profoundly uncomfortable. No, what I mean is, if the NI family descends into chaos, there will undoubtedly be someone else who stands to gain. Who do you think that person might be? Huang Zhiqing bit down on his teeth as he spoke. After years of service as a police officer, he had keenly discerned the underlying issues. Chapter 79. The Disarray of the NI Family. A lesson for NI Yongxiao. A show of gratitude. The turmoil within the NI family signified disorder in Simsha Sui, which was dominated by two forces, the NI family and, naturally, Gaozu. Lu Qichong remarked in a subdued tone. Indeed, doesn't that elucidate everything? The mastermind behind this scheme must be that scoundrel Gaozu. Huang Zhiqing smiled. Huang sir, let us not forget that NI Yongxiao and Gaozu have historically kept their distance. When NI Yongxiao returned to Hong Kong Island, Gaozu refrained from action. And when Gaozu was besieged by various gangs, the NI family remained uninvolved. Your assertion seems somewhat forced, Ling Qian interjected, clearly displeased with Huang Zhiqing's finger-pointing at Gaozu. What's the matter, Ling sir? You always seem to defend Gaozu whenever he is mentioned. Huang Zhiqing glared at her. Enough. Let us all refrain from arguing. We should focus on our duties and respond to the call. If it's a fish, it will eventually surface. Lu Qichong interjected, attempting to mediate. You all keep an eye on the NI family, while I'll monitor Gaozu. Huang Zhiqing coldly declared before turning to leave. At the same time, Gandhi, as the most senior member, gathered everyone for a meeting. Gandhi, Han Shan, He Gui, Guohua, and Wen Zheng all convened. I trust you all are aware of the news. During our last rendezvous, we were caught off guard by that wretch NI Yongxiao. And now he dares to threaten our lives. This is utterly outrageous. Gandhi stated coldly. This news has surfaced too abruptly. It is evident that someone is attempting to frame us. Moreover, eliminating NI Yongxiao would be akin to cutting off one's own arms at this critical juncture. He has no reason to do so. I firmly believe someone is conspiring behind the scenes. Han Chan immediately defended NI Yongxiao. There is indeed something suspicious. However, there is no smoke without fire. Are you waiting for NI Yongxiao's blade to be at your throat before you awaken to reality? You all know how NI Yongxiao has acted since taking control of the NI family. Under the guise of pursuing a righteous path, he has severed our business ties. He is seizing this opportunity to undermine our strength. Not long ago, one of my subordinates was killed by NI Yongxiao for selling flour without permission. Furthermore, NI's bodyguards, Luo Ji and others, have also been slain. What is it that NI Yongxiao wouldn't dare to do? His intentions towards us are all too clear. Without us, he can entirely dominate the NI family. Gandhi roared. Indeed, I believe we must be on guard. Otherwise, one day we may find ourselves in a dire situation without even realizing how it happened. Guohua said, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Guard. What is there to guard against? Who knows what scheme NI Yongxiao is concocting? We must take the initiative and strike first. Gandhi said with a cold, indifferent gaze. Absolutely not. Han Chan rose, firmly rejecting Gandhi's proposal. NI Yongxiao is the son of the NI patriarch. We cannot act so recklessly. That would be an act of ingratitude. Very well. You may leave. You are not welcome here. Gandhi fixed his stare on Han Chan. Han Chan, upon hearing this, surveyed the four individuals, wanting to say something, but ultimately chose to exit the scene. Among them, he was the weakest, and lacking strength to persuade others would only lead to his own suffering. Gandhi, what shall we do next? Guohua asked, lifting a cup of tea and taking a sip, his expression filled with worry. The prospect of taking action against NI Yongxiao based solely on a rumor made him somewhat apprehensive. Tonight, we will gather our forces and storm the NI family. Fate must be seized in our own hands. Gandhi squinted, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. Just then, a subordinate rushed in, breathless. Boss, trouble. There's a large gathering of police outside. Lu Qichong has arrived with his men. Those wretched officers are truly persistent. Gandhi slammed the table in anger. Gandhi, let us postpone for tonight and revisit this in a few days, shall we? Wen Zheng suggested, seizing the opportunity to interject. He believed Han Chan's words held merit. They needed to ascertain the truth before taking action. Very well, let us disperse for now. Tomorrow, we will meet with NI Yongxiao and reassess our strategy. Gandhi concluded, having noticed that the others were reluctant to confront NI Yongxiao at this critical juncture. No rabbit, no hawk. As long as we allow these individuals to see NI Yongxiao's stance, uniting them will become considerably easier. Guohua and the others rose to leave, only to encounter Lu Qichong outside the door. Lu sir, still patrolling the streets at this late hour? Your dedication to your work is truly commendable. Guohua approached Lu Qichong, offering a sarcastic remark. This was a favored pastime of theirs. You'd best refrain from causing any trouble tonight, or I'll see to it that you regret it. Lu Qichong warned them coldly. Madman, let us go. Guohua retorted angrily, leading his subordinates away. Observing everyone dispersing, Lu Qichong furrowed his brow. Was it really this simple? Something felt off. No, something is amiss. Let us head to the Ni family. Ni Yongxiao must be harboring some grand scheme. Lu Qichong promptly departed with Ling Qian, and others. Meanwhile, after Han Chan and the others left, they attempted to contact Ni Yongxiao, but their calls went unanswered. In truth, this was intentional on Ni Yongxiao's part. Until he understood Gao Zu's intentions, he would not answer any calls. For a single phone call could ensnare him in a trap. In other words, if something were to happen to those individuals tonight, he would be the primary suspect. The next day, Gao Zu awoke to find Sim Sha Sui had remained unusually calm the night before, with no incidents occurring. Gao Zu was somewhat surprised by this. He had anticipated that Ni Yongxiao and Gandhi would manage to keep their composure, preventing any altercations. Nonetheless, this was not a significant issue. Once a rift formed between individuals, problems would inevitably arise. Mutual suspicion is fatal. Moreover, this matter was far from over. Chen Yongren's death would surely escalate the severity of the situation. At the morgue, Huang Zhiqing arrived and was taken aback upon seeing Chen Yongren's lifeless body. The individual he had painstakingly arranged for over the years lay before him, stark and unyielding. Have we identified the assailant? Huang Zhiqing scrutinized the surrounding officers and inquired. No. This morning, Chen Yongren's corpse appeared at the police station. An officer replied cautiously. Damn it, this is utterly intolerable. Huang Zhiqing's eyes blazed with fury. It was likely that Chen Yongren's undercover identity had been exposed, leading to his demise. Was it Han Chun or Ni Yongxiao? With this thought, Huang Zhiqing promptly departed from the morgue. He was determined to uncover the truth and ensure that Chen Yongren did not die in vain. Not long after Huang Zhiqing's departure, Ni Yongxiao arrived at the morgue accompanied by Han Chun. Yongren. Upon seeing Chen Yongren's lifeless body, Ni Yongxiao immediately broke into tears. Although he was an illegitimate child, Chen Yongren was still a member of the Ni family. Investigate, find the murderer. Whoever dares to harm a member of the Ni family must face death. Ni Yongxiao commanded, his grief transforming into a fierce determination. After a prolonged search, he emerged from his sorrow, fixating on Han Chun and others with steely resolve. That evening, Gao Zu was sipping tea when Gao Jin entered. Brother Zu, the weapon has been arranged. It all depends on whether Huang Zhiqing can uncover the truth. Good. By the way, just now, old Gui's men informed me that someone is selling flour in our territory, deeply concealed. It is likely one of our own. Investigate who it is and bring them to me. Gao Zu said coldly, flicking the ash from his cigarette. Let others play their games as they wish. But I will not allow anyone to sell flour in my domain. Understood. Gao Jin nodded and departed. 10 days passed, and many events unfolded in Sim Sha Sui. Through Gao Jin's deliberate maneuvers, the police identified the murderer of Chen Yongren as Gandhi, a veteran subordinate of the Ni family, with irrefutable evidence. Even though Gandhi was aware of his innocence, he ultimately chose to plead guilty and serve time, recognizing that he was at a disadvantage. After all, Chen Yongren, regardless of his status, was an Ni family member, making this a grave offense. Ni Yongxiao now possessed a legitimate reason to deal with him. It was better to remain in prison, at least it might safeguard his life. However, he never anticipated the ruthlessness of Ni Yongxiao, who would go so far as to eliminate his own brother. Upon learning of the news, Ni Yongxiao swiftly summoned various forces and stormed Gandhi's stronghold, seizing complete control of the territory. Simultaneously, Ni Yongxiao understood that Guo Hua and his associates were unreliable, and this was an opportune moment to eliminate them. Soon after, Guo Hua, Wen Zheng, and others met their demise. Yet, one individual managed to escape Ni Yongxiao's assassination attempt, Han Chun. It was Gao Zu who had orchestrated his deliberate rescue. He could not die just yet. Before long, Ni Yongxiao, accompanied by his entourage, arrived outside Gao Zu's manor. I wish to see Gao Zu. Have him come out. Ni Yongxiao leaned against a Rolls-Royce silver cloud, exhaling smoke nonchalantly. Our brother Zu has instructed that you may enter alone, Li Wang replied coolly. Fine. After a moment of hesitation, Ni Yongxiao made his way into the manor. Are you satisfied with the grand gift I sent you? Gao Zu remarked casually upon seeing Ni Yongxiao. Satisfied, but I dislike being led by the nose. Ni Yongxiao retorted with a cold smirk as he took a seat. From the outset, he suspected that Gao Zu was manipulating events behind the scenes, unaware that Gao Zu was actually assisting him. Moreover, you should not have killed Yongren. He is my own brother. Enough with your pathetic sentimentality. He deserved to die, did he not? Gao Zu replied without denial. Chen Yongren had no allegiance to the Ni family. In this regard, Ni Yongxiao understood better than anyone. Furthermore, Ni Yongxiao had long harbored doubts about Chen Yongren's undercover status, yet lacked evidence. He should not have died. Ni Yongxiao's expression twisted with rage. I said, suppress your sympathy. The familial bond you so fiercely protect is nothing but self-deception in Chen Yongren's eyes. Moreover, he was placed beside you by Huang Zhiqing. actively searching for evidence of your family's crimes. Had I not helped you eliminate this pest, not only would you perish, but the entire Ni family would be doomed at his hands, Gaozu stated coldly. Upon hearing this, Ni Yongxiao felt a chill run down his spine. Indeed, his brother was an operative of the police. Even if he is an undercover agent, the Ni family does not permit you to take action against him. Gaozu rose, his gaze icy, and grasped Ni Yongxiao by the throat. When I act, it is not for you to voice your opinions. If I wished to harm you and the entire Ni family, you would know well that you would not be alive to converse with me now. Ni Yongxiao blinked in terror, for Gaozu had effortlessly lifted him off the ground. Humph. Gaozu flung Ni Yongxiao several meters away. Ni Yongxiao. Sometimes it is wise not to overestimate yourself. Afterward, Gaozu settled back onto the sofa, lighting a cigarette. I have uncovered the identity of the murderer who killed your father through Chun Yongren's investigation. If you are not interested, you may leave. I want to know. Ni Yongxiao's emotions surged upon hearing this. How is it that I expend so much effort to assist you, yet you show no gratitude? You even bring people to my doorstep. Do you think I fear the Ni family? Gaozu replied with indifference. I realize my mistake. I will have them leave at once. Ni Yongxiao rose, feeling guilty. Only at this moment did he comprehend that Gaozu had been aiding him all along. Yet he had been suspicious of him. His heart was now filled with unease. Here lies the truth you seek. Take it. Gaozu gestured to Li Wang. Go bring Han Shen here. Not long after, Han Shen was brought in, and Ni Yongxiao immediately ordered his removal. This is the gift I have sent you, Gaozu remarked, watching Han Shen's departing figure. By the way, the truth is often quite heartbreaking. Return now. I hope this recording can lift your inner turmoil. Thank you. Ni Yongxiao sincerely expressed as he accepted the recording. You're welcome. Gaozu nodded. Violence will not resolve problems. Only cunning can win hearts. As Ni Yongxiao and his entourage departed, Huang Ziqing and the others exchanged glances, feeling that their visit had been in vain. Damn it, what trick is Gaozu playing? He appears uninvolved, yet his influence is everywhere. Huang Ziqing fumed. All right, as long as Ni Yongxiao and Gaozu do not clash. It is a good thing for us and for the entire Tsimsha Sui. Let us return. Lu Qichang said calmly. Wait. Let us review this. Gaozu dared to offend Ni Yongxiao to save Han Shen, and now he hands Han Shen over to Ni Yongxiao. Meanwhile, Ni Yongxiao, making such a commotion for Han Shen, insists on taking him away. Do you think there is something more at play? Huang Ziqing urged. Are you suggesting that the death of Ni's boss is related to Han Shen? Lu Qichang questioned skeptically. I don't know. By the way, I have matters to attend to, so I will not return with you. Huang Ziqing cast a deep glance at Lu Qichang before exiting the vehicle. Why is everyone acting so mysteriously? Lu Qichang muttered in dissatisfaction as he left. Soon, Huang Ziqing found Mary. I have not mentioned the killing of the Ni boss to Chun, you know. Mary replied, displeased. To Huang Ziqing's inquiry. This is perplexing. Their focus is solely on Han Shen. Now that Han Shen has been taken by Ni Yongxiao, Huang Ziqing sighed. He is currently consumed by an overwhelming fear of exposure. After all, conspiring with the mistress of a crime lord to murder boss Ni is a blatant violation of police protocol. Should this come to light, the repercussions would be dire. Chapter 80. The truth behind boss Ni's death. Han Shen kills Huang Ziqing. Gaozu exhibits a calm patience. What? Brother Chun is being targeted? And taken away by Ni Yongxiao? I said nothing at all. How could this happen? Mary gasped in shock. Ziqing, you must save Brother Chun. Brother Chun cannot die. He knows nothing. Witnessing Mary's frantic state, Huang Ziqing embraced her tightly. Darling, don't panic, don't panic. Though he called her darling, his gaze remained cold and detached. From his perspective, as long as Han Shen is dead, the conspiracy he and Mary hatched to murder boss Ni would remain concealed. At least. Even Lu Qichang believes that Han Shen is the murderer of boss Ni. Is it wise to save Han Shen now? What a foolish endeavor. Moreover, with Han Shen dead, he could openly claim Mary without the fear of her being discovered by Han Shen. This is truly a multifaceted opportunity. Please, I beg you, save Brother Chun. Mary cried out. All right, I will think of a way to rescue Han Shen. Huang Ziqing promised. Meanwhile, Ni Yongxiao returned to the Ni family estate. Eagerly, he retrieved the videotape, but suddenly recalled Gao Zu's words. Han Shen is a gift he bestowed upon himself. Go, bring Han Shen in. Ni Yongxiao fixed his gaze on the videotape, speaking gravely. Just then, a sharp pain shot through his neck, prompting Ni Yongxiao to mutter. Damn, this kid is incredibly strong. Like an ox? Quite a rarity. Moments later, Han Shen entered. Mr. Ni, I offer you a chance to confess. Speak up. Ni Yongxiao lit a Gaoshi cigar and coldly stared at Han Shen. He recognized Han Shen's loyalty, the most devoted among Gandhi, Guohua, Wenzhong, and Haigi when it came to the Ni family. Moreover, it was his father who had saved Han Shen's life in the past. However, anyone who poses a threat must be eliminated. This was the reason behind his recent actions against everyone. Yet, Gao Zu's appearance had disrupted his plans, allowing Han Shen to survive until now. With this realization, Enai Yongxiao felt as though he had been led by Gao Zu the entire time. At that moment, he acknowledged that Gao Zu was indeed formidable. Mr. Enai, what do you mean? I do not understand what you are saying. Han Shen trembled, fear evident in his voice. But even in this moment, his tone remained loyal. Not willing to speak, Han Shen's demeanor made Enai Yongxiao frown. I am utterly devoted to the Enai family and would never do anything to harm it. Han Shen replied resolutely. In truth, he understood that Enai Yongxiao was inquiring about Boss Enai, but he had not committed any wrongdoing. Very well. Enai Yongxiao ceased his words and inserted the videotape into the VCR. In the next moment, the footage flashed before their eyes. Initially, it showcased a scene between Huang Ziqing and Mary, which soon transitioned to a moment of respite. Mary lit a lady's cigarette. Luo Ji and the others have already been bribed by me. Recently, an AK shooting incident has occurred in Simsha Sui, presenting a prime opportunity. I believe we can act now. All right, understood. Huang Ziqing nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two began to conspire over the details of Boss Ni's assassination. Finally, Huang Ziqing inquired, should we let Han Shen know? I fear this kid might jeopardize our grand scheme. No, Boss Ni has shown kindness to Brother Chun. He would never consent. Only after Boss Ni's demise would he consider vying for the position of head of the Ni family. In any case, do not speak of this. When the time is right, I will personally inform Brother Chun. Mary rejected Huang Ziqing's suggestion. The footage soon came to an end. Enai Yongxiao exhaled a puff of smoke. Speaking with double meanings. Han Shen, you have a wonderful wife and a good friend. Mr. Enai, Han Shen, was rendered speechless, having suspected Gandhi and the others, even Gao Zu. Furthermore, he had been tirelessly pursuing the true culprit all this time. He never anticipated that the ultimate mastermind would turn out to be his own wife. How could such immense fortune have fallen upon him? With a thud, Han Shen knelt on the ground, anguish etched across his face. Mr. Enai, enough, reveal your wife's whereabouts, and I may spare your life. Enai Yongxiao rose, adjusting his suit and speaking coldly. Mr. Enai, consider it my doing. I am willing to die, please spare my wife. Han Shen pleaded desperately. Although Mary and Huang Ziqing had ensnared him, he still held love for Mary. Moreover, ever since Boss Enai saved his life, he had lost the abilities a man should possess, feeling guilty toward Mary for all these years, especially since she had been so devoted to helping him. He did not wish to betray her. So, you and Huang Ziqing, have you known Mary since childhood? Enai Yongxiao inquired as he turned off the videotape. Yes. Han Shen nodded heavily. If you want to save your wife's life, tonight you must eliminate Huang Ziqing. Enai Yongxiao coldly declared, fixing his gaze upon Han Shen. Very well. Han Shen did not hesitate and immediately agreed. The fury within him rivaled that of Enai Yongxiao. Regarding the assassination of Boss Enai, it was clear that Mary had been manipulated by Huang Ziqing. Additionally, the key point was that Huang Ziqing was shamelessly toying with his woman. This was utterly intolerable for any man. That evening, Han Shen arranged to meet Huang Ziqing. The two convened atop a building. Han Shen, what is the matter? Why have you suddenly called me here? This isn't your usual style. Huang Ziqing said nonchalantly, a cigarette dangling from his lips. How many years have we known each other? Han Shen approached Huang Ziqing and inquired. 10 years, 8 years? I can't recall, but it's been a long time. Huang Ziqing replied dismissively. Are we friends or foes? Han Shen continued. Both friends and foes. Huang Ziqing gazed into the distance. I am curious. How did you manage to escape? Enai Yongxiao set me free. Han Shen responded. I see. So he sent you to kill me? Huang Ziqing remarked indifferently. Precisely. Han Shen glared at Huang Ziqing, his expression filled with hatred. He wants you to kill me, and you would do it? Now that Boss Enai is dead, and Gandhi and the others are gone, why don't you take the reins yourself? Huang Ziqing said flatly. He knew that this meeting was far from ordinary. Han Shen had just been taken by Enai Yongxiao in the morning and was meeting him at night. There had to be a trap. However, he understood Han Shen well. His ambition would not allow him to miss this opportunity to seize power. Indeed, I have considered it, but Mary is in Enai Yongxiao's hands. Han Shen replied with a flicker in his eyes. That is simple. I can help you. Huang Ziqing immediately responded, a fleeting look of panic crossing his expression. No need. I can handle my own affairs. However, it is you who has toyed with my wife and conspired to murder Boss Enai. Today, you shall meet your end. Han Shen brandished his pistol, aiming it at Huang Ziqing. Upon hearing this, Huang Ziqing was taken aback, exclaiming, what did you say? Without further ado, Han Shen pulled the trigger, striking Huang Ziqing in the chest, then advanced and kicked him off the rooftop. Let's go? Han Shen commanded his men as they departed the scene. At that very moment, the police, who had been lying in wait, made their appearance, sealing off the entire building. Had it not been for Han Shen's foresight in preparing an escape via the elevator, imprisonment would have been inevitable. Enai Yongxiao had invited Gao Zu to the Enai family estate. I am profoundly grateful to you, had it not been for your assistance. I fear the truth would remain forever elusive. And Yongxiao rose to personally light Gaozu's cigarette and pour him tea. In truth, he had contemplated numerous matters that day. Since Gaozu had urged him to investigate Luo Ji and others, he had unwittingly fallen into the trap set by Gaozu. At that time, Gaozu was already privy to the truth, yet he chose not to disclose it. Instead, guiding Yongxiao step by step towards avenging his father and securing his position as the head of the Ni family. Regardless of Gaozu's intentions, in Yongxiao's heart, this favor outweighed all else. You're too kind, Gaozu replied, taking a sip from his teacup. Brother Zhu, is it true that you can cleanse the Ni family's reputation? Yongxiao hesitated before speaking. He had thoroughly investigated Gaozu's background. Ever since the rebranding of He Lianxing to Tianmen, he had prohibited his subordinates from engaging in the flower trade. Initially, he thought Gaozu was merely making empty promises. But after his investigation, he realized that Gaozu was a man of his word. Furthermore, Yongxiao had also looked into the Kowloon group, which was engaged in substantial waterway business, even acquiring the container terminal in Simsha-Sui. It seemed that Gaozu truly had the potential to restore their name. Now that he had avenged his grievances and was free from excessive concerns, he genuinely wished to join Gaozu in a legitimate enterprise, steering the Ni family back on the right path. Indeed, all I have done is because I value you as a person. If you are willing, I can entrust the Kowloon group to your management. As for the profit sharing, you will not be shortchanged, Gaozu stated directly. However, my patience is finite. This is your final opportunity. Choose whether to be brothers or foes. Upon hearing this, Yongxiao inhaled deeply, his eyes ablaze with emotion. Just then, a subordinate entered. Placing a videotape on the table, Yongxiao inserted it into the VCR, and in an instant, the screen revealed the footage of Huang Ziqing's fall. Simultaneously, several subordinates entered, escorting Mary. Upon witnessing the footage of Huang Ziqing's demise, Mary grew fearful, and just as Yongxiao was about to speak, another subordinate rushed in. Mr. Ni, bad news. Han Shun and his men are at the door. There are about 200 of them. Yongxiao remained expressionless, as if he had anticipated this. Brother Zhu, I have a family matter to attend to. Very well, Gaozu nodded. Yongxiao promptly exited, while Gaozu approached Mary, lifting her chin. TSK, the Underworld sister-in-law. Truly beautiful. No wonder young Lu Jiaming is utterly captivated by you. A femme fatale, Lu Jiaming, an undercover agent placed in the police force by Han Shun, was also Mary's infatuated admirer. You are Gaozu. Mary recognized him immediately, her expression shifting to one of desperate pleading. Brother Zhu, please save me. If you save me, I will agree to anything. I will give you everything. Captured by Yongxiao, she realized her actions had been exposed, and she needed to align herself with Gaozu. For if Yongxiao's temperament was anything to go by, her fate was sealed. As for Han Shun, she held no hope that he could rescue her. What a pity. You are too tainted. Otherwise, I might have been able to assist you, Gaozu chuckled softly. Picking up the remote to replay the footage of Huang Ziqing's fall, see how your former lover met his end. Meanwhile, outside the Ni family estate, Yongxiao emerged unhurriedly. Mr. Ni, release my wife, and I shall leave Hong Kong Island forever. Han Shun implored upon seeing Yongxiao. Yongxiao remained silent, and in the next moment, Han Chen's trusted aide seized him. Bring him in. Yongxiao chuckled lightly, easily reading Han Chen's intentions. He had already arranged everything meticulously. Witnessing Yongxiao effortlessly subdue Han Shun brought a smile to Gaozu's face. Truly, the person he valued possessed remarkable capabilities. Brother Chun, Mary cried, tears streaming down her face upon seeing Han Shun. Enough with the melodrama. You will have ample time for sentimentality on the road to the underworld. Yongxiao stated coolly as he settled onto the sofa. Mr. Ni, I have already dealt with your target. Will you release my wife? Han Shun glared at the screen depicting Huang Ziqing's fall, seething with fury. Why the rush? You will die with clarity, but your wife will die in ignorance. I wish for her to understand where she has faltered. Yongxiao extracted a videotape from his drawer and inserted it into the VCR. Han Shun desperately attempted to intervene, but alas, he was pinned to the floor by Yongxiao's subordinate. Yongxiao patted Han Chen's face. Let us watch again. The next moment, the footage resumed. Mary was left in a stupor. I'm sorry, Brother Chun. I only wanted to use Huang Ziqing to elevate your status. You must believe me. I have not betrayed you. Mary pleaded, her eyes filled with guilt as she gazed at the distraught Han Shun. Han Shun screamed in a frenzy, struggling violently. Han Shun, given your unwavering loyalty to the Ni family, today, only one of you two shall leave alive. Choose. Yongxiao tossed a dagger onto the table. Immediately, the surrounding subordinates released both of them. I'm sorry, Brother Chun. Mary seized the dagger, directing it at Han Shun. Han Shun smiled faintly. It's all right, go ahead. In the next moment, Mary plunged the knife into her own heart. Witnessing this scene, Han Shun, bereft of his soul, cradled Mary's lifeless body and wept. The scene was overwhelmingly tragic. Meanwhile, Gao Zhu observed with an impassive expression. Was Ni Yongxiao's intention to summon him merely to witness such a spectacle? What was the purpose? To demonstrate his resolve? Mr. Ni, until we meet again. Han Shun rose, holding Mary, and spoke coldly. Han Shun, with matters reaching this point, do you think you can simply walk away? Ni Yongxiao's demeanor was icy. I will not kill you. You may end it yourself. Upon hearing this, Han Shun laid Mary's body down, approached the sofa, and lit a cigarette from the table. The fortune teller said my rise would come at the cost of countless bones. Reflecting on it now, it couldn't be more accurate. Chapter 81, Subduing Ni Yongxiao. The mysterious behind the scenes. Gao Zhu remarked softly, killing and arson earn you riches. While building bridges and repairing roads leave no corpses behind. No one rises to power untainted. The fortune teller was indeed correct. It is merely a matter of your misfortune. In truth, it is indeed Han Chan's ill fate to have encountered Gao Zhu. Otherwise, the path that Mary laid out for him would have been sufficient to allow him to dominate the Ni family in the Tsim Sha Sui region. Upon hearing these words, Han Chan did not grasp their deeper significance, but Ni Yongxiao, standing nearby, understood Gao Zhu's intent. Upon reflection, without Gao Zhu's assistance, his position as the head of the Ni family would indeed be precarious. With Mary orchestrating events behind the scenes, and Huang Zhiqing acting as a protective umbrella, Han Chan possessed considerable advantages. Once the cigarette was extinguished, let us be on our way, Ni Yongxiao remarked casually. Han Chan snuffed out the cigarette, but picked up a dagger, and chose to conclude his own life. Clean up the body, Ni Yongxiao instructed as he stood and fixed his gaze on his subordinate. Then turned to Gao Zhu. Brother Zhu, let us ascend to the second floor for a detailed discussion. Soon, the two arrived on the second floor. Brother Zhu, the great vengeance has been avenged, and the matter has come to light. Thank you. What do you think of my approach? Ni Yongxiao inquired, fixing his gaze intently on Gao Zhu. Inviting Gao Zhu to witness this moment was aimed at demonstrating his capabilities. He was in dire need of Gao Zhu's recognition. Quite ruthless and astute, I appreciate it. However, your only flaw is your indecisiveness. Such demeanor is unfit for great endeavors. Gao Zhu delivered a sharp assessment. Ni Yongxiao inhaled deeply, lost in thought. Have you come to a decision? Will you cooperate with me, or will you allow the outsiders to intrude? Gao Zhu stated directly, having lost patience for further deliberation with Ni Yongxiao. I, Ni Yongxiao, am willing to follow your lead. Ni Yongxiao declared unequivocally. That is the response I awaited. Gao Zhu nodded in satisfaction. Tomorrow, you shall accompany me to the Kowloon group to engage in business dealings. The following day, Gao Zhu and Ni Yongxiao arrived at the Kowloon group. Gao Zhu introduced Ni Yongxiao to Wang Fengyi and Yi Qiu, subsequently entrusting him with significant authority within the Kowloon group. The current maritime business is thriving, overseen by Wang Fengyi and Yi Qiu. However, we still need to establish a land presence, which will be your responsibility. Pay close attention to the matters concerning Hutchison Whampoa, and by the way, assist me in renting a site to establish a heavy machinery production company. At that point, we shall seize Hutchison Whampoa and invest in its development. Gao Zhu fixed his gaze on Ni Yongxiao, testing his capabilities. Should he fail even this task, he would be dismissed without hesitation. The Heavenly Gate does not harbor idlers. Nor does the Kowloon group. Indeed, Ni Yongxiao adjusted his glasses and nodded affirmatively. Very well, I shall leave the company matters in your hands. Gao Zhu said as he stood, patting Ni Yongxiao on the shoulder before departing. Shortly thereafter, Gao Zhu arrived at the Heavenly Gate's headquarters, the Blood Shadow Pavilion. Although the place was immaculate, a faint scent of blood lingered in the air. 3 young men were bound to the surrounding pillars, their bodies marred with wounds. Upon seeing Gao Zhu's arrival, one man with a shattered pupil weakly implored, Brother Zhu, please spare us. We shall never dare again. The other 2 gazed at Gao Zhu with feeble resolve, wishing to speak, but lacking the strength to do so. They had been confined here by Jean for 3 days and nights, deprived of food and subjected to relentless beatings. Do you comprehend the gravity of your transgressions? Gao Zhu spoke coolly. We understand. We ought not to have sold flour without authorization. We merely sought to earn a bit more, Brother Zhu. We truly dare not again, the young man immediately replied. Speak, who instigated you to act thus? Gao Zhu lit a cigarette, fixing his cold gaze on the flour strewn on the ground. He had severed all connections regarding flour supplies, both within and outside Hong Kong. To sell flour, especially in such large quantities, without a conduit is impossible. There must be someone behind this. We do not know. 10 days ago, a masked individual approached us, providing flour and instructing us to distribute it. We hesitated for a long time, and just as we began to distribute a small portion, Jean discovered us. The young man quickly explained. Oh, So the waters run quite deep. Gao Zhu chuckled, then turned to Jean. Have you uncovered anything? Brother Zhu. This person has been very discreet. After supplying them with flour, there has been no further contact. I suspect others within the Heavenly Gate may be in a similar situation. I am still investigating, Jean responded thoughtfully. Very well, summon everyone for a meeting. Gao Zhu stated nonchalantly. Jin's reasoning certainly held merit. The puppeteer behind this scheme seeks to exploit human nature to sow discord within the Heavenly Gate. These three are merely small fry within the organization. The mastermind, with such depth of thought, would not easily reveal themselves before these three. Any exposure would only occur before the upper echelons of the Heavenly Gate. Therefore, this matter must be investigated from above. Brother Zhu, we acknowledge our wrongdoing, but we speak the truth. As Gao Zhu turned to leave, the three panicked and spoke urgently. Offenders must die, Gao Zhu coldly declared before departing. No one may violate the flower regulations. Those who do must face death. The rules have been established, and while they do impose some restraint on members of the Heavenly Gate, they cannot withstand the greed inherent in human nature. Gao Zhu must seize this opportunity to impart a lesson to all. Otherwise, one act of leniency will invite a plethora of similar incidents in the future. An hour passed, and the senior members of the Heavenly Gate gathered together. Gao Zhu sat with an impassive demeanor, the others remaining silent. Meetings within the Heavenly Gate are rare. When they occur, it signifies trouble, potentially grave trouble. Gao Zhu scanned the room. Previously, he had relaxed the restrictions on the number of hall masters and foot soldiers. Over recent days, many outstanding individuals have emerged, resulting in a plethora of new faces. Gao Zhu perused the profiles before him. Currently, the Heavenly Gate boasts 20 hall masters and over 30 foot soldiers. Besides Dingguan Zai, Fei Shui, Long Yi, Gao Gang, Gao Jin, Jiu Wenlong, Lao Gui, and Luo Tianhong, many new faces have arisen, among whom one named Abu captured Gao Zhu's attention. One of the 7 kings, Wolf-Tooth Abu? With this development, Gao Zhu had already amassed 3 of the 7 kings' might, leaving only 4 remaining. It is said that gathering all 7 powers can summon a divine dragon. Gao Zhu found himself quite intrigued. Indeed, our Heavenly Gate has welcomed many new faces. I hope you will continue to strive forward. Every small effort you make is noted. The rewards you are due will not be diminished at the year's end, Gao Zhu stated with a calm demeanor. A gang operates much like a company. Promises must be made, and encouragement must be given. Thank you, Brother Zhu. We will certainly strive to do our best. Abu and the others responded with palpable excitement. However, with rewards come penalties. Recently, I have heard that many within your domains have been clandestinely engaging in the flower trade. Moreover, they have done so with great secrecy, treating our regulations with utter disregard. Does anyone have anything to say? Gao Zhu inquired with a smile. Those who confess may escape death, if you remain silent. When we uncover the truth in the Blood Shadow Pavilion, there will be no mercy. Gao Jin fixated his gaze upon the crowd, adding a remark. Yet, no one uttered a word. They feigned ignorance, as if oblivious to everything. Gao Zhu meticulously scrutinized the expressions of those present before chuckling. I am aware that many among you previously engaged in the flower trade. However, I pose this question. Does the compensation I offer you now pale in comparison to the bloodshed and toil you endured while selling flour? He continued. All right, esteemed guests. You may take your leave and ponder this matter thoroughly. Consider its worth. Furthermore, I trust you will keep each other in check. Those who organize shall be handsomely rewarded. The reason I orchestrated this display was merely to clarify my stance and instill a psychological pressure upon you all. There exists no wall that does not permit the passage of wind. No matter how deeply one hides, the truth will eventually surface. Moreover, the matter has been laid bare before you. Henceforth, any acts of violence will be justified. Concluding the meeting, Gao Zhu instructed Gao Jin to continue his investigations, particularly focusing on tracking the likes of Chuan Bao. Simultaneously, Gao Zhu arranged a meeting with Crow. Dongxing is a significant player in the flower business, possessing numerous channels. Crow, this fellow, nay, the entirety of Dongxing, harbors a vendetta against me. He must certainly possess some knowledge. Before long, Crow stealthily arrived at the designated meeting place, a tea house replete with a bustling atmosphere. As he gazed upon the establishment, Crow clenched his teeth and stepped inside, his heart ablaze with fury. He was compelled to come here due to Gao Zhu's threats. Otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to slay Gao Zhu rather than appear in such a setting. Crow, I was beginning to think you wouldn't show. I was almost prepared to send Li Wang and the others to fetch you, Gao Zhu remarked, exhaling a plume of smoke with a tone laced with insinuation upon Crow's arrival. Brother Zhu, did I not come? Crow replied, his voice tinged with grievance. Please, take a seat. Gao Zhu smiled faintly. Brother Zhu, what pressing matter necessitated my presence? Crow inquired as he settled down, raising a cup of tea while scrutinizing Gao Zhu. Here's the situation. Someone has been distributing flour in our Tianmen territory, Gao Zhu began. Crow, visibly alarmed, interjected, Brother Zhu, I assure you, it was not my doing. I have been driven out of Mongkok by you, and am currently striving to reclaim my territory. Gao Zhu chuckled lightly. Ah, I did not accuse you. He continued. The individuals behind this operation are remarkably elusive. They provide flour without demanding any payment, and in substantial quantities. Your Dongxing flour business is quite extensive. So I implore you to investigate this matter. Have you caught wind of anything unusual recently? Upon hearing this, Crow fell into deep contemplation. If you can furnish me with some clues, I can guarantee you will not be disturbed next time, Gao Zhu stated coldly. Regarding flour, not only has our Dongxing seen a surge in business, but the entire Hong Kong island flour market has also expanded significantly. I recall that Camel mentioned he recently acquired a lucrative channel, large quantities available for mere tickets. Beyond that, I am unaware. Crow divulged the information he had, albeit reluctantly. Do you know who is behind this? Gao Zhu probed, exhaling a deep breath. I do not know. Even Camel has kept this from us. Crow replied. Very well. I understand. Gao Zhu narrowed his eyes, intrigued by the possibility of a collaboration with Camel, and growing increasingly curious about the mastermind behind the scenes. By the way, Crow, would you be interested in becoming the leader of Dongxing? I can assist you. Gao Zhu directed his gaze at Crow. What do you mean? Crow furrowed his brow. Startled. You may return now. Should you have any ideas, feel free to approach me, and I shall aid you. This is your reward for today, 1 million. Gao Zhu subtly issued a dismissal, planting a seed of ambition within Crow's heart. Crow harbors immense ambition. Were it not for the constraints of the narrative, he could very well become a prominent figure in the underworld. Crow blinked in disbelief. Is that all? Just like that, I received 1 million? Impressive. Gao Zhu responded nonchalantly. What is the matter? Oh, nothing, Brother Zhu. If I uncover any news, I will ensure to keep this 1 million in mind, Crow replied with lingering eagerness. Information can vary in significance and value, but as long as you provide something of worth, the money shall not be an issue. Gao Zhu smiled. Excellent. Crow nodded. Brother Zhu, I shall take my leave now. Very well. Gao Zhu nodded, watching as Crow departed. Whether or not he procures information is one matter. The primary objective is to cultivate Crow's ambition. Gao Zhu believes that no one is impervious to the allure of profit. Currently, Crow may be hesitant to confront Camel, but this does not preclude future actions. Moreover, with Gao Zhu's prior triumph over Deng Bo, who controlled Lian Sheng, he is confident that Crow will eventually ensnare himself in his own web. Half a month passed, and Gao Zhu visited the Kowloon group. Ni Yongxiao and Xiao Anna brought forth good news. They had acquired a 30% stake in Hutchison Whampoa, and with the previous 28%, Kowloon Group now held actual control over Hutchison Whampoa. Gao Zhu was taken aback. He had anticipated the process would take over a month, yet it had only taken a little over 20 days. Well done, Gao Zhu remarked with satisfaction at Ni Yongxiao and Xiao Anna. This is all thanks to Mr. Ni. He has been navigating among the shareholders of Hutchison Whampoa these past few days, successfully acquiring a substantial number of shares. Otherwise, merely purchasing from the market would have taken considerably longer. Xiao Anna explained. Indeed, Ni Yongxiao, you shall represent Kowloon Group at the Hutchison Whampoa board meeting. My demands are straightforward. All land belonging to Hutchison Whampoa should be allocated for real estate development. Additionally, we must cleanse the internal management personnel, allowing our team to take over. There are too many pests, Gao Zhu stated flatly. Initially, he intended to handle these matters personally, but given Ni Yongxiao's evident capabilities, he decided to let him take charge. As long as Ni Yongxiao adhered to his vision, there should be no significant issues. Brother Zhu, no problem. Ni Yongxiao replied with a smile. By the way, has the qualification for the heavy industry factory been obtained? Gao Zhu inquired. With land secured, they were now poised for construction, which would necessitate considerable equipment. To be frank, Gao Zhu found the current equipment unsatisfactory. He already possessed a heavy industry factory with an ample stockpile of construction equipment, which could be utilized directly. To avoid drawing attention, he would need to establish a cover company. Very well, in the outskirts, Ni Yongxiao promptly suggested. Excellent. Gao Zhu rose and proceeded to the address provided by Ni Yongxiao. Chapter 82. The Traitor. Jimmy returns to Hong Kong, the godson of Eight-Faced Buddha. An incident on the waterway. Soon, he arrived at the Kowloon Heavy Industry Factory, where various equipment was extracted from the warehouse and set up within the factory. Next, they awaited the development and construction of the project. That evening, Gao Jin arrived at the manor. Brother Zhu, here are the results of our investigation. 3 hall masters, 6 grass shoes, and over 30 short mules are clandestinely engaging in the flower trade. To avoid alarming the snakes, I refrained from taking action. Moreover, I discovered that the mastermind behind this operation is exceedingly cunning, never meeting these individuals face to face, relying solely on phone communication. Most importantly, it seems this mastermind is not driven by monetary gain. The flower is virtually given away. Gao Jin placed the list before Gao Zhu. Indeed, Gao Zhu set aside Gao Shiba and briefly scanned the list. Fei Shui, Master Su, Long Iya Wu. Essentially, they were all individuals previously associated with Lianxing. None were from Gao Zhu's own circle. Indeed, some individuals are inherently drawn to ruin, a tendency they cannot overcome in their lifetime. As the saying goes, a dog cannot change its nature. There is no urgency to act against them, after having received such a bounty for so long. Those pulling the strings behind the scenes must be feeling weary. Gao Zhu squinted his eyes and picked up Gao Shiba once more. The reason for not moving against these individuals thus far was not due to Gao Zhu's kindness, but rather his measured patience. The strategy was to lure the snake out of its hole. I fear that if the scale expands, it may become difficult to manage. Gao Jin expressed his concern. While the puppeteer manipulates human nature, how many among the multitude of Tian men can withstand temptation? More people will inevitably gather. Killing is simple. Yet the challenge lies in the repercussions of excessive bloodshed. No worries, it's not a significant issue. Let us wait a little longer, Gao Zhu replied nonchalantly. He had an inkling that this situation was far from simple. Moving against Master Su and the others now would merely serve to alert the snake. A handful of insignificant figures held little value. Soon after Gao Jin departed, Ruby and Chiodi arrived, both exquisitely dressed. Meanwhile, in a hotel, Dongxing, Luatu, Wang Bao, and the old ghost shipowner had all taken their places. Luatu and Wang Bao were major flower merchants from Hong Kong Island, responsible for the trade, while the old ghost dealt in maritime business, overseeing transportation. The arrangement was running smoothly. Ladies and gentlemen, you're quite punctual. A shadow entered the room. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Jimmy. After losing a power struggle with Gao Zhu, he had left Hong Kong Island under the protection of the Big Circle. The three were taken aback upon seeing Jimmy. They hadn't anticipated that the wealthy benefactor supporting them would be the long-absent Jimmy, which was rather absurd. Jimmy, so it's you. Come, have a seat. Luatu exclaimed, momentarily stunned, then quickly added with a smile, I said that Mr. Deng's supporters would never be ordinary people. Wang Bao remained silent, his gaze indifferent. He was not surprised by Jimmy's appearance, knowing well that Jimmy was working for someone else. The old ghost shipowner, however, exhibited a profound look of concern. He had not expected that his collaborator would be Jimmy, the arch-nemesis of Gao Zhu. Initially intending to quietly profit from Gao Zhu's maritime business, he now felt ensnared in a dark vortex. Extracting himself from this situation now seemed nearly impossible. Jimmy smiled slightly, taking a seat at the head of the table. Gentlemen, we have collaborated for quite some time, and I trust you have witnessed my capabilities. My purpose for returning this time is to take down Tianmen and eliminate Gao Zhu, this traitor who betrays his own teachers and ancestors. I believe that as long as I raise the banner, both Qian and Lianxing will rally to my side. However, the strength of Tianmen is formidable, as you have all seen. Thus, I require your assistance. Jimmy addressed the three with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, the three fell silent. Indeed, during this time, Jimmy had provided them with flour, and generously at that. Under such camaraderie, they would have unconditionally agreed to anything. However, Jimmy's ambitions were grand, killing Gao Zhu and annihilating Tianmen. Without greater incentives, who would willingly support Jimmy? I possess a complete line from the Eight-Faced Buddha, which I can exclusively supply to you. Secondly, the Eight-Faced Buddha is fully backing me. Funding is not an issue. If you agree, I will provide an initial sum of 10 million, and upon completion, I will give each of you 20 million. Thirdly, I can allocate 1/3 of Tianmen's territory to you. Observing the silence from the three, Jimmy understood that they were seeking substantial benefits. Without presenting some form of profit, they would not consent. Thus, he openly revealed his background and even laid out the funds. What on earth is your relationship with the Eight-Faced Buddha? Luatu's eyes widened in disbelief. The Eight-Faced Buddha was the largest drug lord in the Siam Kingdom, and his operations extended beyond mere flower trade to include arms smuggling, making him a prominent figure throughout Southeast Asia. Generally, he stayed hidden, and few had ever seen his true face. Even Luatu, when seeking sources in the Siam Kingdom, could only meet the Eight-Faced Buddha's subordinates, and whether they sold him flour depended on their mood. To think that Jimmy, having left Hong Kong Island for less than half a year, had allied himself with the Eight-Faced Buddha, if what Jimmy claimed was true, their future would indeed be secure, and they would no longer have to worry about flour. The Eight-Faced Buddha is my godfather. To be frank, my return this time is at my godfather's behest. He seeks to dominate the Hong Kong market. Once we take down Tianmen, our alliance will surely conquer the Hong Kong market. In following Luatu's lead, Jimmy elaborated on the situation, his words brimming with pride. In terms of status, being the godson of the Eight-Faced Buddha commanded respect. Who wouldn't he grant him some deference? In other words, who would dare provoke the Eight-Faced Buddha? Everyone knows he is a powerhouse in Southeast Asia. Angering him could lead to dire consequences for some, while factions in Hong Kong wield swords and knives. The eight-faced Buddha operates with real firepower. Just this fact alone renders Hong Kong's various societies incomparable to the eight-faced Buddha. As Jimmy laid everything bare, the expressions of the three transformed dramatically, shifting from disdain to envy. If the eight-faced Buddha were present, they would eagerly seek to acknowledge him as a godfather. No. Being a godfather wouldn't suffice. They would gladly become his sons. Is it possible for us to meet the eight-faced Buddha? Luatu asked expectantly. Although Jimmy had demonstrated his financial strength, everything he claimed was merely his word. Who could ascertain its truth? Do you doubt me? Jimmy's gaze turned icy as he fixed his stare on Luatu. No. I simply wish to meet Mr. Eight-Faced Buddha. In response to Jimmy's pressure, Luatu stood his ground. Humph. Jimmy chuckled coldly and produced a satellite phone, dialing the eight-faced Buddha's number. Hello, Godfather. Luatu and the others wished to confirm. Let them take the call. A deep voice resonated on the other end. Mr. Eight-Faced Buddha, no, honored Buddha, greetings. Luatu swallowed hard, carefully cradling the phone as he spoke. I have already sent my daughter, Mianna, to assist Jimmy. You should know her, right? The eight-faced Buddha stated. Yes. Luatu responded immediately. The eight-faced Buddha rarely made personal appearances, often sending Mianna or Bobby instead. Having been in the flower trade for so long, Luatu certainly recognized Mianna. Well, I trust Jimmy has conveyed everything to you. If you execute the task well, I shall not treat you poorly. The eight-faced Buddha concluded. Understood, no problem, honored Buddha. Our Dongxing will fully support Jimmy. Luatu promptly affirmed. The next moment, the eight-faced Buddha hung up. Luatu handed the phone back to Jimmy. Our Dongxing will undoubtedly back you. What about you all? Jimmy nodded in satisfaction, then fixed his gaze upon Wang Bao and the old ghost shipowner. Let us cooperate wholeheartedly. The two replied with smiles. Very well, from now on, we shall proceed according to my directives, Jimmy proclaimed with an air of arrogance. Meanwhile, Gaozu was preoccupied with thoughts of expanding his territory and acquiring more docks and land-based businesses, unaware that he had already attracted unwanted attention. 10 days passed, and as dusk fell, Gaozu arrived at the Tsim Sha Sui Pier to inspect the maritime operations, the wine trade of Chiu Ti, the luxury car business of Fei Hong, and the smuggling of arms and gold were all thriving. At that moment, the taciturn Tony Jia arrived aboard an upgraded version of the defies. He appeared utterly exhausted, and the ammunition aboard was noticeably diminished. Gaozu approached him immediately, inquiring, What has happened? We were ambushed as soon as our shipment of red wine reached international waters. It wasn't the water police. This group possesses formidable strength, deploying 10 defies along with explosives, sinking our cargo ship. I believed our maritime route was secure, so I only dispatched 1 defias. I apologize, Brother Zhu. Tony Jia expressed regret. Gaozu frowned, his eyes cold. For quite some time, there had been no issues with the maritime routes. Furthermore, the attackers had not struck within the jurisdiction of Hong Kong Island, but had chosen to act in international waters, indicating a premeditated operation aimed directly at him. While there were numerous competitors on Hong Kong Island, few could muster 10 defias. Those daring enough to confront Gaozu were certainly formidable. Reflecting on the flower incident, Gaozu felt a growing sense of unease. Someone was deliberately targeting him. The mastermind behind this was playing a grand game. The most concerning aspect was that, thus far, they had not revealed themselves. Who possessed such capability? Not many were privy to the maritime dealings, and to successfully ambush them required prior knowledge of their departure times and routes. Gaozu concluded that there must be an insider. His first suspicion fell upon Ni Yongxiao. However, he quickly dismissed it, recognizing that while the boy was not virtuous, he was fundamentally decent and would not betray his allegiance once he chose to submit. As for Agui, Wang Fengyi, Jiu Wenlong, Yi Qiu, and the others, they were equally unlikely. Those responsible for the Mong Kok maritime business, like a Wu and his associates, were unaware of the situation at Tsim Sha Sui. This left only 2 suspects, Yi Guohuan and the old ghost shipowner. Both were restless spirits. Although he had subdued them, the allure of profit could lead them to be swayed by others. Brother Zhu, now that you mention it, I recall that the cargo ship explosion did seem somewhat irregular, almost like a self-detonation. However, I cannot be certain. As for the insider, I haven't paid much attention. Tony Jia remarked, scratching his forehead. The business has been running smoothly these past few days. There's no need to halt operations. Increase security by assigning several defias to escort our shipments. We cannot afford any more mishaps. Also, replenish the lost cargo and deliver it to the buyers. Furthermore, ensure that the families of the deceased crew members are compensated according to my standards. 1 million each, Gaozu instructed, patting Tony Jia on the shoulder. He did not wish to dwell on the losses. The priority remained uncovering the mastermind behind this scheme. After issuing his orders, Gaozu departed the pier. Upon returning to the estate, he summoned Gao Jin, Li Wang, and others. Go investigate Yi Guohuan and the old ghost shipowner. Find out who they have met and any fluctuations in their accounts. Leave no stone unturned. Also, examine the pier to identify the assailants. Gao Zu commanded coldly. No sooner had he spoken than the phone rang. Cargo ships departing from Mong Kok, Causeway Bay, and several other piers had been attacked. 2 more cargo vessels, along with their cargo and crew, had sunk. Fortunately, the remaining ships had returned safely to the pier without major issues. Upon receiving this news, Gao Zu's expression turned even colder. His suspicions had solidified. There was indeed an insider. The 3 sunken cargo ships were those he had acquired with Yi Shipping. Their defenses and speed paled in comparison to the vessels manufactured by his own fishing company. Yet sinking them could not be accomplished solely with ordinary defies. Each cargo ship was always escorted by at least 1 defay. This was clearly an inside job. Someone had preemptively planted explosives aboard the ships. Otherwise, Tony Jia's upgraded defay could have easily dealt with several ordinary ones. Under these circumstances, how could ordinary defies sink a cargo vessel? If such a simple task were achievable, Gao Zu would not need to be involved in maritime dealings. The puppeteer behind this was exceptionally skilled, deliberately seeking conflict, not for the cargo, but purely to attack. This indicated a deep-seated animosity towards Gao Zu, necessitating such elaborate efforts. Gao Zu narrowed his eyes. The entanglement with Flower and the disruption of his maritime routes made this situation increasingly intriguing. Who could it be? Meanwhile, the old ghost shipowner met with the instigator of this scheme, Zun and I Wang. Zun and I Wang, a notorious arms smuggler on Hong Kong Island, controlled the maritime routes independently, accompanied by a band of desperate mercenaries dedicated to the arms trade. He was not to be compared with He Shichong. Moreover, he and the old ghost shipowner had been adversaries since earlier days. Old ghost, I have fulfilled my end of the bargain. Now let us settle the remaining payment. Zun and I Wang stated coldly as he entered. Very well. The old ghost shipowner tossed the prepared 8 million onto the table, causing Zun and I Wang's eyes to gleam with excitement. As expected of Gao Zu's men, you truly have the funds. Just as he reached for the money, the old ghost shipowner pressed down on the box. You have indeed completed the task, but it was far from flawless. What do you mean? Are you trying to renege? Zun and I Wang's gaze darkened. If I were to inform Gao Zu about this, I imagine he would pursue you to the ends of the earth. No. What I mean is that since you have boarded the ship, to achieve perfection, you must eliminate Gao Zu. 3 cargo ships, along with their precious cargo, are worth tens of millions and involve dozens of crew members. Do you think Gao Zu will let you off after such a significant loss? Moreover, this time, you mobilized your entire crew. I estimate Gao Zu will uncover your identity within a night. When that happens, do you think you can withstand his wrath? The old ghost shipowner exhaled smoke, speaking coldly. Old ghost, be reasonable. Not only do you betray your allies, but you also wish to kill Gao Zu. That truly reflects your insatiable greed. Eliminate Gao Zu? Only you would dare entertain such thoughts. Do you believe you possess the strength to do so? I recall when Gao Zu annihilated the Yunnan gang. You were aware of that, weren't you? Now that you are thriving alongside Gao Zu, have you forgotten who the true power is? Zun and I Wang opened the box and said coldly, enough of this. I won't waste more words. I must take my brothers and leave Hong Kong. For the sake of this 8 million, I shall keep your affairs confidential, but you would do well to tread carefully. With that, Zun and I Wang prepared to depart. At that moment, a lackey at the doorway was suddenly kicked aside, crashing before Zun and I Wang. Upon witnessing this, Zun and I Wang hurriedly drew his Dahei Xing, fixating his gaze on the entrance. Old ghost, this is not in accordance with the rules of the Underworld. Zun and I Wang said coldly. As the door swung open, several indifferent Siamese entered, immediately followed by Jimmy and Mina. Upon spotting the two, especially Mina, Zun and I Wang's pupils dilated, and he swallowed hard, exclaiming in surprise, Miss Mina, what brings you here? As a prominent arms smuggler on the island, he was certainly familiar with Mina, having even collaborated with her in the past. Take a seat. There's no need to be so tense. Jimmy chuckled lightly, casually settling down. Sit. Mina flicked her hair and fixed her gaze on Zun and I Wang. At her insistence, Zun and I Wang finally took a seat, eyeing Mina with curiosity. What do you mean, Miss Mina? Is Buddha aware of this? Zun and I Wang, we are collaborating to eliminate Gao Zu and dismantle Tianmen. When the time comes, the maritime business will be under your and Lao Gui's purview. Jimmy lit a cigarette and stated coolly, you've seen the profits from Gao Zu's maritime trade, raking in gold daily. Care to consider? Hearing this, Zun and I Wang narrowed his eyes, sizing up Jimmy. He recognized him as someone who had previously vied for power against Gao Zu and had fled the island after losing. Now he returned with no strength and sought to drag Zun and I Wang into the fray. It's not that I don't want to collaborate, but who dares to challenge Gao Zu with his current might? Zun and I Wang's eyelids twitched as he politely declined, then glared at Jimmy, saying, moreover, Jimmy, What qualifications do you, a stray dog, have to pressure me here? Zun and I Wong, mind your tone. This is Buddha's directive. Furthermore, Jimmy is Buddha's godson. And this operation is entirely under his authority. Mina interjected, glaring at Zun and I Wong. She had no desire to be here, as she lacked control and had to defer to Jimmy. As the daughter of the eight-faced Buddha, she felt quite displeased, yet dared not oppose his wishes. Very well. You may leave. I will have someone inform Gao Zhu of your whereabouts. Upon hearing the term stray dog, Jimmy's demeanor turned icy, and he gritted his teeth, replying coldly. Oh, don't be like that. Let's discuss this calmly. Collaboration is possible. However, with Buddha in the kingdom of Siam, we few cannot possibly confront Gao Zhu head-on, can we? Zun and I Wong hastily argued. Zun and I Wong, do you think we would undertake something without certainty? Follow my lead, and I guarantee your earnings will multiply tenfold. Jimmy stated coldly. All right. Zun and I Wong sighed deeply, realizing that it was challenging to back out once aboard the pirate ship. You stand to lose greatly tonight. As a gesture of our sincerity in this collaboration, I will provide you with an additional 3 million. Jimmy snapped his fingers, and a figure in black entered, depositing a box before Zun and I Wong. Thank you. Zun and I Wong nodded, though his expression bore no joy, only concern. He still felt that Jimmy was unreliable, especially now that he had discerned the extent of Jimmy's power on the island. If I do not leave now, and Gao Zhu traces this back to me, what will I do? Zun and I Wong expressed his anxiety. Confront him, and I will arrange for assistance. Jimmy replied confidently. Who is that? Can they be trusted? Zun and I Wong scoffed. You'll find out soon enough. Jimmy replied with a smile. Zun and I Wong's eyelids twitched, were it not for Mina's presence. He would have truly considered eliminating Jimmy. What gives you such confidence, you stray dog? A jinx. The following day, Gao Jin and his associates had already traced the instigator of the attack on the cargo ship back to Zun and I Wong and had executed all of Zun and I Wong's subordinates involved in the operation. Zun and I Wong was known to Gao Zhu, a significant player in arms smuggling on the island, which lent some credence to his actions. However, thus far, Gao Zhu's maritime dealings had adhered strictly to established routes, avoiding entanglements with Zun and I Wong and others. Moreover, Zun and I Wong's ruthless measures seemed out of character. From a perspective of interests and strength, Zun and I Wong had no motive for such actions. It appeared that this young man was merely a pawn being used by a mysterious figure. At that moment, Wu called. Brother Zhu, we found that the flour for the camels comes from Wang Bao. Upon answering the call, Wu whispered, by the way, a large shipment is expected to arrive at the island tonight, coordinated by Wang Bao. Wang Bao? Gao Zhu frowned. While Wang Bao was formidable, he was merely on par with previous affiliations like the Number Gang, insufficient to serve as a mastermind. Yet, Wang Bao's ability to procure such a large quantity of flour indicated potential complicity, suggesting he might know some insider information. One of Gao Zhu's principles was, better to wrongfully kill 1,000 than let one escape. Li Wang, Luo Tianhong, you few take your men and firearms to XX dock tonight. Eliminate Wang Bao, capture him if possible, but if not, show no mercy. Gao Zhu commanded, his gaze piercing. Feng Yuxiao, you and your team investigate Zun and I Wang's whereabouts, tonight. Head to his stronghold. Remember, these are armed smugglers, exercise caution. As always, prioritize your own safety. If capture isn't feasible, it's of little consequence. Gao Zhu looked at the others as he issued his orders. Understood, Brother Zhu. Li Wang and the others nodded, their expressions cold and resolute. Gao Zhu then turned to Gao Jin. Go, bring in those within the organization who are selling flour. It's time for them to meet their end, he said coldly. Although the mastermind remained hidden, eliminating these individuals would severely disrupt the enemy's plans, possibly forcing them into a corner. This time, Gao Zhu needed to turn the tables, taking the offensive to truly draw the snake from its hole. All right, Gao Jin nodded and promptly left. Dealing with internal issues within Tianmin was straightforward. The Blood Shadow Pavilion would ensure not a blade of grass remained, especially since the movements of these individuals were under constant surveillance by the Blood Shadow Pavilion. They had no chance of escape. At the XX seaside, a place where even dogs would tread, slightly secluded and nestled among the mountains. Not classified as a dock and lacking water police presence, such locations were prime spots for illicit transactions. Unlike Gao Zhu, who conducted legitimate business with his own docks, these individuals lacked his strength. By the waterside, over 30 individuals had gathered, half of whom were armed, their eyes vigilant as they scanned the surroundings with caution. The leader, notably portly and somewhat resembling the deceased Lian Haolong, was adorned with jade, puffing on a cigar and gazing out at the sea, a broad smile on his face. He was Wang Bao, the head of the Wang Bao gang, a well-known figure in the Causeway Bay area. Bro, my eyelids are twitching. Something's bound to go wrong tonight. A young man with yellow hair approached Wang Bao, voicing his concerns. This lad, named Ji, was a ruthless killer with considerable strength. Nothing will happen. Jimmy and Mina are both in the island now. Buddha 1T engage in black-on-black dealings. Wang Bao exhaled a puff of smoke, brimming with confidence. This shipment is substantial. But Buddha wouldn't allow his daughter to be put at risk. Besides, Buddha still needs us to take down Tianmin. All right. Ajimo touched his nose and glanced around. Finding nothing amiss, yet a wave of unease washed over him. Just then, the sound of an engine broke the night, and a cargo ship approached. It's here. Li Wang spoke softly from the shadows. Now the fun begins. Luo Tianhong coldly declared, hefting his 8 faces Han sword. Hey, just don't act impulsively, all right? These people are armed. Li Wang warned Luo Tianhong. He was not afraid for himself, but rather concerned for the safety of the others. Luo Tianhong grinned with a thirst for blood. Behind them, 10 phantom soldiers stood ready, each wielding an AK, poised to spring into action and deliver a lethal strike to Wang Bao and his companions. Before long, the cargo ship drew closer to their position. Wang Bao raised his hand, and several of his underlings rushed forward to catch the ropes from the ship, securing them to a large tree to stabilize the vessel. Simultaneously, a group of people jumped down from the ship. Bobby, good to see you again. Wang Bao called out as he approached the newcomers. Wang Bao, let us skip the pleasantries. As per our usual arrangement, produce the cash, and I'll deliver the goods. Bobby replied nonchalantly. For a transaction like this, straightforward and safe. He merely needed to retrieve the cash, which would earn him favor in front of the 8 faces Buddha. Thus, the quicker the exchange, the better. No problem. Ajimo chuckled and called out to Wang Bao. In the next moment, Ajimo emerged from the jungle carrying a large box. 10 million. Take a look. Bobby raised a hand, and one of his underlings stepped forward to open the box for inspection. Where's the cargo? Ajimo frowned and inquired. Had it not been for the considerable amount of goods this time, he and Wang Bao would have even been too lazy to show up. This concern for being double-crossed made him wary of the possibility of a sudden gun draw. What's the rush? Bobby retorted, clearly annoyed by Ajimo's impatience. Humph. You'd better not pull any tricks, or I swear I'll end you. Ajimo, known for his explosive temper, shot back. Enough. Stand down. Wang Bao coldly ordered. Then turned to Bobby. The kid doesn't he know any better? Please excuse him. Bobby remained silent, merely snapping his fingers, prompting his men on the ship to deliver the goods. Ajimo and the others immediately moved forward to inspect them. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. Wang Bao. The Buddha wants me to convey a message. Cooperate well with Miana and Jimmy, and future shipments will come with discounts. Bobby said as he lit a cigarette, speaking in a detached manner. All right, no problem. Wang Bao smiled. Bobby, no issues here. One of the underlings inspecting the cash interjected. Take it away. Bobby nodded in approval. Meanwhile, Ajimo stood up and gestured an OK sign to Wang Bao. Pleasure doing business. Wang Bao declared with a smile. Bobby turned to leave. At that moment, unbeknownst to anyone, Li Wang, Luo Tianhong, and the others had stealthily approached from behind, AKs in hand. Li Wang raised his weapon and coldly commanded, kill. The sound of gunfire erupted, and several of Bobby's men fell victim to precise shots, even Bobby himself sustaining injuries as he scrambled back to the ship, shouting, Wang Bao, you bastard. This 1T end here. Simultaneously, more than a dozen men in black emerged from the ship, brandishing submachine guns and unleashing a hail of bullets toward Wang Bao and his crew, caught in a state of bewilderment. Wang Bao even contemplated questioning his own men about who had fired, but alas, Bobby's crew did not afford him that luxury, as bullets rained down. Brother, run! Ajimo shouted, evading the gunfire with his martial prowess. Wang Bao, also a formidable fighter, despite his girth, quickly found cover, anxiously retrieving his big black star, his brow furrowed in confusion. He could not fathom why his men had opened fire. As his gaze turned to his crew, he realized that half of the 30-odd underlings he had brought were already taken down by Bobby's men. Damn it! I swear I'll kill Miana. Wang Bao cursed angrily. Then his eyes fell upon the box containing $10 million and the flowers still lying by the shore, gritting his teeth. Brothers, let us take out this rabble. Meanwhile, Bobby had also noticed the box of cash. Kill them all. Chapter 84, Fierce Battle. Bobby sinks. Wang Bao submits. Jimmy surfaces. Thus, both sides engaged in a fierce firefight. Neither side yielded an inch. Although Bobby's firearms had the advantage, Wang Bao's strength was not to be underestimated. In addition to the big black star, he retrieved 6 submachine guns and a shotgun from the vehicle. One must admit, Wang Bao was quite formidable. The clash was exceptionally intense. What a spectacle, a dog-eat-dog scenario. Luo Tianhong exclaimed in awe. Such fierce encounters were a rarity, typically in Hong Kong. Who would dare engage in open gunfire like this? At most, there might be a brief skirmish. Let us wait a few more minutes, then we can make our move. Li Wang stated expressionlessly. All right, I'll capture Wang Bao, and you take care of that blonde kid. Luo Tianhong replied, fixating his gaze on Ajimo. A minute passed, and both sides suffered heavy casualties. Yet neither was willing to retreat, as both parties coveted the goods and cash. Wang Bao, you ungrateful scoundrel, once I return, I'll see you dead. Bobby raged from the ship, his breath coming in rapid bursts, clearly enraged. However, Wang Bao remained silent, knowing that with so many lives lost, explanations would be futile. As for Bobby's threats, although fearful, he believed there were ways to resolve the situation, if worse came to worst. He could always ally with Gao Zhu. What could Jimmy and Mianna do, even with their immense power? In Hong Kong, one must abide by the rules of Hong Kong. But in the next moment, a bullet pierced through Bobby's head, followed by a barrage of gunfire erupting from the woods, enveloping both Wang Bao's and Bobby's men in a storm of bullets. These aren't my men. Wang Bao turned to see Li Wang and a dozen masked figures and murmured, "Brother, let us go?" Ajimo had unexpectedly arrived at Wang Bao's side, urging him anxiously. However, in the next instant, Luo Tianhong blocked their path. Wang Bao and Ajimo immediately raised their big black stars to fire, only to find their weapons devoid of ammunition. Ajimo gritted his teeth and drew a sharp dagger. "Brother, you go on ahead. I'll handle him." "All right." Wang Bao understood that this was not the time for sentimentality and turned to flee. Immediately, Ajimo and Luo Tianhong clashed in combat. The clash of their formidable powers created an explosive scene. Simultaneously, as Wang Bao fled through the woods, he encountered Li Wang, who tore away his mask. "Wang Bao, surrender. Or do you wish to experience the pain of a beating?" It's you, Li Wang. You are one of Gao Zhu's men." Wang Bao's eyes trembled slightly, and a bitter smile emerged on his face. He could not comprehend how this transaction had been leaked. Yet, one thing was certain, he had been set up by Gao Zhu. Reflecting on Poppy's earlier remarks, Wang Bao hesitated momentarily before ultimately deciding to surrender. It was not out of fear of Li Wang, but rather the grave accusation of Poppy's demise rendered him devoid of options. He could not afford to offend the eight-faced Buddha. Thus, he opted to abandon the shadows for the light, preserving his own existence. This was a choice born of necessity. "Let us go," Li Wang remarked with a silent smile, recognizing that this individual possessed more intellect than others, understanding the intricacies of the situation. Were it another gang leader, they would rather die than abandon their pride. Soon, Li Wang escorted Wang Bao back to the scene. Apart from the ghostly soldiers, not a single living soul remained, and the cargo ship had been directly blasted into the sea by an RPG. For this operation, Li Wang and his associates had made ample preparations, devising multiple plans to tackle any unforeseen circumstances. Had the police received word today, they would have followed Poppy and his crew straight to hell. "Gather the cash and flour, and take it away," Li Wang commanded, his gaze fixed on the crowd. Subsequently, he proceeded to the arena where Aji and Luo Tianhong faced off. The two were locked in a fierce battle, neither willing to yield. Amidst the clash of blades, sparks flew, evoking the essence of a martial arts film. Wang Bao was about to speak when Li Wang silenced him. "Let us make a wager. If your man wins, I will release you. If my man wins, you must divulge all the information you possess. What say you?" Li Wang produced a pack of cigarettes and casually offered one to Wang Bao. "No problem." Wang Bao accepted the cigarette, igniting it with his lighter, a smile gracing his lips. He found this wager to his liking. They settled upon a massive stone, smoking while observing Aji and Luo Tianhong's duel. The rounds continued, and as Aji executed a swift counter, the razor-sharp blade narrowly missed Luo Tianhong's eyes, threatening to blind him. In truth, Luo Tianhong had feigned vulnerability, purposely exposing a flaw for Aji to exploit, not anticipating Aji would actually fall for it. In the next instant, Luo Tianhong's eight-faced sword surged forth, aimed directly at Aji's throat. This was indeed Luo Tianhong's signature skill. Aji swallowed hard, feeling a trickle of warm blood seep from his neck. Had Luo Tianhong applied even a modicum more force, he would have met the king of hell today. "Will you surrender?" Luo Tianhong asked coldly, his gaze fixed on Aji. In truth, under Li Wang's tutelage, Luo Tianhong's strength had significantly increased. If it were a matter of life and death, Aji would have long since perished. It was only due to his desire to recruit Aji that Luo Tianhong had endured such a prolonged confrontation. "I surrender." Aji glanced at Wang Bao, uttering with resignation. "Let us go." Li Wang rose, speaking with a casual indifference. At the same time, Feng Yuxiu and his companions had stealthily arrived at Johnny Wang's stronghold, unhesitatingly unleashing a barrage from their AKs. The individuals aligned with Johnny Wang were all desperate rogues, armed and ready, leading to an intense exchange of gunfire. However, Feng Yuxiu did not encounter Johnny Wang himself. In fact, Johnny had long since hidden away, learning of the assault on his headquarters, and he immediately sought assistance from Jimmy. Jimmy had assured him that Wang Bao would send help. Yet, despite numerous attempts to reach Wang Bao, his calls went unanswered, leaving Jimmy utterly frustrated. Finally, he called Camel, who declined under the pretext of distance. As for the old ghost ship captain, Jimmy still intended to keep this pawn under wraps. Thus, Johnny was left to suffer in silence. As for Johnny, he was equally powerless, too afraid to emerge, and could only instruct his subordinates via phone. Fight if you can. Flee if you must. In the dead of night, at Sim Sha Sui, the docks, the autumn winds howled, biting cold, the sound of crashing waves relentless. As over 30 individuals knelt upon the ground, they included Fei Shui, Master Su, Wang Yi, and Awu. Their crime, selling flour. Do you acknowledge it? Gao Jin stepped forward, his voice icy. Brother Jin, what are you saying? I did not sell flour. Fei Shui sobbed. Do you think I lack evidence? Would I bring the Blood Shadow Pavilion to apprehend you all? Gao Jin replied calmly. We did not sell flour. Gao Jin, don't think that just because you are the lord of the Blood Shadow Pavilion, you can act with impunity. If Zuzu finds out, you're finished. Master Su spat blood, roaring in indignation, his restraints preventing him from leaping up. Indeed, we demand to see Zuzu. He will render us justice. Awu exclaimed, saliva flying. Very well. Since you wish to see Zuzu, I shall summon him for you. Gao Jin scoffed, then promptly dialed Gao Zu's number. On the other end, upon learning that Gao Jin had arrested those involved in the internal flower dealings of Tianmen, and that they were unwilling to confess yet desired to meet him, Gao Zu couldn't help but chuckle. These individuals truly believed they had conducted their affairs smoothly and discreetly, naively thinking he was unaware of anything. Simultaneously, Li Wang arrived with Wang Bao and Aji in tow. Li Wang promptly reported the earlier events in full. I see, Gao Zu nodded. Then fixed his gaze on Wang Bao and Aji sit. Zuzu, Wang Bao humbly acknowledged. Wang Bao, tell me, who prompted you to act thus? How did you do it? And who are your backers? Speak. Gao Zu lit a cigarette, his tone nonchalant. The transaction of $10 million worth of flour was conducted with such ease. Moreover, according to Li Wang's description, this sum was entirely disproportionate to the quantity of flour traded today. Based on market prices, $10 million would only procure $9 million worth of flour. Yet today, Wang Bao managed to acquire flour valued at $11 million for the same amount. This meant Wang Bao's buyer effectively gifted him $200,000 worth of flour. It is worth noting that transactions involving flour are typically meticulous and stringent, particularly regarding weight. This was indeed unusual. Zuzu, I can share, Wang Bao hesitated. As long as you speak, I guarantee no harm will come to you, your family, or your gang. You can rest assured, I, Gao Zu, am a man of my word. Gao Zu, fully aware of Wang Bao's concerns, provided a direct assurance. It was a promise, but it also conveyed to Wang Bao that should he choose silence, Gao Zu was fully capable of taking action. Very well, I shall speak. Wang Bao paused, then began to recount, revealing much without reservation. Upon hearing this, Gao Zu grasped the overall situation. After all this time, the mysterious figure behind it all turned out to be Jimmy. The recent internal flour dealings within Tianmen, including the attack on the cargo ship last night, were orchestrated by Jimmy. How intriguing. The most crucial aspect was that Jimmy was now the adopted son of the eight-faced Buddha. Was it not the case that those associated with Lianqing always seemed eager to play the role of someone else's offspring? Truly a peculiar bunch. Simultaneously, Gao Zu discerned that Jimmy's return was aimed at eliminating him and restoring the name of Lianqing, while also expanding the flour business market for the eight-faced Buddha across the entire island. I must say, a grand chessboard has been laid out. Alas, Jimmy has made a grievous error in his moves. He has chosen the wrong adversary, and, in his haste for quick success, has acted too precipitously. In haste, chaos inevitably ensues. Thus, are the flour supplies emerging from Tianmen solely orchestrated by you and the camel? Inquired Gao Zu. Well, I am only aware of this much. I am uncertain whether Jimmy has collaborated with others, Wang Bao replied truthfully. If I understand correctly, your transactions with the eight-faced Buddha are all led by Jimmy, with Old Ghost facilitating the flour delivery for you. What transpired this evening? Gao Zu asked, bewildered. In truth, even before Jimmy's arrival, I had already established a partnership with the eight-faced Buddha. This transaction involves a staggering $10 million worth of flour, a considerable sum. The eight-faced Buddha, fearing that Jimmy and Old Ghost might create trouble, sent it through the previous channels. Wang Bao immediately provided this clarification. In fact, he has already invested a significant portion of his fortune, seizing this opportunity to earn a bit more. Who could have predicted that, due to Gao Zu's interference? He would be left with nothing, not to mention that Bobby has tragically perished. The eight-faced Buddha would undoubtedly seek retribution. Gao Zu nodded in acknowledgement. Wang Bao's response was remarkably smooth, devoid of any hesitation. It was evident that he was not lying. So, Bobby's demise led you to fear the eight-faced Buddha and choose to surrender? Zhu discerned Wang Bao's thoughts with a single glance. A proud individual like Wang Bao would rarely opt for surrender unless absolutely compelled. Indeed, you have keen insight, Brother Zhu. Wang Bao paused momentarily, casting a profound gaze at Gao Zu, utterly astounded. In just a few brief exchanges, his innermost thoughts had been effortlessly unveiled, truly impressive. Despite his youth, Gaozu possessed such unique vision and composure, earning him the title of the youngest leader in Hong Kong, the youngest godfather of the Underworld. The rumors circulating in the outside world were indeed well-founded. Very well, in that case, you shall henceforth belong to Tianmin. As long as Tianmin exists, so shall you. However, the flower business is off-limits, Gaozu said to Wang Bao with utmost seriousness. Accepting Wang Bao and his gang involves multiple considerations. Firstly, both Wang Bao and Aji serve as formidable forces, possessing commendable strength, and Wang Bao's gang is not to be underestimated. Their inclusion in Tianmin as hall masters would not only enhance the organization's reputation, but significantly bolster its overall power. Secondly, Wang Bao's gang holds a position in Causeway Bay, a region rich in resources, just like Mong Kok, a territory worth contending for, and Gaozu harbored ambitions for Causeway Bay as well. Thirdly, engaging in senseless violence is unappealing. If one can be subdued, it is preferable to do so. I can agree to your terms. However, regarding the flower business, Wang Bao took a deep breath and said, Wang Bao, you have navigated the underworld in Hong Kong for quite some time. Why must you continue down a criminal path? As long as you follow me, your wages and those of your subordinates will not be a concern. I can assure you that you will earn more than you do now, and it will be safe and reliable. Gaozu stated calmly. Have you heard of the king of Causeway Bay, Li's family? Of course, I have heard of Mr. Li. Wang Bao immediately responded. The king of Causeway Bay refers to Li Kaxing. This individual is not merely a legend in Causeway Bay, but also a myth within the underworld circles of Hong Kong. A godlike figure and a model for various gang leaders. The reason is simple. Li Kaxing built his empire on the flower business decades ago, dancing on the razor's edge, yet managed to emerge unscathed over a decade ago, transforming into a businessman and a tycoon. Today, the Li family has ventured into real estate, investing in hotels and residential properties across various areas in Hong Kong, particularly in Causeway Bay, where they notably invested in the renowned Hysan Place, among many other lesser-known projects. Chapter 85, Clearing the Trash. The Fall of Old Ghost. A lesson to be learned. The specter of the eight-faced Buddha. Furthermore, the most influential TVB television station in Hong Kong was established by Li Kaxing and his brothers. Who would not envy such an illustrious figure like the king of Causeway Bay? It can be said that the Li family has long been a model for the leaders of various gangs. We must learn from the Li family. Upon reaching our position, we should not always contemplate violence. We must learn to discard certain elements to walk the righteous path. If one cannot even meet the most basic requirements, it indicates that you, Wang Bao, lack grand aspirations. Although you are already a leader, capable of commanding storms, it does not change the fact that you remain a petty thug. Tianmin truly does not welcome you, Gaozu stated emphatically. Word by word, the true essence of a gang operates in tailored suits, not in mere displays of blades and bloodshed. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Wang Bao fell into contemplation. Gaozu's words stirred a tumult of emotions within him, profoundly affecting his heart. No one desires to bear the label of a hoodlum for a lifetime. No one wishes to dance on the edge of a blade, living a life fraught with peril. No one wants to be perpetually under police scrutiny, facing the constant threat of imprisonment. Very well. Wang Bao nodded gravely, as if he had made a momentous decision. This must be Aji, correct? Gaozu shifted his gaze to Aji. Another Jing brother has arrived. Now we possess considerable strength. Yes. Aji nodded. Excellent. Welcome to Tianmin. Gaozu rose, a subtle smile gracing his lips. However, there are still matters to attend to. Follow me. Soon, Gaozu arrived at the docks. The secretary, Su, and the others, upon seeing Gaozu, began to wail and lament, each presenting their own narrative, yet, regardless of their claims. Their demands were singular. They were all wronged by Gao Jin. You assert that you are all innocent? Yet, the Blood Shadow Pavilion possesses evidence. Gaozu remarked leisurely as he took a stack of photographs from Gao Jin. However, these individuals remained obstinate. Gaozu felt a mixture of amusement and irritation at their stubbornness. Truly, a group that would not shed tears until they saw the coffin. Yet, among these photographs, there were indeed instances where the actions were carried out by their subordinates, not directly by them. Just as the commotion escalated, Wang Bao approached. Identify who you have arranged, Gaozu said calmly. Upon hearing this, Wang Bao began to point out names. A significant portion was identified. The remaining individuals could only be linked to Camel's mischief. Brother Zhu, you cannot simply accuse outsiders. We have poured our hearts into this organization. The secretary, Su, and the others expressed their dissatisfaction. What? After receiving such ample flour, have you forgotten my voice? Aji interjected coldly. Indeed. As soon as Aji's voice emerged, the individuals pointed out by Wang Bao turned noticeably pale. Although they had never met him, they were all too familiar with that voice. Nevertheless, They continued to deny the allegations. Gaozu chuckled softly, refraining from further words, allowing the members of the Blood Shadow Pavilion to take action directly. In the next moment, screams and pleas for mercy filled the air, and a significant portion of individuals confessed their transgressions. Gaozu, however, remained indifferent, for he had offered them chances, yet they had failed to appreciate them. Subsequently, one by one, they were packed into large black boxes weighted down with stones and loaded onto the cargo ship. Before long, everything was in place, and Tony Jia personally piloted the cargo ship away from the docks. The fate of these individuals is but a singular one, to sink into the vast, boundless ocean. Even if they are fortunate enough to escape their confines, adrift in the endless sea, they face only the path of death. This epitomizes the style of the great ancestor, meticulous and unyielding. After all, in this world, there exists the phenomenon of survivor's bias, commonly referred to as the chosen ones. To prevent such occurrences, the great ancestor will take preemptive measures. As for the rationale behind not resorting to gunfire, killing them outright would lack any sense of artistry. Rather, it is far more torturous to allow them to experience the depths of despair at a physiological level. Gaojin, summon everyone for a meeting tomorrow. Oh, and bring the old ghost to the main hall. I intend to make an example of him. The great ancestor lit a cigarette, speaking in a calm tone. The old ghost, a man of his, is the sole individual who has betrayed him at this juncture, and must be brought forth to establish a precedent. Is there still a need to monitor Yi Guohuan? He hesitated to ask. He poses no issue. There is no need for surveillance anymore, responded the great ancestor. Both the old ghost and Yi Guohuan are individuals of considerable ambition. However, compared to the old ghost, Yi Guohuan understands the value of contentment. At least what the great ancestor currently offers him is sufficient to satisfy his ambitions. Moreover, according to Wang Bao, Yi Guohuan does not present any significant problems. There is no necessity to expend manpower keeping an eye on him. By the way, from now on, instruct the people of Tianmen to exert all efforts in investigating the whereabouts of Jimmy. The great ancestor exhaled a puff of smoke. Understood. Gao Jin and the others nodded, their figures swiftly disappearing from the dock. The next day, at the Tianmen main hall, the great ancestor arrived first. Observing the arrival of each hall leader with a cold gaze, silently exhaling smoke rings. Soon, everyone had gathered, yet several empty seats drew the attention of the assembly. What is the meaning of this? Why did they not attend the meeting? This is utterly outrageous. Chuan Bao was the first to express his discontent. Indeed, the disregard for protocol is becoming increasingly alarming, exclaimed Chuan Bao, inciting a wave of anger among the crowd. Clearly, they were oblivious to the events of the previous night, mistakenly believing that the Secretary Su and others were merely flaunting their authority. They are unable to come. Gao Jin stepped forward, fixing his gaze upon the assembly. Why? The crowd inquired, bewildered by Gao Jin's statement. Because they engaged in the illicit trade of flour, violating the regulations, and have already been executed by our Blood Shadow sect. Gao Jin stated candidly. A collective gasp echoed through the assembly as they exchanged glances, taken aback by the revelation. Executed? Does this mean that the vacant seats belong to those who were executed? Goodness, so many were eliminated without any prior notice. How ruthless. The most alarming aspect was their complete lack of information. This was terrifying indeed. They could not guarantee that they would not be the next to inexplicably vanish. Jingu, given the gravity of this situation, why did you not inform us? If your Blood Shadow sect continues to act unilaterally, how can we assure our brothers that they can work for the organization in peace? An immediate wave of discontent arose among the ranks. Yes, Jingu. At the very least, notify us beforehand. It would not be too late to present evidence before punishing them in front of everyone. The more they thought about it, the more anxious they became, as no one could assure themselves that they would not be the next to face execution without cause, leading to a chorus of accusations directed at Gao Jin. Firstly, the Blood Shadow Pavilion possesses independent enforcement authority and does not require anyone's consent to act. Secondly, our Blood Shadow Pavilion will not wrongfully accuse any innocent person. Rest assured on this matter. As long as you do not err, you will be safe. Thirdly, our Blood Shadow Pavilion guarantees fairness and justice within the organization, and no one will be slain due to personal grievances. Gao Jin explained calmly. Zhuge, please speak. This situation leaves us feeling utterly insecure. The assembly turned their pleading eyes toward the great ancestor, unable to counter Gao Jin's assertions. I have stated before that the trade of flour is forbidden. I have also made it clear that the Blood Shadow Pavilion has the authority to enforce the law independently. Whoever dares to err shall meet their demise. The great ancestor replied coldly. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. The great ancestor scanned the room and said flatly, "Bring him in." At his command, confusion swept through the assembly, unsure of what the great ancestor intended. In the next moment, the battered figure of the old ghost was ushered in before them. He appeared thoroughly beaten, his once stout form now hunched, his face marred with bruises, and his clothing stained with blood. Witnessing this scene, the crowd could not help but swallow hard, their first reaction one of sheer terror. Curiosity soon followed, as they wondered how the old ghost had ended up in such a state. It is known that the old ghost held a significant position within Tianmin, regarded as the leader among the Hall Masters, owing to his close ties with the great ancestor and his control over many of the dockside businesses, commanding a considerable following. The current state of the old ghost starkly contrasted with their previous impressions. Old ghost, the great ancestor called out to him. Zhuge. The old ghost weakly raised his gaze in response. Their eyes met, conveying an unspoken sense of despair. Sit, the great ancestor instructed calmly. Subsequently, a subordinate assisted the old ghost into a chair. Do you understand your crimes? The great ancestor inquired. Zhuge, I do not know what you are talking about. The old ghost replied, bewildered. In truth, he was utterly confused, having been assaulted by Gao Jin and others early that morning and then stuffed into a vehicle, only to find himself here, bewildered. Yet, as someone who had committed wrongdoings, his voice lacked its usual vigor. Old ghost, you engaged in the illicit trade of flour, smuggled flour, and colluded with the traitor Jimmy. Thus, your charges amount to treachery. According to our regulations, the punishment is death. Gao Jin enumerated the old ghost's offenses one by one. I did not. Jinggu, do not slander me. If you have the ability, present your evidence. The old ghost trembled as he spoke. Just then, Wang Bao and a Ji entered. We are the evidence. Subsequently, amidst the crowd's bewilderment, Wang Bao recounted the entire sequence of events. What? You conspired with Jimmy and the eight-faced Buddha? You even sought to kill Zhu Gu and annihilate Tianmin. Chuan Bao inhaled sharply, astonishment etched across his face. This is a grave crime. Any one of these accusations would warrant the death penalty in any organization. Not only was Chuan Bao shocked, but the rest of the assembly was equally taken aback by the old ghost's actions. Are you truly that fearless? What audacity! Faced with the accusations, and with Wang Bao as a witness, the old ghost found himself at a loss for words. He understood that, in light of the evidence, no amount of defense would hold any weight. Moreover, he was all too aware of the great ancestor's temperament, more than anyone else. It could only be said that misfortune had befallen him. In truth, what puzzled him most was how Wang Bao, who had always been arrogant and maintained his own gang, dismissing overtures from organizations like Hongxing and Dongxing, would suddenly turn against the great ancestor. Alas, he would never uncover the reasons behind this shift. Enough, silence. The great ancestor commanded coldly, then fixed his gaze upon Gao Jin. Execute him. At these words, Gao Jin drew forth a dagger, its cold gleam sending shivers down the spines of all present. Chuan Bao and the others felt an icy chill envelop them. Old Ghost still attempted to struggle, trying to escape, but Power King stepped forward and delivered a punch to Old Ghost's head. Instantly, Old Ghost's eyes sparkled with stars as he slumped into the chair, his limbs rendered powerless like a feeble patient. Immediately after, Gao Jin approached and firmly pressed Old Ghost's head down. The dagger lightly grazed his neck, and in the next moment, Old Ghost's throat was sliced open like a piece of paper. Blood gushed forth from his neck, splattering all over the table. Those nearby were drenched in it. The scene was visually shocking. Even the nine-pattern dragon couldn't hold back and rushed outside to vomit. Following suit, Chuan Bao and Ah Gui fled as well. After more than 10 minutes, everyone finally regained their composure and returned to their seats. Meanwhile, Gao Zhu, as if nothing had happened, leisurely sipped tea and smoked a cigarette. For Gao Zhu, Old Ghost had been of great assistance. However, Old Ghost not only sold flour but also colluded with Jimmy in secret, which was an act of betrayal. Such treachery was intolerable. As the saying goes, mercy does not govern soldiers, righteousness does not govern wealth. To survive in this chaotic world, these two aspects must be eliminated. All right, everyone, bear with me. Let us first address the matter at hand. From today onward, Wang Bao shall join our Tianmin. I hope we can work together, sharing our hearts and minds, and strive for the prosperity of Tianmin. The second matter is that Old Ghost is dead, but his crimes are evident to all. I hope everyone learns from his fate. Remember, no matter who it is, if one does not abide by the rules, Old Ghost's end will be their own. The third matter is that since Jimmy has returned to Hong Kong Island, we must now deal with this traitor. Likewise, I urge you to remember that you are now members of Tianmin, not of Liansheng. Be clear about what actions to take and what stance to adopt. Gao Zhu stated emphatically. With Jimmy's return, bolstered by the support of the eight-faced Buddha, and after last night's tumult, this lad will certainly not back down. He may even appear on Hong Kong Island waving his flag. If that situation arises, someone will inevitably weigh the pros and cons and make a decision. Therefore, let us prepare in advance. Brother Zhu, Jimmy's return is unusual. He has recognized the eight-faced Buddha as his godfather. If we take action against Jimmy, it would mean incurring the wrath of the eight-faced Buddha. Although the eight-faced Buddha is an external force, he is a notorious drug lord and arms dealer in Southeast Asia. With immense power, it would be wiser for us to negotiate with Jimmy. Chuan Bao expressed his concerns. Brother Zhu, Uncle Bao makes a valid point. The nine-patterned dragon concurred. He naturally was not afraid. What he feared was the potential collapse of the hard-won territory. After all, the eight-faced Buddha is not an ordinary person. He is a bona fide big shot, renowned throughout Southeast Asia. To put it bluntly, he wields firearms, while Hong Kong Island merely resorts to sticks. There is no comparison. Chapter 86. Jimmy waves his flag, establishes a new Lian Sheng. Jiang Tianqing's hesitation. Whoever offends Tianmen, regardless of who they are, must die. It is merely a matter of time. Gao Zhu coldly surveyed the room as he spoke. What of the eight-faced Buddha? This is Hong Kong Island. Since both Jimmy and Mina have arrived, let them come and go without return. If I, Gao Zhu, am provoked, I would not hesitate to march directly into the kingdom of Siam and eliminate the eight-faced Buddha. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. The entire Hong Kong Island syndicate, knowing only Gao Zhu would dare to utter such words. Others would be eager to curry favor with Jimmy, to ingratiate themselves with the eight-faced Buddha. All right, everyone disperse and continue with your own affairs. Seeing that people still wished to speak, Gao Zhu immediately interjected. He did not want to engage in unnecessary discussions with them. Their role was merely to guard the docks, ensuring that business was not disrupted by others. Meanwhile, Jimmy appeared in Hong Kong Island, accompanied by a group of Golden Triangle and Siamese individuals, boldly asserting his presence in Sunwan. He came forth waving his flag, restructuring the new Lian Sheng, declaring in the name of Lian Sheng to annihilate Gao Zhu, rallying former Lian Sheng members and those of the Jianghu to join him. Once the news broke, the Hong Kong Jianghu was thrown into turmoil. No one expected the down-and-out Jimmy to return to Hong Kong, and in such a forceful manner, directly challenging Tianmen and Gao Zhu. This was extraordinarily thrilling. Many former Lian Sheng members flocked to Sunwan to pledge their allegiance to Jimmy. Even within Tianmen, some individuals chose to side with Jimmy. At the Jiang family villa, Jiang Tiansheng was enjoying the sun with his girlfriend, Fang Ting, when Xin Yao arrived, delivering the news of Jimmy's forceful return. Just a mere down-and-out dog returning to show off. What significance does this hold? Jiang Tiansheng scoffed dismissively. If a more formidable individual were to confront Tianmen, he might have shown some reaction. As for Jimmy, had it not been for Deng Bo's incident, he would not have even known Jimmy existed on Hong Kong Island. Thus, Jiang Tiansheng had absolutely no interest in discussing this matter. Focusing on a waste was simply a waste of time. Some said this lad was the eight-faced Buddha's godson, and it was because of the eight-faced Buddha's support that he returned. Chen Yao immediately interjected. The eight-faced Buddha? Jiang Tiansheng raised an eyebrow. Somewhat surprised, what is the credibility of this claim? Over 90%. Many have seen the eight-faced Buddha's daughter, Mina, accompanying Jimmy. Chen Yao continued. Interesting. No wonder he returns so ostentatiously. It turns out there is a major boss backing him. Now, Gao Zhu has encountered a worthy adversary, and one who is relentless at that. Jiang Tianxing chuckled. This lad is actively recruiting. Should we unite with Jimmy to eliminate Tianmen? Chen Yao suggested promptly. No. Let them bite each other. We shall merely observe. We cannot become deeply involved. Moreover, although Gao Zhu is arrogant, he is at least a rational individual. Have you considered why the eight-faced Buddha would support Jimmy's return to Hong Kong? Jiang Tianxing lifted a cup of tea, taking a sip with a meaningful expression. The eight-faced Buddha wishes for Jimmy to be his agent on Hong Kong Island, expanding both the flower and arms businesses. Chen Yao naturally understood the implications. No. While I have not met the eight-faced Buddha, his ambitions are glaringly evident. What he desires is not mere expansion. He likely covets the entire flower and arms market of Hong Kong Island. Jimmy is but a pawn in his game. Should Jimmy truly annihilate Tianmen, he would become even more arrogant than Gao Zhu. Logically, we should assist Gao Zhu. Jiang Tianxing spoke sagely. As the head of Hongxing, he had a discerning mind, articulating the eight-faced Buddha's scheme. Indeed, Chen Yao nodded in agreement, his gaze wavering as if he had something to say but hesitated. The reason for this state was simple. Jimmy had already approached him, probing Jiang Tianxing's stance. It was clear that Jiang Tianxing did not wish to participate. What is it? Your expression seems off. Jiang Tianxing inquired, gazing at Chen Yao. Nothing. I was just overly fatigued last night and did not sleep well. Chen Yao forced a smile. At Tianmen's headquarters, due to the situation concerning Jimmy, Gao Zhu had to convene a meeting once more. I will give you 3 days. If you wish to leave, then leave. I, Gao Zhu, will not compel anyone. Gao Zhu surveyed the room and said blandly, by the way, spread this news. Brother Zhu, shall we not take the opportunity to strike? The perplexed Chuanbao inquired. Strike? It is not yet the right time. Let Jimmy dance for a few more days. Gao Zhu responded calmly. Jimmy, the adopted son of the eight-faced Buddha? He is merely a toy. To kill him off so easily would be rather uninteresting. We must savor the game. With Gaozu's announcement regarding the exemption from the Heavenly Gate, many within the organization began to entertain thoughts of defection. Although the benefits within the Heavenly Gate were more appealing, Jimmy's proposition, alongside the advantages offered by the United Victory, was equally enticing. Moreover, Jimmy championed the restoration of the glory of United Victory, prompting numerous individuals to choose to leave the Heavenly Gate. 3 days passed, and over 1,000 individuals opted to abandon the Heavenly Gate, most of whom were former members of United Victory, particularly following the execution of figures like Master Su. Discontent towards Gaozu grew, making their departure from the Heavenly Gate a reasonable course of action. Soon after, Gaozu issued a second directive, calling for the recruitment of subordinates, specifically excluding those from United Victory and imposing no limit on numbers. Many from the martial world flocked to this call. They had long admired Gaozu, but had often found entry into the Heavenly Gate difficult due to restrictions on numbers. This time, however, they were determined not to let such an opportunity slip away. That evening, Jimmy arranged a meeting with Jiang Tiansheng, accompanied by a camel. Mr. Jiang, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Jimmy approached with an air of arrogance, locking his gaze on Jiang Tiansheng. Hello, Jimmy. Jiang Tiansheng replied with a gentle smile, ushering everyone into the Jiang family villa. Fong Ting personally served tea and water to the guests. Your sister-in-law is truly beautiful. No wonder she hails from the realm of the erotic film queen. Quite captivating. Jimmy unabashedly remarked while staring at Fong Ting. Previously, he would not have been able to even enter Jiang Tiansheng's villa without Deng Bo's intervention, but times had changed. As the adopted son of the eight-faced Buddha, who would dare to deny him a modicum of respect? It was precisely for this reason that Jimmy now exhibited a certain arrogance. Jiang Tiansheng's expression turned cold as he remarked, Jimmy, both in speech and in life, humility is essential. Do not presume that a mere stroke of fortune grants you unbridled freedom. It is acceptable to feign grandeur, but to overstep is intolerable. Ha! Jimmy laughed heartily at this. Mr. Jiang, your words are worth more than 10 years of study. I shall certainly keep them close to my heart. Indeed. Jiang Tiansheng responded with a satisfied smile, then turned to Fong Ting. Please bring out my cherished red wine. As the evening progressed and the wine flowed, the trio, Camel, Jimmy, and Jiang Tiansheng, celebrated, toasting and exchanging pleasantries, reveling in brotherhood and camaraderie. Camel, it has been a while since we drank like this. Jiang Tiansheng remarked, lifting his glass. Indeed. Time waits for no one. It changes, and so does the martial world. Countless lives have been lost, yet here we stand. Camel expressed, feeling reflective and more talkative. Jimmy remained silent, observing the conversation between the two. There is a saying, in wine, truth emerges. If Camel could persuade Jiang Tiansheng, dealing with the Heavenly Gate would become significantly easier. Unfortunately, another foolhardy individual had appeared. That rascal Gaozu had driven our crow out of Mongkok and seized the entire area. I sought to negotiate with him, but he outright refused. What a blatant affront. It is only my age that prevents me from stooping to the level of a child. Camel drunkenly lamented. By the way, if I recall correctly, during our last alliance with Deng Bo against that rascal, your organization's Leader B and our group's Sandhopper were both killed. Leader B was one of your own. Do you not wish to avenge them? As the saying goes, a man in his cups is a true actor, bringing tears to the eyes of even the toughest. Camel, let the past remain in the past. It is exhausting to dwell on old grievances. Our gaze must be directed forward. Jiang Tiansheng cautioned with a hint of vigilance on his drunken face. In truth, he was well aware of Jimmy and Camel's intentions for coming. It was not that he did not wish to avenge Leader B, but rather that he viewed their partnership against the Heavenly Gate as a viable strategy, allowing him to reap the benefits without direct involvement. Furthermore, with Jimmy now taking a stand, it would be impossible to avoid conflict with the Heavenly Gate, rendering his participation unnecessary. Regardless of who sought whom, it would benefit Hongxing in any outcome. Seeing Jiang Tiansheng's straightforwardness, Jimmy's brow furrowed. Mr. Jiang, in the world of martial arts, we play the game of retribution. It is essential to gain the respect of others. Our three factions share a blood feud with Gaozu. Why not unite and eliminate the Heavenly Gate together? Jimmy took a sip of his drink, feigning anger as he revealed his ulterior motive. Indeed, that rascal Gaozu lacks a sense of martial ethics, driven by ambition. If we allow him to continue expanding, his influence will only grow. While we may not fear him, the market in Hong Kong is finite. The more he grows, the less we shall have. Camel concurred, supporting Jimmy's claims. Yes, you make valid points. Jiang Tiansheng ignited a high-quality cigar and diplomatically declined. However, my circumstances differ from yours. There is a saying, to exclude others, one must first secure one's own. Liang Kuan is growing increasingly powerful. Should I encounter any issues, he will have reasons to target me, and I cannot afford that risk. Mr. Jiang, would you truly not consider this? Jimmy pondered for a moment before asking. Indeed. Jiang Tianxing exhaled a ring of smoke. All right, let's drink. Although Jimmy felt displeased, he managed to maintain his composure. He had enough tact to avoid displaying his discontent. Soon, as the conversation proved unproductive, the trio's enthusiasm waned, and Camel and Jimmy departed from the Jiang family villa. After bidding farewell to the two, Jiang Tianxing returned to the main hall, where Chen Yao entered. Mr. Jiang. Yes. Jiang Tianxing nodded. Do you believe we should participate or abstain? To be honest, the points of interest proposed by Jimmy are quite substantial. Not only is there the prospect of an unsolicited 30 million, but if we were to conquer the Heavenly Gate, we could also share in its spoils. Such a significant opportunity cannot simply be dismissed. Mr. Jiang, this matter can be viewed from two perspectives. From the standpoint of the organization, risking cooperation is worthwhile. For the eight-faced Buddha is no ordinary figure. From your personal standpoint, it aligns with what you said. To exclude others, one must first secure one's own. Chen Yao analyzed without providing a direct answer. Very well, I understand. You may return for now. Also, keep a close watch on Liang Kuan. He has been increasingly arrogant lately, and provide more support to Chen Haonan. Jiang Tianxing rubbed his temples in contemplation. In terms of interests, Jiang Tianxing indeed felt hesitant. Jimmy, how should we proceed now? Camel exhaled smoke, lost for words. What a waste of his earlier performance. 14K. Jimmy narrowed his eyes, speaking coolly. While others may be unaware of Gaozu's enmity with 14K, he was well informed, particularly regarding Gaozu's conflicts with He Hongxing and the grievances between Qiu Shaoqi and Gao Jin. 14K, you say? Camel squinted. When it comes to the 14K, it is an external force akin to Dongxing, unlike the local power of Hongxing. The strength of the 14K is formidable, particularly as it is linked to the gambling king, Ho Hongxing. Furthermore, the entirety of the underground banks on Hong Kong Island are in collaboration with the 14K, engaging in various mortgage and money laundering operations. In essence, the overall power of the 14K is not inferior to that of Dongxing. However, the members of the 14K are predominantly situated in the Macau region. I doubt that Hu Shuyong will cooperate with us. Luo Tua expressed his concerns. To leverage individuals, the fundamental aspect lies in exploiting grievances. But the 14K and Gaozu have no conflicting interests. No, he will. Jimmy asserted confidently. The following day, Wang Fengyi delivered some unfortunate news. Issues had arisen within Hutchison Whampoa. Early in the morning, Gaozu arrived at Hutchison Whampoa, observing the movements of the crowd through the window. Ni Yongxiao attempted to persuade with reason. Yet it was evident that some individuals were resistant to his authority, employing various excuses to hinder his real estate development efforts. After all, Hutchison Whampoa's primary strategic focus presently lay in the upgrading and transformation of the Kwaichung container terminal, aspiring to engage in maritime business akin to the king of chartering. They were disinclined to prioritize real estate ventures. Understanding the sentiments of the attendees, Gaozu strode directly into the conference room. Many were unfamiliar with him and began to hurl insults, even demanding security escort him out. It was not until Ni Yongxiao vacated the main seat that they recognized Gaozu's identity as the actual controller of the Kowloon group and, likewise, the true authority behind Hutchison Whampoa. Ni Yongxiao, I expect you to execute my directives. Are you incapable of addressing a few useless individuals? Gaozu sat down, lit a cigarette, and coldly addressed Ni Yongxiao. Chapter 87. Reforming Hutchison Whampoa. Cleaning up the rubbish. I apologize, Brother Zhu. Ni Yongxiao replied, feeling aggrieved. Bring me the list. Gaozu said indifferently. Soon, Ni Yongxiao presented the list of individuals before Gaozu. Gaozu then fixed his gaze upon the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce myself. I am Gaozu. I have heard your proposals. Regarding the port matters, the Kwaichung terminal must also undergo renovation, demanding significant investment. The Kwaichung terminal, an international container terminal, comprises multiple docks and serves as a critical link to international trade, which must not be relinquished. Historically, Hutchison Whampoa secured Kwaichung terminals number 6 and number 7, directly increasing the throughput from 300,000 TU to 5.2 million TU, thereby garnering substantial profits for Hutchison Whampoa. Gaozu would certainly not forsake investment in this area. Upon hearing this, the attendees expressed their agreement. After all, the example of the king of chartering making profits was evident before them. Who wouldn't desire a share of that bounty? In their eyes, engaging in maritime business was a surefire venture. However, the projects at Whampoa Gardens and various real estate developments must also be initiated. Gaozu continued. Brother Zhu, isn't this a bit excessive? One good project is worth 10 mediocre ones. Furthermore, the costs associated with real estate development are substantial, and the cyclical nature poses significant risks to cash flow. Should the funds fail to return promptly, it could adversely affect the entire company's economic performance. One individual boldly interjected, exuding confidence. In fact, they had thoroughly investigated Ni Yongxiao, Wang Fengyi, and even Gao Zu's backgrounds. They regarded them as merely a group of petty delinquents, viewing such individuals as nothing more than trash, illiterates incapable of managing a company. It could be said that they dismissed Ni Yongxiao and Gao Zu entirely. I concur with Mr. Wang's assessment. Moreover, our port project has long been underway, and we currently require substantial capital investment. If we were to shift our strategic focus at this juncture, what if we incur losses? This is not merely $1 million or $2 million. These are billion-dollar projects. This is no trivial matter. A foreigner also expressed his opinion. Have you all finished speaking? Gao Zu leisurely flicked off some ash and surveyed the room, his gaze growing colder. The decline of Hutchison Whampoa is fundamentally attributable to internal chaos, management deficiencies, and erroneous strategic objectives. Hence, internal cleansing is of utmost priority. Indeed, the crowd nodded in agreement. Let us set aside project discussions for now and address our internal issues. Did Ni Yongxiao not demand the dismissal of certain individuals within the company? Why have they not yet left? Gao Zu stated coldly. Brother Zu, the individuals that Mr. Ni wishes to expel are the company's elites who have been with us for over a decade. How can we expect to operate the company if they all depart at once? Are we to merely replace them with a few illiterates? The foreigner interjected unexpectedly. Ni Yongxiao, you are to leave now and expel everyone on the list. Ensure compensation is provided, and not a single one remains. Gao Zu commanded icily. Just as the crowd began to voice their objections, Gao Zu continued, Mr. Wang, Mr. Hong, I am offering you an opportunity. Present your shares, and I will buy them at market value. Otherwise, do not blame me for being uncivil. Why should we? Someone immediately shouted, their face flushed with indignation. I am the actual controlling shareholder of Hutchison Whampoa. Do you think your meager shares grant you the authority to speak to me? Gao Zu dismissed them with a scoff. Very well, I grant you 10 minutes to consider. Either take your money and leave, or I will inject capital, diluting your shares. When that time comes, do not say I did not provide you with an opportunity. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately began to discuss amongst themselves, their expressions growing grim. In truth, Gao Zu's words carried significant weight. Firstly, the Kowloon Group is Hutchison Whampoa's largest shareholder, holding over 60 of the shares, thus possessing absolute control. This was a crushing advantage for them. They had bullied Gao Zu and his associates, but in any other company, Gao Zu's word would be law, and they had no authority to make decisions based on their shareholdings. Secondly, should Gao Zu indeed infuse capital into Hutchison Whampoa, their shares would not only be diluted but also depreciated. Thirdly, the Kowloon Group genuinely possessed the financial strength to do so, rather than Gao Zu merely boasting. No one anticipated that Gao Zu, a person of humble beginnings, could possess such knowledge and understanding of share dilution. It was a glaring oversight. At that moment, everyone's gaze fell upon one individual, none other than Li Jiaqing, the head of Changjiang 10 Industries. He too held shares in Hutchison Whampoa and was second only to Gao Zu, with a stake of 10. Originally, Li Jiaqing had intended to gradually purchase the 90 million shares of Hutchison Whampoa held by Shen Bih from HSBC to gain control of the company, only to find himself outmaneuvered by Gao Zu. Now reflecting on it, Li Jiaqing felt an urge to commit violence. He had set his sights on the Kowloon warehouse, and Gao Zu had done the same. He had targeted Hutchison Whampoa, and Gao Zu had also set his sights there. I support Brother Zu's decision. We should operate both maritime and land ventures. We cannot put all our eggs in one basket. Li Jiaqing concluded after a moment of contemplation. In his position, Gao Zu's strategy involved investing in both the dock business and real estate, which presented him with both advantages and disadvantages. However, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. The downside lay in the Kowloon Group's decision to transfer its real estate projects with Hutchison Whampoa to Kowloon Construction, while the advantage was that its Changjiang 10 Industries, also a construction company, could similarly secure some real estate projects from Hutchison Whampoa. As the saying goes, having something is better than having nothing. So Li Jiaqing naturally endorsed Gao Zu's perspective. Nevertheless, Brother Zu, the operational state of our company is not favorable. If we create internal discord, the repercussions for our company could be monumental. My suggestion is to avoid stiffening relations, and instead, collaborate harmoniously to earn profits together. Li Jiaqing did not forget to safeguard his colleagues. Upon hearing this, Gao Zu disregarded Li Jiaqing's words. Those who disrupt must be eliminated. Today's incident could pave the way for tomorrow's repetition. Such matters are akin to infidelity. Have you made up your mind? Will you relinquish your equity? Or shall I invest in the company? Gao Zu stated coldly. I agree to relinquish my equity, just as you say, at market value. Wang, the general manager, promptly replied. Excellent. Gao Zu cast a glance at Ni Yongxiao, retrieving the pre-prepared contract and placing it before the other party. Sign here. Wang's eyelids twitched. This rascal had long since prepared this. It seems he was waiting for his own trap. Damn it, this is truly despicable, no? He is merely a cunning and insidious little man. The others stared in shock at this scene, equally astonished by the contract that Gao Zhu had seemingly prepared all along. In that moment, they realized they had underestimated this young man. Brother Zhu, is there truly no room for reconciliation? The previously arrogant foreigner inquired in a gentler tone. There is none. I have already provided you with an opportunity. Gao Zhu stated coldly. In business, one cannot afford to be lenient. Otherwise, a malignant tumor may persist, leading to significant future losses for the company. Please provide me with a copy. The foreigner chuckled helplessly. N.I. Yongxiao handed over the contract. Soon, the others whose names were called chose to sign the contract as well, as they had no alternative. All right, you may all leave now. N.I. Yongxiao? You go liaise with them. Ensure the follow-up work is done properly. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will face the consequences. Gao Zhu scanned the room and said indifferently. Understood, Brother Zhu. N.I. Yongxiao nodded, leading everyone out of the conference room. For a moment, the entire conference room fell silent. Everyone was at a loss for words. After all, Gao Zhu's decisive actions served as a stark warning. He commanded them to leave without hesitation. Indeed, the troublemakers and the worthless have been thoroughly eliminated. Moving forward, I expect you all to diligently adhere to the company's directives. The decisions of the company will be primarily guided by N.I. Yongxiao. All right, the meeting is adjourned. Gao Zhu surveyed the room once more, stating coldly. With the unwanted elements cleared out, N.I. Yongxiao need not concern himself excessively anymore. Furthermore, Gao Zhu had already established the overarching direction. Henceforth, the flourishing of Hutchison Whampoa is undoubtedly assured. Soon, everyone departed, leaving only Li Jiaqing behind. What is it, old Li? Gao Zhu smiled as he looked at Li Jiaqing. Speaking of Li Jiaqing, he is a true magnate with a unique vision, yet hasn't he been outmaneuvered by me? President Gao, who do you intend to assign to the renovation of the dock and the construction of major projects like Huangpu Garden? Li Jiaqing asked, narrowing his eyes. Kowloon Construction. Has N.I. Yongxiao not informed you? Gao Zhu inquired. He did. But I believe a small company undertaking such substantial projects may lack the requisite capabilities in various aspects. However, these are our company's benchmark projects. Should any issues arise, the losses would be colossal. Our Changjiang 10 Industries primarily focuses on real estate projects. We possess a professional construction team and state-of-the-art equipment, along with highly skilled techniques. Li Jiaqing immediately asserted. His intent was evidently clear. He sought full control over all projects. Kowloon Construction is my company, although newly established. Its capabilities far surpass those of your Changjiang 10 Industries. Rest assured, I, Gao Zhu, never engage in ventures without confidence. Gao Zhu proclaimed confidently. Indeed, while Li Jiaqing's Changjiang 10 Industries ranks among the top construction companies in Hong Kong, excelling in various aspects of construction with ample resources and skilled teams. Gao Zhu's Kowloon Construction is backed by Kowloon Heavy Industries, which possesses equipment that Gao Zhu procured from Tongzigo, far surpassing the technology of this era and not comparable to the traditional construction methods of Changjiang 10 Industries. However, Li Jiaqing was still eager to contest. Gao Zhu immediately responded. Old Li, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. Kowloon Construction will handle the 6th Kwaicheng Terminal, while you will oversee the 7th Kwaicheng Terminal. Let us see who performs better. Subsequently, the Huangpu Garden project will belong to the victor. Of course, if Kowloon Construction fails, I will assign all projects to you. How does that sound? Li Jiaqing's expression darkened for a moment. Fine. Comparing construction quality and speed with his Changjiang 10 Industries, a newly established small company, does it even have the qualifications to do so? The opposing side likely wouldn't even understand the order of construction. After resolving the matters with Hutchison Whampoa, Gao Zhu found himself somewhat fatigued. That evening, he secretly met with Ling Qianer at her residence, and their reunion was naturally fervent. A month had passed, and the Hutchison Whampoa Kwaicheng Terminal had commenced operations, with Kowloon Construction and Changjiang 10 Industries entering simultaneously. Meanwhile, the bidding processes for the major projects of Huangpu Garden were still underway. Following the annihilation of Johnny Wong's smuggling fleet, Gao Zhu's business at the dock was thriving. No one on the waterways dared to disrupt his vessels. Simultaneously, Gao Zhu had established some collaboration with the Charter King, significantly expanding his waterway connections, leading to a booming waterway business. At the same time, Jimmy, leading He Lianqing, had grown robust and powerful, currently boasting a scale of at least 6,000 personnel. Additionally, many elite fighters from the Eight-Sided Buddha had arrived in Hong Kong. In summary, Jimmy was now enjoying tremendous prestige in Hong Kong, with everyone in the underworld recognizing him. Gao Zhu was well aware of all that Jimmy had accomplished. It must be said that Jimmy indeed possessed financial strength. He had managed to gather these individuals primarily through monetary influence. Over the past month, there had been considerable friction between He Lianqing and Tian Min, resulting in casualties on both sides. However, Neither party had resorted to heavy weaponry for a simple reason. This is Hong Kong. If one plays with blades and clubs, only the police may arrive. But if firearms are involved, the situation escalates far beyond mere police intervention. Therefore, without absolute certainty, few would resort to the use of guns. Additionally, Jimmy's affiliation with the eight-sided Buddha was common knowledge in the Underworld. Numerous factions proactively sought to befriend Jimmy, whereas previously, they had shown him indifference. Now, he was out of their league. In the midst of his boundless glory, Jimmy, under the pretense of avenging Deng Bo and others, declared a relentless vendetta against Gao Zhu, rallying others to join his cause in the annihilation of Gao Zhu and the eradication of the scourge from the martial world. Numerous factions, swayed by the influence of the eight-faced Buddha, ostensibly pledged their allegiance to Jimmy, while some, motivated by the allure of profit, chose to collaborate with him directly. Consequently, Jimmy's overall strength surged significantly. As for Jimmy's maneuvers, Gao Zhu remained utterly unfazed. Rather, he was keen to observe the prowess of the eight-faced Buddha's godson. Chapter 88, Dealing with Johnny Wong. Scheming against Jiang Tiansheng, the deceived Jimmy. Meanwhile, Gao Zhu encountered a figure in a dilapidated building on the outskirts, a man by the name of Johnny Wong. Once a powerful figure, he now appeared as a disheveled middle-aged man, his countenance marked by an unsettling pallor, as if he had endured a century of darkness, his eyes devoid of life. Johnny Wong was bound to a chair, while Gao Zhu sat across from him, quietly smoking, his gaze chillingly cold. Although Gao Zhu did not exhibit a pronounced reaction when his vessels met misfortune, an inner fury raged within him. The economic losses were trivial. The fact remained that the adversary had allied with the old ghost to sink 3 of his ships, resulting in the loss of over 100 lives. And the architect of this calamity was none other than the man before him. Please, let me go. It was the old ghost who compelled me to act this way. Johnny Wong pleaded, tears streaming down his face. The old ghost. I have already dealt with him, Gao Zhu replied, his tone devoid of emotion. Johnny Wong blinked, momentarily at a loss for words. He had intended to pin the blame on the old ghost, only to learn of his demise. You are next. Gao Zhu rose, discarding his cigarette butt, and seized a dagger from the table, advancing towards Johnny Wong with the intent to unleash his wrath, ensuring that Johnny Wong would experience a slow and agonizing demise. For hours later, Johnny Wong drew his last breath. He was no longer a man, but a mere shell of existence. The scene was hauntingly beautiful. Just then, the crow arrived, Brother Zhu. Upon uttering the name, his gaze was immediately drawn to Johnny Wong's lifeless body. With a gulp, the crow felt a chill run down his spine, and overwhelmed, he turned away, retching violently. In that moment, only one word could encapsulate his thoughts about Gao Zhu: madman, an absolute madman. Suddenly, a hand clasped his shoulder, causing the crow to tremble uncontrollably. Cold sweat beading on his forehead, he was uncertain of Gao Zhu's intentions. Crow, you are one of the 5 tigers of Dongxing. Yet this is the extent of your courage? Gao Zhu's voice was icy, tinged with mockery. The crow wiped his mouth and turned to face Gao Zhu. Brother Zhu, he had intended to say more, but the sight of Gao Zhu, drenched in blood, made him recoil in fear. Gao Zhu chuckled lightly, accepting a white towel from Gao Jin to wipe the blood from his hands. Is this the measure of your courage, yet you aspire to lead Dongxing? Truly a waste of space. The crow remained silent, acknowledging Gao Zhu's supremacy. The camel has allied with Jimmy. Are you aware? Gao Zhu cast aside the dagger, returned to his seat, and lit a Gao Shiba, speaking with a nonchalant demeanor. I am aware. The crow quickly responded, anxious not to delay. Fearing Gao Zhu's wrath. Do you wish to become the leader? Gao Zhu continued his questioning. I do. The crow replied hastily after a brief hesitation. Very well. I will assist you. But first, you must aid me. Gao Zhu stated leisurely. Brother Zhu, whatever I can do, I will certainly assist you. The crow nodded eagerly. In a few days, you shall find out. Gao Zhu replied with a mysterious smile. When he learned of Jimmy's collaboration with the camel, Gao Zhu had already formulated a plan. As for the crow, sparing his life was not in vain. He could be utilized at this critical juncture. The following day, Gao Zhu secretly met with Liang Kuan. You mentioned that Jiang Tiansheng had business in the Netherlands? Is that confirmed? Gao Zhu inquired, sipping his tea. Indeed. The contacts in the Netherlands have informed me. The timing is set for 10 days from now, Liang Kuan affirmed, then curiously asked, what are your thoughts? As I have stated before, I will assist you in rising to power, Gao Zhu said enigmatically. Liang Kuan's expression faltered, his mind momentarily blank. He was unsure of how to respond. If ascending to power were that simple, he would have already been the head of Hongxing. Return now, prepare well. Await your ascension as the leader. Gao Zhu spoke with conviction, providing little further explanation. By the way, Jiang Tiansheng Jimmy and the camel have been in frequent contact these days. I suspect they are conspiring against your Tian men. Liang Kuan suddenly recalled and exclaimed. Rumors had long circulated in the martial world about Jimmy's intent to eliminate Gao Zhu. Furthermore, Gao Zhu had numerous adversaries, including those within Hongxing. After all, Gao Zhu had eliminated Jiang Tianxing's trusted ally, a grievance that Jiang Tianxing had surely harbored. Understood, Gao Zhu replied with a smile, appearing unfazed. He could see through such matters with ease. In fact, he had anticipated them all along. Everything was within his control. That evening, Fong Ting emerged from a shopping mall and, upon reaching the underground parking lot, was confronted by the Crow and his entourage. Wow, truly the queen of third-rate films. You look absolutely stunning. I've heard Jiang Tianxing isn't all that impressive. Why not come and join me? The Crow leered at Fong Ting, his tone and demeanor excessively lewd. What are you saying? I haven't acted in films for ages. Fong Ting exclaimed in terror, clutching her clothing. Haha. You've acted before. What is the harm in taking a few more photos now? The Crow laughed heartily, instructing his underlings to set up filming equipment, complete with lighting, remarkably professional. Don't go too far. I am Jiang Tianxing's girlfriend. If I inform him, you will all be doomed. Fong Ting quickly invoked Jiang Tianxing's name, attempting to intimidate the Crow. Haha. The Crow was unfazed by Jiang Tianxing's reputation, forcibly placing Fong Ting on a sofa while taking photos with the camera, click after click. Fong Ting, being a delicate woman, had no means of resistance and could only comply obediently as the photos were taken. Splendid. Fong Ting, I trust you wouldn't want these photos to circulate. Would you? The Crow grinned wickedly as he eyed the images. What do you want from me? Fong Ting asked, her voice trembling. Quite simply, do as I say. And these photos will remain confidential. The Crow stated coldly. All right. Fong Ting nodded vigorously, fearing for her safety, recognizing that the Crow was a petty thug, unsure of his next move. Excellent. The Crow nodded in satisfaction and swiftly departed the scene with his crew. Before long, the Crow called Gao Zhu to report that the task had been accomplished. Gao Zhu was pleased with the Crow's efficiency. At present, one could assert that all was in readiness, awaiting merely the right moment. Days passed, and within the confines of a hotel, Jimmy extended an invitation to the formidable trio, Camel, Jiang Tianxing, and Bearded Yong. He could hardly contain his eagerness to seize control of Tianmen and eliminate Gao Zhu. Thus, he summoned these individuals to deliberate on a strategy to confront Tianmen. They truly have no sense of time. Jimmy exhaled smoke, casting a dissatisfied glance at the clock adorning the wall. A bunch of undisciplined knaves. What sense of time could they possibly possess? Mianna remarked disdainfully, swirling her glass of red wine. In her eyes, the various factions of Hong Kong were merely a band of petty thugs, wholly inconsequential on the grand stage of the world. Mianna, the police have been vigilant lately. Perhaps it would be best for you to return. If anything were to happen to you, I would have a hard time explaining it to my godfather. Jimmy inhaled the smoke, gazing at the alluring Mianna. Primarily, it was the constant scrutiny from her that rendered him uneasy, and he was acutely aware that Mianna was sent by the Buddha to oversee him in Hong Kong, which irked him greatly. Enough, Jimmy. Don't think I'm oblivious to your little schemes. This is the Buddha's directive. Do you think I wish to remain here? Mianna shot Jimmy a scornful look, her voice icy. She was equally reluctant to be in this stifling environment. Taking a deep breath, Jimmy clenched his teeth, his gaze as cold as ice. The terms of godfather and godson were merely a facade of mutual exploitation. He recognized his pressing need for the Buddha's influence and begrudgingly tolerated the situation. By the way, your girlfriend is rather remarkable. If my information is accurate, her background is quite extraordinary, Mianna said with a hint of intrigue. What do you mean? Jimmy asked, perplexed. It's nothing. Just a smile from Mianna, shrouded in mystery. If you manage to thrive in Hong Kong, you'll come to know it all. Right now, you lack the qualifications to be informed. Jimmy ground his teeth in frustration, managing to spit out 2 words, transgender. Ha! Mianna's gaze turned frosty as she retorted. And what of it? You were once utterly captivated by me, were you not? At this, memories flooded Jimmy's mind, stirring a wave of nausea that almost made him retch. Indeed, while Mianna appeared to be a stunningly beautiful woman, she was, in fact, a transgender individual. Just as Jimmy contemplated his next words, Bearded Yong, Camel, and Jiang Tianxing arrived. Jimmy, Mianna, and the 3 greeted each other in unison before taking their seats. All eyes drawn irresistibly to Mianna. Her significant status and captivating beauty rendered her a mere toy to these underworld bosses, who all desired a taste of her allure. Moreover, capturing Mianna would mean aligning with the Buddha, thereby gaining immense support that could make them formidable in the southeast. Mianna is truly exquisite. Seeing her in person is far more enchanting than mere hearsay. She is like a celestial being descended to earth. Bearded Yong exclaimed, immediately showering her with praise. Mianna offered a subtle smile, which nearly bewitched Bearded Yong. Now let us discuss business, Jimmy declared, tapping the table with a sense of urgency. Although Mianna was not his woman, he was well aware of the intentions harbored by these men. Furthermore, Mianna was known to be a woman who relished in the thrill of the game, should these three manage to charm her. His value in the Buddha's eyes would diminish significantly. After all, their influence far surpassed his own, a reality he was acutely aware of. Speak up, Bearded Young said with a casual smile. Everyone shares grievances with Gaozu. This time, the Buddha's directive is to annihilate Tianmin and eliminate Gaozu. I believe the time is ripe for us to collaborate in dismantling Tianmin. What are your thoughts? Jimmy exhaled smoke, scrutinizing the trio. So soon? Are you not planning to accumulate more strength? Bearded Young frowned. My alliance with Lianxing has grown to over 6,000 members, though it pales in comparison to your numbers. Can't we join forces to take down Tianmin's 10,000 strong? Jimmy countered. That is plausible, but we must first see the funds. Bearded Young replied nonchalantly. Wasn't it agreed that you would provide us with 10 million, with the remainder to be paid after we take down Tianmin? Jimmy expressed his dissatisfaction. That's one way to put it, but we can't have our subordinates working for nothing, can we? What if you abscond after we've invested our resources? Bearded Young narrowed his eyes. Having navigated the underworld for a lifetime, they were not the kind to put their lives on the line based solely on Jimmy's word. It was impossible to produce 60 million on a whim. Moreover, he harbored doubts about Jimmy. What if he took the money and failed to deliver? How about this? Another 10 million. Jiang Tianxing exhaled a puff of smoke. Initially, he had no intention of participating in this venture, but the potential rewards were too enticing. Not only would he receive 30 million Hong Kong dollars for free, but the spoils from taking down Tianmin would also promise significant profit, making the risk worthwhile. Very well. But 10 million is no trifling sum. I need to confer with the Buddha. Although Jimmy was displeased, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Fully aware that these individuals were mercenaries driven solely by profit, without sufficient funds, they would not lend their support. Lacking the capital to produce an additional 30 million. He understood he must negotiate with the Buddha. When will the funds be available? I can't remain in Hong Kong indefinitely, Bearded Young inquired. About 10 days. Jimmy replied after a moment's contemplation. Good, just in time, as I have business in the Netherlands for the next few days. I shall return precisely then. Jiang Tianxing nodded. Well, it's getting late. I must take my leave. Camel, who had been silent, stood up. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Tianxing followed suit. Bearded Young, however, fixated on Mianna, feigning gallantry, remarked, Mianna, Hong Kong is rather dull. Why not accompany me to Macau for some entertainment? Certainly. Mianna did not decline, rising to follow Bearded Young as he departed. Witnessing this, Jimmy's frustration grew, feeling as if he were a headless fly, aimlessly flailing about after orchestrating such a complex scheme. 2 days later, Jimmy secretly departed Hong Kong for the Kingdom of Siam to meet the Buddha. Concurrently, Jiang Tianxing, accompanied by Fong Ting and Chun Haonan, journeyed to the Netherlands to negotiate a substantial deal with the Dutch mafia godfather. Naturally, Gaozu learned of this development and could only lament that Jiang Tianxing was courting death. Under Gaozu's directive, Crow also headed to the Netherlands. Soon, a web of deceit and treachery was poised to unfold. Chapter 89, Jiang Tianxing's Demise. Liang Kuan's Ascendancy. Brother Zhu, I've arrived and am currently at the airport. I estimate they will be here in half an hour, Crow reported via phone. Good, proceed as I instructed. Gaozu concluded the call. Brother Zhu, are you certain there are no issues? Liang Kuan asked, squinting at Gaozu with concern. Though he harbored great ambition and was sufficiently ruthless, he had never truly contemplated the direct assassination of Jiang Tianxing. To put it plainly, Jiang Tianxing is indeed the head of the organization. After all these years, there remains a hint of trepidation regarding him. As for Gaozu, he has taken to plotting against Jiang Tianxing at the slightest provocation, even allying with the Eastern Star Crows. There is no doubt that Jiang Tianxing is destined for demise. However, once he meets his end, I hope you will swiftly seize control of Hongxing and assist me in eliminating Jimmy, Gaozu remarked to Liang Kuan with a measured gaze. Naturally, Liang Kuan was not to be trusted, yet at this moment, he could only navigate the crisis facing Tianmin step by step through such maneuvers. Indeed, Tianmin possesses formidable strength. But against the onslaught of multiple large gangs, significant casualties are inevitable. Moreover, such matters that are already in the open should not hastily invoke the use of AKs. Issues solvable with intellect must surely be resolved with intellect. Of course, this is our agreement among the three of us. I shall not forget it, Liang Kuan replied, casting a deep glance at Gaozu. He believed himself to be quite cunning, unaware that there were those even more devious than he. After bidding farewell to Liang Kuan, Gaozu summoned Wang Bao and Gao Jin. Brother Zhu, the two greeted respectfully upon their arrival. Gaozu nodded and then instructed, prepare your men in Causeway Bay. In a few days, we will seize Causeway Bay. Is that clear? Since the conflict with Big Boss B, Gaozu had set his sights on Causeway Bay. However, numerous events transpired in between, leading to Big Boss B's demise and Chun Haonan's occupancy of Causeway Bay, during which he had refrained from making any moves. Causeway Bay, like Mongkok, is a place abundant in resources, with a plethora of gangs. Among them, the most renowned include Chun Haonan of Hongxing, Honghuiting, Wangbao Gang, and Johnny Wong, among others. Yet, now, only the force of Chun Haonan from Hongxing remains. The other smaller gangs are, in Gaozu's eyes, merely worthless trash. Gaozu prepared to capitalize on this opportunity to take Causeway Bay. No problem. The two nodded in agreement. At the Dutch airport, Jiang Tianxing arrived accompanied by Fong Ting and Qin Haonan. The Crows were already waiting at the airport entrance for quite some time. Mr. Jiang, I am the Eastern Star Crow. Our leader heard you were in the Netherlands and sent us to extend our hospitality, Crow said politely as he approached. In Hong Kong, Hongxing is a top-tier gang, but in the Netherlands, Eastern Star holds the status of a local powerhouse, and under the guise of hospitality, Jiang Tianxing harbored no suspicions. Thank you very much, Jiang Tianxing said, adhering to the adage of not striking someone who offers a smile. Soon, Crow led Jiang Tianxing and his companions away from the airport. 3 days later, news of Jiang Tianxing being gunned down in the Netherlands reached Hong Kong. The reasons behind this were somewhat surprising to the underworld figures in Hong Kong. Rumors circulated that Chun Haonan had conspired with the local mafia godfather to murder Jiang Tianxing. Everyone knew how Jiang Tianxing treated Chun Haonan. It was inconceivable that he would orchestrate such a deed. Yet, no one knew the precise reasons. Only that Chun Haonan had since gone into hiding. Some speculated that it was Crow's doing. In any case, the situation appeared shrouded in mystery. At Hongxing's headquarters, an emergency meeting was convened. 13th sister, the prince, Han Bin, Liang Kuan, and others gathered together. The atmosphere was heavy, with expressions filled with rage. No one had anticipated that Jiang Tianxing would perish on this trip to the Netherlands, and even more bewildering was the thought that it had been at Chun Haonan's hands. Do you truly believe that Haonan killed Mr. Jiang? Defei rose and asked the assembly. Flies do not buzz around an uncracked egg. Some may have been driven by insatiable greed, aspiring to take the lead, yet now their schemes have been exposed, leaving them to wander like dogs. Liang Kuan replied coolly. Impossible. Brother Haonan would never commit such an unthinkable act. Someone must have framed him. Shan Ji insisted, fixating on Liang Kuan. You present valid points. But where is the evidence? Liang Kuan scoffed dismissively. Such feeble claims from Shan Ji hardly warranted his attention, and with a single retort, he could silence Shan Ji's protests. Indeed, Shan Ji hesitated, unable to utter a word. Enough. Let us cease the bickering. From this moment forth, we will pursue Chun Haonan's whereabouts. Once we locate him, the truth of whether he is responsible will become evident, Chen Yao declared, fixing his gaze on the assembly. Furthermore, investigate Fong Ting, since Jiang Tianxing's incident. This woman has vanished. There is something amiss. True to form, the military strategist of Hongxing, with the sharpest intellect, quickly identified Fong Ting, whom others had overlooked. Yao Gu. I believe there is much at stake here. Chen Haonan's guilt seems minimal. I suspect the Eastern Star Crows have significant involvement. Seeing Chun Yao focus solely on Chun Haonan and Fong Ting, Liang Kuan swiftly shifted the attention to Crow. Understood. I will personally discuss this matter with Camel. Chen Yao sighed. I recognize that everyone is experiencing profound sorrow. However, a nation cannot be without a ruler for a day. Nor can a family be without a head for a day. With Jiang Tianxing gone, the position of head is vacant, and we must select a new leader to guide us. Does anyone have any thoughts? Chen Yao continued. I propose we invite Jiang Tianyang back to preside over the situation. The prince immediately suggested. He had always supported Jiang Tianyang, and now that Jiang Tianxing was deceased, his return would be most welcome. I concur. Fat Lai scratched his foot and chimed in. What do you even agree to? Jiang Tianyang has previously stated he would not participate in Hong Kong affairs. Have you forgotten? Why complicate matters? We have individuals within our ranks who possess the capability. Bai Gu expressed his discontent. I believe that is reasonable. After all, when Jiang Tianyang departed, everyone had cast their votes. Now, are we to seek his assistance? Can you all swallow your pride? Many immediately sided with Bai Ji's viewpoint. In the past, the competition between Jiang Tianyang and Jiang Tianxing for the leadership position had been fierce. However, Jiang Tianyang had ultimately faltered. His failure was significantly tied to the sentiments of some of the elders present. Should Jiang Tianyang return, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. With this thought in mind, they were naturally reluctant to see him return. All right, I believe everyone has valid points. Hongxing belongs to us all. We are all qualified to occupy the head position. Chen Yao surveyed the room and stated coolly. Yao Gu, your words are indeed sound. Bai Gu smiled slightly. Today, our primary goal is to uncover the perpetrator behind Mr. Zhang's murder. Therefore, to save time, let us simplify the process. Those wishing to assume the role of leader, please raise your hands. Alternatively, feel free to recommend candidates for a vote. Chun Yao lifted a cup of tea and took a sip. The next moment, the room erupted in discussion. While Chun Yao's reasoning held merit, the reality was clear. The most powerful figures in Hongxing at present were Chun Haonan and Liang Kuan. And given that Chun Haonan bore the suspicion of having killed Jiang Tiansheng, he would undoubtedly be disqualified from contention. The only remaining candidate with the qualifications to lead was Liang Kuan. Brother Ji, you certainly boast about yourself quite often. Now that the position of the leader has become vacant, why don't you take a seat? Liang Kuan remarked, fixing his gaze on Ji. Come on now. I'm just an old relic wishing to live a few more years. Besides, while I do possess some management skills, such opportunities are best left for the younger generation. Ji chuckled awkwardly in response. He yearned to take the helm, yet he understood his limitations. He had no desire to find himself loathed on the streets come tomorrow. Well then, since you all are so modest, I shall take the position, Liang Kuan declared, surveying the room before directing his gaze to the leader's chair. As soon as he spoke, although Defei and the others were not pleased, they refrained from voicing their objections. The role of leader is not something that can be claimed merely out of camaraderie. It requires genuine strength, which encompasses many facets. Fortunately for Liang Kuan, he possessed such strength at this moment. Yao Gu, you are our society strategist. Why not step up? We all support you, Defei suggested, fixing his stare on Chun Yao. Me? No way. I can offer strategies, but I lack the capability to manage such a vast organization. Chun Yao swiftly dismissed Defei's proposal. As a strategist, he understood one fundamental truth. It was best to excel within one's own domain. To be a perennial second-in-command was far superior to being a fleeting leader for a year or two. Moreover, in the role of strategist, he faced no competition within the entirety of the society, earning his fair share without any tumult. Why plunge into the depths of danger? That would be foolish. Upon hearing this, the others fell silent. Raise your hands if you agree with Liang Kuan as the leader, Chun Yao announced, surveying the room. He was the first to raise his hand. In truth, he had already been swayed by Liang Kuan. Otherwise, he would not have so hastily proposed the candidacy for leadership, especially with Jiang Tiansheng's recent demise still fresh. Soon, through a vote, Liang Kuan secured the leadership position by a decisive majority. His first act as leader was to thoroughly investigate Chun Haonan, Wu Ye, and Fang Ting, vowing to avenge Jiang Tiansheng. At the East Star headquarters, Luo Ta, Wu Ye, and others gathered for an urgent meeting. Wu Ye, who the hell sent you to Holland? And what exactly happened to Jiang Tiansheng? Luo Tua, cigarette in mouth, glared at Wu Ye, clearly displeased. Wu Ye's trip to Holland had caught him completely off guard. As the leader, he felt disrespected by his subordinates' blatant disregard for him. Moreover, the most pressing issue was that he was on the verge of securing 10 million from Jimmy for the Tianmen deal. At such a critical juncture, he never anticipated Jiang Tiansheng's death, especially when it implicated their East Star. How could they proceed now? Old Ding, I merely went to Holland to procure some flour. Upon hearing of Jiang Tiansheng's passing, I recalled how he had taken care of us when we first arrived in Hong Kong. So I went to the airport to greet him. After dropping them off, I left. I genuinely have no idea how Mr. Jiang met his end. Wu Ye explained, feigning innocence. Fool, you're lying through your teeth. Do you really think I'm oblivious? Wu Ye, I have a deeper connection with the Dutch godfather than you do. You dare to mess with me. Luo Tua fumed, cursing vehemently. Upon hearing this, Wu Ye's expression shifted, and he replied, Brother, since you are already aware, I want to keep it from you. It was indeed I who ordered Jiang Tiansheng's assassination. Such a golden opportunity. How could I let it slip away? Luo Tua, infuriated, slapped Wu Ye across the face. You absolute fool. Do you realize you've ruined my grand plans? What plans? Wu Ye pretended ignorance. In reality, Luo Tua had yet to disclose his alliance with Jimmy, Jiang Tiansheng, and Hu Shuyong, and Wu Ye, even if he knew a little, would act oblivious. Oh, forget it. Luo Tua shot Wu Ye a glare, withholding the details. He would naturally keep such matters to himself. Brother, Wu Ye is also working for the society. Let us not unleash our anger on him. It's not good for our health. Moreover, now that the situation has escalated, with Hongxing leaderless, we can strike. Wu Jiwei interjected, offering a dubious suggestion. Exactly, brother. Why fear a mere market? Now that I've taken care of Chun Haonan, Liang Kuan is the only one with a modicum of strength. We will have no trouble, Wu Ye said with a grin. All right, let it be so. If Hongxing investigates anything, just say I wasn't around, Luo Tua declared. He was well aware that he had instilled respect for authority and loyalty among his subordinates, and his reputation was firmly established within the underworld. Should Wu Ye's involvement in Jiang Tiansheng's death come to light, the first to be implicated would undoubtedly be Luo Ta. He had no desire to see his illustrious name tarnished. Understood. All right, brother. Wu Ye smiled, internally scoffing at Luo Tua, who was so concerned with appearances. As the saying goes, once someone has sold out, They should not act as if they still hold a moral high ground. It's utterly disgusting. The other societies, much like East Star and Hongxing, convene meetings as well. Although the overarching incident did not directly involve them, Jiang Tianxing's death was a significant event in the Underworld, and everyone wanted to capitalize on the situation. Meanwhile, Jimmy received the news as well. He was furious, nearly gasping for breath. In just a few days, while I'm scrambling to raise funds, Jiang Tianxing has been killed. What the hell is going on? He was the leader of the largest gang in Hong Kong. Calm down. Hongxing cannot remain leaderless. When you return, find someone to replace him. The effect will be the same. The eight-faced Buddha, upon hearing the news, showed no signs of anger. After enduring countless battles, he had learned to remain unfazed by such turmoil. Understood, Buddha? Jimmy nodded in agreement. Chapter 90. The Assault on Causeway Bay. The Strike on East Star. Gao Zhu was already well aware of the unfolding events, as it was all part of his meticulous planning. Thus far, everything was progressing smoothly and was well within his control. The only regret was that Chun Haonan had escaped and was not apprehended by the Dutch police. Otherwise, the situation would have been even more flawless. Truly, Chun Haonan was deserving of his protagonist aura. He possessed remarkable qualities. However, his escape did not alter the course of events. Now that Liang Kuan had risen to power, only Wu Ye remained. Consequently, Gao Zhu picked up his mobile phone and called Wu Ye, instructing him to proceed according to his plan. That evening, Wu Ye, under the pretext of making amends, took Luo Tua out for dinner. Gao Jin and Li Wang had been waiting for quite some time. Once Luo Tua was well fed and satisfied, Gao Jin and Li Wang approached, capturing Wu Ye and his gang of subordinates, and began to mercilessly beat Luo Tua. Luo Tua, aging and frail, could only boast loudly. He had no real strength and could not withstand the onslaught from Gao Jin and his companion. Wu Ye, a Hollywood-level actor, vowed to save Luo Tua at all costs. Ultimately, with Gao Jin and Li Wang easing off, Wu Ye managed to drag a battered Luo Tua out of the venue. Gao Jin and Li Wang then parted ways, as they had other pressing matters to attend to. At the same time, Luo Tianhong and his entourage launched a significant assault on Dongxing, targeting Sidu Haonan and Lei Yaoyong, while mocking Wu Jiwei's domain. Additionally, Wang Bao and his associates stormed into the territory of Hongxing in Causeway Bay. The underworld was rife with turmoil. In Causeway Bay, Chun Haonan's stronghold, the current Hongxing branch was more formidable than during the reign of the notorious De Lao Bi. The reason was quite simple. To bolster Chun Haonan's rapid takeover of Causeway Bay, Jiang Tianxing spared no effort in supporting him, showering him with copious amounts of money. With this financial backing, Chun Haonan did not disappoint Jiang Tianxing's expectations, indeed carving out a significant presence in Causeway Bay. Alas, Jiang Tianxing has since passed away. As for Chun Haonan, he is now being hunted by Hongxing and various factions within the underworld, with no one aware of his whereabouts, wallowing in sorrow in some secluded restroom. On the streets at night, throngs of people filled the area, predominantly young individuals seeking thrills. A cursory glance revealed a group of short rascals engaged in lively banter, accompanied by beautiful women, indulging in barbecues and sipping chilled beer, living life to the fullest, reveling in their existence. While the ability of these hoodlums to earn foreign currency is debatable, their swagger is undeniable, making it remarkably easy to attract the attention of women. Sigh. I wonder how Brother Haonan is faring now, lamented a young female thug, taking a sip of beer with a heavy heart. For these young women, Chun Haonan is their idol, not only a leader but also a skilled fighter, and to top it off, he is strikingly handsome, yet remains single. Which young woman wouldn't yearn for a romantic encounter with him? I cannot believe Brother Haonan would ever resort to violence against Mr. Jiang. A young lad exclaimed in indignation. Really? What are you Hongxing people afraid of? Don't you thrive on infighting? A Dongxing member couldn't help but scoff from a nearby table. What did you say? You have no right to speak ill of my Brother Haonan. A woman, clearly irked, stood up in protest. Oh dear, always calling him Brother Haonan. What is it? Young lady, do you have some unspeakable secret with him? Laughed Longzi, mocking her. If anyone rejoiced at the death of Jiang Tianxing, it was undoubtedly Dongxing. Given the long-standing grievances between the two factions, such a golden opportunity to ridicule Hongxing would not be missed. Shut your mouth, Bai Yun. Don't get too arrogant. I swear I'll take you down tonight. Longzi shouted, rising in anger. All right. We're here to drink, not to cause trouble. I was wrong. Is that sufficient? Bai Yun quickly backed down upon seeing Longzi's serious demeanor. Just then, several Toyota Crowns, Santana vehicles, and a convoy of 10 buses arrived, shattering the festive atmosphere. What the hell? Who dares to stir up trouble at this hour? Is that little brat Chun Haonan trying to show off again? Grumbled a burly man with thick eyebrows and prominent eyes at the roadside barbecue stall. Honey, let us not provoke them. This is Chun Haonan's territory. Who knows what these ruffians are up to? Suggested an alluring woman in red beside him. Meanwhile, The Hongxing members quickly sensed something amiss. Someone shouted, "We got intruders in our territory. Brothers, grab your weapons." Instantly, the previously relaxed crowd erupted into chaos, as Hongxing members rushed back to the establishment to arm themselves, while bystanders fled in all directions. Such scenes had long become routine for them. Concurrently, Feng Yuxiu, Jiu Wenlong, a Gui, a Ji, Wang Bao, and others disembarked from their vehicles. The members of Tianmin rapidly assembled, resembling a menacing gang from a film, their overall demeanor starkly contrasting with the ordinary thugs. Under the leadership of Gao Zhu, Tianmin has grown increasingly powerful and prosperous, adhering to strict standards in their attire, with the basic gang uniform being a suit and tie. Each member had their own luxury vehicle, although Gao Zhu had yet to equip them all with such rides. Not due to lack of funds, but rather because his resources were primarily directed toward managing the operations of the Kowloon group across various domains. Nonetheless, even this level of outfitting is considered top tier within the entire underworld of Hong Kong. This area, governed by Chun Haonan, was crucial. Seizing it tonight would effectively undermine half of Chun Haonan's power. Before long, under the rallying call of Shanji and de Tianair, over 1,000 Hongxing members gathered opposite Feng Yuxiu and his crew. This number was not their maximum. Many more Hongxing members were en route from all directions, with Shanji even reaching out to Ling Kuan. Whether Ling Kuan would come was another matter altogether. You shameless ruffians. Resorting to ambushes, you Tianmin truly have no shame. Just as cunning as Gao Zhu, Shanji mocked, stepping forward to taunt Feng Yuxiu and the others, exuding arrogance. In his eyes, this was his territory, and defeat was not an option against Tianmin. Moreover, he could tell that this time, Feng Yuxiu, Wang Bao, and the others had brought only 1,000 men. An ambush? If we were to ambush you, you would have already been defeated. Wang Bao stepped forward, speaking coldly. This was his opportunity to prove himself to Gao Zhu. He had to seize it. Furthermore, he had long harbored disdain for Hongxing. In Causeway Bay, Hongxing members, emboldened by their affiliation with the Red Star, had been extorting protection fees indiscriminately, even targeting Wang Bao himself. Previously, he had been cautious of them. Now, with Tianmin backing him, he felt empowered to strike. Humph. What do you Tianmin possess beyond your boastful words? Shanji sneered. He was not in a hurry to initiate the attack, but rather sought to buy time. Confidence was one thing, but he could not underestimate the combat prowess of Tianmin members. Are we going to fight or not? If not, clear out of here. Feng Yuxiu urged impatiently. This is Hongxing's territory. Are you certain you wish to engage us in battle? Shanji feigned calmness. Kill. Without further ado, Feng Yuxiu charged forward, leading the attack, prompting Wang Bao and the others to follow suit. The skirmish ignited in that instant. Meanwhile, similar scenes unfolded across various Dongxing strongholds. Numerous factions within the underworld received the news, their attention fixated on Causeway Bay and the major Dongxing strongholds. No one anticipated that Jimmy, leading a reckless charge against Tianmin, would provoke them into a frenzy targeting Dongxing and Hongxing instead. Regardless of Tianmin's victory or defeat tonight, they had irrevocably alienated both Hongxing and Dongxing, thereby gaining two formidable adversaries, and if one counted the League of Victory, that made three, not to mention the other lurking factions waiting to pounce. Thus, the impression that Gao Zhu leaves on people is that of someone whose intellect is decidedly questionable. Yet, curiously enough, Gao Zhu typically gives off an aura of ruthlessness, capable of dispatching foes without a flicker of hesitation, exhibiting a depth of strategy that starkly contrasts with the events of this evening. Two entirely different personas. This enigma has left many in the underworld as bewildered as a monk who cannot fathom the truth, their eyes devoid of wisdom and revealing a foolish demeanor. In a fleeting moment, they find themselves utterly incapable of discerning Gao Zhu's true intentions. In truth, the intricate game that Gao Zhu is playing is designed to dismantle Jimmy's scheme, for even he cannot deny the formidable influence of the eight-faced Buddha throughout the southeast. With Jimmy bolstered by the Buddha's support, Gao Zhu harbors no fear of him. Rather, what he dreads is the possibility of various major factions on the island uniting under Jimmy's banner to launch a coordinated assault on his Tianmin. The ascendancy of Tianmin to its current stature has been a painstaking endeavor, meticulously crafted by Gao Zhu himself. He witnesses the reverence that his followers bestow upon him and is reluctant to see them perish. Brother Zhu, the camel has been delivered to the hospital. He has sustained a gash on his head. In the hospital, a raven, covertly, made a call to Gao Zhu, succinctly relaying the situation. It seems your time has come. Eliminate the camel, and tomorrow you shall ascend. Gao Zhu remarked with a smile upon hearing this. Do we truly have to proceed with such a course of action? The raven's voice quivered slightly. To kill the camel is a perilous undertaking, should anything go awry. He would become a target for the entire underworld, and if the likes of East Star S. Sido Haonan and others caught wind of it, his fate would be sealed. If he does not perish, how can you hope to rise? Or do you not find the leadership of East Star enticing in the least? By the way, my men have already infiltrated East Star. I will not pursue total annihilation, but I can assure you that after tonight, your influence will be the strongest within East Star. As for whether you can ascend, that is the extent of my assistance, Gao Zhu articulated with deliberate precision. Very well, I am now clear on what must be done. The Raven hesitated briefly, casting a glance back at the unconscious camel before making a life-altering decision. After ending the call, Gao Zhu lit a cigarette and began to smoke leisurely. Although the Raven possesses a somewhat simplistic mind, his ambition is vast. And thus Gao Zhu is confident he will not betray him. However, should he choose betrayal, what then? Meanwhile, the Raven sat at the stairwell, pulling out a cigarette, his fingers trembling as he smoked. After all, the notion of killing the camel was daunting for him. It must be noted that during his time in Holland, had it not been for the camel taking him under his wing, he would have long since fallen prey to the henchmen of Holland's godfather. Yet, the thought of the leadership position, coupled with Gao Zhu's current prowess and the fact that Liang Quan has already assumed the role, filled the Raven with jealousy. He questioned himself, believing himself to be strong enough. Why should he not claim the title of leader? The camel must die. With this resolution, the Raven's expression hardened as he discarded his cigarette, and strode toward the camel's hospital room. The following day, news of Tianmen's assault on the various factions of East Star spread throughout the Underworld, culminating in a devastating defeat for East Star. Sita Haonan and Lei Yaoyang were gravely injured, and Wu Jiwei's faction was lost, while the Raven's faction managed to hold its ground. Concurrently, this signified that Tianmen had planted its flag, expanding its influence in areas such as Wanchai. The future remained uncertain, with no one able to predict the ensuing tumult. Of course, in light of East Star's losses, Hongxing suffered significant setbacks as well. In a single night, Tianmen seized all of Hongxing's territories in Causeway Bay, with figures like Shanji and De Tian narrowly escaping with injuries. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Defei and Gugu, individuals like Shanji would undoubtedly have met their doom. Moreover, Tianmen issued a stern ultimatum, declaring its intention to cleanse Causeway Bay entirely. Many in the underworld were left aghast, for Tianmen's maneuvers were audacious. They had just purged Mongkok and were now intent on doing the same in Causeway Bay. It is well known that these are the two most lucrative regions on the island, involving numerous factions. Not merely the interests of gangs, but also those of merchants and various dignitaries. The situation in Mongkok is still unresolved, and now they aim to overrun Causeway Bay, seizing control of all the factions. To many observers, it appeared that Tianmen was becoming increasingly overreaching and reckless. In the myriad of human experiences, opinions diverged. Some feared Tianmen's actions, while others supported them, leading to fervent discussions among the denizens of the underworld. In countless tea houses, bars, casinos, and mahjong parlors, numerous lowly figures conversed animatedly. I suspect that the leader of Tianmen, Gao Zhu, has gone mad. He cannot even manage Jimmy, who is supported by the eight-faced Buddha, and now he has simultaneously offended both East Star and Hongxing, exclaimed one. His mind must surely be muddled. How else could he commit such a foolish act? Oh, youth is indeed characterized by impetuosity. At this rate, it seems this lad will not survive for long. A middle-aged man, his face marred by scars, took a swig of alcohol, drunkenly voicing his thoughts. Apart from the conspicuous scars, the tattoos adorning his body were equally striking, clearly indicating his past as a figure in the underworld. Brother Long, your words are overly bold. Gao Zhu is no ordinary individual. I have a feeling his actions serve a deeper purpose. Another countered. Very well, let us wait and see. Chapter 91. The Dual Demise of the Great Lords. The Underworld in shock, each with their own schemes. Wow, you should have seen the frenzied assault by Tianmen last night. They had the Hongxing members weeping for mercy. They were astonishingly formidable, easily dominating one-on-one and even one against two. Yet the members of Tianmen are predominantly of such caliber, with Gao Zhu's lieutenants being capable of facing 10 adversaries at once. Hongxing boasts of being the mightiest gang in the harbor, yet before Tianmen, they appeared as mere children. If only I could join Tianmen. Are you serious? This is unbelievable. Indeed, I witnessed it with my own eyes. The power dynamics in the harbor are about to shift dramatically. Shift? Have you lost your mind? No matter how strong Tianmen is, they have offended two top-tier gangs. And the eight-faced Buddha's Jimmy is still in play. How can Tianmen withstand such a coordinated onslaught from so many factions, especially with the Buddha remaining in the shadows? Should he choose to intervene, Tianmen may face annihilation. The eight-faced Buddha? Does he dare to come to the harbor? Do you think the foreigners here are mere gluttons, devoid of any prowess? Ah, your words ring true. The foreign officials in the harbor are indeed a sorry bunch. Shoo, do not speak so freely. If those words reach the ears of the foreigners, you're as good as dead. Amidst the underworld's fervent discussions, This series of explosive news also reached the Hongxing headquarters. Shanji, De Tian, and others returned in disarray, their faces reflecting a mix of anger, frustration, and disillusionment. In a single night, they lost 80 of their hard-earned territories in Causeway Bay to Tianmen. They had been reduced to nothing more than scapegoats in this relentless conflict. After years of navigating the underworld, they had never suffered such a humiliation at the hands of Tianmen. The indignity was unbearable, and the gossip surrounding them only added to their distress. Their dignity and strength were ruthlessly trampled, a fate no self-respecting gangster could endure. The audacity of Gao Zhu is simply intolerable. He has already slain our esteemed leader of the Hongxing, and now he has seized our territory in Causeway Bay. It is utterly outrageous. If we do not teach him a lesson, he will dare to trample upon us without a second thought. I propose that every member of Hongxing mobilizes. We need to retaliate decisively against Tianmen, if not to annihilate them. At the very least, to deliver a swift and impactful response. Let them know that Hongxing is not a soft target to be trifled with. What do you all think? Brother Ji indignantly proclaimed. In matters concerning the honor of the gang, Brother Ji's eloquence and persuasive abilities were fully on display. Indeed, it is an egregious affront. They are taking liberties, and we have not sought trouble with Gao Zhu, yet he sends his men to our doorstep. Damn it! Damn! Defei bellowed in frustration, then turned to Liang Kuan and said, Brother Kuan, I implore you to issue a command. We must reclaim Causeway Bay tonight. Oh, are you ordering me? Liang Kuan responded with a light chuckle, bemused by Defei's tone. Brother Kuan, you misunderstand. My intention is that we must retrieve the territory for Haonan. We need to restore Hongxing's honor. Otherwise, how can we maintain our standing in the underworld? Moreover, the profits from Causeway Bay are substantial. If we let Tianmen take it, it would be a tremendous loss for our gang. Defei, suppressing his temper, made a rational plea. Previously, he would not have spoken in such a manner, but alas, Liang Kuan is now the leader, and Defei must recognize the need for decorum. As Defei finished speaking, many of the hall leaders began to rally in support of him. A confrontation is inevitable, but not at this moment. Our immediate priority is to uncover the true culprit behind Mr. Zhang's murder and to ascertain the whereabouts of Chun, Haonan, and Fang Ting. Other matters can wait. What say you all? Liang Kuan stated calmly, observing the crowd. He had anticipated this scenario, using Jiang Tiansheng's death as a shield. Who could challenge his reasoning? Furthermore, it would allow him to repay a favor to Gao Zhu. Most importantly, the likes of Shanji had been consistently opposing him, and Gao Zhu's actions had conveniently eliminated a significant threat. Liang Kuan did not wish to lose this advantageous situation where all parties could benefit. I believe Brother Kuan's reasoning holds merit. Tianmen's high-handedness will inevitably lead to their downfall. Besides, with the likes of Jimmy and Dongxing harboring deep grievances against Tianmen, we only need to wait and reap the benefits. Noticing some discontent among the crowd regarding Liang Kuan's stance, Chen Yao immediately interjected with an explanation. He was now aligned with Liang Kuan, as their fates were intertwined, and he needed to support him to secure his own interests. Just as others were about to voice their opinions, a younger member rushed in, breathless. It's terrible. Dongxing's leader, Camel, has been killed. What? How did that happen? Chen Yao and the others gasped in shock. It is said that last night he was assaulted by Gao Zhu's men and subsequently succumbed to his injuries at the hospital. Stammered the young member under the pressure of the elder leaders. This is madness. Gao Zhu has lost his mind. He has killed Dongxing's camel. And Dongxing will not let this go unpunished. Brother Ji muttered in disbelief. The others shared his astonishment, struggling to process Gao Zhu's actions. Ordinary scuffles and territorial disputes are commonplace in the underworld, but the murder of a rival's leader elevates the situation to a grave level. This is not a matter that can be resolved with mere words. There will undoubtedly be casualties. Even Liang Kuan was taken aback by Gao Zhu's audacity. Jiang Tiansheng was orchestrated to be killed by Gao Zhu, and now he brazenly has Camel eliminated. My goodness, what a lunatic. To oppose someone like Gao Zhu is akin to courting disaster. At that moment, Liang Kuan's pager vibrated. He picked it up to find a message from Gao Zhu, simply stating to exert full efforts in capturing Chun Haonan. Upon reading it, Liang Kuan furrowed his brows. What scheme is Gao Zhu concocting now? If Chun Haonan were to emerge, it would undoubtedly expose the crows, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that mean leading Hongxing into a confrontation with Dongxing? In such a scenario, it would merely serve to draw fire onto ourselves. Contemplating this, Liang Kuan hesitated. Brother Kuan, with Camel's demise and C2 Haonan and others gravely injured, Dongxing is in utter disarray. I believe we must seize the opportunity to claim our share. Chen Yao promptly suggested. I concur with Yao Ji's assessment. Does Gao Zhu not seek to swallow Dongxing whole? Let us snatch it away from him. Indeed, this is an optimal opportunity. Miss it now, and it may never present itself again. The crowd began to murmur in agreement, many advocating for a strike against Dongxing at this juncture. blinded by the prospect of profit. Observing the shift, Liang Kuan ultimately chose to acquiesce, as it would serve to divert attention. Very well, everyone, return and prepare for Mr. Zhang's funeral. Once the funeral concludes, we shall strike at Dongxing. Liang Kuan addressed the assembly. Agreed. They all responded in unison. There are rules in the underworld. The death of a leader is a matter of great significance for any gang, and during this period, no one is permitted to engage in open conflict, as it is the most fundamental respect owed to the fallen leader. Now that both Hongxing and Dongxing have lost their leaders, the priority must be to observe the mourning period. All other matters must be set aside. Simultaneously, the news of Camel's death spread like wildfire throughout the underworld, creating a significant stir. First, it was Jiang Tiansheng of Hongxing, followed by Camel of Dongxing. The loss of two prominent figures in such quick succession is indeed rare. This has led many to perceive the underworld as being on the brink of upheaval, signaling that something monumental may be on the horizon. It appears that a force is at play, disrupting the balance of power among the gangs on Hong Kong Island. Tianmin and Dongxing have their entanglements with Hongxing, particularly with personnel from Dongxing, which are akin to a deadlock, while Hongxing and Dongxing share their own substantial grievances. Suddenly, a balancing mechanism among the three major factions has emerged, and many are eager to witness what unfolds once the funeral concludes. At Dongxing's headquarters, C2 Hao Nan, Wu Jiwei, Lei Yaoyang, Crow, and the elder Bai Tu Wang gathered in assembly. C2 Hao Nan and Lei Yaoyang bore visible injuries. Their spirits notably diminished. Having traversed the underworld for years, they found it difficult to accept being so ruthlessly trampled by Tianmin in a single night. Wu Jiwei and the others fared somewhat better, sustaining losses but not catastrophic ones. Damn it, not only did they attack us in Dongxing, but they also killed our leader. We must take down Gao Zhu. We cannot let this humiliation go unavenged. Crow slammed the table, seething with rage. Enough. How do you propose we annihilate them when you lack the strength to defend yourselves? The elder Bai Tu Wang gazed at C2 Hao Nan and the others with a resigned expression. However, we cannot simply stand by and allow our elder to go unavenged, can we? C2 Hao Nan gritted his teeth and remarked, hasn't Tianmin already taken over Chun Haonan's territory? With the tempers of Hongxing and Liangkuan, they certainly won't let this matter rest easily. We can wait for them to exhaust each other before making our move. Moreover, it's only a matter of time before Lianxing, Jimmy, and Tianmin clash. Why the rush? A gentleman's vengeance is not to be sought within a day. Uncle Ben spoke with restraint. Against ordinary gangs, they would have already stormed in with their men, but the challenge now lies in confronting the formidable Tianmin. If they do not resort to cunning strategies, extinguishing Tianmin is nothing short of a pipe dream. Furthermore, all of you are injured. It is unrealistic to confront Tianmin head-on at this time. By the way, the funeral for the camel was held with great pomp. Uncle Ben continued. Alas, this is the only course of action we have left. Wu Jiwei took a deep breath, his voice tinged with resignation. After all, a nation cannot be without a ruler for a day, and a family cannot be without a head for a day. We must not allow others to laugh at us. Let us choose a leader to stabilize the situation, Uncle Ben asserted. Uncle Ben, you possess profound experience and great respect within both the underworld and our organization. I believe you would be the best choice to lead. The crow exclaimed, his eyes glinting with ambition. In his view, the greatest threat to his ascension was Uncle Ben. Yet paradoxically, he also regarded him as the least threatening, as Uncle Ben had never been one to vie for power, exuding an air of nonchalance. Indeed, we all support you, Uncle Ben, Lei Yaoyang said, cradling his aching arm. No, thank you for your kindness, but I am weary of a life filled with violence. I wish only to enjoy my twilight years. Uncle Ben promptly declined their requests. At his stage, the title of leader mattered little. He had seen too much. Realizing that no leader ever ended well. Having reached his advanced years, why plunge back into this murky water? Furthermore, the current Dongxing is merely a facade, facing immense peril. If Tianmin dares to eliminate the camel, would they fear an old man? Considering all aspects, this was Uncle Ben's decision. But Uncle Ben, if you do not step forward to take charge now, our Dongxing will be left without a leader and under attack from Tianmin. The organization will disband. Wu Jiwei urged anxiously. Enough. You are all the elite of our organization. With the camel gone and I growing old, it is time for you young ones to rise and carry the banner. Uncle Ben reiterated his refusal. As his words fell, the others exchanged glances, their ambitions laid bare. If Uncle Ben did not ascend, they would all have their chance. After all, having been subordinates for so long, who would not desire to be the leader? Soon, several of them began to fervently discuss, competing with great intensity, each refusing to yield to the others. Uncle Ben, who do you believe could take the lead? Recommend someone. We will follow your guidance. Wu Jiwei inquired, his gaze fixed on Uncle Ben, convinced he still had a significant chance. After all, he was renowned for his intellect. Indeed, Uncle Ben, among us, you should choose one. We will all accept your decision. Situ Haonan added, equally confident in his own capability to lead, given his strength. Upon hearing this, Uncle Ben surveyed the room and then fixed his gaze on the crow. Currently, the one who has suffered the least is the crow. He has withstood Tianmin's onslaught, greatly uplifting the morale of our organization. I propose we allow the crow to take the lead, stabilizing our internal affairs. Of course, this does not mean the rest of you will not have a chance. The leader will be elected every 3 years, and at that time, we can consider a change. Lei Yaoyang and the others appeared somewhat hesitant, as they had not anticipated that the crow, often scolded by the camel, would be favored by Uncle Ben. This truly took them by surprise. Very well, let us proceed as Uncle Ben suggests. Since he supports the crow, let him take the position. We cannot afford internal strife. Otherwise, none of us will profit or survive. Wu Jiwei sighed, resigning himself for the sake of the organization. The others, though reluctant, remained silent for the sake of the collective. Thank you all for your support and trust. I will ensure Dongxing flourishes and achieves greatness. The crow rose, his eyes glistening with emotion. He had expected dissatisfaction from the others, anticipating bloodshed over the struggle for leadership. Yet, to his astonishment, Wu Jiwei and the others agreed for the sake of the organization's peace and stability. In that moment, the crow's perspective shifted dramatically. All right, the crow. Your feigned sincerity. Who are you putting on a show for? How insipid. Indeed, it was you who bore the brunt of the camel's rebukes the most. Now that Uncle Ben and the brothers support you, I hope you perform well. Otherwise, you won't have to wait 3 years. Tomorrow I shall unseat you. The others, seeing the crow's true nature emerge, issued stern warnings, albeit in a joking manner. In comparison, Hongxing certainly fell short in this regard. It is no wonder that in the films, Dongxing nearly vanquished Hongxing, only saved by Chun Haonan's protagonist aura. Understood, I will carry out my duties as the leader diligently. Especially with all of you by my side. The crow assured them. Chapter 92, Face to Face with the Ancestor? Death. At that very moment, Jimmy rushed back to Hong Kong, infuriated upon learning of the events that transpired during his absence. He furiously smashed objects in his office. Ancestor, I curse you. I will kill you, Jimmy shouted, hurling an ashtray towards the door. Having prepared a deposit of 30 million to secure a deal with Jiang Tianxing, the camel, and Hu Shuyong to take over Tianmen, he had not anticipated that within just a few days, 2 of his 3 partners would be dead. This completely thwarted his original plans. What had once seemed like a sure victory had now transformed into a chaotic debacle. After a long while, utterly exhausted, Jimmy lay on the floor, lighting a cigarette, his gaze deeply contemplative. Although the outside world held suspicions regarding Jiang Tianxing's death, even pointing fingers at Chun Haonan and Dongxing, he was certain that it was the Ancestor's doing. He understood the Ancestor all too well, masterful in plotting and executing lethal strikes. This could not possibly be a coincidence. First, Jiang Tianxing was killed, then the camel. He must have known of my scheme. No wonder he is not attacked. He intends to dismantle us one by one. Jimmy murmured, his eyes glowing with murderous intent. Ancestor, I have underestimated you. With a self-deprecating chuckle, Jimmy mused. However, having offended both Hongxing and Dongxing, I can still make use of them. Ha ha ha. The outcome remains the same. Ancestor, you are finished. Just then, a Thai man entered. Young master, the Buddha's people have arrived. Upon hearing this, Jimmy's expression darkened. I understand. He quickly stood up, adjusted his attire, and walked out. In Causeway Bay, the Ancestor was sipping tea in Hongxing's hall. Certainly. This is now the domain of Tianmen. The news of the crow's rise swiftly reached the ears of the High Ancestor. He promptly called the crow to extend his congratulations. The chessboard has now crossed the Chu River, and what lies ahead is the true time for slaughter. As for the retribution from Dongxing and Hongxing, the High Ancestor dismissed it, waiting only for the funerals of Latuo and Jiang Tianxing to pass. Some matters are bound to change. For human nature is the most fragile of things when put to the test. Meanwhile, a group of uninvited guests arrived, their voices creating a cacophony outside. Brother Ancestor, various factions wish to meet you, a younger brother reported as he entered. Very well, the High Ancestor nodded and rose to leave. He was curious to see what these unexpected visitors desired. Soon, he stepped outside and surveyed the scene. There stood the leaders of major forces from Causeway Bay, accompanied by numerous underlings. Although they presented an intimidating facade, they instinctively fell silent upon encountering the High Ancestor. When he was absent, they might boast freely, even claiming they could eliminate him, but standing before him, their bravado dissipated. After all, the High Ancestor's reputation was not conjured from thin air. He was known in the martial world as the Demon Ancestor, universally acknowledged as the youngest godfather of the Underworld in Hong Kong. Who would dare to act defiantly in his presence? Pray tell, what brings you all here with such fanfare? The High Ancestor inquired, lighting a cigarette and gazing at the crowd with an indifferent demeanor. Brother Ancestor, we have heard you intend to claim all of Causeway Bay for yourself. One of the leaders boldly announced. Indeed, Tianmin will lay claim to Causeway Bay, the High Ancestor replied. Now that you are all present, I shall speak plainly. Surrender or vacate Causeway Bay at once. Otherwise, take heed. The fate of Chunhaonan's territory in Hongxing shall be yours. The High Ancestor smiled leisurely, his words deliberate and calm, yet they sent a chilling tremor through the crowd. Such arrogance in his declarations left no room for doubt about their veracity. Yet, there are always those who dare to defy death. To be expelled from Causeway Bay would mean losing everything. Who would willingly choose that? And as for submitting to Tianmin, those who navigate the underworld seldom wish to become someone else's dog. Brother Ancestor, are you truly seeking to leave us no means of survival? If we find ourselves unable to live, who can guarantee what we might do? Huafo stepped forward from the throng, his voice cold. Huafo, once allied with Lianxing, had distanced himself following the High Ancestor's ascension to power, even establishing himself as a king in Causeway Bay. With Jimmy's return, he had gathered his underlings back into the fold of Lianxing. We have no grievances between us. Must you truly eradicate us? Babai also emerged, expressing his dissatisfaction. He was the leader of Hehitu in Causeway Bay, a formidable force second only to Chunhaonan and Wang Bao. Other leaders echoed their sentiments, attempting a united front to dissuade the High Ancestor from his ambitions in Causeway Bay. Do you not realize how bothersome you all are? Like a swarm of flies. Utterly insufferable. The High Ancestor's icy gaze fell upon Huafo and the others as he approached them. Do not push your luck, you arrogant fool. We are all prominent figures here, and the underworld of Hong Kong is not yours to dictate. Huafo retorted, pointing an accusatory finger at the High Ancestor, his words laced with venom. Moreover, you are but a treacherous villain, pretending to be something you are not before us. With that, Huafo turned to Bai and the others, rallying them. Fear not. If we unite, the High Ancestor would not dare to act against us. Jimmy has pledged his support. This was a blatant provocation. The expressions of the High Ancestor's men, including Gao Jin, turned cold. The audacity of this insignificant Huafo was astonishing. As Huafo incited the crowd, the High Ancestor seized him by the shoulder. Have you finished speaking? Huafo turned in shock, locking eyes with the High Ancestor, terror gripping his heart as he sensed the murderous intent in his gaze. Yet, this fear was quickly overshadowed by the looming presence of the eight-faced Buddha behind Jimmy. To Huafo, the High Ancestor was nothing but a pest in comparison. Furthermore, with so many allies present, he was confident the High Ancestor would not dare lay a finger on him. Do you think I care whether you're finished or not? Huafo sneered. In the next moment, the High Ancestor tightened his grip around Huafo's throat, lifting him off the ground. Huafo's comrades attempted to rush to his aid, but Gao Jin and Li Wang stood frozen, paralyzed by fear. Mere moments later, Huafo ceased to breathe. And Lianxing? I revel in the slaughter of Lianxing's members. The High Ancestor cast Huafo's lifeless body at Bai and the others. Once more, I shall state, the High Ancestor, do not wish to kill, but if some insist on testing my patience, do not blame me for being ruthless. You madman, Bai exclaimed, utterly horrified at the sight of Huafo's lifeless form. You truly are insane. The others pointed fingers at the High Ancestor in disbelief, unfazed by their reactions. The High Ancestor approached Lianxing's underlings. Return and inform Jimmy that his life is forfeit. He should clean his neck well to avoid dirtying my hands. Brother Ancestor, I understand. I will surely notify Brother Jimmy. The underling trembled, stammering under the pressure of the High Ancestor's aura. After all, they had witnessed Huafo's death firsthand, and the visual shock was profoundly terrifying. Take the body and leave. The High Ancestor smirked dismissively. He was well aware of the temperament of the lowly mule. They were all cowards who preyed on the weak. Do any of you have anything further to say? He inquired, turning to Bai and the others as Huafo's body was carried away. Yet, silence reigned among the crowd, an eerie stillness enveloping the multitude gathered in broad daylight. Leave, the High Ancestor bellowed. They were unworthy of gathering to conspire against him. Under the weight of his intimidation, the crowd swiftly dispersed. Bai took a deep breath and called out, Brother Ancestor, please wait. What is it? The High Ancestor turned, fixing his gaze on Bai. Besides being the hall master of Hehitu, Bai was infamous for his ruthlessness and was a sworn brother of Lianxing. With Lianxing's ascension, Bai's standing in the underworld had risen significantly. Recently, he had accomplished much in Causeway Bay, enjoying a surge of success. Brother Ancestor, I am willing to submit to you, but I am the first hall master in Hehitu and a sworn brother of Kowloon. May I inquire what you would offer me in return for my allegiance? Bai asked, exhaling a cloud of smoke. He believed that the current Hehitu was beneath him. As for Hongxing, he initially intended to leverage his connection with Liang Kowloon to join their ranks. However, due to his long-standing grievances with Boss B and others, It was inconceivable that Hongxing would accept him. Thus, Tianmin emerged as a commendable alternative, albeit one that demanded sufficient benefits. You? Gao Zu raised an eyebrow and replied nonchalantly. I have little interest in you. Just prepare yourself for my arrival tonight. He welcomed the notion of others migrating to Tianmin. Yet he held a disdain for individuals like Babai. Upon seeing Gao Zu depart, Babai hurriedly approached, only to be intercepted by Li Wang, who insisted, go back. We shall meet tonight. Babai, gritting his teeth, reluctantly retreated. In the afternoon, he discussed the matter with Liang Kuan, hoping the latter could intervene personally on his behalf. Liang Kuan, citing his recent ascension and the ongoing arrangements for Jiang Tianxing's funeral, declined. In truth, Liang Kuan had no desire to advocate for Babai. Firstly, he wished to avoid crossing Gao Zu. Secondly, he had not even intervened for Chun Haonan. How could he justify supporting Babai without provoking the ire of Hongxing's members? Thirdly, he never engaged in endeavors devoid of profit. As for the notion of sworn brotherhood, he was utterly unconcerned. News of Gao Zu's intent for a unified Copper Luan Bay had already spread through the underworld, and many were keenly observing Tianmin's forthcoming maneuvers. After all, Tianmin had swiftly achieved a similar unification in Mongkok, leaving many unable to react in time, resulting in significant losses. Drawing from this precedent, many were curious to see how the various industries in Copper Luan Bay would respond. Could Gao Zu truly accomplish such unification? The major factions in Copper Luan Bay, however, were far from the spectators. They were engulfed in trepidation, especially upon hearing the news of Hua Fo's demise. Each feared for their safety, branding Gao Zu as a madman. On Jimmy's end, upon learning of Hua Fo's death and Gao Zu's ominous message relayed by his underlings, he seethed with rage. How utterly arrogant. They dare to kill my people and then issue threats. He erupted in fury. Jimmy, you mustn't always lose your temper. Anger will not resolve anything, remarked a rugged man nearby, exhaling smoke. He was Tyler, a man from the kingdom of Siam, a prominent general under the eight-faced Buddha, skilled in Muay Thai, and a former beast in the octagon, boasting a record of 50 consecutive victories. He had come to assist Jimmy. Uncle Tyler, I understand. Jimmy replied, immediately recognizing his error. He was keenly aware that in the eyes of the eight-faced Buddha, those lacking utility faced a grim fate. By the way, have you uncovered anything regarding Bobby? Tyler inquired. I investigated personally. During the transaction between Bobby and Wang Bao, a fierce gunfight erupted at the dock. We discovered Bobby's corpse along with fragments of the boat. Jimmy responded promptly. It's evident that Wang Bao engaged in treachery, seizing our goods. Why didn't you eliminate him? Tyler remarked coldly, clearly dissatisfied with Jimmy's efficiency. He has now allied with Gao Zu. Jimmy lamented. All right, I understand. Tyler frowned and continued. 14K's Beard Yong and Miss Mina have been dealt with. I expect you to expedite matters. Currently, Dongxing and Hongxing have a significant vendetta, and given their interests in Copper Luan Bay, reach out to the leaders of both factions to restore previous collaborations. We must swiftly subdue Tianmin. Buddha's patience is finite, and you have yet to offer him any returns. You are not fulfilling your role as his adopted son. Understood, I know what must be done. Jimmy replied, apprehensive. Here is 100 million. This is Buddha's final support for you. Should you fail again, Buddha has instructed me to send you to meet your departed brothers. Tyler warned with a sidelong glance at Jimmy. Yes. Jimmy swallowed hard, nodding vigorously before departing the office. He grasped Tyler's intent, but did not rush to contact Crow and Liang Kuan. While Tianmin's takeover of Copper Luan Bay would indeed be detrimental to him, the stronger Tianmin became, the greater the threat to Dongxing and Hongxing. In due course, with sufficient incentives, he doubted those two would refuse to collaborate. Moreover, both factions were preoccupied with arranging funerals for their leaders, leaving them little time to stir trouble. Chapter 93. Copper Luan Bay Unified. Throughout the afternoon, Gao Zu received countless phone calls from individuals across various sectors, including business circles, expatriates, police, and seasoned veterans from the underworld. Despite their differing rhetoric, their singular aim was to warn and align with Gao Zu to safeguard their interests in Copper Luan Bay. Among these individuals was a particularly notable figure, Li Shaohai. Gao Zu was well acquainted with him, the kingpin of Copper Luan Bay. A well-respected elder in the underworld, he commanded respect from both sides of the law. Li Shaohai sought to pay a personal visit to Gao Zu, who did not refuse, regardless of the visitor's intentions. This meeting was pivotal for Gao Zu's ambition of unifying Copper Luan Bay, especially considering Li's extensive business holdings. That evening, Gao Jin, Li Wang, and others gathered their forces, strategically positioned throughout Copper Luan Bay, with an imminent clash looming. Under Tianmin's assertive stance, even the police dared not intervene, opting to remain passive. Gao Zu had already met with Li Shaohai. They sat face to face, sipping tea. In Copper Luan Bay, who achieves unification is of little consequence. What truly matters is that the Li family's enterprises continue to thrive. Li Xiaohai stated directly. Of course, I am a civilized man. I do not resort to violence. I have always valued peace. However, when faced with those lacking insight, what can I do but send them to their doom? Gao Zhu exhaled smoke, replying nonchalantly. Their dialogue was laced with veiled threats. How intriguing. It is rare to encounter such a remarkable young talent in this underworld. Li Xiaohai mused. The younger generation surpasses the older, a timeless truth. I trust Mr. Li comprehends this well? Gao Zhu replied coolly. The Li family, indeed a distinguished clan in Hong Kong, commanded respect that could make both the righteous and the nefarious tremble. Yet, in Gao Zhu's eyes, they were inconsequential. The entirety of the Li family's assets, including TVB, was valued at less than 2 billion Hong Kong dollars, merely a modest tree in Gao Zhu's expansive forest. I am curious. How do you perceive the current state of Hong Kong? Li Xiaohai inquired, his gaze fixed on Gao Zhu. Today's Hong Kong is no longer the Hong Kong of my era. The regulations are stringent, and customs enforcement is rigorous, Gao Zhu noted. It was evident that he had become a prominent figure in the underworld, with many aware of his exploits. Whether it be Tianmin, Kowloon Warehouse, or the Kowloon Group, they are all now renowned. Yet, as the saying goes, a tall tree attracts the wind, and excessive brilliance often invites scrutiny. However, in such circumstances, the esteemed leader has not only refrained from tempering his ambitions, but has instead expanded his influence, revealing his prowess unabashedly. If this continues unchecked, it may soon draw the attention of the colonial authorities, and even 10 lives would not suffice for the leader to evade retribution. Judging by his capabilities, it is evident that he understands these principles. Yet, why does he persist in such endeavors? Li Xiaohai is perplexed. As for Hong Kong Island, just as you mentioned, the darkest times have passed, and what awaits us now is illumination. Yet within that light lie myriad shadows, such as lawless gangs and arrogant foreigners. Their existence serves as a demonic presence to the people of Hong Kong, draining their lifeblood and leaving nothing but bones. If they refuse to change, then we shall change them, the leader declared coldly. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaohai was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the leader's ideological realm had ascended to such heights, viewing the vast expanse of Hong Kong Island as a chessboard, with himself as the player. This ambition is grand and spectacular, yet fraught with peril, with a success rate that is virtually non-existent. For he understands a fundamental truth. No matter how formidable the underworld or how powerful the businessman, they must yield in the face of absolute authority and unwavering truth. Even if the leader were to unify the entire underworld, could he truly confront the government of Hong Kong, which wields the truth? The answer is a resounding impossibility, and indeed unrealistic. The government is not naive. They have long since fortified their defenses with an arsenal of weapons, and behind them stands the might of the British Empire. How can a mere mortal such as the leader contend with aircraft and artillery? The vision may be beautiful, but the reality is harsh. Both the strength of the underworld and the power of commerce crumble before the truth. It is indeed well as it is now. What do you think? Li Xiaohai spoke gently. Approaching the end of his days, he found great admiration for such an ambitious young man. Yet he understood that this was merely a dream of the leader. What is a dream, if not an aspiration that can only be realized in slumber? Utterly unattainable in the realm of reality? Thus, he was also attempting to persuade the leader. Azu, it is not too late to withdraw. Truth? The leader chuckled, exuding confidence. Truth is the equalizer for all beings. What the government possesses, I shall possess as well. It is worth noting that the leader carries with him a veritable armory. With sufficient funds, he can acquire and produce weapons. Do not be misled by his dealings with the doctor, which seem to involve mere AKs. In reality, he is amassing greater resources to procure all manner of aircraft and artillery to fulfill his grand ambitions and ensure his own safety. You, my friend, are quite the enigma. Could it be that the arms magnate rumored internationally is you? Li Xiaohai regarded the leader with a penetrating gaze, inquiring. Although the AKs are sold by the doctor, there are rumors that the Doctor's iconic weapons originate from Hong Kong Island. Many dismiss this as impossible, for while the island may be chaotic, the government would never permit the populace to possess the means to manufacture arms. That would be nothing short of an international jest. Yet, where there is smoke, there is fire. It is certain that someone is dealing in arms on the island. From what he knows, the leader, while claiming to expand his territory with Tianmin, ostensibly seeks to navigate the rivalries between various factions, yet he has long since discerned the leader's true aim, to seize control of the docks. The docks serve as the bastion of communication between Hong Kong Island and the outside world, thus facilitating arms trafficking is not merely possible. This is precisely why he harbors such suspicions about the leader. It could be me, or it may not be. The leader neither confirmed nor denied. Li Xiaohai nodded, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. The answer was no longer significant. The leader is indeed exceptional. No wonder even the shipping magnate collaborates with him. I possess extensive land in Causeway Bay, yet face challenges due to insufficient funds and rampant petty criminals hindering my development. I hope that once you secure Causeway Bay, we can collaborate. After a moment of probing, Li Xiaohe ultimately articulated the purpose of his visit. As the Land King of Causeway Bay, he naturally had dealings with the Underworld. Previously, it was with Boss B, followed by Chan Honam, and now with the arrival of the leader, collaboration became imperative, encompassing not just protection but also business. Among various reasons for this notion, the most significant is that the projects of Kowloon Construction and Chung Kong Holdings have commenced, and the construction capabilities demonstrated by Kowloon Construction have astounded even someone with over a decade in the industry. While others take over 10 days to complete a floor, Kowloon Construction, with its advanced machinery, accomplishes it in a mere week, and upon inspection, the concrete strength meets all acceptance standards. This significantly reduces overall construction time. The shortening of time will impact overall economic efficiency. No problem. The leader readily agreed. There was no hesitation, for his goal in establishing Kowloon Construction was to ensure a healthy development on land, preparing for the impending storm in shipping by mitigating economic risks. Moreover, the Li family holds considerable land in Causeway Bay. If collaboration is achieved, it would represent a monumental leap for Kowloon Construction. By the way, ISNT Kowloon Film currently nurturing actors? You could bring them to TVB for training. We would assist in promoting and developing them for free. Li Xiaohe proposed with a smile. Excellent. The leader was naturally not one to refuse. Tomorrow, send someone to Kowloon Group for coordination. I shall instruct them accordingly. The leader replied promptly. By the way, Mr. Li, you are quite the influential figure in Causeway Bay. Today, I received a call warning me not to encroach upon Causeway Bay, yet I have proceeded regardless. Therefore, I fear there may be those who lack foresight. And should my mood sour, the leader remarked indifferently, I will handle it. No one will obstruct you. Li Xiaohe immediately assured him. Assisting the leader also serves to benefit his peers. He had no doubt regarding the leader's ruthlessness. Should he indeed provoke the leader, matters could become quite troublesome. I shall take my leave, Li Xiaohe declared. Very well, the leader nodded. After seeing off Li Xiaohe, the leader gazed pensively at the night sky. This evening, Causeway Bay is a tableau of open card games. All major factions are watching, presenting considerable risk. However, the leader is confident that the likes of Liang Kuan and Wu Ye will not make an advance, as they have already pledged their allegiance to him. The following day, the major factions in Causeway Bay were essentially subdued by Gao Jin and his associates. The remnants of Chan Honam's forces and the Lianxing gang either surrendered and vacated the premises or were expelled from Causeway Bay. Upon the news breaking, many were left astounded. When did it become so effortless to achieve dominance over a region? It is important to note that for many low-level players, capturing a single street signifies becoming a big brother. If one could seize multiple streets, they might become a hall master. Yet capturing control over an entire district is a rarity, akin to finding a phoenix feather. Like Big D, he is a person who realizes the singular dominance of Tsun Wan. Back then, he was an extraordinary presence in the realm of Lianxing. How could Tsun Wan possibly compare to districts like Causeway Bay or Mongkok? I must say, Tianmin is truly formidable, reaching heights beyond imagination. Who could possibly stand in the way of Tianmin's splendor now? Perhaps it is time for a shift in the hierarchy of the top gang in Hong Kong Island. While the crowd was in shock, Tianmin boldly proclaimed that Causeway Bay now belonged to them. Anyone who dared to stake a claim would face dire consequences and be blacklisted by Tianmin. Although most of the forces were cleared last night, numerous smaller factions still linger, requiring further time for resolution. However, this does not affect the overall direction set by the High Ancestor. The expansion of territory serves to conclude the grievances with Chun Haonan, provide tasks and profits for Tianmin's members, and, naturally, to seize control of the entire Causeway Bay dock. Each additional dock signifies more shipping business. The Eastern Star and Hung Hing gangs have received the news. Indeed, they were astonished by Tianmin's strength. With so many forces in Causeway Bay, intertwined with interests from various sectors, it is astounding that Tianmin managed to resolve everything in just one night, with minimal opposition. This defies all logic. One must remember, besides their gang, there are numerous influential figures. How could they not exert pressure on the High Ancestor? Or does the High Ancestor regard them as insignificant? Jimmy, having gone without sleep last night, bore dark circles under his eyes. He initially thought the forces in Causeway Bay could withstand Tianmin's assault, but it turned out they were nothing more than a bunch of frightened mice fleeing from a cat, surrendering at the mere mention of capitulation. This led to an unusually smooth advance for Tianmin, while the police dared not intervene. What a load of rubbish. Jimmy couldn't help but curse. All right, Jimmy. Since we've reached this point, anger is futile. Today is Jiang Tianxing's funeral, and tomorrow is the camel's funeral. You should prepare to attend and enhance your image a bit, while also discussing cooperation with Liang Kuan and Crow. Taylor said helplessly. He was well aware of the situation in Causeway Bay. In such a vast area filled with numerous gangs, not a single one could stand up to Tianmin. Furthermore, both Eastern Star and Hung Hing chose to turn a blind eye, allowing Tianmin to rise, something he simply couldn't comprehend. If this were the Golden Triangle or the Kingdom of Siam, he would have charged in with an AK. All right, Jimmy nodded. Meanwhile, the High Ancestor had no interest in the affairs of the Underworld and arranged for Wang Fengyi to handle the dock matters in Causeway Bay. He also visited Kowloon Film City, where Wang Xiaoling and others were filming while receiving guidance. I must say, after their meticulous grooming, Wang Xiaoling and her companions looked stunning and captivating. However, he found himself at a loss for an excuse to arrange a delightful evening with them, deciding to wait until they produced their works before making a move. Simultaneously, the High Ancestor learned that today was the day of Jiang Tianqing's burial. The entire underworld is but a circle, and according to its customs, he needed to pay his respects, a matter of social etiquette. Chapter 94. Attending Jiang Tianqing's funeral. The heavy artillery priest and Jimmy hold accountable. In the afternoon, the High Ancestor arrived at the funeral venue accompanied by his entourage. The event was grandly orchestrated, with various flower arrangements and decorations meticulously placed, indicating that Hung Hing had indeed put considerable effort into Jiang Tianqing's funeral. Moreover, all the prominent figures from Hung Hing were present. Liang Kuan, Chun Yao, the prince, and 13th sister, all gathered in attendance. The location was set within the church. Soon, the High Ancestor exited the vehicle and made his way toward the entrance. Upon seeing him, the mountain chicken at the door immediately rallied his men and shouted at the High Ancestor, "What brings you here? Get lost." In response, Gao Jin and others stepped forward, ready to confront the mountain chicken. The mountain chicken's group was equally fearless, advancing a step. Today, a large number of Hung Hing members had gathered. They were not afraid. Just as a confrontation was about to erupt, the High Ancestor calmly stated, "Today is Mr. Zhang's burial. I, as the leader of Tianmen, have come to pay my respects. I trust that Hung Hing would not refuse this, would you?" The mountain chicken gritted his teeth, his expression darkening. Hey, what are you doing, mountain chicken? Our brother is here to pay respects." Chun Yao quickly intervened to mediate the situation. The arrival of this arrogant young man was completely unexpected for him. Moreover, if a fight broke out, all the arrangements for the funeral would be in vain. "Brother, please come in," Chun Yao said kindly. With that, the High Ancestor led his entourage into the memorial hall. Before long, he arrived inside the hall, scanning the room. Many had come to pay their respects to Jiang Tianqing. Among them were Jimmy from Lianxing, Ding Yao from the Sanlian gang, Hu Shuyang from 14K, and members of the Yamaguchi Gumi. Only the Eastern Star and Crow were absent. Considering the rumors surrounding Jiang Tianqing's death, which implicated both Chun Haonan and Crow, since Chun Haonan had not yet been found, Crow could not distance himself from the matter. The High Ancestor approached the front, took 3 incense sticks from the table, and placed them in the incense burner, completing a simple offering. "You are Gaozu, the leader of Tianmen." At that moment, an elderly man accompanied by the mountain chicken approached, fixing his gaze on the High Ancestor. "Indeed, and you are?" The High Ancestor feigned ignorance, staring at the old man. He recognized the individual before him, the infamous heavy artillery priest, whose church this was. A prominent figure in Christianity with considerable influence. Christianity is a powerful organization, with its followers dispersed across the globe, possessing a strong belief system. Of course, the High Ancestor was also aware that this old man was none other than Mao Dunhua, the head of the 13 protectors of Tsiun Mountain. Engaged in both the underworld and religion, Mao Dunhua's influence was indeed significant. Even ordinary bosses dared not provoke him. Just like in the films, even Liang Kuan, having ascended to the top, would not dare to challenge him due to his religious and criminal background. Heavy artillery, priest. The priest smiled faintly. "I have long heard of your reputation." The High Ancestor replied indifferently, "Young man, those who lead a life of virtue will meet a good end, while those who commit evil will surely face dire consequences." The priest remarked leisurely, "Oh, I didn't expect you to hold such beliefs. Tell me, do you think I, Gaozu, am destined for a virtuous end or a nefarious one?" The High Ancestor inquired, lighting a cigarette with an air of nonchalance. In truth, he found it somewhat amusing. Religious beliefs often wield such intangible rhetoric to control followers, yet the High Ancestor had never placed faith in such concepts. The notion of a virtuous or nefarious end was mere nonsense. If those who commit evil are destined for a bad end, then not a single strong individual would be untainted. As the saying goes, thin ropes are prone to break, and misfortune seeks out the unfortunate. This is the truth. Without resources, connections, or strength, one is destined for a grim fate. You shall meet a most dreadful end. It is not that retribution is absent, merely that the time has yet to arrive. The pastor's gaze was icy and piercing. "Is that so? Perhaps you shall never witness it in your lifetime." for you shall perish long before I do. Gaozu remarked nonchalantly. Young man, you may deceive others, but you cannot deceive me. The death of Jiang Tiansheng was orchestrated by you, was it not? Upon hearing this, the pastor surveyed the room before raising his voice. Old man, one must speak with evidence. Spewing baseless accusations can lead to fatal consequences. Do you understand? At your age, still posturing as a hero. Do you truly believe you possess any capabilities? Gaozu's eyes turned frosty as he spoke unwaveringly. Jimmy's appearance must be a source of great distress for you, as he has the support of the eight-faced Buddha. Under such circumstances, Jiang Tianxing and Luota sought to collaborate with Jimmy to eradicate your Tianmin, and upon learning of this, you were incensed, furious that a once-defeated foe could place you in peril. And you are well aware that Tianmin is but a fragile force. So what to do? The only option is to strike them down one by one. Thus, you ordered the assassination of Jiang Tianxing and also Luota. Am I not speaking the truth? The pastor narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp and penetrating. As his words fell, all present fell silent, their attention fixed upon Gaozu, engulfing the room in an eerie stillness. With the pastor's prompting, as he reflected on the past, tears seemed to flow from my eyes, appearing both reasonable and genuine. Indeed, it is true. Yet what of it? If it were false, what of it? Gaozu dismissed it with disdain. Humph, one does not weep until faced with death. Jimmy, do enlighten us with your schemes. The pastor smiled slightly, fixating his gaze upon Jimmy. His antagonism towards Gaozu stems not only from a desire to avenge Chun Haonan, but also from a long-standing friendship with Deng Bo. He seeks to restore justice for Deng Bo gentlemen. As the pastor has stated, I indeed had dealings with Mr. Jiang and Law, and our target for attack was none other than Gaozu. However, just as we were poised to strike at Tianmin, they met with misfortune. It is abundantly clear that the mastermind behind this is none other than Gaozu. I hope that the individuals from Dongxing and Hongxing can unite, so that together we may annihilate Tianmin, slay Gaozu, and pay homage to the spirits of Mr. Jiang, Deng Bo, and Lata. Jimmy stepped forward, speaking with profound gravity. His performance was earnest and captivating, evoking empathy from those surrounding him. The crowd, led by Shanji, revealed an insatiable thirst for vengeance against Gaozu. Gaozu, the evidence is irrefutable. What further defense do you have? Shanji uttered coldly. Indeed, how fitting for one who betrays his own master and ancestors, truly insidious. Capable of such treachery at any moment. You are the very disgrace of the underworld, a humiliation to our Hong Kong. With Shanji's declaration, the others quickly rallied in support. Hey, what are you all doing? As far as I know, those from Hong Kong are most fond of evidence. How can you condemn an innocent man based solely on the unfounded conjectures of these two? Or is it that the modus operandi of your Hong Kong gangs is characterized by such recklessness? Amidst the commotion, Ding Yao of the Sanlian gang stepped forward, her lips parting delicately as she spoke. In truth, Lei Gong intended for Kuji Hua to attend Jiang Tianxing's funeral, but having heard rumors about Gaozu, she desired to meet him. Thus, through persistent persuasion, she achieved her aim. Little did she anticipate encountering Gaozu on her very first day. Seeing Gaozu wrongfully accused, she felt compelled to speak in his defense. Ding Yao's entrance immediately captured the attention of the crowd. After all, women who attain a certain status within the underworld are exceedingly rare, and one as alluring as Ding Yao is even more exceptional. Goodness, who is this woman? She must be quite the seductress. Indeed, her beauty is striking. Merely contemplating it brings delight. This is Hong Kong, not your backwater region. Your Sanlian gang holds no sway here. The pastor frowned and spoke coldly. Upon hearing this, Ding Yao chuckled softly, choosing not to continue but instead approached Gaozu. Their eyes locked, and Gaozu absent-mindedly touched his nose. Ding Yao's gaze was that of a femme fatale, capable of inspiring illusions and unwarranted thoughts with a mere glance. Concurrently, Gaozu recognized that Ding Yao was preparing to take his side. They may lack allies, but what of me? Just as Gaozu was about to speak, Wu Ying entered with Wu Jiwei and others. Wu Ying, you are not welcome here. Begone. Defei and others swiftly stepped forward to block Wu Ying's path. I have come merely to pay my respects to Mr. Jiang, not to incite discord. I trust you shall maintain decorum. Surely, you do not wish for Jiang Tianxing to remain restless in death. Wu Ying casually spoke, a toothpick dangling from his lips. Stand down. Liang Kuan immediately interjected, stating, Wu Ying, what are your intentions? No intentions at all. I have uncovered the cause of Jiang Tianxing's death. Today is Mr. Jiang's burial. Let him rest in peace. At the same time, I hope to clear myself of suspicion. Wu Ying promptly declared, I just wonder if those from Hongxing are interested in knowing. Speak. Liang Kuan demanded. His brow furrowed. Meanwhile, Jimmy and the pastor exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what was about to unfold. You Dongxing seem rather idle. Tomorrow is Luodao's funeral. Yet you have the time to investigate Hongxing's affairs. Defei mockingly quipped. Bring her in. Wu Ying disregarded Defei's remarks, snapping his fingers, and Wu Jiwei soon escorted Fong Ting into the room. Fong Ting, a true thespian, vividly portrayed fear and trepidation. Upon seeing her, all the Hongxing members became animated. For when Jiang Tiansheng traveled to the Netherlands, he had only taken Fong Ting and Chun Haonan with him. Now that Chun Haonan was in hiding and Jiang Tiansheng had perished, only Fong Ting remained as a witness. They were all eager to learn how Jiang Tiansheng had met his demise. Wu Ying, how did Fong Ting end up in your possession? Chun Yao inquired coldly. We from Dongxing have considerable connections in the Netherlands. I utilized numerous resources to locate Miss Fong Ting. Wu Ying explained. Very well. Fong Ting, speak. Who was responsible for Jiang Tiansheng's death? Chun Yao fixed his gaze upon Fong Ting, urging her to respond. It was Chun Haonan. He conspired with the Dutch godfather to kill Jiang Tiansheng. Fong Ting replied meekly. With just your words, you wish to frame Chun Haonan? Brother Haonan has always been loyal to Mr. Jiang. This is evident to all, and he would never commit such an atrocious act. Defei interjected immediately. You are lying. This time, the Dutch godfather suddenly approached Sheng Gu, claiming to seek collaboration. Initially, Sheng Gu was reluctant, but Chun Haonan insisted on accompanying him, so we went. Then, the incident transpired. Fong Ting began to explain. No, that is impossible. You vile woman, you must be lying. Shanji exclaimed, furious. Had it not been for the pastor's intervention, Shanji would have lunged at Fong Ting. Ha ha ha, loyal. Chun Haonan is likely enjoying his peace and tranquility elsewhere. The crow mockingly uttered a phrase, then produced a stack of photographs, handing them to Chun Yao and others. These are images inadvertently captured by a photographer while we were gathering evidence. The photographs depicted a couple posing for a picture. While in the background, a scene unfolded where Chun Haonan was shaking hands with a trusted henchman of the Dutch godfather, initially appearing inconspicuous. The intent conveyed by the images was undeniably clear. This illustrated the clandestine meeting between Chun Haonan and the Dutch godfather's associate, coupled with Fong Ting's testimony. The evidence implicating Chun Haonan in the murder of Jiang Tiansheng was now irrefutable, simultaneously exonerating both the crow and Gao Zhu from suspicion. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Shanji exclaimed frantically as he stared at the photographs. Well then, may I proceed to light incense for Mr. Jiang? The crow said nonchalantly. You may. Liang Kuan squinted his eyes, responding with a sense of melancholy, while inadvertently casting a glance at Gao Zhu. Truly, Gao Zhu's cunning was unparalleled. He had meticulously devised a master plan for his escape. Impressive. As the crow moved to light the incense, Gao Zhu approached the priest and Jimmy. Moments ago, these two had boldly asserted their guilt in the murders of Jiang Tiansheng and Lu Ta. Now, he was eager to observe how they would confront his pressure. Gentlemen, regarding your earlier slander, might I expect an apology? Gao Zhu spoke, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke into the priest's face. Gao Zhu, do not overstep your bounds. Since the truth is clear, let it be clear. Forcing an apology from the priest? What are you, some common traitor? A man clad in a Christian robe interjected immediately. In the next instant, Li Wang's fist struck, landing squarely on the man's forehead, sending him flying and rendering him unconscious. Uncultured wretch, is this what your Christian followers represent? Li Wang scoffed disdainfully. The priest gritted his teeth, his expression darkening ominously. Deaf, weren't you just shouting quite loudly? Gao Zhu coldly remarked, his gaze fixed on the priest and Jimmy. One should show mercy where it is due. That should suffice. Defei stepped forward, attempting to mediate. Gao Zhu cast a glance at Defei. Get lost. I apologize, we misjudged you earlier. Jimmy conceded, realizing the necessity of maintaining a cordial relationship with Gao Zhu, lest the funeral of Jiang Tiansheng be disrupted, jeopardizing his collaboration with Liang Kuan against Tianmen. Chapter 95, Striking the Priest, Cursing Jimmy. The Sanlian gang is set to collaborate. Farewell, Chun Haonan. Ah, your patience is commendable. No wonder you can be the godson of the eight-faced Buddha, a man of some substance. Gao Zhu remarked, scrutinizing Jimmy. Haha. Gao Zhu, with your sharp tongue, I must admit I cannot compete with you in this regard. Jimmy, disinterested in further discussion with Gao Zhu, turned to lead the priest aside. In a hurry? Has this one yet to apologize? Gao Zhu gestured towards the priest. Gao Zhu, the priest is a member of the church. Do not push your luck. Jimmy interjected promptly. A member of the church? Gao Zhu sneered, delivering a swift slap across the priest's face, sending him sprawling. Having offended me, a member of the church shall not be spared. The sudden turn of events shocked the onlookers, instilling fear in Liang Kuan and others. Goodness, that is a priest. His reputation in the underworld is not to be trifled with. He commands a significant following, and ordinary factions dare not provoke him lightly. Yet, you just struck him so casually? Shanji and others rushed forward, encircling Gao Zhu, Gao Jin, and Li Wang, ready for a confrontation at the slightest provocation. What? I strike the priest, and you Hongxing have an issue with it? Gaozu remarked indifferently. No objections. However, the priest officiates Jiang Tianxing's funeral, and your actions show a blatant disregard for our Hongxing. Chen Yao stepped forward, his tone icy. I am here to pay my respects to Jiang Tianxing. If I were to disregard you Hongxing, I would not have come. Moreover, you are well aware of the context. They were in the wrong first. I have demanded their apology. As for Jimmy, that traitor, I shall not comment further. The priest has yet to apologize and has spoken disrespectfully to me. Chen Yao. Is it? If you were in the same position as Jimmy and the priest, how would you respond? Gaozu inquired. Chen Yao furrowed his brow, uncertain of how to reply. After all, as Gaozu had pointed out, they had come with good intentions to pay their respects to Jiang Tianxing. Who could have predicted that the priest and Jimmy would target Gaozu upon arrival, placing the blame for Jiang Tianxing's murder squarely on his shoulders? Had it not been for the crow's timely intervention, revealing the evidence before the crowd, the situation would likely have ended poorly today. Indeed, the priest's actions had been excessively inappropriate, complicating any defense on his behalf. Gaozu cast a glance at Liang Kuan, who, with a resigned expression, stepped forward. Very well. Let today's incident conclude here. Meanwhile, Jimmy furrowed his brow, sensing the waters growing increasingly murky. Was Jiang Tianxing truly not killed by Gaozu's orders? He felt something was amiss. Well then, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Gaozu nodded and turned to depart. That evening, at a certain villa, the establishment's offerings were quite simple. Bathing services. They provided an exquisite bathing experience, complete with an abundance of fruit platters, and the ambience was top-notch. Most importantly, there were no concerns regarding privacy. Within the VIP rooms, one could indulge in any manner of leisure. Consequently, this villa had garnered a notable reputation on Hong Kong Island. However, the average person lacked the financial means to partake in such luxuries, as a day's visit equated to the salary of a white-collar worker. It was exclusively tailored for the affluent. Before long, Gaozu arrived. Casting a glance at the villa, he couldn't help but admire Ding Yao's penchant for indulgence, choosing to enjoy a bath. Brother Zhu, please come in. Miss Ding was already inside. At the entrance, members of the Sanlian gang promptly approached Gaozu. This individual was known to Gaozu, the foremost strongman of the Wanwan region. Renowned in the underworld as the Giant of Treasure Island, he lived up to his name, exuding an imposing presence with a muscular physique comparable to Li Wang and Tony Jia. He ranked among the top-tier fighters among ordinary individuals. However, in Gaozu's presence, he was merely a somewhat stronger grasshopper, insignificant. Gaozu nodded and proceeded inside. Soon, he found himself in a room enveloped in a hazy mist. The aroma wafted pleasantly, accompanied by soft classical music, creating an enchanting atmosphere. Ding Yao reclined in the water, her back turned to Gaozu, her faintly visible fair skin imparting an ethereal beauty. Brother Zhu, you've arrived. Ding Yao turned to face Gaozu, her face illuminated by a radiant smile. Gaozu gazed in her direction, exclaiming, Ah, truly. A smile from you brings forth 100 charms. He anticipated that Miss Ding would enjoy bathing. Such a preference was quite rare. Forgive me for the oversight. But when I was in Wanwan, I made it a point to visit twice a week. I simply cannot endure the scent of sweat. Ding Yao replied with a chuckle, extending an invitation. Brother Zhu, the water temperature is just right now. Would you care to join me? I must decline, for I am a person of particular cleanliness and have no desire to bathe in the company of others. Gaozu flatly rejected the proposition. Others, faced with such a seductive scenario, would undoubtedly succumb and acquiesce. After all, who could resist the allure of bathing alongside a stunning beauty? However, Gaozu was acutely aware that this woman was no ordinary individual. This charade was merely a ploy to establish a connection with him and manipulate him further. Much like in the dramas, where he exerted control over Lei Gong's bodyguard Gao Jie and the likes of Shanji. Such women, in their pursuit of objectives, often resort to leveraging their bodies for gain, skillfully exploiting both their femininity and the desires of men. Yet, Gaozu found this overture rather discomforting. Thus, he could only politely refuse. Brother Zhu, I have heard from the outside world that you are not only bloodthirsty but also have a fondness for women. It seems the crew's gossip is somewhat exaggerated. Ding Yao emerged from the water, draping a white cloth over her form, and spoke to Gaozu in a light-hearted tone. No, the rumors outside are not entirely unfounded. Rather, it is you who lacks the allure to captivate me. Gaozu replied coldly, his gaze icy. Ha ha. Men are indeed a proud species. Ding Yao retorted, slightly displeased. Brother Zhu, I have rendered you considerable assistance today. How shall you express your gratitude? Very well, Miss Ding. Do enlighten me as to why you wish to assist me. If you have requests, feel free to state them. Within my capacity, I shall surely oblige. Gaozu responded with a frigid demeanor. In that case, I shall speak plainly. Dongxing has enmity towards you, and Jimmy will undoubtedly exploit Dongxing to target you. Moreover, Hong Xing will certainly support Jimmy due to the influence of the eight-faced Buddha, and to my knowledge, the 14K of Macau has already consented to collaborate with Jimmy. You currently face foes from all directions. Our Sanlian gang seeks to penetrate the market of Hong Kong. If you agree to my proposal, I can assist you. What say you? Ding Yao elegantly tossed her hair, articulating her proposition succinctly. Should your Sanlian gang venture into Hong Kong to conduct legitimate business, not only would I welcome you, but I would also assist you. However, when it comes to the flower trade, I must respectfully decline. Not only would the Hong Kong populace object, but I myself would as well. Gao Zhu asserted with righteous conviction. Regardless of the potential benefits, Gao Zhu would never engage in the flower trade, for the reason was simple. Such dealings corrupt humanity and threaten life itself. They ought not to exist. Furthermore, the people of Hong Kong are his compatriots, and within his means, he would strive to prevent harm to another. He sought not eternal fame, but rather a moment of peace. Thus, since the establishment of Tiananmen, Gao Zhu has strictly prohibited the presence of flower within his domain, permitting not even a trace. In Tiananmen, whoever dabbled in flower would face his wrath. Upon hearing this, Ding Yao felt a momentary numbness. Her purpose for coming was indeed the flower business. Having invested considerable time and resources to investigate the underlying issues, with Tiananmen currently facing a grave crisis, she had believed Gao Zhu would surely acquiesce. Yet his resolute stance against flower left her somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, she was unwilling to abandon the prospect of gaining Gao Zhu's favor. An old adage aptly states, even if a business deal fails, one should maintain integrity. Moreover, Gao Zhu's subordinate, the gambling god Gao Jin, was someone she greatly valued. If they could assist the Sanlian gang, their gambling operations in the Macau region could thrive. If there is nothing more, I shall take my leave now. Thank you for your support today. Gao Zhu rose, preparing to depart. Brother Zhu, I am not merely discussing flower. Our Sanlian gang is in the midst of transformation. We are actually interested in collaborating with you on both maritime and terrestrial ventures. Might we sit down for a detailed discussion? Ding Yao hastily interjected. Very well. Gao Zhu resumed his seat, gripping Ding Yao's chin firmly, and coldly stated, speak candidly. I hope you are serious, for if not, your lovely visage may very well be marred. After all, I do enjoy the thrill of crushing beauty. As for the collaboration with the Sanlian gang, Gao Zhu had no objections, for he understood that more allies meant greater strength. Furthermore, in Hong Kong, what waves could the Sanlian gang possibly stir? Ding Yao nodded obediently, and only then did Gao Zhu release his iron grip. Our Sanlian gang has numerous business ventures, with the three largest being the flower trade, gambling, and construction, though we are just entering the construction industry. Ding Yao stated candidly. Get to the point. Gao Zhu replied, displaying evident impatience. We have conducted an investigation into your Kowloon construction company, Brother Zhu. It appears to be quite promising, and we would like to acquire shares. Oh, how much are you able to invest? Gao Zhu's interest was piqued immediately. The specifics of the investment require consultation with Leader Lei, but I assure you, we will provide you with a satisfactory response. Ding Yao said with a smile. Very well, I shall await your good news. Gao Zhu remained unperturbed, recognizing that it was the first business negotiation between them, and that revealing a price outright would reflect poorly on the Sanlian gang. By the way, Brother Zhu, we are establishing a high-end casino in Macau. Although it may not rival the grandeur of the Lisboa casino, it boasts a significant capacity and will officially open in a few months. Mr. Gao Jin is the champion of the first gambling god tournament, and we hope to enlist his assistance at our casino. Ding Yao added eagerly. Rest assured, the compensation will be generous. She quickly assured him. Once you acquire shares, not only will I allow him to assist, but he could also reside in your casino. Gao Zhu remarked, his gaze fixed upon Ding Yao's exquisite features. Such trivial schemes of Ding Yao were too transparent for him to overlook. The notion of acquiring shares was merely a ruse. Her true intent was to have Gao Jin participate in their casino. Gao Jin's value was immense. Could she truly expect to lure him with mere compensation? The gambling god was not a common figure. Moreover, Gao Jin's status had been officially recognized by the authorities of Macau and the gambling king He Hongsun. Very well. Ding Yao's expression shifted slightly upon realizing that Gao Zhu was not easily swayed. Her attempts at seduction had failed, and she had employed a series of schemes that had not ensnared him. Truly, he was the youngest godfather of Hong Kong, deserving of her newfound respect. Simultaneously, she recognized that individuals like him were worthy of cultivating friendships. If all else failed, they could remain strangers, but it was imperative not to offend him. Is there anything else? Gao Zhu inquired. Ding Yao rose, casting aside her robe, and waded into the water, turning back to gaze at Gao Zhu, extending yet another invitation. Will you truly not join me? I must decline. Gao Zhu reiterated politely, making his exit. I am eager to see just how much prowess you possess to withstand the onslaught of such formidable forces. Ding Yao muttered indignantly. After departing from the villa, Gao Zhu returned to his estate in Tsim Sha Sui, where he found a figure appeared worn and slightly disheveled, none other than Chen Hunan, who was being pursued by the outside world. Long time no see, Chen Haonan. Gao Zu approached him with a faint smile. Why did you save me? Chen Haonan inquired, touching the gunshot wound on his arm, gritting his teeth. Just a day prior, he had secretly returned to Hong Kong, only to be discovered by a group of petty thugs upon his arrival. It was well known that Hong Xing had not only issued a wanted notice for Chen Haonan, but also placed a bounty on his head. Anyone who delivered him to Hong Xing would receive 3 million Hong Kong dollars. Consequently, these thugs had engaged him in a scuffle. Given Chen Haonan's prowess, dealing with a few small-time thugs would be more than sufficient. However, these thugs were armed. Fortunately, the shots fired by the thug wielding a gun were inaccurate, merely resulting in a slight graze on Chen Haonan. Shortly thereafter, Gao Jin and others passed by and rescued him. I believe you are wronged. I imagine you do not wish to bear the infamy of assassinating Jiang Tianxing for the rest of your life, living in self-reproach and a dark, dismal environment. In truth, I can assist in clearing your name, Gao Zu remarked, lighting a cigarette with a nonchalant tone. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Speak plainly. What do you require of me? After a moment of hesitation, Chen Hunan finally spoke. Despite having the enemy responsible for killing Boss B right before him, he understood that he could not take action at present. Moreover, when faced with the prospect of personal gain, all past grievances could be temporarily set aside. He firmly believed in the adage, a gentleman's revenge is never too late, even after 10 years. The urgent matter at hand was to prove his innocence. Simply state that you were the one who killed Lata, Gao Zu said calmly. What? Are you attempting to send me to my demise? Chen Hunan exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Chapter 96, Another Day of Innocence. What is the rush? I told you, I can help you prove your innocence. Gao Zu replied coldly. All right. Chen Haonan inhaled deeply, his gaze trembling. Today, the Crow has presented evidence pointing to your involvement in Jiang Tianxing's murder, but I can assist in overturning this case. However, you must cooperate with me at Luota's funeral tomorrow and admit that you killed him. Only then will it be reasonable. Gao Zu instructed. Be more specific. Chen Hunan, still perplexed, struggled to grasp Gao Zu's intentions. Gao Zu revealed his inner calculations. He was unafraid of Chen Hunan betraying him. For only through cooperation could Chen prove his innocence. Otherwise, it would be futile. The next day marked Luota of Dongxing's funeral, held with the same grandeur as Jiang Tianxing's. Numerous factions, including the Sanlian gang, were in attendance. Do you think Gao Zu will show up at Dongxing after visiting Hongxing yesterday? Many speculated on site. Surely not. After all, Luota was severely injured by Gao Zu and died as a result. How could he possibly return? He would be immediately beaten to death by Dongxing's men. Someone expressed their thoughts openly. That makes sense. Seriously, are you that foolish? Does this even require thought? Not necessarily. I have a feeling Gao Zu will come. He often acts contrary to expectations. You moron, utterly hopeless. Why don't you just switch sides to Tianmen? Listening to the crowd's chatter, the Crow squinted, staring ahead, lost in thought. Soon, various factions made their appearances, and the Crow swiftly approached to greet them. Before long, Gao Zu arrived. His presence elevated the previously mundane atmosphere of the funeral to a fever pitch, leaving everyone astonished. They truly did not anticipate Gao Zu's audacity to attend Luochuo's funeral after killing him. What on earth are you playing at? Upon encountering Gao Zu, Wu Jiwei, Situ Haonan, and others converged upon him like he was their father's murderer, surrounding him with knives drawn, ready to strike. However, due to the strong impression left by Li Wang, Feng Yuxiu, Gao Jin, and others, the Dongxing men merely exchanged words and brandished their weapons without daring to engage fully. Do you seek death? Li Wang's eyes turned cold as he surveyed the crowd, speaking icily. Today, our brother Zhu has come to pay his respects to Luo. This is a courtesy to Dongxing. Do not be ungrateful. Gao Jin remarked indifferently. Pay respects to our boss. You are the ones who killed him. How can you be so shameless? Wu Jiwei stepped forward, feigning bravado. If it weren't for today being our boss's burial day, blood would surely flow. He exclaimed angrily. Pathetic. You Dongxing people are truly laughable. At this, Shanjia, Dafei, and a group of Hongxing members approached, mocking the situation. From their perspective, they hoped to incite a confrontation between Wu Jiwei and Gao Zu's crew. As expected, after the mockery from Hongxing, the Dongxing members could no longer contain themselves. A few younger thugs exchanged glances and charged at Li Wang and the others with their machetes. However, these few wannabe fighters were as powerless as chicks pecking at rice in the face of Li Wang and his companions. In no time, they were sprawled on the ground. Seeing this, the remaining Dongxing members, though apprehensive, steeled themselves to charge forward. Just then, Gao Zu stepped forward, lighting a cigarette, and stated emphatically, Your boss was not killed by me, nor by Tianmen. If you wish to know the truth, then show some courtesy. Huh? Wu Jiwei and the others froze, staring intently at Gao Zu. What do you mean? The The crow had witnessed them attacking our boss. He succumbed to his injuries in the hospital. You have already stated that my men merely assaulted Luotua, and that was only a minor injury. It was not fatal. The true cause of Luotua's death occurred in the hospital. Someone framed me and Tianmen. Gao Zu asserted immediately. Where's the evidence? Do you think mere words suffice? Wu Jiwei retorted coldly. Gao Zu snapped his fingers, and the tiger-headed man brought Chun Haonan forward. Chun Haonan. The crowd gasped in shock, with Hongxing members revealing their murderous intent. Following the previous day's accusations led by the crow, many in Hongxing believed that Chun Haonan had betrayed his own and killed Jiang Tianxing. As for Chun Haonan's motives, they were irrelevant, with conclusive evidence. There was nothing more to discuss. Chun Haonan, you traitor. I will kill you. Many Hongxing members, consumed by fury, charged at Chun Haonan. But the pressure exerted by Li Wang and the others quelled their fervor. Shanjia and others called out to Chun Haonan from behind Li Wang, their tone filled with sorrow. For they understood that if Chun Haonan could not clear his name regarding Jiang Tianxing, the punishment would merely be the beginning, with far graver consequences to follow. Chun Haonan glanced at Shanjia and the others, but remained silent. At this moment, he recognized he had no voice in this matter, or rather, that no one would believe his words. He could only rely on Gao Zu now. Gao Zu, today is Luotua's burial. What new trick are you trying to pull? Jimmy approached coldly. Get lost. Gao Zu could hardly spare him a glance, though two individuals behind Jimmy caught his attention, one a scarred man, the other a captivating beauty. Gao Zu did not recognize the scarred man, but he certainly knew the alluring woman, Mina, the daughter of the eight-faced Buddha, although she had undergone a gender transformation. Her appearance was undeniably superior to Ding Yao's. It was undeniable that technology had indeed provided her with a remarkable figure. You. Jimmy gritted his teeth, his expression darkening. Enough with the noise. Lien Kuan stepped forward immediately, fixing his gaze on Gao Zu and deliberately saying, Gao Zu, Chun Haonan is the murderer of Mr. Jiang. And I hope you can hand him over to me. In truth, he was unaware of yesterday's commotion caused by the crows, but fortuitously, the events of the previous day had worked to his advantage. However, today, he was completely oblivious to Gao Zu's intentions. Nevertheless, it was likely that Gao Zu's decision to present Chun Haonan was part of a larger scheme involving the crows. Could it be that Gao Zu intended to let the crows take the blame and cleanse himself of any suspicion? Chun Haonan cannot be given to you. Gao Zu replied indifferently, then approached the crows with a smile, saying, Yesterday you cleared your suspicions. Today, I intend to clear mine. Upon hearing this, the crows' expression shifted. Although they had anticipated the outcome, the impending confrontation left them uncomfortable, for they realized they had been manipulated by Gao Zu time and again. So, you know the identity of the one who murdered Luotua? The crows feigned dissatisfaction. Chun Haonan, come forth and recount the entire sequence of events to everyone. Gao Zu stated coolly, Ladies and gentlemen, it wasn't I who killed Mr. Jiang, it was the crows. Chun Haonan declared, pointing at them. Damn, you lunatic, spouting nonsense. Where's your evidence? Wu Jiwei's expression changed as he stepped forward. Chun Haonan returned to the car, bringing Fong Ting outside. She is the evidence. Fong Ting again. This woman identified you yesterday. Surely you don't expect her to testify on your behalf? Wu Jiwei mocked. Fong Ting began to cry. Yesterday, I was forced by the crows to say that. Yes, it was the crows who killed Mr. Jiang and made me frame Chun Haonan. It was I who led Chun Haonan away that day. Otherwise, Mr. Jiang would not have died. As her words fell, silence enveloped the scene. This astonishing twist caught everyone off guard. Just yesterday, she had pointed to Chun Haonan, and now she had reversed her stance. Fong Ting's credibility as a sister-in-law was in tatters. Ha ha ha, how amusing. Who do you think will believe you? Had I known, I would have killed you last night. The crows spat venomously. Her words were indeed hard to trust. Chun Haonan chuckled, his gaze growing colder. But what if I claim that I killed Luo? What? You really killed Luotua? Wu Jiwei and the others stared incredulously at Chun Haonan, their jaws dropping in disbelief. Chun Haonan, you must think this through. Do not muddle the waters here. If Gao Zu is coercing you, you can speak up, and we will assist you. Jimmy immediately interjected. Indeed, Chun Haonan, with us here. No one can lay a finger on you today. Lien Kuan also voiced his support for Chun Haonan. This declaration genuinely left him somewhat dazed. For if Chun Haonan admitted to killing Luotua, both Hongxing and Dongxing would surely be at odds. At that moment, he felt considerable dissatisfaction towards Gao Zu. He did not comprehend Gao Zu's motives, yet it was evident that the current situation had forged an irreparable enmity between Hongxing and Dongxing. What I say is true. After escaping the clutches of the crows, I returned to Hong Kong Island, only to discover that the crows had taken Fong Ting and pinned the blame on me. Thus, I began to seek various pieces of evidence. One day, I witnessed Li Wang and others beating Luo, so I followed them to the hospital, knowing that Luotua was gravely ill. Seizing such a splendid opportunity, I had to avenge Mr. Jiang. So I disguised myself as a doctor and entered the ward to kill Luotai. Chen Haonan recounted earnestly. From his tone and expression, one could sense genuine emotion, revealing no hint of a flaw. Especially when he spoke of killing Luotai, a flicker of hatred emerged, which seemed far from feigned. What you say indeed holds merit and is reasonable, without a trace of flaw. However, this alone is insufficient to prove your innocence. Mere words without proof. The crows retorted. Crows. Having kidnapped the sister-in-law of the Underworld and murdered Mr. Jiang, do you believe your actions are without fault? Chen Haonan scoffed, then produced a photograph. This is evidence of the crows coercing Fong Ting. The photograph displayed Fong Ting's photo collection. The crowd glanced at it, feeling a surge of heat. Fong Ting undoubtedly had the figure befitting a queen of adult films. Ladies and gentlemen, the truth is now clear. The crows coerced Fong Ting, murdered Jiang Tiansheng, and framed me. Chen Haonan stated coldly. One must admit, Chen Haonan's series of performances was quite captivating and well-reasoned, leading many from Hongxing to alter their perspectives. Jimmy was left utterly dumbfounded. After all this time, Chen Haonan had taken the initiative to admit his faults and assumed the blame for killing Luo, while Gao Zhu, like yesterday, remained entirely above suspicion. How could such events possibly align so perfectly? Yet he could not fathom that Gao Zhu was the one supporting Lian Kuan and the crows. Crows, having killed the leader of Hongxing, do you have nothing to say? Chun Yao and others glared fiercely at the crows. Humph, you killed our leader. Do you not wish to say anything? The crows retorted defiantly. Damn it, were it not for your provocations, how could Haonan have killed Luotai? You brought this upon yourselves. Defei, known for his temper, pointed an accusatory finger at the crows. What, does Hongxing wish to fight? The crows shouted angrily. Surrounding Dongxing's underlings closed in, and the atmosphere grew charged with tension. Shan Ji was the first to charge forward. Damn it, crows, I curse your ancestors. You killed Mr. Jiang and framed my brother Nan. With that, Shan Ji swung his blade forward. In the next moment, Gao Jin stepped out, kicking Shan Ji aside, glaring fiercely at the Hongxing crowd. Today, we are here to pay our respects at Luo's funeral. Regardless of your grievances, they can wait. Do not disturb our brother's solemnity. Now disperse. Seeing Defei and others still eager to charge, Lian Kuan immediately interjected, not to mention Gao Jin and his crew. This is Dongxing's stronghold with numerous underlings. Should a fight break out, the losses would be catastrophic. Let us go. Soon, under Lian Kuan's leadership, everyone retreated. Chen Haonan departed as well, while Fong Ting was forcibly retained by Gao Zhu. This woman could serve well as a maid. Ah, damn it. Jimmy was infuriated as he saw Gao Zhu being taken to the morning hall by the crows. It was infuriating how Gao Zhu seemed to have a hand in every matter, yet miraculously emerged unscathed from each incident. Uncle Taylor, what should we do now? Jimmy turned and inquired, fixing his gaze on Taylor. Now, the enmity between Gao Zhu and Dongxing paled in comparison to the grievances between Dongxing and Hongxing. Any attempts to reconcile the two would be considerably more challenging. Grievances are trivial. Securing benefits is paramount. If they desire dollars, provide dollars. If they seek beauty, provide beauty. No one can be moved without the allure of profit. If there is any failure, it is due to benefits being insufficient, Taylor said, patting Jimmy's shoulder with a significant look. Though he had only arrived in Hong Kong Island a few days prior, he had already discerned that Gao Zhu was the true player, while Dongxing, Hongxing, and even Jimmy were merely pawns. Only those ensnared by Gao Zhu would suffer. Gao Zhu is no simple character. With Jimmy's wits, contending with him in a game of strategy would surely be a losing endeavor. To break the deadlock, one can only resort to the most primitive and brutal methods to find a resolution. All right, I now know what course of action to take. Jimmy nodded affirmatively. Chapter 97. Accepting Fong Ting as a maid. Jimmy arranged a clandestine meeting with Liang Kuan and Crow to plot their next move. Jimmy, you truly are a bit lacking. I can't fathom why the Buddha has taken a liking to you, Miina remarked, delivering her words with unrelenting candor. What? Not satisfied? I managed to handle Bearded Yong. Who have you dealt with? Miina added, seeing Jimmy's defiance. Upon hearing her words, Jimmy could only obediently silence himself. Facts speak louder than words. Regardless of how Miina managed to keep Bearded Yong in check, she succeeded, and indeed, many from 14K had already arrived in Hong Kong. Jimmy, let me remind you. Within 10 days, if you fail to resolve this, Bearded Yong will leave Hong Kong, and at that point, you will have to lead your men to fight at Tiananmen. Miina concluded, departing with Taylor, leaving no room for Jimmy's pride. Gritting his teeth, Jimmy's gaze grew profoundly intense. That evening, Gao Zhu returned to the Tsim Sha Sui Manor with Fong Ting. Brother Zhu, thank you so much for today. Without you, I would have been in dire straits. Fong Ting expressed her gratitude with a warm smile directed at the youthful Gao Zhu. She could vaguely recall the expressions on Defei and the others' faces today, as if they were ready to dispose of her like a dog. In truth, she never anticipated being kicked around like a mere football. ultimately ending up as a resented sister-in-law. Had she known this would be her fate, she would not have cooperated with Crow, for she once held the esteemed title of a sister-in-law in the Hongxing gang. Alas, it was too late for regrets, and there was no chance for redemption. You're welcome. Gao Zhu replied with a slight smile, gesturing for Fong Ting to come closer. What are you standing there for? Come sit. Fong Ting glanced at Gao Zhu, momentarily startled, but still approached him, sitting down with a radiant smile. Brother Zhu, I heard you used to star in adult films? Gao Zhu inquired while pouring tea. Fong Ting blinked and nodded. That's great. I happen to own a film company, and you can work there. By the way, I also need you to take on the role of my maid. You will be responsible for the cleanliness around here. Gao Zhu handed her a cup of tea, gazing intently at Fong Ting's delicate visage. No problem. Fong Ting stammered, taking the tea with an elated heart. She had thought that Gao Zhu was not handing her over to Hongxing because he admired her figure. After all, she was still a prominent sister-in-law. Many young gangsters held a peculiar fascination for the sister-in-law. It was not uncommon for one to see 9 sister-in-laws replaced by junior members whenever 10 bosses fell. Much like how Chun Haonan took care of the widow and children of a deceased boss. As for whether there were other matters at play, that remained their secret. For certain scandals were not meant for public knowledge. All right, head upstairs and tidy up. You will be living here from now on, Gao Zhu said mildly. Upon hearing this, Fong Ting smiled serenely, swaying her slender waist as she ascended the staircase, her eyes betraying a hint of uncontainable joy. She was uncertain whether Gao Zhu was employing a strategy of feigned disinterest or if he genuinely desired a maid to keep his rooms tidy. Nevertheless, for her current situation, it mattered not, for survival was paramount. After all, the entirety of Hongxing was hunting her down, and without Gao Zhu's protection, venturing outside would mean certain death. The following day, at the spineless restaurant, the entire establishment was surrounded by a throng of lowly thugs, creating an atmosphere where not even a fly could escape. The reason for such a formidable gathering was simple. Gao Zhu had summoned the members of Hongxing and Dongxing. He himself was playing the role of a mediator, aiming to resolve the tensions between the two factions, providing both Crow and Liang Kuan with a semblance of justification. After all, the two had been quite cooperative in recent days. One must give a slap, but also offer a piece of candy afterward. Soon, the upper echelons of Hongxing, led by Liang Kuan, met with the leadership of Dongxing, headed by Crow. Although the atmosphere was charged with tension, today was Gao Zhu's invitation, and both parties exhibited remarkable restraint. Firstly, they were wary of Tianmen's might, and thus the respect due had to be accorded. Secondly, Gao Zhu had put aside past grievances, rescuing Chun Haonan and revealing the truth to everyone. They were not so foolish as to disregard such considerations. Today, in light of Brother Zhu, I won't make a move against you. Dongxing should prepare for defay, he said grimly, turning to enter the spineless restaurant. The others followed suit, exchanging a few harsh words before settling into silence. Everyone, the reason I gathered you today is primarily to resolve your grievances and prevent chaos in the underworld that might attract the attention of the Hong Kong government. Let us turn major issues into minor ones, and minor issues into nothing. What do you think? Gao Zhu addressed the assembly with a calm demeanor. Brother Zhu, your words hold truth. Everyone wishes to live in peace, but with Mr. Jiang dead, we cannot let his death be in vain. Chen Yao interjected coldly, his tone suggesting a desire for retribution against Dongxing. Yao Gu, your words lack substance. Our old boss was taken down by your Hongxing's Chun Haonan. Should the camel die without consequence? Wu Jiwei retorted, equally dissatisfied. The two were the strategists of their respective factions, and their words were heavy with tension. The Crown Prince, 13's sister, De Fei, and others exchanged fiery glares with Sidu Haonan and Lei Yaoyang, as if prepared to draw their blades at the slightest provocation. If you two do not speak, your subordinates are ready to clash. Gao Zhu remarked meaningfully, observing Crow and Liang Kuan. All right, everyone sit down. We are here to discuss matters, not to fight. Liang Kuan glared at De Fei and the others, stating coolly, sit down. Crow similarly turned to look at Situ Haonan and the rest. Reluctantly, both sides returned to their seats, casting wary glances at each other. I understand that your leaders have fallen. I empathize with your sentiments, but one must look forward. What significance does dwelling in the past hold? My suggestion is that both parties should transform enmity into harmony. How about it? Gao Zhu reiterated his proposal. I have no objections, Crow replied, exhaling a plume of smoke. The matter was laid bare before everyone. After all, Dongxing had initiated the conflict by killing Jiang Tianxing. If Gao Zhu proposed peaceful coexistence, Dongxing would certainly agree. I can agree, but it must be Dongxing that takes the first step. We cannot let this matter rest so easily. Liang Kuan countered coldly. How about this? Dongxing compensates Hongxing with 10 million Hong Kong dollars, and we call it even. What do you think? Gao Zhu suggested. 10 million. Agreed. Liang Kuan did not refuse. De Fei and the others wished to voice their thoughts, but were silenced by a glare from Chen Yao. 10 million was neither excessive nor insufficient. Huangxing, which does not engage in the flower business, relies on collecting protection fees and the like. Amassing 10 million will undoubtedly require time. Moreover, with both parties' leaders gone, continuing this conflict serves no purpose. Their losses will only escalate. I concur. The crow has nothing to say and readily assents. Although Situ Haonan and others expressed dissatisfaction, the situation has reached this juncture, and it is wiser to refrain from escalating matters further. Engaging with Huangxing now would undoubtedly lead to their defeat, and besides, with Gaozu in the picture, who would be willing to sacrifice themselves for another's gain? They certainly do not possess such noble virtues or ideals. I wish to witness the outcome firsthand, Gaozu remarked, casting a glance at the crow. Very well, Wu Jiwei, go and have someone deliver 10 million immediately. The crow understood Gaozu's intent and turned to Wu Jiwei without delay. Wu Jiwei hesitated for a moment, gritting his teeth before departing. Half an hour later, Wu Jiwei returned in a frenzy. The 10 million was placed directly before Gaozu. I shall state this clearly, with this matter settled. Should you choose to engage in conflict again over it, it would be a sign of disrespect to me, Gaozu. Do not blame me for being unreasonable then. With that, Gaozu pushed the 10 million toward Liang Kuan. Excellent. The crow took a deep breath and nodded. He had been troubled by this matter the previous night. To confront Huangxing would prove futile, as Eastern Star's overall strength pales in comparison to Huangxing's. Yet, to abstain from conflict would only embolden Huangxing, whose subordinates were equally indignant. Now, with Gaozu's intervention, the situation has become considerably simpler. Liang Kuan did not hesitate to accept the 10 million, handing it over to Chun Yao and others, clearly signaling his acceptance of this negotiation. Like the crow, Liang Kuan did not wish to engage in battle with Eastern Star over Jiang Tianxing. Firstly, his position remains precarious. And secondly, he was constantly wary of Gaozu, uncertain if he might be the next target of Gaozu's schemes, especially with Jimmy and other gangs lurking in the shadows. In essence, everyone harbors their own calculations. Otherwise, today's matter could not have been resolved so easily. Soon, everyone dispersed. Gaozu exhaled a plume of smoke, his gaze serene. This matter had reached a satisfactory conclusion. He believed he had exercised ample benevolence towards the crow and Liang Kuan. As for their future paths, whether they chose to be his enemies or allies, that was a matter for them to determine. He had not forgotten about Jimmy, who would undoubtedly seek ways to win over these two against him. As for Jimmy, he preferred to bide his time, needing to discern the factions before making a decisive move, thus saving both time and effort. After all, Gaozu aspired to become a ruler of the underworld in the harbor. Meanwhile, in a private room of a grand hotel, Jimmy sat, exhaling smoke, surveying the empty space with evident displeasure. He had invited Liang Kuan and the crow to discuss matters. To his surprise, these two were even more pretentious than Jiang Tianxing and Camel had been initially. As the appointed time approached with neither having arrived, both appearing as haughty as could be. Just then, the door opened, and the first to arrive was Liang Kuan. Clad in a yellow leather jacket, cigarette in hand, his demeanor flippant, walking as though intoxicated, clearly resembling a small-time thug. Kuan Gu, you've arrived. Please, take a seat. Jimmy exclaimed, rising with a smile. Ah, Jimmy, you're too polite. Please sit. Liang Kuan chuckled before taking his seat. Congratulations, Kuan Gu, on realizing your ambition and ascending to the helm of Huangxing. I was in the kingdom of Siam during your leadership banquet and could not attend. Please forgive me. Jimmy promptly remarked. Ha ha ha. Jimmy, you rascal, it's no trouble. Though you weren't present, I greatly appreciate the gifts you sent. Liang Kuan squinted, casually responding. That is splendid. Jimmy smiled, producing several boxes of Cuban cigars and placing them on the table. Kuan Gu, these are for you, a specialty from Cuba. Thank you. Liang Kuan accepted without hesitation. Such items are exceedingly expensive, and one might not even be able to acquire them with American dollars. How could he refuse? Just then, the door swung open again, and the crow entered. Liang Kuan turned to share a glance with him, the expression on his face somewhat complex. They both understood that their ascension to leadership was solely due to Gaozu. Moreover, they were acutely aware of Jimmy's motives in summoning them here, and they had come to see him discreetly, without Gaozu's knowledge. How awkward this was. Jimmy, I didn't expect you to have invited Liang Kuan as well. I'll take my leave. The crow's expression shifted, and he turned to leave, but Jimmy swiftly blocked his path. Crow Gu, since you're here, please stay. I know there are numerous grievances between your two factions. However, feuds can never be fully resolved. Let us have a chat. Indeed, Crow, please, let us discuss. Liang Kuan approached the crow, offering a calm smile. Very well. Seeing their enthusiasm, the crow had no reason to insist on leaving. Jimmy, since you've brought both of us here, let us get straight to the point. The crow stated, noticing the boxes of Cuban cigars Jimmy had offered. All right, I'll be direct. My primary purpose in returning to Hong Kong this time is to seek revenge for Deng Bo and the others. Secondly, I intend to continue expanding the flower business market. As you both know, with the support of the eight-faced Buddha, if we can collaborate effectively, you need not worry about the flower supply, and moreover, the pricing will be more favorable than what you currently source externally. Jimmy declared, fixing his gaze on the two. Articulating each word carefully. The flower business is immensely attractive to many small-time thugs. The crow need not elaborate, as Eastern Star was built on flower. As for Liang Kuan, while Huangxing is not officially permitted to sell flower, his rapid ascent to prominence is attributable to his covert dealings in the flower trade, allowing him to stay ahead of figures like Shisanmai. Thus, in Jimmy's eyes, Liang Kuan would surely be swayed by the conditions he presented. This was merely the beginning, and he had yet to unveil his trump card. Upon hearing this, the crow and Liang Kuan exchanged glances, remaining silent. They were acutely aware of Gaozu's capabilities. To think that such meager conditions could entice them into collaboration with Jimmy was overly optimistic. Furthermore, Jimmy's approach was akin to painting grand illusions, relying solely on words without presenting any tangible offers. Even if Jimmy had the support of the eight-faced Buddha, it did not mean that they had secured that backing themselves. As the saying goes, their wealth is their concern. What does it have to do with you? Everyone is navigating this world for their own benefit. Frankly, these verbal assurances were insufficient to tempt them into risking Gaozu's ire. Chapter 98, Jimmy's Persuasion, The Crow's Dilemma, Rewarding Beauties. Gaozu harbored grand ambitions. And you know them better than I do. Mongkok is entirely cleared. Causeway Bay is entirely cleared. Where will be the next to be cleared? You don't know. And I don't know. But one thing we all understand is that if Tianmin continues to expand, I, along with Huangxing and Eastern Star, will inevitably be swallowed by Tianmin one day. Moreover, the strength of Tianmin is exceedingly formidable across the entirety of the Hong Kong island. Any single gang that dares to confront Tianmin would surely meet with demise. What if multiple gangs unite? I have already allied with the formidable 14K from Macau, and he has consented to collaborate with me in our efforts against Tianmin. Furthermore, there are long-standing grievances between Tianmin and your group. Your subordinates would undoubtedly support your initiative to strike against Tianmin. If they succeed in taking down Tianmin, wouldn't your position as the leader be firmly secured? Jimmy said, his voice smooth and persuasive. It was evident that Jimmy had not returned to Hong Kong Island without purpose. He had meticulously investigated the situation. Indeed, as Jimmy articulated his arguments, the demeanor of Crow and Liang Kuan underwent a significant transformation, their expressions shifting noticeably. Undoubtedly, Jimmy's words were both reasonable and highly persuasive. Observing their reactions, Jimmy smiled. He had devoted considerable effort to gather intelligence for this psychological maneuver, understanding that Crow and Liang Kuan, being younger, would consider a wider array of factors compared to the profit-driven Jiang Tianxing and Camel. We're to collaborate with you to confront Tianmin? Crow stated directly, placing the matter on the table. Indeed, besides yourselves, there is also the formidable Hu Si-yong from Macau. His men have already arrived on Hong Kong Island, awaiting your presence. With our four factions united, are we to fear a single Tianmin? A mere spit could drown them. Jimmy exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with fervor, unabashedly revealing his animosity towards Gaozu. The transformation in him stemmed from attributing his current misfortunes to Gaozu. Initially, he had aspired to be a compliant businessman under the banner of Lianxing, content with earning a modest profit. However, ever since Deng Bo compelled him to contest for the influential role against Gaozu, everything had changed. After being forcibly thrust into the election for the leadership, he had joined Deng Bo in opposing Gaozu, only to face failure. He understood the harsh reality of survival. Gaozu would not spare him. Consequently, with the assistance of Shi Bao, he departed Hong Kong Island with a handful of subordinates, enduring a tumultuous journey to the kingdom of Siam. In a foreign land, beset by the rampant armed forces, they suffered numerous indignities. It was only due to his savings and the funds left by Deng Bo that he managed to sustain a modest livelihood. Just as his business began to show promise, he found himself targeted. With no allies to rely on, Jimmy was overwhelmed by his adversaries, suffering like a stray dog, ultimately relinquishing his savings to ensure his survival. Forced to wander the streets, in a state worse than a beggar, a veritable existence of torment. It wasn't until he learned of the existence of the eight-faced Buddha through various channels, recalling Deng Bo's emphasis on smuggling routes associated with him, that he sought refuge with the eight-faced Buddha. This decision led to his return to Hong Kong. Reflecting on his recent tribulations, Jimmy's heart was tumultuous. He felt that only by eliminating Gaozu could he erase the scars inflicted upon him. Observing Jimmy's contorted expression, Crow blinked, taken aback by the depth of his animosity towards Gaozu, while Liang Kuan remained silent, observing Jimmy intently. His hatred for Gaozu was of no concern to Liang Kuan. In fact, he found it rather amusing. He was a self-serving individual. The plight of others held no significance for him. However, Today Gao Zhu personally intervened to resolve our grievances with Dongxing, a gesture of loyalty I cannot overlook. Liang Kuan opened a box, producing 2 high-end cigars, lighting one for himself as he mused, loyalty? There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Here is my proposal. I will offer each gang 20 million to jointly eliminate Gao Zhu. Afterwards, we can evenly distribute Tianmen's territory and profits. What say you? Jimmy was well aware of Liang Kuan's ulterior motives, presenting the profit chain with clarity. He believed that under such generous conditions, no one could refuse. To decline would be seen as impolite and excessively greedy. 20 million? Is that for real? Crow's eyes widened, nearly drooling at the prospect. 20 million was an astounding figure. One that even if the entire Dongxing gang sold flour, would require considerable time and effort to amass. For him personally, it was a staggering sum. Liang Kuan's expression also shifted slightly. Not to mention the potential windfall from Gao Zhu's territory. Seizing it could propel the entire Hongxing gang to unprecedented heights. Of course, with the backing of the 8-faced Buddha, I have the means to offer this amount. Furthermore, this is merely my initial gesture of sincerity. Once we secure Tianmen's assets, with the support of the 8-faced Buddha, flour will be no issue. Just consider the vast flour market on Hong Kong Island. What would daily earnings amount to? I imagine it could easily surpass what you currently earn by several multiples. We are all out here to seek fortune. I trust you would not refuse such an opportunity. Would you? Jimmy smiled serenely. Crow and Liang Kuan exchanged glances, clearly swayed by Jimmy's enticing proposition, their eyes brimming with desire. No one wishes to forego the chance to earn substantial wealth. This is no trivial matter. I need to discuss it with my associates before providing an answer. Crow swallowed hard, suppressing his inner yearning, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Faced with such immense profit, he found it difficult to maintain composure. Yet the thought of Johnny Wong's lifeless body tempered his fervor. Are you afraid? Liang Kuan exhaled a puff of smoke, gazing intently at Crow with an enigmatic expression. What do you mean by that, Kuan-gu? Matters concerning gang interests require collective deliberation. We in Dongxing cannot operate as you do in Hongxing. You wield unilateral authority, which I do not possess. Crow shrugged modestly. Very well, I await your good news. Should you agree, I will immediately deliver 20 million in cash, tangible, visible assets. Consider it carefully. Jimmy replied with a grin. All right, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. The gang has many matters requiring my attention. Crow stood to depart. In such a hurry? I have prepared exquisite ladies for you. How about indulging tonight? Jimmy snapped his fingers, and a bevy of attractive, voluptuous women entered the room. Both Crow and Liang Kuan turned to gaze, their eyes wide with desire. They could not deny that this selection was indeed impressive. Such quality was rare outside. Jimmy had clearly put considerable thought into this. Oh, I'm just eager to return and discuss this. Crow approached a few of the ladies, speaking languidly. While Jimmy was displeased, he did not object, recognizing Crow's reasoning as sound. Once Crow departed, Jimmy gestured, and the ladies immediately surrounded Liang Kuan. Brother Kuan, may our collaboration be fruitful. Jimmy extended his hand. May our partnership be delightful. After a moment of hesitation, Liang Kuan ultimately acquiesced. He was quite eager to collaborate with Jimmy, not only because of Jimmy's connections to the 8-faced Buddha, which promised a bright future, but also because even if the Crows chose not to cooperate, the likes of Hongxing, Lianxing, and 14K would be more than sufficient to quench the thirst of the High Ancestor. As for whether he was worthy of the High Ancestor's trust, Liang Kuan believed he was. Furthermore, in the face of such substantial interests, could one still speak of the camaraderie of trade? A true man must not be hindered by minor kindnesses. As the saying goes, a woman may be indulged occasionally, but otherwise, she only serves to slow one's resolve. The principle remains the same. Moreover, there has always been enmity between Tianmen and Hongxing, just as Jimmy stated. With a mere command, the members of Hongxing would eagerly strike against Tianmen. If all went smoothly, who could rival Liang Kuan's reputation and prestige within Hongxing over the next decade? If he were to become acquainted with Jimmy and the 8-faced Buddha, ascending to the status of a kingpin in the underworld of Hong Kong would be a straightforward endeavor. Thus, from any perspective, he had no reason to refuse collaboration with Jimmy. As the two men exchanged toasts amidst the company of beautiful women, the High Ancestor arrived at the cinema. As today marked the premiere of the film produced by Kowloon Film. After several months under the direction of Du Qifeng, the films Across the Seas and Mongkok Carmen, featuring actors Zhong Chuhong and Zhang Manyu, were ready for release, with Across the Seas and Mongkok Carmen debuting today, while Original Weapons was slated for next month. Both films were commendable, showcasing remarkable performances. The High Ancestor walked out of the cinema with Zhong Chuhong and Zhang Manyu, ready to share his thoughts. In truth, he usually only visited Kowloon Film occasionally to check on the filming progress, lacking substantial knowledge about the film's content or the actors' performances. as attempting to profit from the film industry was hardly worthwhile. The returns were paltry, often merely a few million, with the risk of losses lurking. The profit margins of the entire industry paled in comparison to his smuggling ventures. Even a straightforward shipping business yielded funds more swiftly than the film industry. Thank you, brother ancestor. We will strive even harder in the future, Zhong Chuhong replied shyly. Being somewhat introverted, her demeanor amused the high ancestor. In contrast, Zhang Manyu was more extroverted, as evidenced by her unconsciously draping her arm around the high ancestor, displaying a natural ease with anyone, making interactions comfortable and genuine. Brother ancestor, we owe you so much. Without you, we would never have had the chance to make this film, Zhang Manyu exclaimed with a smile. Indeed, given the current situation, our box office is assured, Zhong Chuhong added excitedly. Everyone possesses a sense of pride after laboriously creating a work. If it goes unappreciated, it would be a tremendous blow to them as actors. However, the scene outside the cinema was bustling, with eager crowds vying to purchase tickets for Across the Seas and Monco Carmen. And given that they had just watched both films alongside the high ancestor, it was evident that tonight's box office would undoubtedly thrive. Well, this is all thanks to your hard work over the past few months. Come, let me treat you both. The high ancestor smiled as he led the two ladies to a Rolls-Royce Silver Spur. This was no ordinary vehicle. It was a custom super luxury car ordered from the headquarters in the British Empire, boasting formidable bulletproof capabilities and top-tier performance across the board. The high ancestor's philosophy was simple: either abstain from participation or achieve the pinnacle of excellence. This Rolls-Royce Silver Spur was indeed the epitome of luxury. As the engine roared to life, the high ancestor became the center of attention on the road, eliciting a sense of youthful pride, even if somewhat childish. As the gazes from passers-by inflated his vanity, he briefly savored the sensation of being a spirited young man. Soon, he took the two lovely ladies to Central, a hub of economic prosperity and a shopper's paradise on Hong Kong Island. His intention was clear: to indulge them in a shopping spree as a reward. 2 hours later, at the mall's entrance, the high ancestor emerged, laden with bags of luxury goods, and both Zhang Manyu and Zhong Chuang were similarly adorned. The reason for this spectacle was simple. The high ancestor had declared, "Tonight's expenses are on me." He even bestowed upon them his exclusive gold cards. The two young ladies were unreserved, swiping their cards with abandon as if determined to exhaust the high ancestor's credit limit. However, their expenditures for the evening were still far from bankrupting him. "I'm exhausted." The high ancestor glanced at the streetlights, expressing his exasperation. It was not that he lacked the strength to carry the items, but rather that his spirit felt drained. Accompanying women on shopping excursions truly felt like a self-imposed ordeal. In other words, pursuing women was undeniably tiring. "Thank you, brother ancestor." Zhang Minyu placed a gentle kiss on his cheek, and then added, "You're too kind." "No need for thanks. Rewarding hard work is a given." The high ancestor inhaled deeply, feeling a sense of comfort. Zhong Chuhong was not idle either, bestowing a similar affectionate gesture upon him. "Ahem, let us go. I'll drive you home," the high ancestor said with a hint of embarrassment. "Ha ha. I never expected brother ancestor to be shy as well." Zhang Manyu giggled, covering her mouth. Before long, the high ancestor had delivered the two ladies home. Chapter 99. The opening day box office soared. Du Qifeng was astonished. Wang Xiaoling could hardly sit still. The two lived in the same neighborhood. After escorting them home, they invited the high ancestor upstairs for tea, which he politely declined. It wasn't tea that he didn't want to go, but rather that he understood that, in such circumstances, he wouldn't be able to handle both of them. Managing relationships with women required a gradual approach. Today was clearly just the first step, showcasing his financial prowess to pique their interest. As anticipated, the moment Zhang Manyu and Zhong Chuhong returned home, they rushed to the window, anxiously watching as the high ancestor's car departed. In any era, possessing wealth was an essential prerequisite. This aura alone could attract countless women. Moreover, with a young and handsome man like the high ancestor, how many women could resist? Undoubtedly, he had already made a significant impression on Zhang Manyu and Zhong Chuhong. Sometimes, winning a woman's affection could be that simple. Of course, certain prerequisites must be met. Otherwise, who would spare a glance for the impoverished? The following morning, the high ancestor rose early and hurried to Geelong Film. Although he was unconcerned about the profits earned by Geelong Film, as the boss, it was imperative for him to make an appearance at such a significant premiere. Du Qifeng had been diligently compiling the opening day box office figures for Monco Carmen and Across the Seas. The results were quite impressive. Across the Seas garnered 3 million, while Monco Carmen exceeded expectations, reaching an astonishing 6 million, double the earnings of Across the Seas. To this outcome, Gaozu was not at all surprised. Monco Carmen primarily depicts the scenes of the underworld in Monco, intertwined with the complexities of human nature, reflecting the pressing real-world issues quite vividly. It encompasses various aspects of camaraderie and is closely aligned with reality. Thus, it is only natural that it could achieve a box office performance surpassing that of all the way across the world. Last night, the box office figures for the other films released alongside these two can only be described as devastating. A total of 6 films premiered last night. Aside from Mongko Carmen and All the Way Across the World, there were 4 others. The box office figures for these 4 films were all under 1 million, with some barely reaching a meager 2 to 300,000. At this juncture, the production costs of a film can vary significantly. If it features a popular star, the investment is higher. If not, it's lesser. However, when all filming costs are accounted for, a film must at least exceed 2 million. According to the data provided by Du Chifeng, these 4 films were all produced by well-known film companies in the industry. 2 from Shaw Brothers, 1 from Jiahe, and 1 from Sinicheng. Kowloon Films, emerging as a new player, has already eclipsed these 3 major companies with the release of just 2 films, proving that the times do indeed create heroes and that the opportunity has been crafted for Kowloon Films. Brother Zhu, our film has achieved the highest first-day box office in the past 2 years. Du Chifeng exclaimed with great joy. Indeed, well done. Later, take 3 million from the company's account to reward all the employees. As for you, I will personally give you 1 million. Keep up the good work. Although the film industry is currently quite bleak, the more desolate it is, the more opportunities it presents for us. While they have reached their limits, we are just beginning. Gao Zhu chuckled. The film industry in Hong Kong has fallen from its former glory after many years, and it is indeed quite desolate now. This is largely due to the homogenization of many films. Whenever a new theme emerges, countless similar works follow, leading to viewer fatigue. Can the film industry avoid decline under such circumstances? Only by seeking common ground while preserving differences and creating more compelling themes can survival be ensured in this bleak environment. As a time traveler, Gao Zhu possesses an exceptional ability to draw from a wealth of cinematic ideas. Envisioning films that diverge from the current market offerings is not a daunting task. Moreover, Du Chifeng is a talented director with formidable skills, and with his assistance, reviving the entire Hong Kong film market is merely a matter of time. In fact, Gao Zhu is quite inclined to recruit the talented Wang Jing, as doing so would undoubtedly facilitate Kowloon Films' ascent. However, Wang Jing has his own company and many investors who believe in him, making recruitment a challenge. Right. Du Chifeng nodded, a smile gracing his face. By the way, Brother Zhu, the first-day box office figures are out, and I wish to expand our collaborations with cinemas across various regions, ideally covering all theaters in Hong Kong. But we require some funding. No problem. You can handle it as you see fit. If funds are insufficient, just coordinate with Wang Fengyi and let him know I authorized it. Gao Zhu replied with a grin. All right. Brother Zhu, I will ensure everything is executed flawlessly. Du Chifeng was taken aback by Gao Zhu's prompt agreement, wondering how much funding was needed. Working under such a boss was indeed comfortable. Initially, he was drawn to Gao Zhu by the promise of a high salary, intending to work for a year or 2 to save some money for his own ambitions. However, at this point, he found himself wishing to work alongside Gao Zhu for a lifetime. Regarding cinema collaboration, my suggestion is to communicate more with external entities, such as the Kingdom of Siam, and try to engage with their film distributors to broaden our sales channels. Cast a wide net to catch plenty of fish. We cannot limit ourselves to the Hong Kong market, Gao Zhu advised while exhaling a puff of smoke. Although the Hong Kong market is substantial, it is merely a region of over 6 million people, and among them, the target audience constitutes a very small fraction. To earn more, establishing cooperation with external partners is the fundamental principle of business. As the saying goes, there are always greater talents beyond the horizon. Failing to recognize the disparities in reality will ultimately lead to a dead end. Understood, Brother Zhu. I now know what to do. Du Chifeng replied, blinking his eyes. By the way, many reporters are waiting outside. Do you need to make an appearance? Du Chifeng inquired again. Not necessary. We already have a collaboration with TVB, right? Have someone from TVB come by for an interview with Zhang Manyu and Zhong Chuan, and ensure it gets broadcasted. Also, make sure to maintain good relations with TVB moving forward. We will need their assistance in the future. Gao Zhu instructed promptly. TVB is the premier television channel in Hong Kong, consistently ranking first in viewership among numerous channels, significantly outperforming its competitors, and is, in modern parlance, in a league of its own. TVB is not only a television network, but also has considerable experience and resources in film. Furthermore, TVB is poised to remain among the top television stations in the future, boasting a broad audience and wielding considerable influence over social discourse. In summary, collaborating with TVB represents a venture with guaranteed returns. Understood. Du Chifeng nodded in agreement. All right, get to work. Come back at 9 tonight. Gao Zhu flicked the ashes from his cigarette. After Du Chifeng left, Gao Zhu began contemplating the next film to produce. The Young and Dangerous series could be revisited. However, while it may be profitable, the theme lacks novelty. Soon, Gaozu conceived several film ideas, such as Uncle Ying's zombie movie, the A Chinese ghost story series, and thrilling action films like Shanghai Tan, all of which are worthy of production. By 9 o'clock that evening, Gaozu presented 3 scripts to Du Qifeng, a Chinese ghost story, Shanghai Tan, and Mr. Vampire. These 3 films represent remarkably innovative themes at this juncture, and with their imaginative concepts, they are perfectly positioned to serve as Kowloon Film's second major offering. Staring at the ink-dried scripts, Du Qifeng felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. 3 works penned in just a single day? What kind of mental capacity and exceptional talent must one possess to accomplish such a feat in such a short time? Glancing briefly at the content, he was deeply captivated. Not only were the themes eccentric, but they were also enthralling, making it impossible to look away. If these works were to be brought to the screen, they would surely create a sensation, shaking the entire film industry. He couldn't help but wonder if Gaozu was even human. How did he manage to pull this off? Yet, he merely kept those thoughts to himself, and didn't he dare to ask Gaozu directly. Brother Zhu, did you write all of this? Du Qifeng scanned the area before succumbing to his curiosity. Ha, what is this? Do you suspect someone else wrote it for me? Gaozu chuckled at Du Qifeng's astonished expression. No, I just think you're an absolute genius, Brother Zhu. Du Qifeng quickly clarified. However, deep within, he remained profoundly astonished. He hesitated to refer to himself as an experienced filmmaker, yet, based on his extensive knowledge of the entire film industry, the number of individuals who could rival a talent like Gaozu was exceedingly limited. The only person he could readily acknowledge as comparable was the chubby Wang Jing. As for the others, in the eyes of Du Qifeng, they were all rather mediocre. Enough with the flattery. Go find these individuals for me, Gaozu instructed, jotting down names as he spoke. Before long, a list of personnel was compiled. Du Qifeng glanced at it. A Chinese ghost story, Wang Zuxian, Zhang Guorong, Shanghai Tan, Zhou Ruanfa, Zhao Yaji, Mr. Vampire, Lin Zhengying. Some of these names he recognized, such as Zhang Guorong, who was a prominent star of Li TV, while others were completely unfamiliar to him. He couldn't help but question whether casting these individuals as leads was truly feasible. As for the other roles, you may arrange them as you see fit, Gaozu remarked nonchalantly. He had undoubtedly discerned Du Qifeng's thoughts, yet he refrained from elaborating, for it was implausible to disclose. I am a time traveler, and they are the fitting leads for these 3 films. Clearly, that was not something he could articulate. No problem at all. Gaozu fixed his gaze on the dazed Du Qifeng and inquired. No problem, Brother Zhu, I guarantee the task will be completed. Du Qifeng replied promptly before departing. Barely 10 minutes after Du Qifeng left, a woman arrived at the entrance, her makeup exquisitely done, though her attire was somewhat excessively revealing. This woman was none other than Wang Xiaoling, who had been eager to gather incriminating evidence against Gaozu. Since their last failed encounter, she had had limited opportunities to meet and converse with him, as Gaozu was elusive and seldom visited the film company, leaving no chance for interaction. After lying in wait for so long, she finally had the opportunity to see Gaozu again. Such a splendid chance was not one she could easily squander. Thus, after finishing her work that afternoon, she had remained in the office, quietly biding her time for the stillness of the night to arrive. For this moment, she had even taken the time to adorn herself. Suddenly, as Gaozu reclined on the sofa, indulging in a moment of respite, he caught a whiff of a delicate orchid fragrance. Opening his eyes, he beheld Wang Xiaoling's alluring figure and, feigning ignorance, inquired, Wang Xiaoling, I remember you. What brings you here so late? Is there something amiss? Brother Zhu, Wang Xiaoling responded in a voice reminiscent of a nightclub siren, gradually approaching him with a hint of sultriness in her steps. She then settled beside him, offering a charming smile. Brother Zhu, since you haven't gone home yet, how could I possibly leave? Do you not realize how perilous your situation is? Gaozu smiled, gazing intently at her beguiling demeanor. He, with you here. Brother Zhu, how could I be in danger? Wang Xiaoling replied, pouring tea for him. To her credit, she exhibited some skill in the art of tea brewing. Gaozu chuckled, choosing not to delve deeper into the conversation. Brother Zhu, thank you for your assistance last time. If it weren't for your timely intervention, I might have suffered lingering consequences, Wang Xiaoling said, gently rubbing her previously injured ankle. So, how do you intend to repay me? Gaozu leaned back on the sofa, observing her with a measured gaze. This woman seemed unwilling to give up on her pursuit of him. Thus, he thought it best to indulge her. Sparing himself from her incessant surveillance outside the manor, Gaozu was not oblivious to these matters. After all, Wang Xiaoling's meager surveillance skills paled in comparison to his ghostly soldiers. Brother Zhu, as your employee, if you provide me with work, a generous salary, and a leading role, I would be more than happy to repay you in any way you desire, Wang Xiaoling said, playfully tossing her hair back and locking her gaze onto him with a suggestive glimmer. Is that so? Come, let's head home. Gaozu rose, taking Wang Xiaoling with him. Along the way, Although Wang Xiaoling attempted to maintain her composure, her underlying nervousness was palpable, albeit subtle enough for Gao Zhu to discern. Your mental fortitude leaves much to be desired, Gao Zhu remarked coolly. Brother Zhu, what do you mean? Wang Xiaoling forced a smile. Nothing much. Gao Zhu chose not to expose the truth. Revealing it now would serve no purpose. After all, there were still some activities planned for the night. Some matters could wait until tomorrow. There was no rush. Chapter 100. The Crow delivers news. Anxious Liang Kuan. Confident Jimmy. As the night passed, Wang Xiaoling found herself exactly where she wished to be, by Gao Zhu's side. Early the next morning, she called the hotel front desk to request 2 sumptuous breakfasts. After hanging up, she sat on the sofa, her hair disheveled, contemplating her next move. Although Huang Jiqing was deceased, her superior, Lu Qichong, remained. Her resolve remained unwavering. She was determined to obtain incriminating evidence against Gao Zhu. By doing so, she could not only secure a promotion but also earn a reputation for justice, making her family proud, a dream she had long cherished. As for Gao Zhu, Wang Xiaoling turned to gaze at the sleeping figure beside her, a flicker of hesitation crossing her eyes. Currently, she perceived no significant issues with him. Moreover, he treated the employees of Zhulong Film remarkably well, garnering a stellar reputation among them. Thus, was he truly the villain Huang Jiqing had painted him to be? While lost in thought, Gao Zhu approached her. Miss Wang, what occupies your mind so early in the day? Ah, Brother Zhu, you're awake, Wang Xiaoling exclaimed, startled as she focused on him. Yes, eat up. Gao Zhu gestured towards the steaming breakfast. By the way, Brother Zhu, could you arrange for me to work at Zhulong Group? I feel I am not cut out to be an actress, she said, her voice lively as she spoke. I want to be like Sister Fenji, capable and elegant. Sure, no problem, Gao Zhu readily agreed. If she wanted to pursue that path, so be it. Any evidence Wang Xiaoling managed to uncover would merely be a flaw on his part. Furthermore, it was an opportunity to assess Wang Fenji and Ni Yanxiao's capabilities. If they struggled against someone like Wang Xiaoling, it would be a clear indicator that a change was necessary. With these thoughts in mind, Gao Zhu chose not to further probe Wang Xiaoling's true identity. Finish your meal, gather your things, and head to Zhulong Group. Wang Fengyi will look after you. Gao Zhu affectionately ruffled her hair, his tone nonchalant. One could not deny that the policewoman looked even more radiant when her hair was tousled. All right, Wang Xiaoling smiled. Thank you, Brother Zhu. I will do my utmost to meet your expectations. MHM. Gao Zhu nodded. An hour later, Wang Xiaoling departed. Shortly after her exit, a crow arrived. Upon entering the room, I noticed a slight disarray, accompanied by a faint aroma. The crow, somewhat dulled, remarked, well, it seems the esteemed Gao Zhu has the leisure to pursue romantic interests. Sit down. Gao Zhu ignited a cigarette, exhaling as he spoke. What urgent matter necessitates my presence? Soon enough. The crow divulged all details regarding Jimmy's predicament. So, you 4 families intend to unite to obliterate my Tianmen? 20 million. TSK. How unsurprising that monetary gain compels such actions, especially with the support of the 8-faced Buddha. Such extravagant wealth. Gao Zhu squinted his eyes. No, Brother Zhu, it's merely 3 families. I have not consented. The crow quickly interjected. He must not be counted among us. After a day and night of contemplation, the crow ultimately succumbed to fear of Gao Zhu and chose to relinquish his gains. Earning a little less was preferable to losing one's life. Crow, such a splendid opportunity. And you choose to forsake it? Cash at 20 million and the backing of my Tianmen. Do you not feel regret? Gao Zhu fixed his gaze on the crow. Brother Zhu, please cease your jest. My ascent to this leadership position is due to your assistance. While profit is indeed significant, I, the crow, am a person of deep loyalty. Between profit and gratitude, I, the crow, choose gratitude. I would never betray you as Liang Kuan did. The crow declared emphatically. Very well, I understand. Gao Zhu nodded. Brother Zhu, would you like me to have the Dongxing members assist you? The crow suggested after a moment's thought. In such circumstances, although Dongxing chose not to side with Jimmy, one cannot remain unscathed in the world of Jianghu. This implied being an enemy of Jimmy and his cohorts. Should Tianmen truly be extinguished, Dongxing would undoubtedly be next. Hence he still preferred to side with Gao Zhu. No need. Today, your group of addicts from Dongxing would merely be a hindrance. Gao Zhu replied bluntly. The crow was left speechless, realizing that in Gao Zhu's eyes, the formidable Dongxing was nothing more than a nuisance. Meanwhile, Liang Kuan, Jimmy, and Bearded Yong had gathered together. This meeting was urgently convened by Liang Kuan. Due to the crow's decision, Liang Kuan understood that the crow had likely informed Gao Zhu. Given this development, swift action was imperative to swiftly conquer Tianmen. Otherwise, they would be caught in Gao Zhu's schemes, and it would be too late. After all, he was acutely aware of how both the crow and Jiang Tianxing had met their demise. He did not wish to repeat their fate. Kuan Gu, why have you summoned us so early in the morning? Jimmy exhaled smoke languidly. It was evident that Jimmy bore significant dark circles under his eyes, appearing extremely weakened. as if drained by a woman, a far cry from his former self. Like him, bearded Yong also looked thoroughly exhausted, the result of being similarly depleted by Miana. Both appeared utterly listless. Since the crow has chosen not to align with us, whether he remains neutral or sides with Gaozu is detrimental to us. In fact, Gaozu may already be aware of our conspiracy, Liang Kuan stated directly. This is no longer something we need to conceal. We should strike Tianmin directly. What do you say? Liang Kuan proposed. That's impossible, right? Our affairs are known only to us. Even if the crow refuses to cooperate, he would not divulge our plans to Gaozu. Jimmy retorted, furrowing his brows. In his view, the enmity between Dongxing and Tianmin was considerable. They would relish Tianmin's downfall. So how could the crow possibly inform Gaozu? The most critical point was that if they attacked Tianmin now, they were still inadequately prepared. It was far too sudden. Jimmy, do you know how Jiang Tianxing and Camel met their ends? Liang Kuan responded coldly to Jimmy's skepticism. We all know that the crow killed Jiang Tianxing. And Chun Haonan eliminated Camel. Why bring it up? Bearded Yong interjected. To him, it seemed simple enough for the three families to collaborate and dismantle a single Tianmin. The bickering among them seemed utterly pointless. No, you are all mistaken. It was Gaozu. This entire scenario was orchestrated by Gaozu. Jiang Tianxing, Camel, myself. You are all merely pieces on his chessboard. Liang Kuan then elucidated Gaozu's scheme in detail. Upon hearing this, both Jimmy and Bearded Yong fell into a state of shock. How could this be? Have we been played for fools? He managed to extricate himself unscathed? Damn. Jimmy regained his senses, incredulous. Although he had suspected that Jiang Tianxing and Camel's deaths were suspicious, he had never anticipated they were all connected to Gaozu, who had skillfully distanced himself from the fallout. Even if Liang Kuan revealed the truth now, it was unlikely anyone would believe him. Even the silent Tyler and Miana were dumbfounded, coming to a realization of Gaozu's formidable nature. So, you now comprehend the terror of Gaozu, do you? We must take the initiative. We cannot wait until Tianmin is prepared to act. We must not allow a repeat of the fates of Jiang Tianxing and Camel. There is no day better than today. Let us act tonight. What say you? Liang Kuan exhaled smoke as he spoke. Agreed. We shall proceed as you suggest. Ultimately, Jimmy acquiesced. Indeed. Bearded Yong, without hesitation, concurred as well. Yong-gu, how many men do you currently have gathered? Jimmy inquired. 2,000. Bearded Yong replied promptly. Excellent. Jimmy nodded. After all, 14K was an overseas force, and assembling such a number was no small feat. Kuan-gu, you lead the largest gang in Hong Kong. If you provide 4,000 men, I will offer you an additional 10 million. How does that sound? Jimmy continued. Very well. Liang Kuan agreed without hesitation. 3 million for 4,000 men is acceptable. The appearance fee for a lowly mule is 2,000, so 4,000 would only amount to 12 million. The remaining 18 million could cover medical expenses and relocation fees. Calculating it this way, I might even manage to rake in a hefty profit. And you? Bearded Yong queried Jimmy, having contributed their efforts. He felt Jimmy ought not to merely be a mouthpiece. All hands on deck, 6,000 men. Jimmy declared coldly. TSK bold. Liang Kuan clapped his hands in admiration. The appearance fee for 6,000 men is no trivial sum. Very well, let us not waste time. Everyone return and mobilize quickly. Tonight, we attack Tianmin. With that, Jimmy departed with Tyler and Miana. Back at the Hongxing headquarters, Liang Kuan immediately called for a meeting with all the hall masters. Defei and the others were quite displeased, constantly being summoned for meetings, leaving them no time to pursue romantic interests. Noticing the slight unrest among the crowd, Liang Kuan snapped his fingers, and his trusted aide, Sha Chong, placed 2 million in cash on the table. Everyone, here is 20 million in cash. Let us share. Liang Kuan surveyed the room, speaking coolly. Although he was the leader, he was acutely aware that his authority was not absolute at present. He needed to present tangible benefits to incite action from these individuals. Unlike Jiang Tianxing, who was foolishly all talk and no action, Liang Kuan was determined to act decisively. Certainly, he did not withdraw the entire 30 million given by Jimmy. Instead, as the leader, he took 1 million for himself. Surely that is acceptable? Brother Kuan, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Speak up, what are your intentions? The prince remarked coldly, his gaze fixed on the cash. For him, this money no longer held the allure it once did, for he had mingled extensively with the grand ancestor, flourishing in business, and now and then receiving several million, even tens of millions, from him. The vendetta against Brother B requires reclaiming the territory in Causeway Bay. Brother Liang declared decisively. As his words settled, a flicker of apprehension surfaced in the eyes of the crowd, who, despite their self-proclaimed status as the foremost society in Hong Kong, felt a twinge of fear when faced with the Heavenly Gate. Especially the likes of the Grand Ancestor and Gao Jin, both formidable figures, far from ordinary men. Even the prince had been kept in check by the Grand Ancestor, How could they possibly confront him? Brother Cohen, are you truly planning to challenge the Heavenly Gate? Sister 13 could not help but inquire. Indeed, our territories in Mongkok and Causeway Bay have been forcefully seized by the Heavenly Gate. If we do not reclaim them, not only will our society's reputation suffer, but if we fail to confront the Heavenly Gate and allow them to grow stronger, will there be any place left for us in Hongxing? Brother Liang passionately proclaimed, his rhetoric imbued with righteous conviction, embodying the image of a principled man. I have no objections. Chun Haonan was the first to respond. Such an opportunity to avenge Brother B and others, while securing financial gains, was not something he would refuse. As for the Grand Ancestor aiding his return to Hongxing, he was well aware that it was merely mutual exploitation, something he had never taken to heart. To avenge Brother B and reclaim our society as prestige and territory, I have nothing to say. I will cooperate fully, Defei asserted, his gaze fixed on Brother Liang. Although he harbored discontent towards Brother Liang's character, he still supported the decision as it pertained to the collective interests of the society. Fat Li, Brother G, and others engaged in discussions, neither voicing agreement nor dissent, as they were seasoned veterans, content to survive another day and seize any opportunity for profit. Unlike the impetuous Chun Haonan, who was always entangled in moral dilemmas. What good is morality? Without money, who would care about you? I disagree. Victory and defeat are commonplace in warfare. Those with the capability shall prevail. If Brother B cannot handle it, and if Chun Haonan was driven out of Causeway Bay, it simply reflects their lack of strength. If they have the ability, let them fight back. Moreover, past grievances belong to the past. I, the prince, cannot sacrifice my brothers for bygone matters, the prince stated resolutely. From his standpoint, antagonizing the Grand Ancestor was not feasible at this moment. Have you forgotten that you are a member of Hongxing? Brother Liang retorted with dissatisfaction. Enough, Brother Liang. Do not use this rhetoric to pressure me. The territories belonging to our various hall leaders were all acquired through their own efforts, and I have never failed to contribute my monthly dues to the society. I believe I have upheld my obligations. While I am willing to participate unconditionally in other matters, I shall be the first to oppose any actions against the Heavenly Gate. In the face of Brother Liang's pressure, the prince stood unyielding. After all, he was the face of Hongxing, a figure of dual prestige. What could Brother Liang, despite his power and influence, do to displace him? Even if Brother Liang agreed, Chun Yao and others would not. Ultimately, he was the emblem of Hongxing, a symbol meant to enhance the society's reputation and attract more members. Thus, the prince's role was of utmost importance to Hongxing. Like the prince, I shall not partake in this endeavor, Sister 13 remarked promptly, following the prince's resolute stance. Had it not been for the prince, she would have long been ousted from Causeway Bay by the Heavenly Gate. Furthermore, the Grand Ancestor had indeed treated her quite well. Not forcing her to act against her will due to their differing allegiances. Rather, under the Grand Ancestor's guidance, the Heavenly Gate had shown considerable care for her business. In her heart, she was truly reluctant to confront the Heavenly Gate. Chapter 101, The Calm Before the Storm. Underlying currents stirred. You are truly beyond redemption. Chun Haonan expressed his disappointment, chastising the most principled Sister 13 for not joining the fray. Well, everyone has their own aspirations, with one less person. We shall simply share the spoils more equitably. Brother Liang surveyed the room, speaking nonchalantly. Although he was dissatisfied with the prince and Sister 13's decisions, he recognized the intrinsic nature of Hongxing. The hall leaders merely bore the name of Hongxing, having secured their territories through their own prowess, unlike societies like Dongxing, which were bound by the organization. Moreover, Hongxing did not engage in the flower trade and had no vested interests, leaving Brother Liang with little leverage to constrain the hall leaders, particularly with someone like the prince, who lacked the ability to exert control. Of course, Brother Liang did not possess the same level of pressure over the prince, but the same could not be said for Brother G and others. Additionally, Brother Liang was acutely aware of their motivations, which revolved around profit and the desire for self-preservation. With this in mind, Brother Liang continued, this time, I have allied with Lianxing and the 14K from the Macau region. Both have pledged to provide over 8,000 men, when combined with our Hongxing. The scale will exceed 10,000, a scale never before seen. Are you still afraid of not being able to defeat the Heavenly Gate? The 200 million here is merely an appetizer. Those who contribute will also share in the spoils from the Heavenly Gate. I have made my intentions clear. Ladies and gentlemen, please share your opinions. With that, Brother Liang lit a cigarette, puffing away confidently. Indeed, as Brother Liang's words lingered in the air, the apprehensive expressions among the crowd dissipated. Just as Brother Liang had stated, a gathering of 10,000 was unprecedented, even if they could not annihilate the entire Heavenly Gate. Inflicting significant damage would be a certainty. To put it succinctly, although the Heavenly Gate boasted a force of over 10,000, they were dispersed across various districts of Hong Kong. If they attacked with 10,000, Even the might of the Heavenly Gate could not withstand it. Brother Kowloon, is this credible? Brother G inquired immediately. If Brother Liang's claims held true, the task would become considerably simpler. However, as a seasoned veteran, he understood the treacherous nature of human hearts, particularly in matters involving collaboration among multiple major societies, rife with convoluted interests. One could easily be outmaneuvered. Who was unaware of Jimmy's return to Hong Kong to eliminate the Grand Ancestor. As for the 14K's assistance, it was due to the influence of the eight-sided Buddha. Am I being clear enough? Brother Liang replied coldly. All right. For the sake of the society and in honor of Brother B and the others, I concur. Brother G immediately expressed his agreement. I agree. Even the typically cautious Chun Yao chose to side with the decision. Witnessing Chun Yao's agreement, the others quickly followed suit. Excellent. For this operation, each hall will contribute 500 men. Here is 200 million, which means each hall can receive 250 million. Moreover, this time, medical expenses, relocation costs, and other expenditures will be supported by the society's funds. Is that acceptable? Brother Liang gazed intently at the assembly. Absolutely. The crowd replied with great enthusiasm. Liang Kowloon surveyed the room with satisfaction, then fixed his gaze on the Crown Prince and 13th Sister, issuing a stern warning. You two may choose not to participate. But you must remain in the hall today, and you will need to present your phones. The Crown Prince, though displeased, understood that it was prudent not to push back too hard. After all, Liang Kowloon was ultimately the leader, and respect must be afforded. Moreover, should any complications arise, both he and 13th Sister would bear the brunt of the blame for betrayal. In such a scenario, not only would they struggle to survive within the Hongxing society, but they would also face disdain in the wider underworld. Consequently, the Crown Prince and 13th Sister placed their phones on the table. Sha Chong, take them away. Liang Kowloon instructed. Once the two departed, Liang Kowloon addressed the gathered crowd. Everyone, return immediately and discreetly assemble your forces. Our action commences tonight. Meanwhile, on the 14K front, Hu Shuyong returned to his base and relayed the situation to his trusted underlings, instructing them to cooperate with Jimmy. He then took his leave from Hong Kong Island. In such circumstances, it was often best to vacate the area. Victory could be brushed off as a mere obligation, while a loss would merely cost a few underlings and perhaps a bit of capital, nothing that could not be rectified with a handful of US dollars. In truth, Hu Shuyong's motivation for participating in this endeavor was not solely driven by infatuation with Mianna. That was merely a minor factor. The real reasons were twofold. First, cultivating a rapport with the eight-faced Buddha would facilitate future dealings in the flower business. Second, as a loyal dog of the gambling Lord He Hong's son, 14K was not merely a guardian. They also engaged in money laundering through their underground bank. By transferring funds from Hong Kong Island to Macau through this underground banking system, 14K could launder money via the casinos, taking a percentage as their cut. This arrangement allowed them to effortlessly amass US dollars, safer and quicker than dealing in flour. Hu Shuyong had long set his sights on the vast market of Hong Kong Island, and while the current scale was modest, such a prime opportunity for expanding the underground bank was not one he would refuse. Meanwhile, Jimmy convened a meeting with numerous associates, explaining the situation and distributing a substantial amount of cash among them. The crowd, having never encountered such a generous leader, expressed their eagerness to stand by Jimmy through thick and thin. These individuals had previously been affiliated with Lianxing, engaged in the flower trade, and now, with the backing of the powerful eight-faced Buddha, they recognized that aligning with Jimmy promised a bright future. Naturally, no one would dare oppose Jimmy's intentions. My friends, as you accompany me in seizing this territory, I, Jimmy, assure you that your loyalty will not go unrewarded, he declared passionately, and with that, the assembly erupted in fervent support, rallying around him. It must be said, Jimmy possessed remarkable oratory skills. Although the movements of various factions were shrouded in secrecy, groups like Hongxing and Lianxing had long been under scrutiny, and any shift in their activities was sure to be noted. It was impossible to keep such matters concealed. Soon, rumors of the impending actions of various factions began to circulate throughout the underworld, stirring unrest and intrigue as everyone plotted their own strategies. Beneath the sunlight lay a shadowy underbelly. The police departments were incensed, for Jimmy and his cohorts were audacious enough to orchestrate a large-scale clash, demonstrating blatant disregard for law enforcement. Yet, they found themselves powerless, while they could typically intervene in minor skirmishes. The magnitude of this conflict would necessitate the involvement of government forces. However, when the authorities learned of these developments, rather than intervening, they chose to turn a blind eye. At the West Kowloon police station, the government maintained its characteristic shamelessness. To ignore such a large-scale brawl is unconscionable, Ling Qianer exclaimed, having just hung up the phone. Now serving as the head of the major crimes unit at West Kowloon police station, she was frustrated. The government is more than willing to let these factions descend into chaos, muddling the waters of Hong Kong to maintain their grip on power. Unless one faction rises to dominance, the government will not deploy its forces to quell the unrest, Lu Qichong remarked with a knowing smile. Having seen through the societal dynamics of Hong Kong after years of service, the government preferred to refrain from involvement unless absolutely necessary, allowing the locals to fight amongst themselves, as long as it remained within a controllable scope. In recent years, the number of factions in Hong Kong had proliferated, with each growing ever larger, and business opportunities following suit, leaving the government increasingly uneasy, eager to impose order. Now, with such an opportunity presenting itself, it was precisely what the government had been hoping for. Ling Qian'er sighed deeply, her eyes filled with concern. Ling sir, your attitude seems misplaced. Why do you appear so anxious when it comes to Gaozu? Lu Qichong narrowed his eyes, exhaling a plume of smoke as he scrutinized Ling Qian'er. This was not the first time. Deceased Huang Zhicheng had mentioned something similar, which he had previously dismissed. But now, observing Ling Qian'er's demeanor, he sensed that she harbored a certain concern for Gaozu. Ling sir, one must be cautious not to wrongfully accuse, especially regarding Gaozu, the underworld leader. Associating him with me could tarnish my reputation and jeopardize my position within the police force. If you persist with such insinuations, I will escalate this matter. Ling Qian'er retorted, her frustration evident. Though internally anxious, she felt capable of navigating this groundless accusation. Oh, Ling sir, you exaggerate. I merely jest. Do not take it to heart. Lu Qichong replied with a smile. He was unafraid of others' accusations, but Ling Qian'er was a formidable woman, respected by the higher-ups, and without evidence. His standing as an officer would be at risk. Humph. Ling Qian'er huffed, turning on her heel to exit the office. The other police stations, like West Kowloon, fell into a state of silence, bracing for the imminent large-scale confrontation, though they were fully aware that trouble was brewing. No officers were inclined to make a move to arrest Jimmy, Liang Kuan, Gao Zhu, or others involved. Meanwhile, Gao Zhu was not idle. He had arranged for Gao Jin and others and deliberately spread the news. True to his character, Gao Zhu had initially intended to leverage the police force against Jimmy and his allies. However, to his surprise, the government had directly intervened, instructing the police to refrain from acting rashly and allowing him to engage in a life-and-death struggle with Hong Xing and Lianqing. Upon hearing this news from Jimmy and Qian'er, Gao Zhu was left speechless. Truly, the machinations of the foreign powers ran deep. While others might struggle to comprehend the government's motives and actions, Gao Zhu, as a time traveler, could see through their intentions with clarity. They sought to exploit this opportunity to weaken the various factions, ensuring that no single group could pose a threat to the government, thus restoring the status quo. Resolving troubles with troubles, addressing humanity with humanity, this was the foreigners' approach. A group of individuals lacking foresight. As a victim, being exploited by others is undoubtedly disheartening. However, from another perspective, it must be acknowledged that this group of foreigners has indeed made significant advancements in the enslavement of human nature, a reality that cannot be overlooked. To get back to the point, since the Hong Kong government has chosen to remain uninvolved, the situation has become considerably simpler. Soon, led by Gao Jin, everyone arrived at Gao Zhu's estate. Brother Zhu, that little scoundrel Jimmy has finally lost his patience and is ready to act against us, Gao Jin declared as he stepped inside. Ah, had I known earlier, I would have dealt with that brat last time. Li Wang lamented. When they clashed with Gao Zhu and Lian Shang, he indeed had the opportunity to eliminate Jimmy. However, at that time, Jimmy's minions surrounded him, and Gao Zhu had commanded that no lives should be taken if avoidable, which led to him sparing Jimmy's subordinates and allowing the latter to escape. Had he killed Jimmy back then, they would not be facing the current predicament. All right. These are mere trifles. Gao Zhu remarked with a slight smile directed at his companions. We have numerous venues, and our personnel are distributed across them. It is improbable that Jimmy and his crew will engage in a conventional brawl. Given their numbers, they will surely launch simultaneous assaults on several of our key locations. Here are the critical sites I have marked for you, the streets and the docks. Divide among yourselves the areas you are to defend. Tonight, your objective is straightforward. Hold on to them. Not a single one must be lost. As for the other areas, let them take them. It's merely a morsel. Gao Zhu spoke nonchalantly. A conventional brawl entails two factions agreeing upon a location to settle their differences with their subordinates. However, it is evident that Jimmy and his crew will not engage in such a manner. Thus, they will undoubtedly attack various regions of Tianmen from multiple directions. As long as the key areas are secured, minor losses are inconsequential to Tianmen. After tonight, it will be Gao Zhu's turn to take the initiative. The rationale is simple. The deployment of thousands is calculated in tens of millions. The casualties are not even accounted for. Tonight, Jimmy's crew may launch an attack, but they lack the economic strength to do so a second or third time. Even if they had the means, what of it? Gao Zhu possesses ample time, energy, and resources to contend with them. To put it plainly, Gao Zu can engage in hundreds of encounters with Jimmy, while Jimmy cannot afford many. Although he has the support of the eight-faced Buddha, the higher one stands, the more they prioritize interests and value. If Jimmy cannot provide benefits to the eight-faced Buddha in a short span, he faces a dead end. Brother Zhu, we understand. Gao Jin and the others responded with smiles. Faced with the impending onslaught from Jimmy and his allies, the group felt no sorrow, but rather an uncontrollable excitement. For them, the thrill is what they seek. They relish the atmosphere of confrontation and cannot wait to engage. Fear is far from their minds. All right, go ahead. First distribute the appearance fees to the brothers. As for the settlement fees, medical expenses, etc., if any arise tonight, they will be tripled. Gao Zu stated calmly. Morale is crucial. And utilizing American dollars to boost it is the simplest and most effective method. Chapter 102. The carnage commences. In Causeway Bay, a dense throng of individuals arrived. It was none other than Chun Haonan and his cohorts from Honghing, tasked with seizing the primary streets of Tianmen in Causeway Bay tonight. The surrounding pedestrians, witnessing the scene, prudently vacated the premises at lightning speed, fearful of attracting the attention of Honghing's men. In mere minutes, the streets were deserted, with only a few pieces of trash dancing in the wind. Compared to the earlier bustle, the current atmosphere felt particularly somber. Brother Nan, after enduring for so long, we finally have the chance to avenge Brother B and the others. Shan Ji surveyed the empty street, his eyes cold yet exhilarated, gritting his teeth as he spoke. It had been quite some time since the demise of their leaders B and Bao Pai, and although they had contemplated eliminating Gao Zu, all attempts ended in failure, even leading to ignominious confrontations. After enduring various setbacks, Chun Haonan had no choice but to bide his time, awaiting the moment for revenge. Now for them. It represented an exceptional opportunity. Indeed, Tianmen's downfall is imminent. Gao Zu's demise is not far off, perhaps tonight, perhaps tomorrow. In any case, his fate is sealed. Chun Haonan caressed his katana, his gaze resolute and unyielding. A gentleman's vengeance is not too late, and I have finally awaited this moment. Listen up, Tianmen scum. You have two choices. First, be forcefully expelled by me. Second, leave on your own accord. Shan Ji boldly stepped into the center of the street, raising his voice. As his words echoed, the Honghing members rallied in unison, proclaiming their intent to annihilate Tianmen. The atmosphere surged with intensity, as if they were the strongest at that moment. This is the nature of the short-statured, inept at anything but excelling at pretense. They will seize every opportunity to boast. What is the matter? Are you all cowardly? Is this all the company you can muster? It's hardly enough to fill our teeth. Shan Ji taunted, eyeing the scattered 30 or so Tianmen members. Is that so? Just then, a chilling voice rang out, heavy and resonant. The speaker was none other than the bloodthirsty king, Li Wang, one of the 36 masters of Tianmen. Simultaneously, figures emerged from the alleyways and shops, followed by the sound of synchronized, powerful footsteps as they converged in droves. Arranged like soldiers in formation, their expressions were cold and their demeanor spirited, clad in suits, creating an atmosphere thick with menace. With the arrival of Li Wang and his companions, the Honghing members hesitated to continue their taunts, for the oppressive aura they exuded was overwhelmingly formidable. It felt as though they were not facing a rival gang, but rather an intimidating army. The members of Tianmen truly embodied the essence of what it means to possess a dominating presence. Growing ever more formidable, Chun Haonan's expression turned cold, a flicker of apprehension crossing his eyes. He had encountered Tianmen's members before, but the current Tianmen lacked the spirit they once had. Days have passed, and everything has changed. However, Chun Haonan felt no fear, for this time they brought 1,000 men, while the opposition barely had 500. With a 2-to-1 advantage, how could he possibly lose? Li Wang, you are aware of the situation, correct? Chun Haonan stepped forward, casually puffing on a cigarette. Indeed, Li Wang replied with a slight smile. Since you are aware, you should consider surrendering. In a few days, Honghing will overrun your Tianmen's territory. At that time, you and your men will be abandoned by Gao Zu, pursued and cornered. If you surrender now, I can guarantee you a prominent position within Honghing. Li Wang, this is an excellent opportunity. Miss it, and it may never come again. Chun Haonan took on a scholarly tone, persuading him earnestly. Honghing, merely a trash gang. I have no interest in such trivialities. Thank you for your kindness. I shall take my leave. Li Wang replied leisurely. Fine, since there is nothing left to discuss, let us fight. I refuse to believe I cannot subdue you. Chun Haonan scoffed, drawing his katana and charging forward with his subordinates. There exists a sensation akin to a small stream merging into a river. Upon their encounter, the scene transforms into a clash of blades and weapons. With nearly 1,500 individuals embroiled in combat, the spectacle is nothing short of magnificent. The cacophony of battle resonates through the air, sending tremors through the very ground beneath. The grandeur is unparalleled. My goodness, The Hongxing faction has certainly brought forth a considerable contingent this time. It seems that Li Wang may find it challenging to withstand the onslaught. Nonsense. Do you possess even a modicum of insight? How can a ragtag group possibly contend with a regular army? What does their numerical advantage matter? Li Wang is capable of taking on 10 men, or even 100. Moreover, the members of Tianmen have undergone specialized training, with even the average lackey able to hold their own against 2 opponents. Chen Haonan stands no chance of victory. A multitude of onlookers, gathered in nearby lofts, tea houses, and nightclubs, as well as those congregated hundreds of meters away, are buzzing with excitement over this scene. Their enthusiasm surpasses that of Chen Haonan and his compatriots engaged in the fray. One must understand that the typical horse racing events usually attract only a few hundred spectators. Yet today, the streets are teeming with people. How could one not be thrilled? Look, everyone, behold the spectacle. Unbelievable. Tianmen reigns supreme, invincible, in the midst of the chaos. One can see the Hongxing members being sent flying in droves upon contact. The reason for their certainty in identifying the fallen as Hongxing members is simple. The Tianmen individuals are clad in sharp suits, exuding a commanding presence, with a distinctly recognizable gangster style. In stark contrast, the Hongxing members are dressed in a garish array of colors, some even donning shorts to fight. It's unmistakable. Mongkok, too, serves as a primary target for the 3 major factions. Jimmy, leading his cohort from Helian Sheng and the 14K gang, has amassed a gathering of at least 3,000 individuals outside the headquarters established by Gao Zhu. Meanwhile, the remaining members are attacking other locations in Mongkok. 4,000 people. This is undoubtedly a grand spectacle. In the annals of Hong Kong's history of gang confrontations, this is truly unprecedented. You are all so slow. We have been waiting for you for 8 hours. Your efficiency is utterly abysmal. Among the crowd, Feng Yuxiu stepped forward, speaking nonchalantly. Just as Gao Zhu envisioned, these individuals aimed to systematically dismantle their opponents, particularly seizing the stronghold of Tianmen. This time, they have deployed 2,000 men here. Do not be deceived by the mere figure of 2,000, including Feng Yuxiu, Tony Jia, Aji, and over 300 ghostly soldiers. Their strength is formidable. Even in the face of Jimmy's 4,000, they do not falter. You Tianmen remain as audacious as ever. Jimmy remarked coolly. Audacious? No, this is not arrogance. It is confidence. Feng Yuxiu retorted dismissively. Ha ha ha. Today I shall shatter your confidence. Jimmy sneered. Is that so? Then come. Kill. Feng Yuxiu's gaze turned icy, revealing a savage grin, as he charged into the fray wielding a rebar. The sheer force of his entry into the fray was nothing short of spectacular. Simultaneously, Aji, Tony Jia, and others, witnessing Feng Yuxiu's advance, surged forward to join the battle. Onward, Jimmy commanded, discarding his cigarette butt. The 4,000 men surged forth like a swarm of locusts, colliding with Feng Yuxiu and his companions. Meanwhile, Jimmy retreated from the combat zone, taking a seat in the vehicle. What a bore, they don't even dare to use firearms. Mian scoffed. In her eyes, the use of knives, swords, and clubs in Hong Kong's brawls was merely child's play, far beneath her, a survivor of gunfire. Miss Mian Na, Hong Kong differs from other places. If firearms are employed, it ceases to be a matter between factions and becomes a confrontation with the Hong Kong government. Jimmy quickly clarified. I can't shake the feeling that although you have numbers, you are somewhat precarious, Mian Na replied, ignoring Jimmy as she focused ahead. Upon witnessing Feng Yuxiu effortlessly dispatch several Helian Sheng members, she remarked, Mian Na, do not bolster the spirit of others at the expense of your own. Jimmy interjected promptly. Ha ha, I certainly hope so. I genuinely wish you incompetent fools can achieve victory. Mian Na smiled faintly. Uncle Taylor, I believe our priority should be to seize Gao Zhu's headquarters in Tsim Sha Tsui. I have reservations about Liang Quan. Shall we make a trip to Tsim Sha Tsui? Jimmy inquired. Let us take this location first, then proceed. Taylor replied coolly. Agreed. Jimmy nodded reluctantly, redirecting his attention to the battlefield. What a revelation. A mere glance revealed the extent of their losses. Among them, Feng Yuxiu stood out, akin to an eagle hunting its prey. He leapt onto the shoulders of a 14K lackey, forcefully pressing down on the man's head before delivering a crushing blow to the crown, resulting in an immediate demise. This 14K lackey, known to Jimmy as one of Hu Shuyong's bodyguards, had boasted of his prowess, having participated in the Eastern South Muay Thai tournament and achieving 6 consecutive victories. Yet, this formidable individual fell in mere moments before Feng Yuxiu, without even lasting a round. Jimmy was at a loss for words. Was Feng Yuxiu truly that powerful, or had Hu Shuyong exaggerated his capabilities? As Feng Yuxiu landed, he wasted no time and continued his hunt, embodying the essence of invincibility amidst the throng. At some point, he seized a massive wooden plank, entering a state of frenzy. And with each swing, multiple adversaries were felt. The plank was already stained crimson with blood, and the ground was littered with teeth. While being struck by the plank may not result in death, it certainly rendered one incapable of rising, with the loss of a few teeth being a common occurrence. Among the crowd, a man named Hee-young fixed his gaze upon Feng Yuxiu, his eyes reflecting deep trepidation, yet also excitement and a yearning for a brighter future. Emotions that suppressed his fear. Hee-young, once heralded as the foremost under the Eastern Star's 5 tigers, grew dissatisfied as the Eastern Star fell under the control of the Crows, leading him to sever ties with them and join Jimmy's Hellion Sheng, where he was promptly granted the title of a Hall leader. He believed that if he could eliminate Feng Yuxiu this time, Jimmy would not forget his loyalty. With this thought in mind, crackling his neck, Hee-young approached Feng Yuxiu, effortlessly dispatching a short thug with a swift stroke of his blade, and advanced towards Feng Yuxiu. I know you, Feng Yuxiu, Hee-young stated coldly as he reached Feng Yuxiu. But I do not know you. Feng Yuxiu smirked contemptuously. Not to worry, soon. When you meet your demise, you will come to know. Hee-young brandished a machete. Feng Yuxiu discarded the wooden plank and beckoned with a finger, come. Let me see what you've got. In the next moment, Hee-young lunged forward with his machete, descending upon Feng Yuxiu's crown, a strike that promised certain death. Even Hee-young was taken aback by how easily his victory seemed to come, as Feng Yuxiu did not evade, clearly intimidated by his own momentum. However, just as the blade was a mere 30 centimeters away from Feng Yuxiu's crown, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Feng Yuxiu gently raised his hand, grasping Hee-young's wrist with the knife, and with a subtle squeeze, Hee-young's joint dislocated, causing the weapon to clatter to the ground. Before Hee-young could comprehend the situation, a fist the size of a sandbag crashed into his face, propelling him into the air like a kite freed from its string, while several yellow teeth tumbled from his mouth mid-flight. At the very moment he hit the ground, Feng Yuxiu's figure appeared, lifting Hee-young's body effortlessly, suspending it in midair. With a swift motion, Feng Yuxiu raised his right foot and brought it down upon Hee-young's body, producing a sickening crack as his spine shattered. The agony contorted Hee-young's face, beads of sweat pouring down as his mouth gaped wide enough to accommodate an egg, emitting pitiful sounds of distress. Simultaneously, he became aware that his lower body had succumbed to numbness. Kill me, just kill me, Hee-young uttered through gritted teeth, enveloped in torment. Feng Yuxiu let out a cold laugh and discarded Hee-young onto the ground, stating, I never kill. With that, he turned and plunged into the throng of people. As for Hee-young, his fate was grim. Amidst such a densely packed crowd, he could have survived, but was instead trampled underfoot by the masses, ultimately meeting a bitter end beneath feet that reeked of filth. One might argue that Hee-young's life was not entirely in vain, as he experienced what most could only dream of. Nearby, Aji displayed a ferocious demeanor, relying on swiftness and brutality. The short blade in his hand appeared almost sentient, inflicting torment upon his foes. It was evident that Aji did not prioritize delivering a fatal blow. Rather, he reveled in the sight of bloodshed. Anyone who dared to confront him found themselves riddled with gaping wounds. Should the great ancestor witness this, Aji would undoubtedly be the prime executor of the Blood Shadow Hall's notorious 3 blades, 6 holes. Chapter 103, Jimmy's Retreat. Wang Bao's betrayal, a dead end. Tony Jia's combat prowess was equally ferocious, his fighting style reminiscent of the formidable Power King, characterized by rapid movements, immense strength, and merciless brutality. A single punch could fell a diminutive foe. None could withstand his onslaught for more than 2 rounds, epitomizing the phrase man stands in the way, man dies. Buddha stands in the way, Buddha dies, rendering him truly invincible. Within a mere span of 10 minutes, the forces of Lianxing and 14K began to exhibit signs of collapse. Though it was not a complete rout, it did not bode well for a situation boasting more than twice the number of Heavenly Gate's forces. They should have been able to endure for 30 minutes, yet they faltered after just 3, significantly affecting the morale of Jimmy's troops. To put it plainly, soldiers possess a morale ratio. Once a certain level of casualties occurs, even specially trained troops may see their spirits wane, especially in the case of the diminutive foes who lacked any conviction. On the surface, there were 4,000 men present, yet many were mere impostors. At the outset, some of the smaller soldiers chose to flee, and within mere minutes, others were terrified into retreat by Feng Yuxiu's bloody tactics. Those who remained steadfast were primarily those loyal to Lianxing and 14K, but even they numbered only a little over 2,000. To summarize, in just over 10 minutes, nearly 1,000 had deserted, with casualties in the hundreds. This staggering casualty rate exceeded 30, deeply impacting morale and unity, sufficient to render a professional force incapable of continuing the fight. The remaining small soldiers were merely lacking in intellect. How can there be such a vast disparity between you? This is a complete and utter annihilation, Miina remarked disdainfully, her tone laced with profound disappointment. With a twofold numerical advantage, to be reduced to such a state incensed her as an investor. This group was undeniably formidable, with most possessing combat skills rivaling those of elite soldiers, each exhibiting the prowess of a special forces operative. Observing from the side, Tyler could not help but comment on Feng Yuxiu and Tony Jia, continuing, in a one-on-one situation. I could hold my ground, but against two, I would surely be defeated. As a seasoned elite under the eight-faced Buddha, Tyler's capabilities were undeniable, a retired special forces operative. He could easily discern that Feng Yuxiu and his companions were formidable adversaries. Otherwise, Jimmy would have long ago been treated like a dog. The title of the eight-faced Buddha's godson held no sway over him, especially considering that Jimmy was merely a pawn in the Buddha's strategy to penetrate the market on Hong Kong Island. So strong? Mina's gaze sharpened with newfound seriousness. But if they are this powerful, why are they here on Hong Kong Island? And why are they mingling within the underworld? Isn't that a gross misapplication of talent? If only they were our people, she lamented. I don't know, Jimmy hastily replied, truthfully admitting his ignorance regarding the source of such elite soldiers, particularly Power King and others, who had already garnered a reputation before the great ancestor made his move against Deng Bo. The dual flower red stick paled in comparison to their prowess. Uncle Tyler, if this continues, we might face defeat, Jimmy began, but hesitated, leaving his statement unfinished. This time, to ensure the absolute acquisition of the Hong Kong market, the eight-faced Buddha provided not only financial backing to Jimmy, but also personnel support. Although these individuals were solely subordinate to Tyler's command, with the prospect of imminent collapse looming, only the intervention of the eight-faced Buddha's men could salvage the situation. Tyler narrowed his eyes, fixating on the unfolding scene, and pondered, there's no need. Let's go to Tsim Sha Sui. In his view, under the current circumstances, persistence served no purpose. The morale of both 14K and Jimmy's men had all but evaporated, with those akin to Hiyong now rendered ineffective. It was wiser to head to Tsim Sha Sui and collaborate with the Hung Hing faction to seize the great ancestor's stronghold there. After such significant losses tonight, they needed to secure at least one crucial venue from Heavenly Gate, or else their efforts would be in vain. All right, Jimmy uttered no further objections, casting a reluctant glance back as he drove away from the scene. With their departure, a complete rout ensued. Demons. A horde of demons. A small soldier, trembling and bloodied, gazed at Feng Yuxiu in terror, collapsing to the ground as a foul liquid seeped from his trousers. Observing this, Feng Yuxiu coldly commanded, leave. It was only due to the great ancestor's orders to avoid fatalities whenever possible. Otherwise, Feng Yuxiu's temperament would have compelled him to crush the man's skull. Before long, both Lianxing and 14K could no longer withstand the pressure. They either chose to flee or plead for mercy, while those who remained steadfast could only be commended for their courage. Without hesitation, Feng Yuxiu and his companions advanced to teach them a lesson in humility. What followed was a scene reminiscent of adults disciplining children. While not life-threatening, losing limbs was not uncommon. Did we really win? Heavenly Gate remains as unstoppable as ever. Beneath the sprawling branches of a grand tree, Shan Guozhong gazed at the scene before him, feeling a sense of numbness wash over him. In their eyes, it was evident that the Heavenly Gate was destined to pay an exorbitant price this time, though not to the extent of annihilation. The sheer scale of the assault would surely be untenable. Yet, contrary to their expectations and the intelligence they had gathered from various locales, the Heavenly Gate not only managed to defend the crucial territory of Mong Kok, but had only ceded a few minor venues. This was an outrageous turn of events. Within the same organization, the disparity was staggering, akin to the vast differences between individuals, some basking in wealth, while others struggled to secure a single meal. Remarkable. Even Ma Jun, who typically refrained from excessive conversation and preferred to resolve matters with his fists, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. The visceral display of prowess exhibited by Feng Yuxiu and his companions not only delivered a visual shock, but also stirred a profound sense of heaviness and exhilaration in the soul. The clash of flesh, the splatter of blood, and the triumph of the few over the many ignited a fervor within Ma Jun's veins. Had it not been for the presence of law enforcement, he would have relished the opportunity to engage in a spirited brawl. Meanwhile, in Causeway Bay, the formidable Li Wang faced the onslaught of Chun Haonan and his group, decisively overpowering them with sheer might. However, no one anticipated the arrival of Wang Bao, who brought with him the entire Wang Bao gang, a force of 1,000 men, plunging the situation into a renewed stalemate. Wang Bao, you are audacious beyond measure to betray Brother Zhu. Li Wang growled through clenched teeth, stepping forth from the crowd to fix a cold gaze upon Wang Bao. Betrayal? What treachery do you speak of? I am merely collaborating with Gao Zhu. Do you truly believe yourselves to be of any significance? Before the eight-faced Buddha, you are nothing. Despite his trepidation at Li Wang's ferocious demeanor, Wang Bao did not show fear. Having licked blood from the blade for many years, he had encountered all manner of adversaries. Moreover, he believed his own martial prowess to be on par with Li Wang's. Let us make this simple, Li Wang. Surrender. If you relinquish this territory, I shall spare your life. Wang Bao continued. Ha ha ha. So, you are in cahoots with Jimmy? Oh no, it's the eight-faced Buddha, Li Wang retorted, clenching his fists and inquiring coolly. Indeed, I have allied with Jimmy. And the eight-faced Buddha has assured me that all debts will be cleared as long as I assist Jimmy. I will also gain the support of the eight-faced Buddha in the future. Wang Bao confessed without hesitation. At this juncture, there was no reason for concealment. Ha ha ha. Those who betray Brother Zhu must die, Li Wang declared through gritted teeth, foregoing any further pleasantries. Kill. With a single stride, Li Wang propelled himself off the ground. Soaring several meters, his singular focus locked onto Wang Bao. As Li Wang bore down upon him with formidable intensity, Wang Bao remained unflinching, exhaling a plume of smoke. Calmly shedding his suit and assuming a defensive posture, Li Wang barreled forward, toppling a series of smaller foes with brute force. After dispatching over a dozen of them, the remaining combatants hesitated, redirecting their attention elsewhere. Their eyes met. Li Wang's eyes glinted with murderous intent, while Wang Bao's demeanor grew more serious. Li Wang, I offer you one final chance. Surrender, or I shall make your existence a living hell. Ha ha ha. Li Wang scoffed, like a descending tiger. His explosive fists aimed directly at Wang Bao. Wang Bao's combat prowess ranked among the elite on Hong Kong Island. His strength and skill set him apart as an exceptional being. It was precisely his formidable capabilities that allowed him to navigate the treacherous waters of Causeway Bay with ease, evading confrontation with the likes of Dongxing and Hongxing. Yet, in the next moment, this innate confidence was ruthlessly shattered by Li Wang's relentless assault. He had intended to exchange blows with Li Wang, but, sensing the ferocity of Li Wang's onslaught, he was compelled to adopt a defensive stance, crossing his arms in an attempt to shield himself. However, the immense force behind Li Wang's strike sent his 100-kilogram frame hurtling several meters away. Had it not been for his training, he would have likely been sent flying. Shaking off the numbness in his arms, Wang Bao's gaze trembled. This single exchange had illuminated the chasm separating his strength from Li Wang's. The opponent's power was terrifying, so fearsome it instilled a sense of dread within him. Truly, the infamous bloodthirsty king of the Underworld possessed formidable prowess. Wang Bao thought to himself while scrutinizing Li Wang, seeking to identify a weakness. Yet, relying solely on this single encounter to ascertain his opponent's vulnerabilities felt rather hasty. Li Wang, with an impassive demeanor, offered no response as he advanced towards Wang Bao, simultaneously channeling the full strength of his body. In the following moment, Wang Bao initiated the clash, and they collided. After more than 10 exchanges, panting heavily, Wang Bao stared incredulously at Li Wang, his expression momentarily vacant. Just moments prior, after several rounds of probing, he had failed to uncover any weaknesses in Li Wang's defenses. In terms of strength, Li Wang was overwhelmingly dominant. A single punch felt as if it could fell a bull. In terms of speed, he was astonishingly agile, swift enough to blur Wang Bao's vision. In terms of martial skill, there were no discernible flaws. The adage of countering one's moves was lost on him. As he found himself perpetually on the defensive, battered and bruised, his legs weak and arms fatigued, his entire body aching. It was abundantly clear that his opponent's overall prowess far exceeded his own. With this realization, even the haughty Wang Bao began to contemplate retreat. The pressure was unbearable. He simply could not withstand it. What is the matter, Wang Bao? Have you lost your nerve? I am far from finished with you, Li Wang remarked, observing the trepidation in Wang Bao's eyes, a smirk playing on his lips. Indeed, Wang Bao possessed some degree of strength. Yet it was merely a trifle in Li Wang's estimation. Allowing his adversary to engage him for multiple exchanges was simply a matter of amusement for Li Wang. Akin to playing with a pet. Play, Wang Bao exclaimed, exasperated. You've nearly beaten me to the point of meeting the Buddha in the afterlife. And you dare call this play? Enough of your insolence, Li Wang interjected, his demeanor shifting as he coldly advanced towards Wang Bao, raising his palm to transform it into a fist, unleashing a powerful strike that sent a gust of wind howling, accompanied by a resounding crack. Wang Bao dropped his cigarette, attempting to raise his arms in defense, but Li Wang's speed was too swift before Wang Bao could react. The iron-like fist collided with his abdomen. Wang Bao's eyes bulged, blood vessels bursting, his mouth agape as he emitted strangled gasps, clearly in excruciating pain. Soon after, his corpulent form could no longer withstand Li Wang's might. He soared through the air like a kite freed from its tether, spewing blood as warm droplets rained down upon the onlookers nearby. Numerous bloodied subordinates were momentarily paralyzed with fear, staring in disbelief at Wang Baofei's airborne body, which plummeted like a balloon towards the ground. After experiencing the flight and a tumultuous fall, Wang Bao crashed against an iron pillar, which pierced through his body. After struggling for a brief moment, he ultimately succumbed to his injuries. The legendary figure of Hong Kong Island met his sorrowful end this very night. He had a promising future ahead, yet alas, greed drove him to madness. The status and treatment bestowed upon him by the emperor were far from inadequate, but he stubbornly refused to embrace humanity. What could the mighty king do? One could only hope that in his next life, Wang Bao would not be so insatiably greedy. Chapter 104. Hongxing Challenges, Sim Sha Sui. Wang Bao's demise instantly garnered considerable attention, while the members of Hongxing remained relatively composed. Those loyal to Wang Bao were in stark contrast, rendered utterly despondent, their spirits dulled. For them, Wang Bao was akin to a deity, guiding them to their current standing with his formidable prowess. His combat abilities were unparalleled. Facing 10 opponents single-handedly posed no challenge for him. Among the esteemed leaders of the Underworld, he undoubtedly ranked as one of the finest. Who among the likes of Luo Tuo, Liang Kuan, or Jiang Tianshan could stand against him in a one-on-one encounter? Yet, this formidable individual had been effortlessly defeated by the king, and the brutality of his death was too horrific to bear. The death of Wang Bao shattered their faith and left them feeling utterly vulnerable. Goodness, these people are far too ferocious. I can't take it anymore. I must return home. My wife is waiting for me. A middle-aged gangster exclaimed angrily, casting aside his machete and turning to leave, moving as lightly as a breeze, without a hint of hesitation. His voice was not loud, but it carried far, prompting others to follow suit and vacate the scene. With their leader gone, what was there left to fight for? After all, one should only risk their life for something of value, right? Witnessing this unfold, Chun Haonan swallowed hard, his eyes filled with terror as he observed the mass exodus. The morale was plummeting. Others were hesitating, questioning the necessity of continuing. Without a moment's pause, Chun Haonan took the lead, sprinting alongside Daitian Air and Shan Ji, while the others, witnessing the death of their leader, chose to surrender without a second thought. Sim Sha Sui, under the leadership of the emperor. Sim Sha Sui had undergone a remarkable transformation. The days of gangsters wreaking havoc and bullying the populace were long gone, with no sign of chaos. The citizens of Sim Sha Sui were thriving, businesses flourishing. However, this night was markedly different. Shops along the bustling streets had shuttered their doors early. In every alley, members of Tianmen were poised and ready for action. The sky was hazy, threatening a torrential downpour at any moment. Nevertheless, such dismal weather could not dampen the resolve of Liang Kuan and his associates. On the main thoroughfare, a mere 100 meters from the Kowloon Group's office, Liang Kuan, alongside Ji Gu, Da Fei, and others, assembled a formidable gathering of over 6,000 individuals. Among them, 4,000 were Hongxing members, while 2,000 hailed from Lianxing and 14K. These individuals were the cream of the crop from various factions, possessing exceptional skills. In truth, they represented the genuine elite of Hongxing. Despite the facade of vast numbers within each gang, fewer than 10,000 could be actively mobilized. The reason was simple. Most members were merely nominal, holding titles without actual involvement unless their personal interests were at stake. A significant portion comprised the Blue Lanterns, the lowest tier within the organization, unbound by any constraints, free to affiliate with whichever gang offered the most. They were mere pawns, eager to follow the highest bidder, without any accountability for their lives or injuries. True gang members were referred to as Jiu Zai, having secured a spot on the organization's roster through rigorous selection. Following them were the Kangxi and Tangzhou ranks. Where is everyone? Could it be that they anticipated our arrival and fled? Da Fei mused, surveying the desolate street, a hint of arrogance in his voice. Ha ha ha, Da Fei. You make a valid point. They must be terrified. Ji Gu chimed in, exhaling a plume of smoke in agreement. Their banter sparked discussions among the surrounding subordinates, easing the previously tense atmosphere. Yao Gu, what is the status with Chun Haonan and Jimmy? Liang Kuan inquired, squinting his eyes with a casual curiosity. He had overheard Ji Gu and Da Fei, but he remained skeptical that the emperor would relinquish his stronghold so easily, especially since Sim Sha Sui was his lifeblood, the Kowloon Group's very foundation. Upon hearing this, Chen Yao leaned closer to Liang Kuan, whispering urgently, they've been defeated. All of them. He had only learned this shocking news half an hour prior, and it left him in a state of disbelief. His own forces had yet to fully converge on Sim Sha Sui, while these two had already faltered, an absurdly brief duration of resistance. What? Liang Kuan's pupils dilated in shock, his voice rising in surprise, prompting Chun Yao to signal for silence. Scanning the area, Liang Kuan noticed his own men boasting, their spirits high, and promptly ushered Chun Yao into a vehicle. Checking the time, he exclaimed in frustration, how could this happen? Are they mocking me? They couldn't even hold out for half an hour? What a disgrace. How could they be so incompetent? Seeing Liang Kuan's agitation, Chun Yao quickly remarked. According to Jimmy and Chun Haonan, The king and Feng Yuxiu, the emperor's most trusted lieutenants, are with them. Just as we suspected, the emperor desires everything, dispersing his forces across various regions, which is why Jimmy's team was unable to secure a victory. This leaves us a monumental opportunity, especially since Jimmy and Chun Haonan are already en route to our location. Upon hearing this, Liang Kuan's eyes flickered with realization. Chun Yao's reasoning seemed quite compelling. Just then, the synchronized sound of marching footsteps echoed from the end of the street, a dark mass approaching, reminiscent of a formidable army, exuding an aura of impending conflict. Their eyes glinting with murderous intent. These were the members of Tianmen, having passed through a rigorous selection process. They were required to undergo strict training to strip away any vestiges of the underworld. Such discipline was fundamental. As for loyalty, it was a non-issue. No interest could sway the hearts of men unless the remuneration was inadequate. The emperor's compensation was as competitive as that of white-collar workers in Hong Kong, unmatched among the various gangs. Other factions simply could not afford to sustain such a sizable force. Thus, their loyalty had been effectively secured by the emperor. In the next moment, the street was filled with a throng of people. The two sides faced each other, a palpable tension crackling in the air, with the potential for explosive conflict lingering at any moment. They were here. In the car, Chen Yao offered a reminder. Let's keep what is happening on Jimmy's side under wraps for now. Liang Kuan nodded in agreement and stepped out of the vehicle. After taking a cursory glance around, he noted that the forces of Gao Zhu numbered only around 2,000, which elicited laughter from Liang Kuan and his companions. They had invested considerable effort in their strategy to primarily target Simsha Sui, fearing that Gao Zhu would station a large contingent of personnel there. Thus, they had made a grand display of mobilizing their forces in Causeway Bay, Mong Kok, and various other areas, hoping to create the illusion for Gao Zhu that they had no intention of attacking Simsha Sui. Indeed, Gao Zhu had fallen for the ruse. Brother Kuan, it's all thanks to your astute calculations. You were absolutely right. Brother Ji, the wallflower, immediately praised him with a thumbs up. With only over 2,000 opponents compared to their own 6,000, despite the renowned bravery of the Tianmen's men, how could they possibly lose? One spit from each of their mouths could drown the adversary. All right, let us stay focused. The Tianmen people are not to be underestimated. Liang Kuan remained unfazed by the flattery from Ji and the others, knowing full well that Gao Zhu was formidable, until they had secured Simsha Sui. Any talk was futile. At that moment, Gao Zhu, accompanied by Gao Jin, Luo Tianhong, and a Gue, approached from the building. Brother Zhu, the surrounding underlings respectfully greeted, their voices resonating in unison. Upon seeing Gao Zhu, many gazes turned towards him, filled with envy. Gao Zhu had become a legend across the entire Hong Kong island, a commercial and financial genius, and the leader of Tianmen, embodying their aspirations. Who wouldn't want to be like Gao Zhu? He was indeed a model for their generation, not merely in words. However, sometimes these younger brothers felt trapped. Many wished to ally with Gao Zhu and Tianmen, but entry required rigorous selection. One could not simply walk in. Moreover, the most critical aspect was that they were all listed in the gang's roster. Switching to Tianmen would invite reprisals, putting their families, lovers, and relatives at risk. If it were just an individual, one might dare to take the gamble, but who would risk the lives of their entire family? Soon, Gao Zhu arrived at the midpoint between the two camps. He lit a cigarette, casually surveying the scene, his gaze landing on Liang Kuan. With a light chuckle, he remarked, Liang Kuan, it's been a while. Now that you're at the helm, you've changed quite a bit. Haven't you? Swapping your red leather jacket for a suit. Truly a sight to behold. Hearing this, Liang Kuan's expression darkened slightly. He was well aware that Gao Zhu was alluding to his involvement in the death of Jiang Tianxing and Luo Tuo, a fact he dared not acknowledge. Knowing he was equally complicit, Gao Zhu, surrender. Should you choose to do so, the position of Hongxing's leader is readily available to you. I assure you, you will not be treated poorly. Let us grow strong together and achieve greatness. What do you say? Liang Kuan replied with a smile. Hongxing? Huh. You cannot afford to worship this Buddha. Gao Zhu scoffed. Simsha Sui is not a place you can trample upon at will. If you wish to survive, I suggest you leave. Ha ha. Gao Zhu, do you truly believe you are the mightiest on Hong Kong Island? In the face of Hongxing, there is no ground we cannot tread upon. Simsha Sui will be ours tonight. Liang Kuan retorted boldly. When out in the world, maintaining face and momentum is paramount. So he would not show weakness. Gao Zhu chuckled lightly and coldly declared, words are futile. Attack. With no further ado, Gao Jin led the charge, his men rushing forward with fervor. Faced with Liang Kuan's 6,000, their eyes radiated not fear, but an unquenchable thirst for battle. Such fervor was undoubtedly a product of the allure of wealth. For every person killed, Gao Zhu rewards 100,000. For every injury inflicted, the reward is 10,000. If you can take down an opponent of the rank of a Hall Master, the reward multiplies tenfold. Under such enticing incentives, who could withstand the temptation? They were all on the brink of madness. It was no exaggeration to say that a single battle tonight could make one a millionaire by tomorrow, or even a multimillionaire. Kill, brothers. The wealth is right before our eyes. In the crowd, Jiao and Long shouted to deepen the resolve of the others. My goodness. These people have such a fierce spirit. Truly the Tian men. Brother Ji blinked in astonishment, retreating a step in fear. He certainly would not charge into such a fray. Such scenes were for the younger brothers to engage in. As a Hall Master, he would not partake. Brother Ji, if you can't speak wisely, you might as well say less. Are you not raising others' spirits while diminishing your own? Fat Lai disdainfully picked his nose. What did you say? I merely spoke the truth. Look at them, clad in suits, all uniformed in rebar. Their aura is extraordinary. And then look at our people, he continued, noting how some among them were poorly equipped, with a few wielding rolling pins. Are those wielding rolling pins even your men? Fat Lai, you're being too stingy. I remember your newspaper was quite profitable. Can't you at least present a better image for Hongxing? Brother Ji launched into a tirade, dripping with condescension. And you have the audacity to criticize me? Have you taken a good look at your own men? Fat Lai retorted, his frustration boiling over. Enough, both of you. Liang Kuan turned around and shot them a glare. At times, he truly wished to expel the two from the gang, as they were merely occupying space without contributing. Although both were Hall Masters of Hongxing, their overall strength paled in comparison to some of the more insignificant members of the gang. Unfortunately, both were veterans, and without just cause, he could not cast them out. Nevertheless, their words had indeed left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. In terms of attire, his men were, without a doubt, inferior to those of Tian men. Even the 14K gang members outshone them. But what could he do? Although Hongxing had funds, they were needed for various operational expenses and could not be squandered on outfitting every member with a suit, especially when the cheapest suit started at 1,000 and could easily run into the millions. It would be wiser to save that money for his own account. At the same time, the two factions crossed the 50-meter mark and clashed. The spectacle was grand, shouts echoing, the tension palpable, shaking the entire street as if an earthquake had occurred. A fight of several hundred people created a tremendous visual impact, and with the main thoroughfare packed with bodies. But for the uniformed Tianmen members, the likelihood of friendly fire would have been high. Chapter 105, The Fierce Clash. Gao Jin's ferocity. Gao Zhu merely observed the scene with a calm demeanor, confident in his invincibility. Having dominated Hong Kong Island for so long, without a single defeat, he believed this encounter would be no different. TSK, as expected of Gao Zhu, never showing an ounce of fear. Facing 6,000 opponents, he remains unfazed, truly admirable. In a nearby loft, Wu Jiwei leaned against the windowsill, staring down at the unfolding scene, utterly dumbfounded. It is truly a magnificent sight. Having been the elder brother for so many years, I have never witnessed such a spectacular scene. In films, one cannot capture such moments. Particularly, the demeanor of the men from Tianmen is intimidating. Just a glance instills fear, each one of them exuding an aura of fearless determination. Their ambition is palpable, reminiscent of elite warriors from ancient times. In terms of sheer presence, they utterly eclipse the forces of Liang Kuan. Now you understand why I have refrained from avenging you, don't you? You have never witnessed the might of Tianmen. I was beaten out of Mongkok by them. I have personally witnessed the Crow's discourse after the annihilation of the number 1 gang. Recently, when Tianmen clashed with Dongxing, C2 Haonan and his companions suffered significant losses, leaving them quite displeased. After the camel's funeral concluded, when the Crow ascended to power, they demanded that he retaliate against Tianmen. However, he advocated for restraint, contrary to the wishes of C2 Haonan and his companions. They were all acutely aware of this discontent. The scene before them presented an undeniable opportunity to validate his strategic prowess. How could he let it slip away? Crow, we misjudged you, Wu Jiwei said with a resigned smile. Indeed, I thought you were cowardly. It turns out Tianmen is formidable, C2 Haonan remarked, his voice trembling with emotion. It is no exaggeration to say that Tianmen's mere 3,000 men could easily annihilate both his and the Crow's factions. After all, they are not even in the same league. That said, until the outcome is revealed, who can predict tonight's victor? It is crucial to note that they are outnumbered 2-1. Lei Yaoyang stated casually. Shall we place a wager? The Crow proposed with a grin. On what terms? Wu Jiwei inquired, turning to the Crow with curiosity. Quite simple. We bet on who will triumph, with a stake of 1 million. The Crow declared, eager to alleviate the tension. Very well, I wager on Liang Kuan's victory. Lei Yaoyang replied without hesitation. In his perception, the Hongxing faction is the most powerful gang in the entire harbor. There is a widely circulated rumor that Hongxing produces fighters, Dongxing produces the elite, and Lianxing produces the finest. This implies that Hongxing excels in combat, and indeed, they have carved their path through sheer force. This is a testament to the exceptional nature of Hongxing members. And you? Who do you wager on? The crow asked, fixing his gaze on C2 Haonan and his companions. Although they held a favorable view of Tianmen, they were aware that Lei's judgment had always been the most astute among them. So C2 Haonan eventually conceded, I will also bet on Hongxing. He hesitated briefly before making his decision. Gaozu always emphasized quality over quantity, while they prioritize sheer numbers. He believes there is no problem that cannot be solved through manpower. As the saying goes, unity is strength, allowing them to survive in society. Especially for their faction, which started with nothing, they dance on the edge of a blade, in essence. They are a group of individuals willing to risk their lives. The distinction between 3,000 risking their lives and 6,000 doing so is a completely different concept. I shall refrain from participating. 1 million is enough to support a few ladies for me. Wu Juwei promptly declined the wager, aware that among them, his overall strength was the weakest, and he did not wish to lose a fortune. I will. 1 million. At that moment, a woman seated in a chair spoke up. I wager 1 million on Tianmen. This woman, cold as ice, radiated an air of haughty disdain. She was none other than Xie Peizhi, the leader of Dongxing's 10 water spirits. The 10 water spirits include Xie Peizhi, Wushang, Luoyang, Qiqiao, Zhaba, Jiumei, Hengmei, Shangtian, Changsan, and Sihai, totaling 10 individuals. They are all subordinates of Water Spirit, the former lover of the camel, who has long since passed. Upon hearing the news of the camel's demise, the 10 water spirits hastily returned from the Netherlands. The crow, not one to be stingy, appointed them as hall masters. Each of them has their own moniker, with Xie Peizhi being known as the Rouge Tiger. Very well, the crow replied with a slight smile, I wager on Tianmen. The winner shall pay the other 1 million. Agreed. Lei Yaoyang chuckled, confident that he would secure that 1 million tonight. Meanwhile, Changsan and the others remained disinterested in the crow's wager, their attention fixated on the unfolding scene below. Wow, your harbor truly is brimming with talent, exclaimed Jiumei, captivated by the group of men in suits. Especially the man with slick back hair. He is so handsome, so cool, and so masculine. Truly my dream man. She covered her mouth, staring intently at Gao Jin, utterly smitten. The crow and the others were drawn to Jiumei's words, moving to the window to gaze down. In the next moment, they all gasped in astonishment. The impeccably dressed men of Tianmen were ferociously formidable. Each one could easily take on multiple opponents. Their fighting style exhibited a deep level of training, showcasing not only technique, but also precision aimed at striking vital points, leaving the Hongxing members caught off guard. Meanwhile, the Hongxing members, though equally valiant, fought with reckless abandon, relying solely on brute force. Nonetheless, they were not without their advantages. When unable to win in one-on-one encounters, they resorted to 2-on-1 or 3-on-1 tactics, leveraging their numbers to mount group assaults. Thus, both sides developed their own fighting styles amid the fray. However, fate is often unpredictable. Suddenly, an 18-foot-tall Tianmen member faced off against 3 Hongxing fighters. Instead of displaying fear, he appeared somewhat exhilarated, for by defeating these 3, he stood to gain a reward of 30,000. Wang Li, you killed my brother. Today I shall fight you to the death. And fear not, should you fall. I will take care of your wife. I've heard she is the beauty of your village. I wonder what she is like. I can hardly wait. One young Hongxing fighter, brandishing a machete, glared menacingly at Wang Li. The strategy of attacking the mind first, aiming to provoke the opponent into losing their composure and revealing a fatal flaw, is a common tactic in their confrontations. Yet, they overestimated themselves and underestimated the man known as Wang Li. Indeed, Wang Li was furious, yet his reason remained intact. He was confident he could handle the 3 of them. With such confidence, he could not possibly lose, especially with the fighting techniques imparted by Gao Jin and the others. Wang Matzi, today you are doomed, Wang Li declared, stepping forward with a rebar in hand, charging toward the trio. The other 2 Hongxing fighters immediately surrounded Wang Li, and a brawl ensued. Wang Matzi smirked, waiting for the opportune moment to thrust his machete forward. However, in the next second, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Wang Li smashed the rebar against one Hongxing fighter's forehead, swiftly followed by a kick that sent another lowly fighter flying. In the same motion, he turned and struck Wang Matzi's machete with the rebar, the immense force causing Wang Matzi to lose his grip. As the machete clattered to the ground, Wang Li raised the rebar once more, bringing it down heavily upon Wang Matzi's skull. Ah! Wang Matzi let out a heart-wrenching scream, blood streaming down his entire face as he crumpled to the ground, clutching his head in agony, while desperately pleading for mercy. I'm sorry, brotherly. Please, Grandpa, I was wrong. I beg you, do not kill me. I have elderly to care for, and children to support, and my father and your father were once. Wang Matzi was about to launch into a tale of brotherhood, but to his dismay, Wang Li did not even lift his gaze. The silver rebar continued to rain down relentlessly, and with each brutal strike, Wang Matzi's cries of despair gradually weakened. You think you're worthy to lay a finger on my wife? Damn it! Spit! Trash! Wang Li glared at the barely breathing Wang Matzi and spat disdainfully, not forgetting to stomp on him a few times. A similar scene unfolded amidst the crowd. The martial world is a tight-knit circle where many are acquainted with one another. And of course, with such connections come feuds. This time, it was not merely a conflict between the major factions like Tianmin and Hongxing, but also an opportunity for them to settle their scores. Under normal circumstances, killing an opponent would lead to serious repercussions, discussions of compensation, and such. But in the current situation, they were unconcerned about the consequences, for each had their own organization backing them. Meanwhile, Gao Jin, like a perpetual motion machine, wielded his weapon with swift precision, leaving Hongxing members sprawled on the ground, truly embodying the phrase killing those who stand in the way, be they man or Buddha. The surrounding Hongxing thugs were awestruck by Gao Jin's formidable presence and overwhelming strength, exchanging apprehensive glances but too intimidated to advance. Gao Jin merely cast a glance at the rebar in his hand before discarding it. Indeed, faced with Hongxing members wielding sharp blades, he opted for unarmed combat. At that moment, a member of Hongxing who had just dispatched one of their own spotted Gao Jin tossing aside the rebar and charged at him with a fierce blade, its edge glinting ominously. If it struck, it would surely inflict grave harm. Gao Jin smirked slightly, and just as the knife was about to descend, he executed a flying kick that landed squarely in the chest of the Hongxing thug, sending him crashing into the crowd behind. The power of that kick was no trifling matter, and the momentum propelled him into several onlookers, injuring at least 7 or 8 more. The Hongxing thug who had been kicked was dazed and coughing up blood, likely not far from meeting his maker. Gao Jin retracted his striking leg, focusing on delivering a simple yet brutal performance. This display sent shockwaves through the onlookers, who instinctively recoiled. Gao Jin surveyed the scene and, after fixing his slightly disheveled hair, charged forward. This was merely the beginning. He had yet to warm up. In no time, Gao Jin swiftly approached a Hongxing thug and delivered a powerful punch to his face, resulting in several teeth flying out before the thug collapsed, showcasing the vigor of youth. Following that, Gao Jin swiftly dispatched multiple Hongxing members with ease, akin to slicing through vegetables in a legendary game, one blow for each adversary. His overwhelming prowess left everyone stunned, jaws dropped in disbelief, as if they could fit an egg in their mouths. This scene drastically shattered their perceptions, particularly for some of Hongxing's lower-ranking members, who stared in disbelief, utterly terrified. Hongxing had a reputation for being formidable, yet before Gao Jin and his allies, they appeared alarmingly fragile, suffering humiliation both physically and psychologically. They felt as though they were mere playthings. How ironic that they had previously taken pride in being part of Hongxing. Simultaneously, Jiao Wenlong was not idle, engaging multiple Hongxing thugs. Although his overall combat prowess was not as terrifying as Gao Jin's, he was still a cut above the likes of Wang Li. The Hongxing members he battled were left panting for breath. The most ferocious and attention-grabbing was Luo Tianhong, wielding his sword with ferocity, slaying anyone in his path, be they man or deity, focusing purely on the thrill of combat. Under the guidance of Gao Jin and others, Luo Tianhong's strength had seen a tremendous enhancement. Not long ago, brimming with confidence, Luo Tianhong challenged Gao Zhu to a duel, only to be swiftly taught a lesson with a single slap, leaving him utterly disoriented. What the hell? How are these people so fierce? Damn it, are they even human? Aren't you Hongxing supposed to be the most formidable gang in the harbor? Why are you so pathetic? Can't even withstand a single punch. Damn it. A member of 14K, witnessing Luo Tianhong sever a Hongxing thug's fingers with a single stroke, trembled in fury as he berated the nearby Hongxing members. What the hell are you saying? You 14K folks are supposed to be tough. Yet all I see is you hiding in the corners, while I don't even want to mention you, and you dare to act high and mighty. A bunch of worthless pretenders. Get lost. You think you can collaborate with us? Hell no. At some point during the fray, tensions flared among their ranks. Enough. Is this really the time for infighting? Shouted Defei, wielding his blade, drenched in sweat as he approached, glaring coldly at everyone. With Defei's admonition, the group fell silent. Though not a leader within Hongxing, Defei was among the elite in their ranks, a top-tier figure among the 6,000 members. He held significant authority in life and death matters. While the 14K members were indeed arrogant, they still dared not offend Hongxing. The group soon re-engaged in battle. The fighting continued. Chapter 106. The Unpredictable Turn of Events. A reunion between Jimmy and Gao Zhu. Time passed swiftly, and the skirmish reached a pivotal moment. The Hongxing members, who had initially relied on their numerical superiority, began to show signs of collapse. Across the street, although many were still embroiled in combat, a portion was discreetly seeking an escape. After all, these lowly thugs were merely there to make up the numbers, more accustomed to flaunting at nightclubs and bars than facing real danger. Yet, confronted with the lethal onslaught from Tianmen, they were acutely aware of the peril they faced. And fear began to creep in. Gao Jin, Luo Tianhong, and the others fought like gods of war, mercilessly dispatching anyone in their path, embodying sheer brutality. They were simply beyond the capability of the Hongxing members to contend with. Glancing at the ground, the moaning figures were predominantly from Hongxing. While the scene had not devolved into a river of blood, the pungent scent of gore was undeniably strong. A rough estimate revealed that in just over 20 minutes, Hongxing had suffered over 30 casualties, with an astonishingly high casualty rate. Even under such dire circumstances, Hongxing managed to hold on, but had it been any other faction, they would have crumbled long ago. Yet, no matter how resilient they were, it was only a matter of time before they fell before Tianmen. Not far off, the leaders, led by Liang Kuan, were observing the chaos unfold. This can't go on. I wonder if Chun Haonan and Jimmy have arrived yet. They're so damn slow. Fat Li exhaled a cloud of smoke, anxiously glancing at his watch. The scene before him had far exceeded his expectations. Logically, with a disparity of numbers doubling in their favor, the opposing side should have faltered by now. Yet, the reality was that the members of Tianmen fought with increasing fervor, seemingly unaware of fatigue. In stark contrast, those from Hongxing, under the relentless pressure from Gao Jin and his cohorts, were suffering casualties and fatalities, with many fleeing the battlefield. If this continued, it seemed inevitable that Hongxing would crumble. It was only due to their numerical advantage that they had been emboldened, under equal conditions. Defeat would likely have been a foregone conclusion. At this moment, Brother Ji and the others remained silent. It was a critical juncture, and a retreat would render their efforts futile. Given the scale of this confrontation, anything less than a flawless outcome would spell disaster for Hongxing. Ling Kuan, meanwhile, fixed his gaze intently ahead, his fingers trembling slightly around the cigarette. He recognized Tianmen's strength, but had not anticipated them to be this formidable. It was utterly outrageous. He had witnessed the entire ordeal firsthand, and it was evident that Tianmen's assault on the 6,000 men he had brought was a crushing blow of a different dimension. Nevertheless, he understood that failure tonight was not an option. It would jeopardize his standing within Hongxing and, more critically, his life. The potential repercussions of defeat, including retribution from Gaozu, were terrifying to contemplate. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Ling Kuan felt a surge of anxiety as he glanced across the battlefield. Spotting Gaozu seated leisurely in a high-backed chair, sipping tea and exhaling wisps of smoke while observing the chaos with a detached amusement. This serene demeanor only heightened Ling Kuan's unease. Suddenly, Gaozu's eyes met Ling Kuan's, and in that moment of intense eye contact, a profound atmosphere enveloped them. The contrast between Gaozu's calmness and Ling Kuan's frantic dread was stark. Particularly, Gaozu's gaze, though unremarkable, struck a chord of trepidation within Ling Kuan. At that moment, Wu Yi arrived with C2 Haonan and other prominent figures from Dongxing. Ling Kuan and his companions immediately became vigilant. After all, no one wished for an unwelcome interloper at such a critical time. Just as Brother Ji was about to inquire, Wu Yi ignored them entirely and strode directly towards Gaozu. This blatant disregard incited furious exclamations from Brother Ji and the others. Wu Yi, if you dare to interfere, I will obliterate Dongxing. Gaozu turned to Wu Yi with a slight smile. Go fetch some chairs, he commanded. Yi Qiu and Ni Yongxiao promptly went to the Julong group and quickly returned with over 10 chairs. Thank you. Wu Yi smiled graciously. You are Xiapeji? Gaozu assessed her with satisfaction, noting her striking presence and figure, which matched the allure of a comic book heroine. Truly captivating. Indeed, Gaozu. And I possess many more talents. Shall we indulge in some entertainment together? Xiapeji elegantly suggested. Perhaps another time. Today is rather hectic. Gaozu replied with a chuckle. Wu Yi, should I summon my people? He continued, aware that Wu Yi was not merely there to observe the spectacle. He had brought along some Dongxing members with clear intentions of seizing a share of the action. However, given the current circumstances, aiming for a profit seemed somewhat unrealistic. Wu Yi, not daring to offend Gaozu for the sake of meager gains, understood that while the allure of wealth was enticing, one must also consider the cost of life. Are you genuinely here to assist? Gaozu inquired, his gaze fixed on Wu Yi, his tone indifferent. Of course, Gaozu. Although we have our grievances, they are minor in comparison. I am more inclined to support you and wish to see you victorious. Wu Yi declared, promptly making his intentions clear. Very well, let your people come forth. Gaozu acquiesced, fully aware that Wu Yi's motivations were self-serving. However, he decided to humor Wu Yi, allowing him to feel as though he was doing a favor. Wu Yi immediately pulled out his mobile phone. Dialing his subordinate Fei Shi, bring your men over to strike at Hongxing. and ensure those prepared take control of the Hongxing territory. Although Hongxing was not completely mobilized, his intelligence indicated that most of its key leaders, aside from the relatively friendly prince and 13th sister, were absent. Such an opportunity was too precious for Wu Ye to let slip by. This was a chance for Dongxing to exact revenge while also reaping substantial rewards. After hanging up, Wu Ye turned to Gao Zhu with gratitude. Thank you, Gao Zhu. In truth, without Gao Zhu's consent, he would not have dared to act against Hongxing on such a grand scale. If Tianmin triumphed over Hongxing, it would mean that in the near future, Tianmin would retaliate against Hongxing, and any territory seized without Gao Zhu's approval would also fall under Tianmin's wrath. This consideration was precisely why he had sought out Gao Zhu personally. Do not worry, the island does not belong to me alone. We shall share the spoils. Gao Zhu responded with a smile. The prowess of your men is truly remarkable. Attacking Hongxing is as effortless as slicing through vegetables, Wu Ye remarked, a hint of admiration in his voice. Xia Peizhi tossed her hair back, clearly astonished at the ferocity displayed by Gao Jin and his associates. The world was never short of talent and strength. In ordinary gangs, having even one or two strong individuals was impressive, yet Dongxing had only a handful. In contrast, Tianmin's ranks, even beyond Gao Jin, comprised individuals of extraordinary capability, each fearless and reckless. Indeed, while Tianmin has seen its share of casualties, she had just witnessed one of their fallen pulling down several Hongxing members with him, a clear indication of their madness. The adage rings true, the soft fear the hard fear the reckless, and the reckless fear the insane. Just standard procedure, nothing to concern ourselves with, Gao Zhu remarked lightly. Enjoy this splendid nocturnal spectacle. With that, he directed his gaze back to the fray, uninterested in elaborating further. Simply put, in the impending unification of the underworld, if Dongxing behaved wisely, individuals like Wu Ye could survive. If not, they would meet their demise. In the face of self-interest, Gao Zhu had little faith in human nature, especially with Wu Ye and his ilk, who were nothing more than opportunists. All human actions are ultimately calculated outcomes of weighing benefits and risks. At that moment, Jimmy arrived with Tyler and several hundred of his own men. Shortly thereafter, Chun Haonan also made his entrance with a similar contingent. After exchanging a few words with Ling Kuan and the others, Jimmy led his crew into the battlefield, subsequently bringing Ling Kuan and his group before Gao Zhu and the others. Upon encountering the presence of the Crow and his associates, Jimmy's expression soured considerably. Initially, their chances of successfully encircling Tianmin were significantly higher. However, with the information having leaked, it was akin to revealing their cards, compounded by the absence of Dongxing as an ally. Crow, are you here to assist us? Jimmy inquired immediately. Not at all. We merely came to witness the spectacle. After all, this is the first time such a large-scale conflict has unfolded on our Hong Kong island, and Dongxing has come to observe. Crow elucidated. Very well, Jimmy responded, shifting his gaze to Gao Zhu. Gao Zhu, it has been a long time, he said with a faint smile. Indeed, it has been quite a while, Gao Zhu replied coolly. Gao Zhu, surrender now. There is no need to incur further casualties. If you yield, I shall grant you clemency. Let bygones be bygones. You may continue with your Kowloon group, while I attend to my flower market. A harmonious arrangement benefits us all. Jimmy promptly laid forth his terms. Truly, you are a loyal hound of the eight-faced Buddha. Speaking with such bravado, Gao Zhu rose, speaking in a nonchalant manner. Hearing this, Jimmy clenched his teeth, a murderous glint igniting in his eyes. So, it seems there is no room for negotiation? Negotiation? Of course, there is room for that. Gao Zhu exhaled a puff of smoke, tauntingly stating, you shall kneel before me and bow your head 3 times. Then, bark like a dog 3 times. Afterward, take your people and leave. I shall treat tonight's events as if they never occurred. How do you find this proposition? As his words fell, the previously nonchalant crowd grew alarmed. Even Crow and his companions were taken aback. Come on, buddy, such an outrageous demand. Do you truly dare to propose that? Jimmy, representing the eight-faced Buddha on Hong Kong Island, held a noble status. To demand Jimmy to bow and bark was tantamount to slapping the eight-faced Buddha in the face. Even if Jimmy were willing, he would not dare comply. In essence, should Jimmy bow, he would not see the dawn of the next day. Gao Zhu, do not be so arrogant. Jimmy is the godson of our Buddha. I advise you to watch your tone. Taylor interjected, stepping forward to deliver a cold warning before Jimmy could speak. The eight-faced Buddha? A coward who does not even dare to show his face, pretending to be grand before me? Gao Zhu retorted icily. The entire southeast region is well acquainted with the name of the eight-faced Buddha, yet none know his visage. He typically delegates interactions to subordinates, never meeting face to face. Even when he does, it is through a curtain, cultivating an air of enigma, yet in truth, it is merely cowardice, a fear of exposure. Should his true identity be revealed, his enemies would likely dig up even the graves of the eight-faced Buddha. This was his greatest dread. You scoundrel! Upon witnessing Gaozu's insult toward his elder brother, Taylor erupted, drawing a large black star and aiming it at Gaozu's head. The atmosphere in the vicinity became instantly tense. Crow and his companions wore varied expressions. Individuals like Liang Kuan secretly wished Taylor would shoot Gaozu dead, thereby concluding this farce without any repercussions. Oh dear, Uncle Taylor. What are you doing? Stand down. How can one conduct business amidst violence? At that moment, Mianna stepped forward from the crowd, gazing intently at Taylor. Upon hearing her, Taylor reluctantly lowered his weapon. While Jimmy was insignificant, Mianna was not to be trifled with. Brother, I am Mianna, daughter of the eight-faced Buddha. I apologize for any offense during our visit to Hong Kong Island. However, we come bearing sincerity. The market here is vast, and no one can monopolize it entirely. I understand you do not trade in flour, but I perceive that it is simply a matter of insufficient profit for you. If you are willing to collaborate with us, I can offer you the most favorable terms. While others sell flour for 10,000, I can provide it to you for 8,000. You may rest assured of our capabilities. We supply 40% of the flour market in the entire southeast region, and we can match the standards of Hong Kong Island. Let us shake hands in peace and cooperate to earn dollars, a win-win for all. Immediately thereafter, Mianna approached Gaozu, tilting her head and gazing up at him with enchanting eyes. She then leaned closer to his ear, softly whispering, "If you agree, I could be entirely yours. And you would become the son-in-law of the eight-faced Buddha, second only to him in power. Furthermore, I can hand Jimmy over to you, and you may deal with him as you wish. Such a capable and handsome man as you. I trust you would not refuse, would you?" Chapter 107. The Might of the Tian Men. Hee. Gaozu suddenly chuckled coldly, wrapping his arms around Mianna and whispering in her ear, "You are but a mere girl. How dare you presume to offer yourself?" Mianna, taken aback, looked at Gaozu with a hint of panic. How did he uncover her secret? This was confidential information known only to a select few of the eight-faced Buddha as confidants. Just as she was about to inquire further, Gaozu released the young lady. "Should any harm befall her here, we will eradicate you and everyone in your vicinity. Test me if you dare," Taylor warned sharply. "Do you wish to die?" Gaozu shot a cold glance at him. A mere Siamese dared to act grand before him. "All right, Uncle Taylor, Gaozu means no harm. Please refrain from speaking further." Mianna urgently interjected. "Begone. The battlefield reveals true strength." Gaozu pushed Mianna aside, fixing his icy stare upon Taylor. He recognized that Taylor wielded the most influence and was likely the true orchestrator of the situation, while Jimmy was merely a pawn. "You shall pay dearly for your arrogance." Taylor's expression darkened as he retorted, assisting Mianna in departing. The atmosphere grew peculiar, and Liang Kuan and the others did not dare make a sound. Closely following Jimmy's lead in leaving, Taylor escorted Mianna to the car, surveying the conflict scene. While both sides were exchanging blows, the momentum was clearly lacking on the Hongxing side. Meanwhile, Brother Ji and others observed from the sidelines, which displeased him greatly. He then summoned Liang Kuan, Jimmy, and the leaders of the 14K group, including the dual flower red sticks of Chun, to the vehicle. "This battle is of utmost importance. I expect your full commitment. I can promise you an additional 2,000 in cash. However, I require all your men to engage in the fray and bring in anyone you can." Taylor promptly laid down his conditions. This was the first time the eight-faced Buddha openly declared his intention to penetrate the Hong Kong market. Success was imperative. Failure could cost him his life. "Of course, no problem," Liang Kuan replied with a smile, agreeing and subsequently exiting the vehicle to rally Brother Ji and the others to join the fight. Although Brother Ji and the others were displeased, the lure of profit spurred them on. Indeed, as Brother Ji and his men joined the fray, the morale of the Hongxing faction surged dramatically. Meanwhile, Chun and Jimmy also exited the vehicle, leading their trusted aides into the battle. At the same time, the formidable figures such as Li Wang and Feng Yuxiu arrived in luxurious vehicles, cutting straight through the crowd with no superfluous words. Each one akin to a wild horse unleashed, exhibiting an extraordinary ferocity. Both sides exerted their utmost strength, bringing the scene to a critical juncture, rife with intensity. The onlookers, including the crows, were left utterly astounded. Such cinematic effects could never be replicated in film. Meanwhile, Gaozu sat quietly sipping his tea, exuding unwavering confidence in Gao Jin and the others. What are the numbers? He had always maintained that it is not the quantity of men that matters, but rather their quality. A single capable individual can match the strength of 10, even 100. Kill. Do not fear. We are numerous, and reinforcements are on the way. Everyone, hold your ground. This battle must end in victory, not defeat. Upon noticing his subordinates trembling before Gao Jin, unable to steady their weapons, Chun Haonan spoke up decisively. He then led by example, brandishing a machete as he surrounded Gao Jin with over 10 of his men. He is already exhausted. Onward. Brother Nan is right. Kill. A few Hongxing members exchanged glances, fearlessly charging forward. Just as Gao Jin prepared to counter, a robust voice interrupted, gripping his shoulder and coldly asserting, "Let me handle this. I have yet to unleash my full potential." In the past half hour, Gao Jin had already dispatched countless foes. Although he was not completely drained, he bore some wounds. After all, knives and swords are blind, and being besieged by so many was no trivial matter. It was only upon noticing Gao Jin's injuries that Li Wang stepped forward. Gao Jin nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he turned to plunge into another fray. In the moment it took for Li Wang to nod, he executed a side kick that sent a Hong Xing member flying, colliding into those behind him. This spectacle drew deep breaths from many onlookers. After all, a similar scene had just unfolded with Gao Jin, who had barely been worn down when another powerhouse appeared. You are the Blood King," a Hong Xing member exclaimed in terror, immediately fleeing the scene. Like Gao Jin and his companions, Li Wang was already a formidable name in the underworld. But his reputation resonated much louder due to the brutality that validated his title as the Blood King. To put it plainly, while Gao Jin and his comrades might show restraint, Li Wang would not. He was a true god of slaughter. Legends in the underworld whispered that the Hong Xing prince was unworthy to even carry Li Wang's shoes. Chen Haonan, feeling the weight of Li Wang's prowess, anxiously gripped his samurai sword, fully aware of his strength, having been schooled just moments earlier in Copper Lantern Bay, where his chest still throbbed with pain. He instinctively clutched his chest, deciding to retreat to another location. This was not the time for bravado. If he could evade, he must. Observing Chen Haonan's retreat, Li Wang smirked disdainfully and fixed his gaze on Defei, striding toward him. In combat, beyond sheer strength, it was primarily the aura that mattered, and without a doubt, Li Wang's presence was unparalleled. Defei, seeing Li Wang's focused attention, gritted his teeth and charged forward, only to have a steel rod sent crashing into his blade, sending it flying from his grasp. Defei stood aghast, filled with dread, and as he contemplated fleeing, Li Wang seized him, lifting him off the ground. I have longed to kill you," Li Wang mocked. Among the Hong Xing, Defei was the one he despised most. Not only did Defei's disheveled appearance repulse him, but his tone and demeanor were also intolerable. Defei's face flushed with rage, desperate to retort, yet words escaped him. In the next instant, with a sharp crack, Li Wang snapped his neck. He then discarded Defei's lifeless body into the throng like refuse. What the hell is that, Defei? Dead? Upon witnessing Defei's corpse, the throng of subordinates erupted in chaos. Others, upon hearing the commotion, instinctively turned to glance. A chilling wave swept over them as they beheld Defei's lifeless form. The scene was horrifically brutal, with Defei's visage frozen in death. Simultaneously, this stark reality made many Hong Xing members acutely aware of Li Wang's terrifying prowess. Defei, after all, bore a significant name within Hong Xing. His journey from a lowly blue lantern to this point was no simple feat. Despite his humble beginnings, he had amassed substantial strength and garnered loyalty among many subordinates, decisively overpowering even the likes of Ji Ge. And yet, he had been so easily dispatched? This revelation sent waves of fear through numerous Hong Xing members. Meanwhile, Li Wang remained unfazed, his hand retracting with a sense of calm, his icy gaze sweeping across the crowd. An overwhelming pressure enveloped them, instilling fear in all who met his gaze. To hell with this, I'm done. How can we fight like this? I'm going home. Frustrated exclamations erupted, with many clamoring to flee. Similar scenes unfolded repeatedly. Ji Ge, a mere blusterer, was utterly useless, having encountered Feng Yuxiu. He initially underestimated Feng Yuxiu's capabilities, believing him to be merely a cripple, and charged recklessly, only to find himself on the ground, his face grotesquely marred by Feng Yuxiu's fist. The nearby Hong Xing members could only remark on Ji Ge's audacity, daring to confront even a crippled warrior. In truth, had Ji Ge taken the time to learn about Tianmin, he would not have been so presumptuous. Anyone who had dealings with Tianmin knew of the legendary crippled warrior. The sight of numerous Hong Xing Hall leaders being soundly defeated sapped the morale of their previously confident ranks, plunging them into panic. Some chose to flee, while others surrendered without hesitation. The overall spirit of the group plummeted to an all-time low. Witnessing this, Chen Haonan and his companions clenched their teeth, declaring, "Whoever dares to retreat shall meet their demise. Kill. For every enemy slain, the reward shall be doubled." As he spoke, Chen Haonan spotted a panicked individual fleeing in desperation and, without a moment's hesitation, struck him down. This gruesome scene instilled fear in those who had considered escape. Faced with certain death either way, they realized it was better to fight for survival. The members of Jimmy and 14K acted accordingly, fully aware of the stakes. Failure meant facing the relentless pursuit of Tianmin. Indeed, this method of coercion proved effective, as the promise of substantial rewards stirred a sense of clarity among the crowd. Kill. Chen Huiming, wielding a machete, fixed his sights on the frenzied slaughter perpetrated by Luo Tianhong, coldly stating, "Eliminate him, and I shall reward each of you 2 million." The surrounding subordinates exchanged glances, weighing their options before charging headlong into battle against Luo Tianhong, while Chun Huiming remained in the shadows, observing. As a formidable double flower red stick, he not only possesses exceptional strength, but also possesses a keen intellect. When facing ordinary foes, he naturally dispatches them single-handedly. However, when confronted with more formidable opponents, he resorts to a strategy of attrition, depleting their energy. His subordinates are merely pawns in his game. He firmly believes that even the mighty Luo Tianhong cannot withstand the onslaught for long. After all, who can wield a sword against a multitude for over 10 minutes without succumbing to exhaustion? It is evident that, being from Macau, he is unaware of Luo Tianhong's true prowess. Luo Tianhong is not without his own legends. He wields an 8-sided sword, having forced countless foes to flee in terror. While Chun Huimian was deep in thought, his subordinates had already surrounded Luo Tianhong. With a swift thrust, Luo Tianhong pierced one man's chest. Turning to glare fiercely at the others, his eyes filled with an intense ferocity. He struck with lightning speed, expertly disarming 3 members of the 14K gang of their steel knives, and subsequently unleashed his berserk mode. After a series of resounding metallic clashes, one by one, the Hongxing members lay neatly on the ground, not in a state of hibernation but in an eternal slumber. Luo Tianhong, already a man steeped in blood, found his body again coated in a warm, sanguine layer. Yet, he harbored no fear of blood. Rather, the more he fought, the more exhilarated he became, his martial spirit intensifying. This overwhelming display of strength caused those who had contemplated charging forward to halt in their tracks, their resolve shaken. The gruesome sight of Luo Tianhong made them recoil, and the greed that had clouded their judgment quickly dissipated in the face of this devilish figure. Luo Tianhong was too powerful, so powerful that even the 14K gang found it absurd. How could one person be so formidable? Chun Huimian, witnessing Luo Tianhong's ferocity firsthand, could not help but swallow hard, gripped by fear. It was not merely the opponent's strength that intimidated him, it was also the sheer brutality that left him shaken. Seeing this, Chun Huimian gritted his teeth and chose to retreat. While he was confident, he was not so arrogant as to disregard his own safety. As the adage goes, a true man knows when to bend and when to yield. Preserving one's life is paramount for future opportunities. Who would have thought the leader of Hongxing possessed such meager strength? How laughable, Taylor remarked with a scowl, his demeanor cold and unyielding. He had anticipated that sending the leader of Hongxing in a battle would not only boost morale, but also believe that the leader's strength could turn the tide and secure Tsimsha Sui. However, it was now clear that his earlier assumptions had been profoundly misguided and naive. The numerous leaders of Hongxing fell like straw before Gao Jin and his comrades. Utterly defenseless, Hongxing's young blood, they were nothing more than a bunch of useless brats. It was absurd that Hongxing still shamelessly boasted of their strength in the underworld. The moment he heard this from Jimmy, he had actually believed it. Taylor, what do you mean by that? Liang Kuan's gaze turned icy as he fixed a displeased stare at Taylor. Frankly, he had tolerated Taylor for far too long. His words were brash and unrestrained, and he lacked any sense of decorum. On the surface, he claimed to let Jimmy handle the situation, but in reality, Taylor was always hovering nearby, criticizing every decision. Had it not been for the future collaboration with the 8-faced Buddha on the flower business, Liang Kuan would have eliminated Taylor long ago. Yet now, he dared to openly belittle his Hongxing men. While Jiang Tianxing might have endured such disrespect, Liang Kuan could not. As the head of Hongxing, to insult the leaders of Hongxing was to insult him personally. Chapter 108, a new boss emerges. One of Taylor's backup plans. Upon seeing Liang Kuan's anger, Taylor, weighing the pros and cons, chose not to continue his tirade. Kuan go, I was merely joking, please don't take it to heart. Jimmy interjected with a smile, attempting to diffuse the tension and prevent a quarrel. After all, they were in Hong Kong, not the Golden Triangle, let alone the Kingdom of Siam. The 8-faced Buddha could be brazen in Southeast Asia, but they needed to behave in Hong Kong, which was governed by the Hong Kong government and comprised of subjects of the British Empire. Even the 8-faced Buddha had to tread carefully. Liang Kuan huffed in discontent. Lighting a cigarette, his expression pensive, he was more worried than anyone else. While Taylor's words were harsh, it was undeniable that the Hongxing men were struggling to hold their ground. They were being relentlessly beaten back by the Tian men. And in the face of individuals like Gao Jin, they appeared timid and hesitant, utterly reluctant to engage. It seemed they were on the brink of collapse at any moment. If the current situation continued, victory appeared increasingly unlikely. Aren't you supposed to have reinforcements? I believe this is the time to deploy them, Liang Kuan said, looking deeply at Jimmy. In this collaboration, Jimmy had assured both him and Hu Xiong that if they faced defeat or encountered unforeseen circumstances, they could resort to firearms. Taylor was responsible for this aspect. Not yet. The reinforcements are arriving. Just wait a bit longer. Without waiting for Jimmy's response, Taylor's gaze shifted to the distance, where a smile crept across his face. A large contingent was approaching, a dense mass of individuals, impossible to count, but it was estimated that there were at least 3,000 of them. Their arrival filled the battlefield with renewed vigor for the Hongxing members, not only revitalizing them, but also increasing their numbers. Excluding those who had fled, died, or were injured, their ranks swelled to over 7,000, even surpassing their initial numbers. This development thrust Tianmen into a predicament. No matter how formidable Gao Jin and his allies were, they were still human, and after fighting for more than half an hour, their stamina was beginning to wane. Among the newly arrived group, there were not only members of Hongxing, but also individuals from other factions, such as those from Kowloon walled city. "Boss, long time no see. You still look as resplendent as ever," Taylor exclaimed, striding towards a rotund figure adorned in gold and jewels, his excitement palpable. This figure was none other than the big boss of Kowloon walled city, specializing in the flower trade in Hong Kong, backed by a gang of ex-soldiers, fierce and formidable, who upheld his reputation as a powerful boss. "Haha, Taylor, I brought you the people you requested. Is everything in order?" The hefty boss remarked nonchalantly, his demeanor exuding confidence. "Rest assured, I will fulfill my promise regarding Chen Nua. After tonight, you will have your share of the Hong Kong market." Taylor replied coolly. "Good. I have been waiting for your word. You can count on me to bring in the elite." The boss replied, releasing a cloud of smoke. "Indeed." Taylor nodded in satisfaction, then approached another vehicle, addressing those inside. "Thank you." "Oh, Uncle Taylor, what are you saying? As long as you ask, we will always assist you. Now that we've delivered the people, we'll take our leave." A mind strikingly reminiscent of Jimmy immediately proclaimed. He is none other than one of the infamous 4 drug lords of the Hong Kong island, known as the Earth God. Seated beside him were several individuals, namely Sister CA, the Taiping brothers, and a boss. Typically elusive, they are nearly impossible to trace, even by the police. "Rest assured, the dollars will be delivered to you tomorrow." Taylor smiled faintly. The Earth God nodded slightly and drove away. Observing this, the boss pondered for a moment, glanced at the scene of the conflict, bid farewell to Taylor, and departed as well. Although the police had not intervened tonight, his unique status compelled him to avoid lingering. For him, Kowloon walled city was the safest haven. "Uncle Taylor," Jimmy approached, astonished. "I didn't expect you to gather so many people on Hong Kong Island." Judging by the presence of these individuals, they were far from ordinary gang members. In fact, he had never encountered them before. "They are associates of yours from Hong Kong Island, collaborating with Buddha," Taylor replied nonchalantly. "Impressive, truly impressive," Leon Kuan remarked cautiously as he approached Taylor. Jimmy had limited connections, but Leon Kuan was well aware of the backgrounds of the boss and his crew, categorizing them as individuals of the highest caliber. In truth, it was only Taylor who could summon such figures. Even Leon Kuan, the head of Hongxing, would find it a challenge to enlist their aid without sufficient incentive, let alone gain their respect. "All right, your men seem a bit unsettled. Go calm them down," Taylor said, casting a casual glance at Leon Kuan. "Understood." Leon Kuan took a deep breath and made his way to Chen Yao. Upon hearing this, Chen Yao stepped into the crowd and proclaimed loudly, "Hongxing members, listen up. A bounty of 3,000 for each kill, 1,000 for each injury, and a staggering 100,000 for the death of the Tang Master of Tianmen. Fleeing is not an option." As the bounty was announced and reinforcements arrived, the beleaguered Hongxing members regained their spirits, their morale soaring. "Kill, kill, kill. Brothers, charge and eliminate the Tianmen." Meanwhile, the crows could no longer remain seated, rising with trepidation as they eyed the violent gang and the Earth God. The reason was simple. A portion of the flower business of Dongxing was sourced from the 4 drug lords, and they even had dealings with the boss. They were acutely aware that this was not a simple group. Is Tianmen destined to fail? Ultimately, we miscalculated. Brother Zhu. The individuals who just arrived are the big boss from Kowloon walled city, and he has brought along his most esteemed underlings. The violent gang, rumored to be elite soldiers from Southeast Asia, the crow explained. Upon hearing this, Gao Zhu nodded slightly, recognizing these men. "Brother Zhu, you seem utterly unconcerned," the crow remarked, bemused by Gao Zhu's calm demeanor. It seemed either a facade of bravado or a forced composure. "Worry? What is there to worry about? Since they have come, let them lie down." Gao Zhu flicked the ash from his cigarette, glanced at the time, then smiled as he playfully gazed at the crow. "Did you not say you would assist me? What? Are you afraid now? Where are your people?" The crow blinked, glancing at the battlefield, and then at Wu Jiwei and others. Wu Jiwei immediately stated, "They're on their way." Gao Zhu chuckled and made a phone call. Just a minute later, the battlefield underwent a tremendous transformation. Many Tianmen members were exhausted and showing signs of retreat. with only Gao Jin and the Ghost Shadow soldiers still exhibiting formidable combat prowess. However, after such a prolonged conflict, they could only hold on, facing overwhelming odds. At that moment, a multitude of vehicles arrived, led by the formidable Yuang Bajian, bringing over 2,000 individuals, among whom more than 300 were members of the Heavenly Kingdom organization, brought from the Black Country, with the remainder being Tianmin members from Hong Kong Island. Taylor had his contingencies prepared, and naturally, so did he. If he lacked such capabilities, he would be unfit to be the chess master. He might as well return home to raise pigs. He had intentionally summoned Yuang Bajian and his crew as a precaution. According to the Crow, the eight-faced Buddha aimed to dominate the entire flower market in Hong Kong Island, and had even sent his precious daughter, Mina, to personally oversee matters, investing over 100 million to forge alliances with Liang Kuan and others, illustrating the vastness of the eight-faced Buddha's ambitions. The opposing party undoubtedly had a strong desire for victory. Thus, Gao Zhu had to remain vigilant. Observing this scene, the Crow discreetly signaled Wu Jiwei, who stealthily moved aside to retrieve a pager and sent out a few words. Within minutes, Dongxing's people arrived, though not in great numbers. They totaled over 600. With the addition of the chaotic spirits, wraiths, soul extinguishers, sun concealers, startling lizards, and other formidable figures, the pressure on the Tianmin members significantly diminished, plunging the scene into chaos. The rapidly shifting dynamics of the battlefield reached various factions. West Kowloon Police Station. Personnel from different districts had gathered here, including Lu Qichong, Ling Qianer, Chun Guozhong, Ma Jun, Huang Bingyao, Lu Jiahui, and Li Wenbin. The reason for their congregation was the unprecedented violent clash occurring in Tsimsha Sui. Each of them wore a frown, their concerns etched on their faces. Directorly, according to the latest reports, both sides have amassed a considerable number of participants. The situation has intensified. Ling Qianer entered the office and reported to Police Commissioner Li Wenbin. Damn it, are these lunatics out of their minds? To the death? If this continues, there will be at least hundreds of fatalities. What can we do? Huang Bingyao exclaimed in frustration. What can we do? Just wait. Wait for the bodies to be collected. Chen Guozhong replied coolly. This level of chaos was beyond the capacity of the police to control. Furthermore, the foreign officials of the Hong Kong government had chosen to turn a blind eye, leaving these uniformed officers to feign ignorance. Ling Qianer, continue to communicate with the individuals on site and report any developments to me immediately. Li Wenbin sat back in his chair, flicking away ash and speaking with a calm demeanor. As Chun Guozhong had stated, what could they do? Even he, as the police commissioner, was powerless. They could only wait, either for the Hong Kong government to act or for the conflict to cease. Regardless, the matter had been reported upwards. It was the government's inaction, not his failure to deploy forces, thus absolving him of any responsibility. Therefore, he remained utterly unperturbed. Ling Qianer nodded and swiftly departed. Prepare yourselves. Shortly we will apprehend Gao Zhu, Liang Kuan, and especially the eight-faced Buddha's men. If they resist arrest, shoot on sight. Li Wenbin coldly instructed Chun Qiazhong and the others before shutting his eyes. While he bore no responsibility, he was acutely aware of the tempers of this group of foreigners. Given the magnitude of the incident that transpired this evening, they would undoubtedly put on an act before him. In simple terms, some matters do not require words. Yet actions must be taken. As the saying goes, to dance with the phoenix, one must adopt the rhythm of the phoenix, to act like a dog. One must embrace the consciousness of a dog. One cannot simply consume without contributing. At the same time, organizations such as Hongsheng, Hihi2, and XING were receiving the latest news from Tsimsha Sui. Each leader found themselves unable to sleep, including the once renowned veterans of the Underworld. In the conference room of the Hihi2 Society, its members congregated. Brother Long, Hongxing has already proclaimed that a mere single participant could earn a $2,000 appearance fee. One hall master exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. Compared to Hongxing, their smaller society had limited funds, and thus, they could only offer their subordinates an appearance fee of up to 1,000. Typically, aside from collecting a bit of protection money and selling flour, they would assist other societies in boosting their presence, thereby earning some dollars. With such a golden opportunity at hand, he was undeniably thrilled. Yes, I just received news that Hong Tai is already gone. Furthermore, Hongxing is issuing cash on the spot. Another hall master added. Damn it, let's go. Let's take down this bastard Gao Zhu. Bye-bye, who had suffered a broken arm last time at the hands of Gao Jin, laughed heartily. The retribution has finally arrived. Ha ha ha. Wang Shu, observing the discussions, turned to the elder beside him and inquired, what do you think? He was well aware of the conflict between Jimmy, Liang Kuan, and Gao Zhu. He had even considered seizing a piece of the pie, but he understood that regardless of whether Hongxing or Tianmin emerged victorious, he too would be unable to afford such entanglements. It was wiser to develop steadily, at least maintaining their status as a leader and enjoying better days. However, with Hongxing issuing a call to arms and offering a clear price, 2,000 per person, equating to 200,000 for 100 individuals. Their society, boasting at least 1,000 members, could potentially earn 200,000. The allure of such lucrative rewards was hard to resist. Moreover, the loss of a few underlings did not equate to personal loss. Brother Long, I believe this is an excellent opportunity. Not only can we earn appearance fees, but once we step into Tsim Sha Sui, we'll have a venue to share. Even if Hongxing wins, they will have to acknowledge our presence. An elder, more seasoned in the organization, suggested while puffing on a cigar. How could he not stir Brother Long's interest? What say you all? Brother Long asked, nodding in satisfaction as he looked at Bob Bai and the others. We must act. I support this, Bob Bai declared resolutely. The others readily agreed. This was not just a chance to earn money. It was an opportunity to elevate the society's reputation. There are no downsides. At most we sacrifice a few underlings. All right, assemble the team. We head to Tsim Sha Sui to collaborate with Hongxing against Tianmin. Brother Long proclaimed, rising with vigor. He then set forth alongside Bob Bai and the rest of the He 2 members. Although Hong Tai had around 1,000 members, the number they could muster at that moment was limited to just over 200. Other societies, like He 2, also mobilized their available manpower for the sake of profit. Soon, numerous vans from various districts of the island surged toward Tsim Sha Sui. The news swiftly reached Li Wenbin, and he was infuriated. Is it not enough that this chaos has erupted? Lu Jiahui, you must notify the police stations in every district to intercept these individuals. We cannot allow the situation to escalate further. After a moment's contemplation, Li Wenbin commanded Lu Jiahui, the deputy commissioner of police. Understood. Lu Jiahui nodded and promptly departed from the West Kowloon police station. Returning to the scene of the violent clash in Tsim Sha Sui, with both sides bolstered by their respective reinforcements, morale soared, and the violence escalated to even more gruesome heights. The members of the gangs and the 4 major drug lords exhibited significantly greater combat prowess than those of Hongxing and 14K. Clearly, these individuals had undergone professional training, with some being veterans. However, they were up against Tianmin, and strength was merely relative. The Duke of the Eight Swords tore through the crowd like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains, creating chaos among the enemy ranks. Zheng Gang, true to his name, was a formidable presence. He seized a member of the violent gang by the throat, lifted him into the air, and slammed him down onto the ground. The impact left the gang member with multiple fractures, his eyes filled with blood, his face contorted in agony, unable even to emit a scream, suffering to the utmost. Witnessing this scene, Chun Huamian trembled in fear. He had thought that Gao Jin and his associates were formidable. However, he was utterly unprepared for the sheer ferocity of Jin Gang. In a panic, he prepared to flee. Yet, in the next moment, the formidable Luan Shun blocked his path, wiping the blood from his clothes and calmly stating, "You are the dual flower red stick of 14K, Chun Huamian? Get lost if you don't want to die?" Chun Huamian replied coldly, his gaze fixated on the unfamiliar Luan Shun. Prior to the confrontation, they had researched the profiles of all Tianmin members. While he recognized Gao Jin and others, he had never seen Jin Gang or Luan Shun, completely unaware of their existence within Tianmin. Thus, to him, Luan Shun appeared to be just another ordinary member of Tianmin. Just an ordinary member, he thought. You should know your place. Haha. Luan Shun's eyes turned icy as he smirked, taking 3 steps forward as if he were flying, and arrived right before Chun Huamian, delivering a simple yet powerful punch. Caught off guard, Chun Huamian never anticipated that Luan Shun would dare to strike at him, and the latter's speed was astonishing, leaving him only time to defend. Yet, he found himself utterly incapable of even that before Luan Shun. The rapid punch landed like a 1,000-pound hammer on Chun Huamian's chest. His face contorted in pain, his eyes bulging as if they would pop out. He emitted a pained groan before being sent flying, ultimately meeting his demise. The once revered dual flower red stick met a humiliating end, unable to withstand even a single punch from Luan Shun. Chun Huamian found himself at a loss. He had intended to wait for Gao Jin and Li Wang to exhaust themselves before executing a surprise attack. Little did he know, before he could realize his plan, Luan Shun had already claimed his life. The death of Chun Huamian appeared utterly trivial amidst the throngs of over 10,000 individuals present. Although a fraction of them bore witness to the event, they were too preoccupied with their own predicaments to contemplate avenging him. Nonetheless, this incident inevitably cast a shadow of negativity upon them. Simultaneously, a scene not far away captured the attention of Zheng Gang and his companion. Exchanging a glance, Zheng Gang and Luan Shun made their way towards a cluster of people. Before them, 4 individuals were wreaking havoc, mercilessly assaulting numerous members of the Tianmin faction, who found themselves retreating in disarray. Even the ghostly soldiers could only match their opponent's prowess. These 4 were none other than the most formidable members of the violent gang, the Dark Fist King, the Death Fist King, the Heizhou Fist King. and the Hell Fist King, legendary figures within the violent gang, feared by all in Kowloon walled city. Their names hinted at their former careers in fighting tournaments, where they had distinguished themselves as the epitome of strength, subsequently purchased by the boss to serve as bodyguards. In terms of power, they were only slightly inferior to the mightiest fighter, the giant of Baodao, who stood by Ding Yao's side. To illustrate, even the crow was several dozen times weaker than these individuals. Meanwhile, Jingyu and Xianjian also set their sights on the Four Fist Kings. Soon Jingyu, Xianjian, Zhengang, and Luan Shun gathered together, each prepared to engage. One for each, Jingyu stated with a calm demeanor. No problem. Luan Shun and the others responded with slight smiles. Jingyu revealed a chilling grin as she charged towards the Dark Fist King. Someone else coming. The Dark Fist King instinctively sensed danger and turned to see Jingyu and her companions, promptly issuing a warning. However, upon realizing that a mere woman sought to end his life, he scoffed dismissively. Does a woman like you think she can challenge me? Do you know you're playing with fire? The Dark Fist King stepped forward, glaring coldly at Jingyu while simultaneously launching a confident punch, intent on crushing her. Unfazed and as cold as ice, Jingyu advanced resolutely. Just as the Dark Fist King's massive fist was about to connect, her body deftly evaded the blow, and she gracefully positioned herself behind him, seizing his head. Stunned by his failed attack, the Dark Fist King attempted to regain his balance, only to feel an icy chill at the back of his neck. He tried to turn around, but found himself constrained, struggling to avoid having his neck twisted. True to his fighting background, the Dark Fist King possessed immense muscular strength, even in his neck, yet he found himself unable to withstand Jingyu's grip. However, in the next instant, with a resounding crack, his head was severed. While it would be arduous for an ordinary person to break his neck, Jingyu, as a leading figure among the 6 sword slaves, was unmatched in strength. The imposing figure of the Dark Fist King, towering at 6 feet tall, fell heavily into a pool of blood, his eyes dimming. Having dispatched the Dark Fist King, Jingyu cast a glance at Luan Shun and the others before plunging into the crowd. Meanwhile, Luan Shun encountered the Heizhou Fist King. Their eyes met. Luan Shun's expression remained stoic while the Heizhou Fist King wore a look of grave concern, having witnessed Jingyu's lethal efficiency against the Dark Fist King. The Dark Fist King was ranked second among their quartet in terms of strength, and yet, he had been slain by a woman. This compelled the Heizhou Fist King to regard Luan Shun with newfound seriousness. The Heizhou Fist King, a man of formidable physical prowess, was the strongest among the 4. Come on, let me see your strength. I'll deal with that woman later, he said, his gaze fixed coldly on the lifeless form of the Dark Fist King. I hope you won't disappoint me, Luan Shun replied coolly. For him, the only fear lay in facing opponents who were not strong enough. Murder was his sole passion in this world. Humph, an ignorant youth, utterly arrogant. The Heizhou Fist King scoffed, charging towards Luan Shun. Luan Shun stepped forward, effortlessly sending a Hongxing member flying before colliding with the Heizhou Fist King's fist. Their punches met with a thunderous impact. The Heizhou Fist King trembled as the horrifying force of Luan Shun's blow coursed through his body. 5 fingers shattered simultaneously, and the excruciating pain left him bewildered. His earlier confidence was obliterated in an instant. Is that all? Luan Shun sneered, and before the Heizhou Fist King could respond, he executed a soaring kick that sent the Heizhou Fist King sprawling. He then picked up a piece of rebar from the ground and advanced. By the time Luan Shun rose, the rebar was already embedded in the Heizhou Fist King's chest. The Heizhou Fist King gasped in disbelief, blood spilling from his mouth as he stared in terror at Luan Shun's departing figure. Simultaneously, Xianjian and Zhengang concluded their confrontations with the Death Fist King and the Hell Fist King. The Death Fist King met a gruesome fate, having all 4 limbs shattered by Xianjian. Though still alive, he would likely spend the remainder of his life confined to a wheelchair. The Hell Fist King, in contrast, died peacefully, struck dead by a single blow from Zhengang, without experiencing any suffering. Gao Jin, Li Wang, and others also maneuvered through the chaos of the crowd. In the murky weather, only the endless cries of despair and the sounds of combat echoed. Upon witnessing the fall of the 4 Fist Kings, Taylor's expression darkened to its utmost. He recognized the 4 Fist Kings, elite competitors in the underground fighting scene of Southeast Asia, and had even made attempts to recruit them. Albeit too late. Such formidable warriors had perished so easily. Moreover, the tide of battle had shifted dramatically to one side. Uncle Taylor, just in case, perhaps we should send for reinforcements. If this continues, we might be in trouble, Jimmy suggested, approaching Taylor with a sense of resignation. Initially, he had believed that with the addition of the boss and the 4 drug lords, victory was assured. Yet, given the current circumstances, that seemed increasingly unlikely. Gao Jin, Li Wang, Luo Tianhong, Ji, and others possessed overwhelming combat prowess, specifically targeting their leaders. The mid-tier fighters were faltering, and even the lower ranks were unable to withstand the onslaught. It was evident that their side's underlings were retreating under the pressure from the Tianmin faction. If this persisted, they would truly have to retreat. All right. Taylor took a deep breath, then produced a phone. He had been reluctant to resort to firearms unless absolutely necessary, especially in Hong Kong, where the local authorities were present, and even the infamous eight-faced Buddha dared not stir trouble. However, given the present situation, he felt he had no choice. Zhu Gu, are the abilities of your people truly that terrifying? The four-fist kings have fallen so effortlessly? Xia Peiji exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, those were the four-fist kings. Incredible, isn't it? Crow swallowed hard, his voice trembling. He had participated in underground fights, but his best record was merely 10 consecutive victories. In stark contrast, these four-fist kings were all holders of 50 consecutive wins, an astonishing feat, and yet, they had been so easily subdued. The films dare not depict such scenes. If the opportunity arises, you might engage them in battle. Gao Zhu exhaled a cloud of smoke and uttered a profound remark. Oh, come on, Brother Zhu. Clashing with your men is akin to not knowing how to spell death. The crow retorted immediately. Gao Zhu merely smiled, choosing to say nothing further. He has always held firm to a belief. In this world, there are no eternal friends, only enduring interests. Just then, a new group of short, fierce individuals appeared on the street, each wielding machetes, arriving at the scene of the conflict with an ominous presence. When they beheld the gruesome spectacle before them, their arrogant expressions promptly diminished, revealing a glimmer of fear in their eyes. These individuals were none other than the external forces lured by the hefty bounty offered by Hongxing. All here to earn a quick buck. Although the police attempted to intervene, they possessed the means to arrive nonetheless. The leader of the Hehitu faction approached Liang Kuan. Brother Kuan, we have brought the men. I wonder if what Hongxing promises is indeed credible? It is. Of course it is. Liang Kuan responded, fixing his gaze on the younger brothers behind the crowd, a satisfied smile gracing his lips, before casting a glance at Chen Yao. Everyone, come over here, let's count heads and distribute the tickets. Chen Yao instructed the crowd. However, upon witnessing the brutal scene unfolding ahead, the members of various gangs hesitated. Shall we leave? I'm terrified just watching this, let alone engaging in battle. One suggested. I believe you are right. For a mere 2,000 in appearance fees, it's certainly not worth risking our lives here. Many who had just arrived began to retreat. They anticipated the situation to be dire, but the reality was beyond their imagination. It was not merely tragic, it was a sheer life and death struggle. Moreover, the 2,000 appearance fee required a 30 cut to be paid to the gang. Consequently, several individuals opted to depart. Chapter 110, The Fierce Battle at the Dock. Taylor was in disarray and fled. As such sentiments proliferated, an increasing number of younger members began to leave. The likes of Long Gu from Hehitu witnessed this scene and attempted to intervene, but could only halt a fraction of the departing crowd, while others disregarded their pleas entirely. You, as the leader, may have influence, but what does it matter? No one is a fool here. With an elderly mother at home and a 3-year-old child, along with a wife, if one were to perish or become disabled, it would be impossible to provide for the family, and one's wife could very well belong to another. They cannot afford this gamble. Before long, the throng that had once been dense had dwindled to mere hundreds. The leaders, led by Long Gu, cursed under their breath, yet felt utterly powerless. 1 or 2 leaving is one thing, but so many departing leaves them with no recourse. A few is better than none. Chen Yao remarked with resignation as he observed the situation. Soon enough, he completed the roster and distributed tickets to the remaining individuals. Those led by Ba Bai surged into the fray. Is this the extent of Hongxing's influence? Truly pitiful. Taylor scoffed as he approached Liang Kuan, before hopping into a car and speeding away. Liang Kuan seethed at his words, yet felt helpless. All right, Brother Kuan, don't be upset. He's like that, after all. Being one of Buddha's men, we cannot afford to offend him. Chen Yao consoled. Jimmy, I grant you 10 minutes. If you fail to deploy your firearms, I will withdraw my men. Liang Kuan declared coldly, discarding his cigarette as he stepped before Jimmy. Throughout the skirmish, he had been observing intently, and he could not deny that Tianmin's forces were indeed formidable. Moreover, the losses incurred by Hongxing were substantial as well. If this continued, the costs for settling accounts and medical expenses would be far from trivial. The tickets Jimmy provided would scarcely cover the losses of the night, let alone yield any profit. All right, Jimmy replied calmly, nodding his head, for he was aware that Taylor was on his way to fetch reinforcements. No matter how strong Tianmin might be, in the face of firearms, all are equal. Simultaneously, at a dock in Tsimsha Sui, a large cargo ship approached the shore, disembarking over 100 fully armed individuals. Their faces bore an expression of chilling indifference, exuding a barely perceptible aura of lethality, unmistakably indicating their status as seasoned mercenaries. Additionally, they were all Siamese. Deputy. All surroundings are clear. a man reported to a scar-faced individual after inspection. After such a lengthy boat ride, let everyone relax for a bit. Soon, we will engage in a fierce battle. The scar-faced man surveyed the dark surroundings, lighting a cigarette, speaking casually while occasionally glancing at his watch. As mercenaries, they maintained a strict sense of time. If they said a few minutes, they meant precisely that, without any unnecessary delays. Observing the silent environment, the scar-faced man revealed a relaxed smile, though a flicker of anxiety lingered within him. Yet, he dismissed it as a normal occurrence. Out in the world, one is either playing with life or on the path of doing so. Little did he know that a crowd had gathered around the containers 100 meters away. They were members of the Dark Dragon organization. Hannibal, Templeton, Barris, Howie, Sosa, the Devil's Command duo, John and Bennett, along with the Chinese Dark Dragon, and Torajar. Over 30 individuals, all fully armed. TSK, Brother Zhu, you were right. This group indeed arrived by water, Torajar said excitedly, clutching an AK as he gazed ahead. The vast expanse of Tsim Sha Sui lay under Tianmen's control, let alone the waters. This cargo ship had been targeted by Torajar's men upon entering the waters of the island. They simply wished to avoid drawing the attention of the water police. Otherwise, they would have already engaged this cargo vessel. This works well, preventing us from being exposed. Hannibal adjusted his Barrett sniper rifle, speaking nonchalantly. Are we all prepared? Hannibal turned back, signaling to the group for confirmation. Okay. They responded with an affirmative gesture, indicating all was in order. Seeing this, Hannibal aimed the Barrett at the scar-faced man's forehead, and with a resounding bang, smoke billowed around them as the bullet, infused with searing heat, surged forth from the shadows. The dull thud echoed as the scar-faced man was still contemplating the beauties of the Siamese kingdom when, in the next moment, his head burst like a watermelon, splattering a considerable amount of tomato juice. The tomato juice sprayed onto the faces of those beside the scar-faced man. As they felt the warm splatter, another bullet whizzed by, causing another explosion of tomato juice. Crap, a sniper. We are under attack. The startled Siamese shouted, but that would be his final cry. Bang. More tomato juice splattered onto the earth. This sudden turn of events shocked the others resting on the shore, plunging the scene into chaos as they scrambled to locate the enemy. However, in the next instant, an uncountable number of bullets erupted from the shadows, each one imbued with a lethal intent, mercilessly claiming the lives of the Siamese. Fire, fire, fire. A bald man crouched behind a shipping container, witnessing his comrades fleeing in a panic, gunned down ruthlessly by the bullets lurking in the darkness. He was too late to contemplate the reason for the ambush. Grasping his firearm, he unleashed a chaotic barrage into the night. Of course, such reckless behavior betrayed his own position. A bullet pierced through the container, striking his chest with unerring precision. The penetrating power of the Barrett was far beyond what a mere shipping container could hope to withstand. Though the exchange of gunfire was fierce, the firepower of both sides was not even remotely comparable. Confronted with the onslaught from Hannibal and his group, the Siamese were relegated to a state of passive suffering. Despite their numbers, the Siamese had minimal cover and were unfamiliar with the terrain, rendering them little more than living targets. With a series of thuds, bullets tore into the bodies of the Siamese, erupting in a mist of blood, their forms convulsing grotesquely as they fell lifelessly to the ground. Some, sensing the impending doom, darted towards the cargo ship, but just as they approached, bullets struck true, severing their last hopes of survival. It was time to conclude this. Soon, the water police would arrive. Hannibal stowed his Barrett, retrieving an RPG from behind him, while Tony Jaa and his companions likewise readied their RPGs. In that fleeting moment, the remaining Siamese breathed a sigh of relief. Surely, they had run out of ammunition. Kill. Kill. Someone exclaimed. His words instantly bolstered the survivors' confidence, steadying their nerves as they raised their weapons and charged forth. Yet, in the next heartbeat, a blinding hail of fiery projectiles filled their vision. A myriad of expressions adorned their faces, but they all shared a singular emotion: fear. Some were paralyzed by terror, while others opted to flee. Above, a rain of rockets cascaded towards them like a meteor shower. More than 30 rockets rained down, saturating the entire dock, followed by anguished screams. Under such overwhelming firepower, not even an ant would escape unscathed. Boom, boom, boom. Over 30 rockets detonated simultaneously, unleashing a cacophony of explosions that trembled the very ground beneath them, akin to a magnitude 6 earthquake. In the wake of the blasts, brilliant flames surged skyward, consuming the containers and drowning out the cries of despair. Kill. Leave no one alive. Hannibal set aside the RPG and charged forward with an AK in hand. Immediately, more than 20 figures emerged from the darkness, opening fire and initiating a bloody onslaught. This scene sent shivers down the spines of the sailors aboard the cargo ship, who hastily prepared to flee without hesitation. However, in the next moment, The fearsome duo of commanders, John and Baird, along with 3 or 4 members of the Dark Dragon, armed with RPGs, had already reached the shoreline. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One after another, rockets struck the cargo ship. The vessel could not withstand such a heavy barrage. Immediately riddled with skeletal holes, and flames began to spread. A minute passed, and Hannibal's group had eliminated all over 100 who had disembarked, while the cargo ship succumbed to the depths, still emitting wisps of thick smoke. Yet, there remained one who had hidden away. Tony Jaa emerged, dragging a waterlogged man before Hannibal. The man surveyed his surroundings and noted that Hannibal's group numbered only around 30, which filled him with displeasure. After all, they had fought alongside Taylor to carve out much of their territory, the Siamese Kingdom, the Golden Triangle. Wherever they went, their legends echoed as the Knight's Wanderers. To think that tonight, they had been annihilated by merely 30 individuals was utterly unacceptable to him. It was just a port island, in their eyes. Aside from the government forces, no one should dare to challenge them. Yet here stood these individuals, not only wielding formidable sniper rifles, but also equipped with RPGs. Truly outrageous. Utterly absurd. He could hardly fathom how Taylor could have made such a grievous error this time. You're with the 8-sided Buddha, aren't you? Is there anyone else coming? Hannibal inquired, fixing his gaze upon the man. Whether to kill or to maim, do as you wish. Do not ask pointless questions. The man replied coldly. As a fugitive, he understood that once failure struck, there was but one path left to tread, death. Since death was inevitable, whether he spoke or remained silent held no significance. You possess quite the dignity. Hannibal chuckled, raising the Barrett and aiming it directly at the man's head before pulling the trigger. The scene was undeniably impactful, a veritable explosion of crimson. Let us go. Time to wrap things up. Hannibal tucked away the Barrett and led his group away. Just a minute after their departure, a Tiger vehicle roared onto the scene. Taylor, humming a tune, stepped out with unwavering confidence and made his way towards the dock. Suddenly, a noxious stench of sulfur and blood filled the air, alerting him to something amiss. He raised his gaze towards the dock, and upon doing so, his heart sank. What he beheld was a sight that sent chills down his spine. The dock was riddled with craters, surrounded by a multitude of lifeless bodies. He recognized these corpses. They belonged to his own men, his brothers who had faced death alongside him. And now, shockingly, their remains lay in disarray. Who did this? I will have you torn limb from limb. Taylor's eyes blazed crimson, and he let out a howl towards the heavens, nearly succumbing to a fit of rage-induced fainting. Had Hannibal and his group not already departed, he would have surely joined the ranks of the dead. At that moment, patrol boats were converging upon the dock. Regaining his composure, Taylor swiftly drove away. Presently, he felt an overwhelming sense of despair. The turn of events had taken him by surprise. His final contingency had been eradicated. How could he proceed? Rely on Hongxing? Or perhaps on Jimmy? After observing the earlier skirmish, he knew the odds were slim. Taylor slammed his palm against the steering wheel in frustration. He was at a loss for what to do. Sending reinforcements now would undoubtedly be too late. All he could do was hope that Jimmy and his crew would emerge victorious. What's wrong? Mina asked, puzzled. Miss Mina, the situation has changed. I shall escort you away from the island tonight. The current circumstances were beyond his control, regardless of victory or defeat. Ensuring Mina's safety was paramount. Very well. Mina agreed without hesitation. After all, she had not wished to come here in the first place. Furthermore, she sensed that something was amiss. Otherwise, the proud Taylor would never have displayed such fury. Swiftly, Taylor took Mina secretly to the dock. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in various districts, including Tsim Sha Tsui, Causeway Bay, and Central, as fierce battles broke out. Those lurking in the shadows could no longer restrain themselves and had finally made their move. After all, Hongxing and Tianmin are engaged in a life-and-death duel, having summoned forces from various regions, leaving their territories severely understaffed. This presents a golden opportunity for these smaller factions. In truth, this predicament is of Hongxing's own making. Had they not issued a call to arms to invite various martial artists to assist them, these factions would not dare to act with such impunity. To put it differently, if Hongxing had sufficient manpower, why would they need to issue such a summons? As anticipated, apart from Shisanmai and the Crown Prince, the territories of the other hall leaders within Hongxing are remarkably vacant. This absence has allowed these smaller factions to seize the moment, brazenly targeting Hongxing. Meanwhile, the other factions have set their sights on Tianmin's establishments. However, Tianmin is far from as weak as Hongxing. Some crucial venues remain impervious to any faction's takeover, while Tianmin has little interest in guarding the smaller ones. Chapter 111, A Great Defeat. Concurrently, the skirmish in Tsim Sha Tsui has escalated to a fever pitch. During this time, alongside the involvement of groups such as Hahedu, Hongxing and other factions have also arrived one after another. Despite the carnage, a saying rings true: those who owe debts of gratitude must repay, and those with grudges must retaliate. Amidst the chaos, some dare to undertake actions they would typically shy away from. One individual has endured for nearly an hour, but he is now at the end of his tether. Kill. The Crown Prince of Hongsheng weaves through the crowd, although he has sustained some injuries. He has successfully located Zhuanlong. Their enmity stems from Ma Jiaohong. However, since the year when the Grand Ancestor extricated Zhuanlong from Hongsheng, Zhuanlong has severed all ties with Hongsheng, even disregarding Ma Jiaohong's claims regarding her current child. It is not a lack of loyalty. Rather, the best choice is for each to remain undisturbed. In his daily life, Zhuanlong can only ensure his child's safety and occasionally provide substantial financial support to Ma Jiaohong. Unbeknownst to him, the Crown Prince has learned of the underlying truths. The thought of his wife still holding a torch for Zhuanlong, even raising Zhuanlong's son, ignites his fury. Thus, he has brought along numerous subordinates with the intent to eliminate Zhuanlong. As the Crown Prince's words resonate, Ongshin's lackeys surge forward, their sights set firmly on Zhuanlong. After enduring a protracted battle, Zhuanlong is now utterly exhausted, gasping for breath. Upon seeing the throng closing in, Zhuanlong offers a bitter smile, mustering his last ounce of strength to brandish a rebar. In the midst of flashing blades, Zhuanlong, with his final reserves of energy, manages to take down two of Hongsheng's henchmen. Yet, in the next moment, the Crown Prince charges in, delivering a flying kick that strikes Zhuanlong squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling through the air before crashing heavily into the crowd, blood spilling from his mouth. Cough, cough, cough. He raises his cold, bloodthirsty gaze to meet the advancing Crown Prince, his eyes dimming, offering a wry smile. Zhuanlong wishes to rise and continue the fight, but the recent overexertion has drained him entirely, particularly after the Crown Prince's kick has rendered him utterly powerless, unable even to lift his weapon. Is this how I am to die today? Zhuanlong, it has been some time since we last met, and your strength seems to have waned. The Crown Prince sneers. Zhuanlong scoffs, replying coldly, whether you choose to kill or torture, do as you please, just do not dilly-dally. Rest assured, today I shall not only slay you but also your son, and yes, I intend to eliminate that wretched Ma Jiaohong. To put it bluntly, you should be grateful to me. I will ensure your entire family descends to hell together, and you, on the road to the Underworld, shall not be lonely. Ha ha ha. The Crown Prince glares menacingly at Zhuanlong, his expression twisted with malice. Zhuanlong was once a formidable leader, a top-tier fighter in Hongsheng. Much like the current Crown Prince within Hongsheng, basking in glory, the Crown Prince harbors deep envy and resentment towards Zhuanlong. Indeed, seizing the opportunity while Zhuanlong was imprisoned, he took Ma Jiaohong for himself, along with Zhuanlong's territory. Ultimately, all the Crown Prince's actions stem from a desire to prove himself superior to Zhuanlong. Upon hearing this, Zhuanlong, though furious, remained silent, well aware that any further words would be futile. Ha ha, perish. The Crown Prince raises his cleaver, striking towards Zhuanlong with speed, precision, and ferocity. Should this blow land, Zhuanlong is surely doomed. Simultaneously, the Crown Prince's expression twists into a savage grin, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he has awaited this moment for far too long. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurs. Luo Tianhong appears at the Crown Prince's flank, deftly flicking his sword, causing the silver blade in the Crown Prince's hand to fly from his grasp. In an instant, Luo Tianhong's weapon sweeps across the Crown Prince, shredding his garments and unleashing a torrent of crimson. Within mere seconds, the Crown Prince is transformed into a bloodied figure. Ah! The Crown Prince cries out in agony. Luo Tianhong's sword strikes with remarkable depth, targeting the blood vessels and nerves just beneath the skin, a precise and devastating blow. How dare you lay a hand on Zhugo? You are dancing on the edge of a blade, utterly unwise. Luo Tianhong coldly remarks, then delivers a powerful kick that sends the Crown Prince sprawling. It is worth noting that Zhuanlong was among the first to follow the Grand Ancestor, having fought alongside him to conquer the world, earning Luo Tianhong's profound respect. The Crown Prince's earlier attempt to harm Zhuanlong has ignited his wrath. Thus, he refrains from delivering a fatal blow, wishing instead to prolong the Crown Prince's suffering. Zhugo, are you all right? Luo Tianhong inquires, assisting Zhuanlong to his feet with concern. Thank you, Tianhong. Zhuanlong gasps. Oh, we are all family. There is no need for such formality. Luo Tianhong replies, then calls upon the Tianmen members nearby to escort Zhuanlong to safety. Witnessing this, the Crown Prince seethes with frustration. Yet he is in no position to act, especially with Luo Tianhong standing before him, rendering him too intimidated to advance. Hongsheng, the Crown Prince, is it? I have heard of you. Upon seeing Zhuanlong safely escorted away, Luo Tianhong turns his gaze towards the Crown Prince, inquiring coolly. In the days of loyalty and righteousness, he was in the limelight, and thus had never heard of a character like the Crown Prince. After all, he is hardly noteworthy in the face of the numbered gangs. However, since aligning himself with Tianmen, he He has forged bonds with Zhuanlong and others, becoming familiar with their pasts. Indeed, the Crown Prince struggles to rise. Casting a wary glance at Luo Tianhong. You may now descend to hell. Allow me to accompany you on your final journey. Luo Tianhong scoffs coldly, advancing towards the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince, gritting his teeth against the pain, retrieves a cleaver from the ground and, with determination, charges forward. Luo Tianhong scoffs dismissively. His sword whirls around, spinning in a circle before severing the Crown Prince's hand. The Crown Prince, caught completely off guard, is left without a hand. The Crown Prince cries out in excruciating pain, emitting a wail that soars higher than the Qinghai Tibet plateau. Yet, in the next moment, Luo Tianhong grips his sword. Its cold glimmer flashing as the Crown Prince finds himself silenced, his voice abruptly cut off. Once again, the familiar stroke that seals the throat. As a trace appeared on his neck, the prince's face transformed from one of arrogance to sheer terror, his features falling into a lifeless stillness, while the light in his pupils gradually dimmed. Finally, he collapsed heavily onto the ground. The once brazen prince, who had disregarded even the police, ultimately met his demise. Nearby, many witnesses to this scene were left utterly petrified, their expressions frozen in shock. Only by witnessing it firsthand could one truly grasp the formidable strength of Luo Tianhong and the swiftness of his eight-sided sword, which left no trace for the eye to catch. Beside them, the underlings of Hong Sheng, upon seeing their leader fall, wasted no time in fleeing. For them, part of their motivation to be here was the promise of 2,000 bills from Hong Sheng. Yet upon arriving at the scene, fear gripped them, and they only participated in the skirmish out of obligation to the prince's dignity. Now, liberated from his constraint, they naturally chose to escape. As for avenging the prince, what a farcical notion. In the face of death, notions of chivalry, brotherhood, and loyalty could be cast aside without a second thought. Meanwhile, Gao Jin and his companions had transformed into harbingers of death, their murderous intent fully ignited, forcing their adversaries into a retreat. The sheer power of Gao Jin had instilled an unparalleled fear, causing those in their path to scatter without hesitation, eager to distance themselves from potential demise. The overwhelming strength of Gao Jin left no room for thoughts of rebellion. Even with bounties on their heads, the specter of death rendered them acutely aware of their plight. The atmosphere thickened as the situation reached a critical juncture. Jimmy and his associates, filled with anxiety, watched the minutes slip away as he frequently glanced at his watch. Time was slipping by, yet Tyler and his men had yet to arrive, igniting a flicker of dread within him. Jimmy, there's only a minute left. Liang Kun approached, speaking coldly. In response, Jimmy nodded, hastily pulling out his cell phone to call Tyler, but the line remained unanswered. In desperation, he resorted to his pager to send a message, and then attempted to call Miina, only to meet the same fate of silence. With each passing moment, the worry in Jimmy's eyes deepened. If Tyler didn't show up, they would surely lose. Humph. Liang Kun sneered, clenching his teeth, his gaze fixed ahead, a sense of regret rising within him. The entire street was strewn with bodies. Some had met their end, others were grievously wounded, while a few knelt on the ground, cradling their heads in despair. Those still engaged in the melee were also falling back, their resolve crumbling, as the once overcast sky began to drizzle. Zhen Gang wiped the sweat from his brow, stepping forward to confront Ba Bai. He delivered a powerful punch that sent Ba Bai crashing to the ground. Before Ba Bai could even comprehend Zhen Gang's appearance, Zhen Gang's size 42 leather shoe had already pressed against his chest. In the next instant, Ba Bai's chest caved in, blood spewed forth from his mouth in a torrent, his eyes wide with terror. He could never have imagined that a figure of his stature in the underworld would one day perish beneath the foot of a stranger. My God, he is not human. Not human at all. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. His words fell like divine intervention, prompting the already panicked crowd to discard their weapons and flee without a second thought. In that moment, they wished for nothing more than to run faster. Such a scene had unfolded before, but this time it was distinctly different, tearing open a breach of utter defeat. Countless individuals chose flight, and chaos ensued. Chen Haonan, who had been sent flying by Gao Jin's punch, blinked in disbelief, wiped the blood from his lips, and, after a moment's hesitation, opted to flee as well. He prided himself on his adherence to the code of the underworld, but the circumstances at hand were beyond the realm of honor. Run, and live to fight another day? If we don't flee, we might be beaten to death by Gao Jin. Who dares to escape? I'll kill anyone who does. Liang Kun, Chen Yao? And Jimmy quickly stepped in front of the crowd, issuing warnings. However, the morale of the already disheartened group, coupled with the oppressive pursuit of Gao Jin and his men, left them with no choice. Suddenly, one individual stepped forward. Brothers, let us run. If we don't escape now, it will be too late. With his call to action, the remaining fighters fled like ants scattering, disregarding Liang Kun's warnings. Damn it! Liang Kuan was knocked to the ground by an unknown assailant, rising to curse. His expression darkened. He never anticipated that such a large-scale operation would end in such a catastrophic defeat. Let us go, Kuan Gu. At that moment, Chen Yao squeezed through the crowd, grabbing Liang Kuan and pulling him away. If they didn't flee now, they would surely fall into Gao Jin's clutches. He believed Liang Kuan would survive, knowing Gao Zu's notorious reputation for revenge. Falling into his hands would be akin to a death sentence. Jimmy, you bastard. You set me up. Just wait. I'll settle this score with you. Before leaving, Liang Kuan roared at Jimmy. In his eyes, this failure was entirely Jimmy's fault. They had done their utmost for Hong Xing. Hearing this, Jimmy glanced back at Liang Kuan, his own expression dark and stormy, but he remained silent, feeling equally frustrated. How could a supposedly victorious situation turn into a loss? Most troubling was that Tyler and Miena had left early, and now he couldn't even reach them by phone, leaving him with a sense of betrayal. At that moment, his anger and resentment were deeper than anyone else's, a crushing sense of defeat almost driving him to tears. Hurry, brother Jimmy. A young underling rushed past, pulling Jimmy along. Coming to his senses, Jimmy followed without a word. He understood that the situation was irretrievable. The momentum of defeat was overwhelming. With the tide turned against them, their only option was to escape. Otherwise, if Gao Zu captured them, he knew he wouldn't be spared. In the crowd, Gao Jin had set his sights on Chun Haonan, determined not to let him slip away easily. And he pursued him relentlessly. Just then, a brash young thug from Hong Xing charged forward, brandishing a machete and shouting, "You scoundrel! Don't think you can harm my brother Nan." Gao Jin furrowed his brow and halted, his eyes icy as he sidestepped the attack, seizing the youth by the throat and lifting him off the ground before slamming him down. With a sickening crack, the young man's life was extinguished. In his final moments, he cast a pleading glance at Chun Haonan, a desperate yearning for recognition. It was clear that he was a fervent admirer of Chun Haonan. Taking advantage of the moment, Chun Haonan managed to escape in a vehicle. Chapter 112. The heavy rain washes away sin. Arrested, Gao Jin gazed coldly as Chun Haonan's vehicle departed, his demeanor indifferent, knowing well that pursuit would be futile. After all, he regarded him merely as a failure. No different from an ant in his eyes. Meanwhile, the scene of utter defeat continued to unfold, with some fleeing while others scattered like a flock of frightened poultry. Zuj. We've won. This is simply unbelievable, Wu Yi exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. The Tianmin had triumphed over the Hongxing, and not just narrowly. The victory was overwhelming, akin to a total rout. For, amidst the fray, Tianmin had barely over 4,000 members, while the Hongxing boasted at least 10,000. Such a disparity in numbers would have obliterated Dongxing had they faced the same firepower. The notion of victory seemed utterly implausible. In that moment, Wu Yi finally grasped the formidable strength of Tianmin, an overwhelming force indeed. Simultaneously, he felt an immense relief that they had not allied with Jimmy to attack Tianmin for the sake of the Buddha's interests. He could vividly envision the brutal retribution that Hongxing and other factions would face from Tianmin starting that very night. Wu Jiwei and the others stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape, wide enough to accommodate an egg. Their astonishment mirrored Wu Yi's, as their hearts finally settled. This round was a gamble for everyone, and under Wu Yi's leadership, they had placed their bets on Gao Zu. Initially, their consensus had been far from unanimous. Gao Zu's lack of involvement in the flower business seemed irrelevant to their interests, especially given the numerous grievances Dongxing held against Tianmin. Compared to Jimmy, who had the Buddha's backing, they had initially favored an alliance with him. However, under Wu Yi's relentless persuasion, they had no choice but to side with Gao Zu and Tianmin. Judging by the current circumstances, that choice had proven remarkably astute. What is there to be surprised about? Since my debut, I have never faced defeat, whether in the past, present, or future, Gao Zu stated with an unassuming tone. In the context, such a declaration was undeniably audacious, serving as a warning to Wu Yi and the others. In truth, Wu Yi's decision had taken Gao Zu by surprise. If there was any major gang on the island known for its flower dealings, it would undoubtedly be Dongxing. The phrase Dongxing Cgeo signified that all members of Dongxing were engaged in the flower trade. Moreover, the Buddha was one of the most notorious drug lords in Southeast Asia. Wu Yi had surprisingly relinquished such a prime opportunity. Zuj, I can only say impressive, Wu Yi remarked, rubbing his nose. He understood Gao Zu's underlying message but felt no offense, as the might of Tianmin was now evident before him. Gao Zu merely smiled in response, choosing not to elaborate further and directing his gaze ahead. Despite many fleeing under Gao Jin's pursuit, a significant number were still apprehended by Tianmin, huddled together with their heads cradled in their arms. The street carried a faint scent of blood, washed away by the rain, yet still palpable. Visible to the naked eye, blood mingled with rainwater, flowing into the drains, alongside the bodies of over 100 slain, including Defei, Chun Huimian, and the 4 renowned champions. Not all were lifeless, however. For instance, Jigu, who had been battered by Xiao, had merely succumbed to unconsciousness. In truth, Gaozu had not advocated for a high death toll during such a large-scale conflict. Otherwise, the outcome would have been different. However, the leaders must face death, a customary practice in battle, whether in the age of cold weapons or modern firearms. As the saying goes, to capture the thief, one must first seize the king. To slay the enemy, one must first slay the general. Furthermore, during such a large-scale clash with thousands gathered, casualties were inevitable. Besides, Gaozu was no saint. In this world of strife, one must either engage in battle or face the consequences. Zuj. Soon, Gao Jin and the others approached Gaozu, respectfully addressing him. Wu Ya and the others promptly stepped back, wary of Gao Jin and his companions. Just facing them sent chills down their spines, enveloping them in a cold dread. Gao Jin and his companions were drenched in blood, a layer of crimson covering them, resembling demons emerging from a slaughterhouse, instilling fear in all who beheld them. Terrifying, they thought. This group was not composed of ordinary individuals, but rather a cadre of madmen. No, they were even more fearsome than mere lunatics. You've worked hard. However, the matter is far from over. First, take the injured brothers to the hospital. Procure the best doctors and medicines. Money is no object. Then, swiftly clean the scene. Gaozu remarked, flicking the ash from his cigarette, his tone nonchalant. Yes, Zuj. The group nodded, smiling faintly, and promptly set to work. What? You're not leaving? The police will arrive soon. You won't be able to escape. Gaozu turned and warned Wu Ya and the others. Okay. Wu Ya averted his gaze from Gao Jin and stammered. Zuj, if there are any issues, do not hesitate to contact me. We at Dongxing stand with you. They were not strangers to the chaos of gang warfare, fully aware of the unspoken rules of this world. Once the fighting concluded, the police would inevitably intervene. And given the scale of this conflict, the authorities would certainly not let it slide. Gaozu nodded indifferently. Minutes passed, and the scene had been nearly cleared. Hearses transported the corpses away, all prearranged by Gaozu. He surveyed the surroundings, knowing that the crematorium would undoubtedly prosper from tonight's events. Just then, the once gentle rain transformed into a thunderous downpour. Lightning crackling across the sky, followed by a torrential rain within a minute. The rain fell incessantly, washing away the blood from the scene, as if the heavens were assisting Gaozu. Across the street, in a police car, Lu Jiehue exhaled a plume of smoke. Haha, the heavens are aiding this kid. Extraordinary. Lu Jiehue rolled up the window, watching the rain cascade down, his expression a complex mixture of emotions. Although he had arrived late and missed the entirety of the clash, he had witnessed Tianmen's cleanup efforts. He had to admit that Tianmen was indeed formidable, achieving victory against overwhelming odds. For the first time in many years, he had witnessed Gaozu's exceptional nature and the uniqueness of Tianmen. As a police officer, Gaozu was undoubtedly challenging his boundaries, yet from a personal standpoint, he found himself deeply admiring Gaozu. Over the years, he has witnessed an abundance of lowly thugs oppressing the weak and inflicting unspeakable tragedies, such as families being shattered by the flower trade. In contrast, Gaozu, while occasionally engaging in violence, has been diligently building an empire, venturing into entrepreneurship, finance, and construction, all of which are flourishing under his stewardship. Of course, a paramount aspect of this is Gaozu's undeniable charisma. Ever since he adopted the name Lian Sheng, he has prohibited anyone from engaging in the flower business and has, time and again, extended a helping hand to various suffering families, children, and the elderly in Tianmen, demonstrating his character through both performance and action. In the past, areas like Causeway Bay saw local police responding to dozens of calls daily, sometimes exceeding 100, overwhelmed by the rampant activities of various gangs. However, since the emergence of Tianmen, there has been a monumental transformation. Tianmen has emerged as a refreshing anomaly amidst the corruption, standing tall above the rest. For instance, ever since Tianmen took over Causeway Bay, the city's crime rate has plummeted, with police callouts dropping dramatically from 300 to below 30, a staggering statistic. The reason for the police's newfound ease is straightforward. The individuals from Tianmen adhere strictly to their principles, refraining from engaging in the flower trade, from oppressing others, and diligently providing services in exchange for protection fees, which are only required once a month. Unlike before, when various gangs extorted protection fees from every shop without offering any return, leading to widespread dissatisfaction among the populace. In essence, the advent of Tianmen has indeed made a monumental contribution to society. This not only signifies a newfound comfort for the police, but also indicates that Tianmen has brought blessings to the public, providing them with a peaceful and stable living environment. Now, he must await the end of the downpour, following Li Wenbin's directive to apprehend Gaozu, which somewhat conflicts with his own conscience. Deputy Director Liu. Should we proceed with the operation now? A female officer inquired impatiently through the radio. The gunfight had concluded, and according to protocol, it was time for them to step in. Moreover, they possessed some evidence, which would soon dissipate. Naturally, her primary concern was that Gao Zhu and his associates might escape. Let's wait until the rain ceases, Lu Jiehui replied nonchalantly. The rain continued to wash the streets, while Ni Yongxiao arrived with an umbrella to shield Gao Zhu, urging him. Brother Zhu, the rain is too heavy. Perhaps we should head back. There's no rush. The matter is far from over, Gao Zhu replied, igniting a cigarette with an air of calm. Although he had gleaned the intentions of the colonial authorities through Wang Yin, such a violent clash could not simply be overlooked. To put it plainly, fighting was permissible, but someone had to bear the consequences, and that scapegoat would be none other than Gao Zhu along with Liang Kuan and others. Otherwise, how could these authorities face the media and the public the next day? Hearing this, Ni Yongxiao's gaze deepened as he focused on the street's end, where Lu Jiehui and his team had parked, an imposing fleet of over 30 police cars, with at least 100 officers present. Brother Zhu, they are coming for you. We should leave Hong Kong Island now. Ni Yongxiao expressed his concerns. The rain is about to stop. Gao Zhu did not respond but extended his hand, feeling the gentle raindrops on his skin. Interesting, he isn't fleeing. Is it confidence or folly? Lu Jiehui mused, observing Gao Zhu amidst the rain, before opening the car door and stepping out. As Lu Jiehui exited, the surrounding police vehicles activated their lights, converging towards Gao Jin and his group, swiftly encircling them. Following this, a multitude of officers disembarked, weapons drawn and shields at the ready, issuing commands. Drop your weapons, raise your hands, and crouch down. Yet, in the face of the assembled police, Gao Jin and his associates remained unfazed. A throng of thousands surged forward, their sheer presence momentarily stunning the 100 or so officers. At times, a firearm can be a formidable tool, but against such overwhelming numbers, it appears utterly impotent. They were acutely aware that should a shot be fired, this crowd would not hesitate to rend them apart. After years of dealing with gangsters, they understood this reality all too well. Just as a rallying cry was about to be issued, Lu Jiehui stepped forward, seizing the opposing officer's radio. You there, no one is to move. He then turned to survey Gao Jin and his companions. And you lot, remain still. Assaulting an officer is a crime. If you wish to avoid incarceration, behave yourselves. With that, Lu Jiehui approached Gao Zhu step by step. Gao Zhu, I believe you are a clever man. Have your men cooperate. It would be in everyone's best interest. Wouldn't you agree? Lu Jiehui stated blandly upon reaching Gao Zhu. Certainly, no problem at all. Gao Zhu replied with a hint of amusement, signaling to Gao Jin and the others, who promptly lowered their weapons. You two, cooperate and accompany us to the police station, Lu Jiehui said, satisfaction evident in his tone. All right. Gao Zhu did not refuse, then turned to Ni Yongxiao, remarking coolly, if we do not emerge tonight, you know what to do, right? Brother Zhu, rest assured. Ni Yongxiao nodded solemnly. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiehui's expression shifted slightly, though he refrained from probing further. His sole responsibility was to escort Gao Zhu back to the precinct. What transpired regarding Gao Zhu's fate was a matter for Li Wenbin and the colonial authorities, not his concern. Let us proceed, Gao Zhu declared, moving forward. Lu Jiehui paused for a moment, taken aback. He had not anticipated that Gao Zhu would so readily accompany him to the police station, an unexpected turn of events. Truly, his charisma was remarkable, leaving Lu Jiehui with newfound respect. Had it been another underworld leader, they would have fled long ago. However, the unfortunate reality was that once inside the station, Gao Zhu might not have the opportunity to emerge again. Sighing, Lu Jiehui hastened to catch up. Chapter 113. Yi Tianlong's Arrest. The Counterattack of Tianmen. A command from the dominant underworld. At the West Kowloon police station, a multitude of high-ranking officials gathered, led by Li Wenbin, their expressions a mix of peculiarity and gravity. Some cast resentful glances at Li Wenbin's back, wishing to vocally express their frustrations. For the violent clash in Tsimsha Sui was not confined to that area. Their jurisdictions had also been affected, and they desired to return and take charge, lest they be held accountable for any major issues that arose. Yet, Li Wenbin barred their return. Isn't this infuriating? Meanwhile, Li Wenbin adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, fixating intently ahead, awaiting Lu Jiehui's arrival with Gao Zhu. In truth, his directive to apprehend Gao Zhu was laced with ulterior motives, cunningly assigning this most challenging task to Lu Jiehui. However, he was taken aback when Lu Jiehui managed to bring Gao Zhu back without a single shot fired or a soldier lost. Simply absurd. This left him utterly baffled. Were these lowly thugs truly cooperating with the police now? It was utterly illogical. At that moment, a fleet of police cars arrived, with hundreds of officers disembarking alongside members of the Tianmen and Hongxing factions. Naturally, they apprehended only a fraction of those present, primarily a few leaders, such as Gao Jinfen. The majority were released, as the crowd was simply too vast, over 1,000 Hongxing members alone, not to mention the Tianmen personnel. Setting aside the impracticality of transporting all these individuals, the West Kowloon police station's holding facilities would be insufficient to accommodate them. From the lead vehicle, Lu Jiehue turned to the compliant Gao Zhu and remarked, "Gao Zhu, we have arrived." To which Gao Zhu nodded affirmatively, discarding Gao Shiba before pushing open the door to exit the vehicle. Soon, Lu Jiehue escorted Gao Zhu before Li Wenbin and others. "Why are you not handcuffing him? Are you unaware that Gao Zhu is a key figure on our watch list?" Li Wenbin interjected coldly. "What if something goes awry? Can you, Lu Jiehue, a deputy director of the police department, shoulder that responsibility?" This statement seemed to chastise Lu Jiehue for his perceived ineptitude. "Director Li, I have brought the individual as requested." And throughout the process, Gao Zhu displayed no resistance. "Besides, we are merely asking him to provide a statement. It hardly warrants handcuffing, does it?" Lu Jiehue retorted, standing his ground with rational justification. "Humph, bring him in. I will personally interrogate him." Li Wenbin huffed, turning to enter the police station. At that moment, Gao Zhu interjected nonchalantly, "Is the tea prepared? I never visit a place without tea." His voice, though soft, carried an air of arrogance that left the assembled officers astonished. "Hold on, my friend. You're a suspect, yet you act as if you are a guest of honor at the West Kowloon police station. Quite presumptuous. Wouldn't you say?" It was evident that Gao Zhu held the officers in utter disdain. "Gao Zhu, do you not grasp the gravity of your situation? This is a police station, not your estate." Huang Bingyao interjected sharply, glaring at Gao Zhu. If anyone were to be conceited, it would be this assembly of officers. They spoke with such bravado, as if their words alone could silence any dissent. "Enough talk. It's merely tea, and it's ready. Come inside." Without waiting for Lu Jiehue to respond, Li Wenbin glanced at Gao Zhu and spoke with a hint of indifference. After all, Gao Zhu was not an ordinary criminal. This was merely a matter of tea. "Very well," Gao Zhu replied with a smirk, stepping forward. Shortly thereafter, he was led to the interrogation room. After more than 10 minutes of questioning, Li Wenbin found himself at a loss, as Gao Zhu had divulged little useful information. Whenever critical issues arose, Gao Zhu simply stated, "If you have matters to discuss, consult my lawyer," leaving Li Wenbin frustrated. It was unreasonable to resort to coercive interrogation methods against Gao Zhu, who was no ordinary man, a crime lord, a financial prodigy, and a businessman with connections to the wealthiest individuals in Hong Kong. Indeed, the saying held true, one need not fear a rogue, but one must be wary of the educated rogue. "Now that you've had your tea, will you continue to be uncooperative?" Li Wenbin queried coldly. "Cooperate? How am I to cooperate when I will not acknowledge any of the charges you've laid against me? For I have committed no crime." Gao Zhu replied, his tone detached. "You deny inciting a riot? You deny murder? Pray tell, which of these accusations is unfounded?" Li Wenbin retorted, gritting his teeth as he slammed his palm on the table. "Director Li, as the head of the police department, you ought to reflect on your professional competence. Am I inciting a riot? I acted in self-defense, when the rabble from Hongxing came to my company brandishing knives. Should I have waited for them to kill me? Should I have stood idly by while they threatened my family?" Gao Zhu countered assertively. "You could have called the police." Li Wenbin replied, furrowing his brow. "Call the police? Director Lu, did you not receive reports of the disturbances at my company and home earlier today? You were aware yet failed to deploy officers. What use is a call to the police if I would have already been murdered by the time they arrived?" Gao Zhu laughed lightly, his derision evident. "As for the claims of murder, they are utterly absurd. In self-defense, complications may arise. Therefore, I am innocent, am I not?" Li Wenbin's frustration mounted as he clenched his jaw, his expression darkening, for Gao Zhu's arguments bore an unsettling logic. "Your reasoning is nothing but sophistry." Li Wenbin slammed his hand on the table. "Gao Zhu, cease this charade. I declare you guilty, and you will sign the confession. Let us not prolong this. It serves no purpose. A few years in prison, and we can all move on." Li Wenbin placed the confession document before Gao Zhu, making his intentions explicit. "You are a clever man. You must realize that tonight's events have escalated to a point where sacrifices will have to be made. Very well, I shall await my lawyer. The tactics of coercion are futile against me." Gao Zhu smirked dismissively. He was, after all, a businessman with nearly 100 billion at stake, under constant scrutiny. Convicting him would necessitate a court trial, which required public hearings and substantial evidence. In Gao Zhu's view, charges of inciting a riot or murder against him were baseless. At worst, it could be deemed excessive self-defense, a minor offense that could easily be attributed to his subordinates. Li Wenbin, gritting his teeth in frustration, kicked over a chair as he stormed out of the conference room. Had he been dealing with an ordinary individual, say, a petty thug, he would have likely resorted to physical violence. However, before him stood Gao Zhu, and he could not afford to lay a finger on him. In other words, while individuals like Wu Ye had left behind ample incriminating evidence, Gao Zhu was too meticulous, leaving no substantial evidence for the police to uncover. As for the rumors surrounding Gao Zhu, tales of him single-handedly taking on hundreds, of him being a ruthless killer, those were mere hearsay and could not be admitted as evidence in court. Deputy Director Liu, you were present at the scene. Surely you have some evidence? Li Wenbin addressed Lu Jiehui, his tone icy. There is some, but it is limited, Lu Jiehui replied, promptly retrieving a stack of photographs depicting the scene of the altercation. Is this all? What more do you have? Li Wenbin frowned. These photographs were practically useless for substantiating any charges against Gao Zhu. That is all. Lu Jiehui deliberately sighed and remarked, by the time we arrived, they had already concluded their business. Moreover, the scene had been thoroughly cleared of any corpses. Additionally, a torrential downpour had just occurred, washing away all forms of evidence. In truth, this was intentional. Otherwise, he could have easily ensured that ample evidence was captured. To put it plainly, it was purely to vex Li Wenbin. Infuriated, Li Wenbin erupted into a tirade, venting his frustrations towards Lu Jiehui, which had initially been directed at Gao Zhu. Director Liu, while you are indeed my superior, I implore you to choose your words and actions with care. Lu Jiehui replied coldly. Humph. Li Wenbin sneered. Lu Jiehui, do you truly believe you hold any significance? I will escalate this matter to higher authorities. Just wait and see. With that, Li Wenbin proceeded to inquire with others. Although their accounts slightly diverged from Lu Jiehui's, they were largely consistent and reasonable. This Gao Zhu is exceedingly troublesome. Do any of you have any thoughts on the matter? After concluding the inquiries, Li Wenbin gathered Chen Guozhong and others for a meeting. Or perhaps you possess any evidence of Gao Zhu's criminal activities. None. Huang Bingyao replied promptly. In the area under my jurisdiction, no one from Tianmin has even set foot. How could I possibly have any evidence? Lu Qichong, did I not instruct you to collaborate with Huang Zhiqing to investigate Gao Zhu's criminal activities? How is it that, after such a long period, there has been no progress? Li Wenbin's gaze fixed on Lu Qichong as he inquired. Director Li, Huang Zhiqing and I did indeed place an undercover agent close to Gao Zhu, but thus far, she has failed to uncover any substantial evidence regarding him. Lu Qichong responded immediately upon being called out. Hearing this, Ling Qian'er was taken aback, for she had only just learned of this matter. She was astonished that Huang Zhiqing and Lu Qichong had concealed it so well. Nonetheless, she understood their motivations, driven by aspirations for promotion and wealth. Ha. Li Wenbin's expression darkened as he chuckled coldly. Initially, after Gao Zhu took over Heilianqing, Li Wenbin had discreetly tasked Huang Zhiqing and Lu Qichong to investigate Gao Zhu's criminal activities as a precautionary measure. However, despite his foresight, the results appeared disappointingly ineffective, to the point of being utterly worthless. What a waste, damn it. Li Wenbin expressed his disappointment and exasperation, sweeping his gaze over the group, hesitating for a moment before uttering a few words of sarcasm. Ha. You truly are a remarkable bunch of police officers. So professional, so very professional. The people of Hong Kong are fortunate to have you. The expressions of those present darkened at his words. It must be said that Li Wenbin's sarcastic remarks were rather cutting. What is most painful? Undoubtedly, it is the truth. And what Li Wenbin spoke was indeed the truth. Simultaneously, Ni Yongxiao led the Tianmin gang in wreaking havoc across various regions of Hong Kong, with their primary target being the Heilianqing established by Jimmy, launching a massive assault. Beyond Heilianqing, Hongxing became the second victim, and the Tianmin members were even searching for individuals connected to Ba Mian FO and 14K, executing anyone they encountered with ruthless efficiency. Not only that, but Ni Yongxiao, in the name of Tianmin, issued a call to arms, promising 4,000 as an appearance fee for anyone who assisted Tianmin tonight, along with additional monetary rewards, 1 million for a group of 100, 3 million for a group of 300, 6 million for a group of 600, and 10 million for a group of 1,000. Should the number exceed 1,000, the reward would escalate to 20 million. And for over 2,000, it would be 40 million, with similar rewards scaling accordingly. This was a blatant display of financial might. For Gao Zhu, this was merely a trifling matter. In truth, many gangs could only attain the initial rewards. After all, there were only a handful of groups in all of Hong Kong capable of amassing 1,000 members. To claim this wealth, one must possess considerable strength. As the news spread, the gangs of Hong Kong erupted in excitement. Many were astonished by the staggering rewards on offer. A payment of 4,000 for simply showing up? What does that even mean? For many low-level members, earning 4,000 in a month was already a lofty goal, let alone in just a single night. Furthermore, they risked their lives to earn it. This was incomparable to the mere 2,000 offered by Hongxing. One is a commoner's wage. The other is that of a white-collar worker. Moreover, there were also team rewards. There was simply no basis for comparison. What do we call this? A display of extravagant wealth. In this moment, all were made acutely aware of Tianmen's formidable might, ambition, and financial prowess. Among all the gangs in Hong Kong, it seemed that only Tianmen, or rather, Gaozu, possessed such astounding financial resources. Chapter 114, The Bountiful Reward. The lowly rascals of Hong Kong assemble. Li Wenbin was in a frenzy. On the barbecue street, a lowly rascal dashed from one end of the street to the other, repeatedly proclaiming Tianmen's call to arms. Assist us and receive 1,000. Gather a team for additional rewards. 300 people earn an extra 3 million. Brothers, I have relayed the message. Whether you choose to heed it is up to you. I suggest you do not miss this golden opportunity for wealth. Having spoken, he departed. TSK. Just as Hongxing's call to arms concluded, Tianmen launched their own. And with such lavishness, one must commend Tianmen for their extravagant wealth. Indeed, 4,000 per person. TSK. We stand to gain significantly. However, it must be said that Tianmen is genuinely powerful. Not only have they triumphed over Hongxing and other gangs, but they now seek to reclaim their territory. Only Tianmen possesses such strength and audacity. Had it been any other gang, they would have been utterly destroyed by now. What the hell are we waiting for? Let us go, support Tianmen, and take down Hongxing. Hold on, buddy, aren't you usually quite chummy with Hongxing's Chen brothers? Isn't it a bit inappropriate to join in at this moment? What is inappropriate about it? People die for wealth, birds perish for food. From this day forth, I, Dogzi, will sever all ties with Hongxing. Gambling and drugs are now mortal enemies. For the sake of profit, for the sake of money, all notions of camaraderie, loyalty, and brotherhood mean nothing. This is the nature of the lowly rascal. Damn, your words are quite eloquent. You, Huangzi, are utterly silent on this matter. In no time, a multitude of lowly rascals, spurred by the allure of wealth, flocked away. Similar scenarios unfolded in various regions of Hong Kong, where lowly rascals congregated most densely. For them, even though it was already past midnight, it was merely the onset of their nightlife. They never anticipated encountering such an opportunity. The once quiet underworld erupted like a stormy sea. An endless tide of lowly rascals mobilizing across Hong Kong, especially those who had previously been bullied by Hongxing. Upon hearing the news, they wasted no time in arming themselves and charging towards Hongxing's territory. Along the way, vans, Santana 2000s, and motorcycles flooded the streets, the numbers beyond counting, impossible to quantify. Even the person in charge, Ai Yongxiao, was oblivious to how many organizations would come to assist tonight. In an instant, the entire Hong Kong island descended into chaos. Simultaneously, Li Wenbin and his associates received calls from various patrol officers. The news incited immense anger among the crowd. Initially, they believed that the farce would conclude with the situation in Sim Sha Sui, given the significant casualties on both sides. Moreover, the costs incurred were substantial. Even Gao Zhu had been apprehended, while Liang Kuan, Jimmy, and others were in hot pursuit by the police. Surely, they would exercise some common sense and refrain from further turmoil. Yet, no matter how they calculated, they failed to anticipate the audacity of the Tianmen faction, who boldly issued a high-stakes summons, rallying the entirety of the underworld. The most critical aspect was that this lavish summons indeed bore fruit. As various factions sped recklessly through the streets, with those closest to the Hongxing territory already engaging in confrontations, it was manageable when dealing with a few small organizations. However, the current situation was akin to a wildfire. The scale of the skirmishes varied, but their sheer number was overwhelming. Even if Li Wenbin mobilized all the police on Hong Kong Island, it would scarcely suffice. Not to mention, stopping it was entirely out of the question. This unforeseen development caught Li Wenbin and his colleagues off guard. They had anticipated such occurrences, as many leaders would incite their subordinates to create disturbances in an effort to pressure the police for their release. Thus, Li Wenbin had deployed a significant police presence around the West Kowloon police station and even forcefully retained Chun Guozhong and others. However, he had not expected the Tianmen faction to be so tenacious and audacious, issuing a high-value summons. In other organizations, who possessed such capability and resolve, it must have been that Gao Zhu had meticulously planned this in advance. Damn it, Huang Bingyao exclaimed in fury, leaving everyone stunned. This maneuver was undoubtedly the work of the foremost figure in the underworld. Directorly, to resolve the issues outside promptly, we must address Gao Zhu. At present, we lack any solid evidence to pin a charge on him. My suggestion is to release him first to prevent the situation from escalating further. What do you think? Lu Jiahui lifted his gaze, fixing his eyes on the troubled Li Wenbin. In truth, it is no exaggeration to say that the current scene was entirely beyond their control. It far exceeded the capabilities expected of them as police officers. Attempting to intervene now was clearly impossible. Firstly, there were too many areas experiencing skirmishes. Secondly, their police force was grossly insufficient. And thirdly, the various costs involved were no trivial matter. Should the situation spiral out of control, the authorities would not remain silent. Outsiders might believe that the police bask in glory, but only they knew the truth. In the face of the colonial authorities, they were but humble servants. In essence, they were regarded as mere dogs in the eyes of the common populace. And now, amidst this sudden crisis, the higher-ups had yet to voice their opinions. Release him? Impossible. Li Wenbin coldly retorted, then fixed an intense gaze on Lu Jiehui, implying, Deputy Director Lu, you seem rather out of sorts today. Ever since you arrested Gao Zhu, you've been inexplicably supportive of him. Do you perhaps share some undisclosed secret with him? Director Li, do not speak recklessly. As a police officer, especially as the head of the police department, you ought to be mindful of your words. Speaking carelessly is akin to experiencing stomach troubles. One must always provide evidence. If you truly suspect my integrity, feel free to investigate. Justice resides in the hearts of the people, Lu Jiehui replied, his inner fury igniting, unflinchingly countering. He was decidedly displeased. At such a critical juncture, Li Wenbin should be contemplating solutions rather than plotting against him. Truly, what a peculiar individual. Their exchange was fraught with tension, plunging the conference room into a brief silence. Director Li, I would like to express my agreement. Our current ranks do not permit us to determine Gao Zhu's guilt. I suggest we heed Deputy Director Lu's proposal. The situation has escalated sufficiently, and if we do not act promptly to contain it. Chun Guozhong hesitated, not wishing to assist Gao Zhu, but rather seeking to resolve the issues within his jurisdiction and evade any responsibility. Having toiled for many years to reach their position, he was unwilling to fall from grace due to a single misstep. In other words, he had only recently ascended to the rank of senior inspector and had not yet reaped the rewards. The others, upon hearing this, immediately echoed their agreement. Aligning with Lu Jiehui's proposal, they shared the same sentiments as Chun Guozhong. Earning a modest salary required immense effort, and they had not yet indulged in corruption. They were not willing to bear any responsibility for the events of tonight. Moreover, to be fair, this was indeed the most prudent course of action to address the current predicament. After all, to untie the bell, one must locate the bell ringer. If they could pacify Gao Zhu, wouldn't the issues be resolved? However, despite the shared perspective, Li Wenbin remained adamant in his refusal. If he acquiesced, it would undoubtedly cast Lu Jiehui in a favorable light. Where would that leave his own pride? He needed to compel Gao Zhu to capitulate to demonstrate his own capabilities. Amidst the exasperated and speechless gazes of the others, Li Wenbin stormed out of the conference room, his expression dark. I'm utterly speechless, Chun Guozhong remarked, unable to contain his dissatisfaction with Li Wenbin's decision-making. You think you're speechless? I'm even more so. According to the latest reports, dozens of locations in my jurisdiction are embroiled in skirmishes, and our numbers are woefully inadequate. Huang Bingyao exclaimed in frustration. The others could not help but murmur their grievances, lamenting Li Wenbin's decisions as foolish. They simply could not comprehend Li Wenbin's reasoning. Surely, any rational person would not act thus. All right, everyone, we must be cautious. There are ears on the other side of the wall. Let's keep our voices down. After all, he is the head of the police department. Furthermore, should the sky fall, we have someone to shoulder the burden. We have already made our suggestions, and we need not fear any repercussions. Lu Jiehui smiled, attempting to reassure the discontented crowd. Although he and Li Wenbin were adversaries, Lu Jiehui prided himself on being an upright individual, never resorting to underhanded tactics in their rivalry. Yet, this moment presented a golden opportunity, one that Li Wenbin had unwittingly delivered to him on a silver platter. Why not seize the chance? Just as Lu Jiehui was poised to showcase his personal charm, Li Wenbin returned to the interrogation room, where Gao Zhu was being held. Upon taking his seat, Li Wenbin's countenance betrayed an uncontrollable fury and indignation. Gao Zhu glanced at Li Wenbin, chuckling softly. He had already surmised the reason behind the latter's expression. Oh, is this not the illustrious Director Li of Hong Kong Island? What seems to trouble you so greatly? Could it be that your wife is having an affair? Gao Zhu mocked with a sly smirk, and then feigned concern as he continued. Director Li, if that were truly the case, there would be no need for you to become agitated. After all, she is merely a woman. With Director Lu's current standing and accomplishments, women would undoubtedly flock to you in droves. So do calm down. Upon hearing this, Li Wenbin's body trembled with rage. He clearly understood Gao Zhu's insinuation. When had the esteemed director of the police department ever been subjected to such humiliation? Moreover, a recorder was present, watching his every move. In an instant, Li Wenbin's inner fury became uncontrollable. He abruptly stood up, kicked the nearby stool aside, and swung a fist at Gao Zhu. Gao Zhu's eyes turned icy. He could easily free himself from the handcuffs if he so desired. At that critical moment, Lu Qichong swiftly embraced Li Wenbin, pleading, Director Li, please, temper your anger. We cannot harm him. If we do, the situation will escalate dramatically. Although the police station during this era was rife with darkness, and unconventional methods could be employed against criminals to solve cases. Gao Zhu was no ordinary individual. The techniques of torture and coercion could not be applied to him. Given Gao Zhu's capabilities, he could effortlessly disseminate the information. If the matter were to leak, it would lead to dire consequences, not only jeopardizing Li Wenbin's career, but also tarnishing the image of the police force on Hong Kong Island. Most importantly, the higher-ups, particularly the expatriates, were obsessed with maintaining face and would not tolerate such incidents becoming public knowledge. Upon hearing this, Li Wenbin immediately regained his composure. In his earlier fit of rage, he had indeed momentarily lost his sense of reason. Had he landed that punch, the repercussions would have been immense. With Lu Qichang's support, Li Wenbin returned to his seat, while the reins of the interrogation shifted to Lu Qichang. Truly worthy of Director Li, such arrogance. Gao Zhu remarked coldly. Rest assured, today's events will not simply be brushed aside. Enough, Gao Zhu, restrain yourself. Lu Qichang retorted icily. You orchestrated the events outside, did you not? I hope you will cooperate and bring a halt to them. We can offer you leniency. Sir Lu, what are you insinuating? I am at your police station. Surely you do not intend to fabricate charges against me? Gao Zhu replied with a feigned innocence, a smile playing on his lips. Enough, Gao Zhu, cease your charade. Do you realize you are playing with fire? If this situation escalates further, it will not be us interrogating you, but those above us. Can you bear the consequences? Lu Qichang slammed the table, his expression stern and his demeanor imposing. An ordinary criminal would likely have crumbled before such intensity. However, in front of Gao Zhu, it was all in vain. Having encountered various individuals in his past life, Gao Zhu was well versed in the art of interrogation. Aside from the volume of their voices, they possessed little substance. I have stated, I do not know. I am a law-abiding citizen of Hong Kong, never engaging in illicit activities. Gao Zhu replied indifferently. Beside him, Li Wenbin felt a heaviness in his chest, nearly suffocating at Gao Zhu's obstinate demeanor. Having not interrogated criminals for years, he found it increasingly challenging to endure. Nevertheless, Li Wenbin was no stranger to the storms of life. When faced with rigidity, he quickly shifted to a softer approach. Let it go, Gao Zhu, or there will be nothing left to discuss. This has escalated to a point where no one will emerge unscathed. Well, since Director Li's attitude is so accommodating, I might be willing to consider an end to this. Gao Zhu replied nonchalantly. However, I have conditions. An end? Without Gao Zhu's command, nothing will conclude tonight. Very well. Speak your terms, and I shall endeavor to accommodate you. Li Wenbin steadied his mind, hesitating briefly before responding with a forced smile.